Late at night, an aloof beauty suddenly pushes open your door. Seeing you frozen in shock, she throws herself at you and hugs you fiercely. She even claims that you have been sold to her. You later find out that your dad secretly became a sugar baby behind your back, and it was a buy-own, get-on free deal for the both of you. He rekindled his romance with his childhood sweetheart after many years, while you were tossed in as a bonus for her daughter. After being rejected by the campus belle, you felt disheartened and dragged your best bro out drinking until dawn. Upon returning to your rented apartment, you had barely laid down when you received a call from your dad. Zheng spoke with a heavy tone. Xiao Yi, there is something I have kept from you for many years. Now that you have graduated, I do not want to hide it from you anymore. This tone brought an inexplicable sense of unease to your heart. You quickly sat up straight on the sofa. What is going on? Dad, do not tell me you owe a massive debt out there, and now the creditors are knocking at the door. What kind of nonsense is that? Do I look like the kind of guy who does not pay his debts? Stop interrupting me. You completely ruined the mood I worked so hard to build up. After a few seconds of silence, your dad's voice turned serious again. Actually, your dad hooked up with a wealthy woman a long time ago. I kept it a secret because I did not want to distract you from your studies. But it is fine now. Starting today, you are a genuine second-generation rich kid. What the heck? Dad, is there something wrong with your brain? What wealthy woman would ever fall for you? You looked utterly suspicious. Even your roommate Du Ziteng, who was sleeping like a log nearby, sat up and stared with wide eyes. What is the situation? My bro is about to hit the jackpot. Then I definitely need to ride his coattails. Is that how you talk about your own father? Your new auntie has a daughter about your age. She is already on her way to pick you up right now. You will know whether it is true or not in a bit. With that, your dad hung up the phone. Brother Yun, what is going on? Are you about to soar to the top? Do not forget about your little bro when that happens. I will be relying on you to live the high life from now on. Du Ziteng grabbed your shoulders excitedly, but you were still completely bewildered. It was way too much information to process at once. Right at that moment, there was a knock on the living room door. Thump, thump, thump. The two of you exchanged glances. Could it really be the auntie's daughter your dad mentioned? You opened the door with a healthy dose of skepticism. What greeted you was a breathtakingly beautiful face. She was on the same level as the campus belle, Lin Yu, but gave off an entirely different vibe, just from those cold, elegant eyes. You could feel her aloof temperament. Even from half a meter away, you could catch the fragrance on her, unable to tell if it was perfume or her natural scent, while you were zoning out. Jiang Xiaohua looked at your dazed expression, and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. She then grabbed your hand and started walking downstairs. Her voice was cold yet pleasant to the ear. Let us go. Do not keep Uncle Yun and my mom waiting. Faced with her stunning beauty, you could not muster a single thought of resistance. It was not until you got into the car that you snapped out of it. You looked at her, full of confusion. Are you the daughter of Auntie Shang that my dad mentioned? Jiang Xiaohua furrowed her delicate brows slightly. My name is Jiang Xiaohua. Starting today, I am your older sister. You have to call me sister from now on. Got it? Stinky little brother. At the same time, she thought to herself, I thought this guy would be ugly. Did not expect him to be somewhat decent looking, but to think he actually dared to curse at me online. I will make him pay for it later. You looked Jiang Xiaohua up and down and did not say another word. You just wanted to find your dad quickly and figure out what was going on. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua also turned to look out the window, though a restless sense of anticipation hid in her cold eyes. Halfway there, your phone rang again. Seeing it was Lin Yu calling, you unhesitatingly hung up and added her to your block list. Still trying to use me as a backup plan? No way. I am completely done with dating. Jiang Xiaohua casually glanced at your phone. Thanks to Uncle Yun's inside information, she already knew you were pursuing Lin Yu. So, she asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Who called? You yawned and casually replied. Spam call. I just blocked it. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Zhengcheng University, Lin Yu lay in bed wearing her pajamas. She frowned, looking dissatisfied at her disconnected call, and threw her phone aside in frustration. It is bad enough Yunyi did not bring me breakfast, but he actually dared to hang up on me. So what if I rejected his confession? Does he have to be so heartless? Even if we can't date, we can still be friends. In the past, no matter how she rejected you, you would always send her a good morning text on time the next day, telling her to come downstairs and grab her breakfast. But today, Lin Yu waited until 10 of the clock. Seeing that it was almost noon and the breakfast still had not arrived, she could not help but call you. Fang Chengxi was resting on the bottom bunk. The other two roommates had gone out for their internships, leaving just her and Lin Yu in the dorm. Hearing Lin Yu's dissatisfied muttering from the top bunk, she sighed helplessly. She had a lot to say but held it back. You outright rejected the guy, and you still expect him to bring you breakfast. Where in the world do you get deals that good? If he cuts contact, so be it. Once I start working at Yungxiao Group, I will definitely find someone better than him. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, sulking quietly. Yungxiao Group was a corporate partner of Jiangcheng University. Internship spots were extremely rare every year, and so far, only she and Fang Chengxi had been selected from their batch. On the other side, Yu and Jiang Xiaohua arrived at a grand restaurant. Personally escorted by the manager, you entered a luxurious private room. At the large round table inside, you looked at the woman sitting opposite you approaching 40, yet still possessing snow-white skin. You could not help but ask, Auntie Shang, what exactly do you see in him? As soon as you said this, Yun Zheng, sitting next to Shang Xin, looked stern. What are you saying, Xiao Yi? Is that how you talk to your auntie? Mind your manners. You curled your lip. Who was talking to you? I was talking to the auntie. Do not flatter yourself. Because your mom passed away early due to childbirth complications. You and your dad had depended on each other since you were little. Unlike other families where the father and son act like lifelong enemies, the two of you interacted more like best bros. Hearing your words, Shang Xin giggled beautifully, saying with a bright smile, Xiao Yi, you are exactly as your dad described. What an interesting kid. From now on you and Xiaohua are siblings. You two need to get along well. I heard your dad say you just graduated and have not found a job yet, right? Xiaohua happens to be the general manager of Yunxiao Group. I will have her arrange a position for you tomorrow. Jiang Xiaohua looked at you at this moment. She reached out her fair, delicate hand and placed it on your head. A playful smile on her face. Of course, no problem. Right. Little brother Yunyi, your mouth twitched. Good grief. If you remembered correctly, Yunxiao Group was a famously large corporation locally. Just like that, you had inexplicably become a trust fund kid. Even novels would not dare write something this absurd. After a simple meal, Yun Zheng and Shang Xin made an excuse to leave first, handing you a key. Xiao Yi, we are all Owen family now. You have graduated, and it is not ideal for you to keep renting a place outside. Auntie bought a villa in Hoding Manor. You and Xiaohua should move in there first. Your dad and I will move in a couple of days. After saying that, Shang Xin took Yun Zheng's arm and walked out of the private room smiling. Once outside, Yun Zheng asked in confusion. They just met. We should at least take them out to play for a couple of days to break the ice. What is the point of leaving them alone right now? What do you know, you blockhead? Shang Xin rolled her eyes at him, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. This is the first time I have ever seen Xiaohua so close to a guy. The way she treats Xiao Yi is completely different from how she treats other guys. If we stayed, we would just be third-wheeling. Who is a blockhead? I am a romantic saint, okay. A top-tier sweet guy, you know, Yun Zheng said with dissatisfaction. If I had not been drugged 5 years ago and ended up in bed with you, and if you were not decent-looking, do you really think I would have fallen for you? The way you say it, you were the one who forced yourself on me. Shang Xin yelled. After Yun Zheng and Shang Xin left, inside the luxurious private room, you really could not stand Jiang Xiaohua's intense gaze anymore. So you leaned in and asked cautiously, well, sister, have we met somewhere before? Why do you keep staring at me? Hearing you call her sister, a look of satisfaction appeared on Jiang Xiaohua's stunning face. Then, She pulled up a chat record and placed it on the table. I am just a little curious. When we were flaming each other online, were not you talking super tough? How come you are acting like such a coward now that we have met in reality? These words left you dumbfounded, not understanding what she meant. You instinctively glanced at the chat log on the table. It would have been better if you had not. The moment you saw it, your soul nearly left your body in sheer terror. Back in college, besides your daily part-time jobs, you were also an online novelist. You wrote light novels on the internet to earn manuscript fees, and you wasted everything you earned on dating. About 3 years ago, you met a female netizen, but it was not the beautiful connection you imagined. Instead, whenever the plot came up, the two of you would start arguing. She was always dissatisfied with the direction of your story. Countless times, you considered just deleting her contact, but ironically, this female netizen gave you great inspiration and accurately pointed out the flaws in your novels. And so, this dynamic lasted for 2.5 years, until finally, half a month ago, she confessed her feelings to you. At that time, your mind was entirely occupied by Lin Yu. How could you agree to an online relationship with another girl? So, you made up an excuse to brush her off. To be completely honest, I actually have a sister complex. If you really like me, then find a way to become my older sister. Then I might consider it. Secondly, even if you are ugly, you should not be having such beautiful delusions. It might be daytime, but you need to stop daydreaming. And the chat log on Jiang Xiaohua's phone was exactly what you had sent back then. In an instant, everything made sense. Jiang Xiaohua was that female netizen. The woman you had argued with for 3 years had now actually become your older sister. Seeing that you finally realized it, Jiang Xiaohua stood up from her seat with a smile. She reached out to ruffle your hair, saying with a teasing smirk, "Stinky little brother, did not you say before that you were going to crush me under your feet? Why are you so quiet now? Tell me, how should I punish you?" Hearing this, a chill ran down your spine. But then you thought about how you were going to live together. If you acted like a coward now, would you ever have a peaceful day again? Thinking of this, you gathered your courage, preparing to assert your dominance and show your masculinity. Jiang Xiaohua seemed to read your mind. Expressionless, she placed her hand heavily on your shoulder, forcing you right back down into your seat. Did I forget to mention? Jiang Xiaohua, Taekwondo black belt, last disciple of a national-level martial arts coach. Hearing this, you coughed twice in awkwardness. Well, sister, I was just joking around before. Your little brother meant no offense. Please do not take it to heart. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Besides, this was just a tactical surrender. Nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing your rapid change in attitude, Jiang Xiaohua felt the urge to laugh. But thinking about it, it was only their first day meeting. It was better to hold back a little, so she would not break her stinky little brother right away. Let us go. Sister will take you to see our new home and buy you some new clothes on the way. You can't go to work at the company looking this shabby. You stood up somewhat reluctantly. Your instinct was to refuse her, but thinking about how hard it was for your dad to remarry after raising you all these years, you naturally did not want to drag him down. Forget it. I will just go. She can't eat me alive, right? At noon, long lines formed at the Zheng University cafeteria. Crowds of students were packed together getting food. Lin Yu, wearing a white dress, looked at the massive queue. Her face turned slightly pale, and her instinct was to walk away. In the past, Yun Yi always brought me food or ordered takeout for me. All I had to do was eat. I never realized that just getting a meal required waiting in such a ridiculously long line, especially in this scorching heat. By the time it is my turn, I will probably be covered in sweat. How would I even have an appetite after that? At this moment, Lin Yu actually found herself missing you a little. If Yun Yi were here, he definitely would not let her wait in line for food. Seeing this, Feng Chengxi next to her said cautiously, "Xiao Yu, it is so hot and we still have to queue. Why do not we just order takeout? It will be much less of a hassle." It was not that Lin Yu did not want to, but she did not have much money left on her. Before, whatever she wanted to eat, she just had you order it. She always used your money, Do I really need Yunyi? Can I not survive without him? It is just waiting in a line. I will just wait. It is just going to take a bit more time, that is all. With that said, Lin Yu walked into the cafeteria with a stubborn look on her face. Seeing this, Feng Chengxi had no choice but to follow. She was miserable but could not complain. Just to spare her friend's feelings, she could only follow her to the back of the line. At 1 p.m., Jiang Xiaohua parked the car at a designer clothing store. She generously bought you a bunch of clothes. Compared to the cheap knockoffs you used to wear, this was a massive upgrade. You looked like a completely new person. As you got back into the car, Jiang Xiaohua pulled out a bank card and held it in front of you. Stinky little brother. This is some pocket money from your sister. Spend it however you want. If it is not enough, just ask me for more. You merely glanced at the card. Without taking it, you let out a dry laugh and said, "Sorry, I am not cut out for the sugar baby life, and I certainly do not accept charity. You should keep it for yourself." Is that so? My mom said. She was worried you would have a lot of expenses as a recent grad. So she specifically asked me to give you 1 million as a welcome gift. But looking at it now, she was overthinking it. Since it is a token of Auntie's affection, it would be rude of me to refuse. It is impolite to decline a gift from an elder, right? You coughed twice and reached out to grab it. This was 1 million cash we were talking about. Why would not I want it? Pride does not put food on the table. But Jiang Xiaohua pulled her hand back right at that moment. A sudden urge to tease you sprang up in her mind. On her calm and composed face, a bright, captivating smile bloomed. A true man keeps his word. How can you go back on it so quickly? Since you said you did not want it. Then I guess you really do not want it. Seeing the 1 million that was almost in your grasp flying away, you started to panic. You immediately reached out to snatch it. Who said I did not want it? I was just being polite earlier. You know, good sister. Hurry up and give me the card. Soon, the two of you started playfully fighting over it in the back seat. The driver up front heard the commotion and casually glanced at the rearview mirror. Seeing Jiang Xiaohua laughing so freely, he was slightly shocked. President Jiang was never the smiling type. What kind of magic did this kid possess to make the usually aloof President Zheng act like this? And right then, after a bit of a struggle, you finally managed to snatch the bank card from Jiang Xiaohua's hand. A triumphant smile instantly appeared on your face. Taekwondo black belt, my foot, not so tough after all. But after a brief moment of joy, you realized something was wrong. You were currently hovering right over Jiang Xiaohua. Your bodies were practically pressed together. The intoxicating fragrance coming from her lingered at the tip of your nose. In a flash, having never been this physically close to a girl before, your face flushed red and your ears burned hot, especially when you accidentally brushed against Jiang Xiaohua's soft skin. Your heart started pounding uncontrollably. Just as you were about to get up and escape, Jiang Xiaohua reached out and wrapped her arms around your waist. She leaned her head close to your ear, her voice soft, sweet, and incredibly alluring. Stinky little brother. Your reaction right now is so cute. Do not tell me you are having inappropriate thoughts about your sister. As soon as she said that, you gulped. Remembering how Jiang Xiaohua had confessed to you online, your mind descended into total chaos. Looking panicked, you broke free from her embrace. Do not talk nonsense. Who would have thoughts about you? Besides, I am completely done with dating. If you want me to fall for you, you would have to wait until every other woman on earth is dead. Until every other woman on earth is dead. Looking at your flustered defense, Jiang Xiaohua merely smiled. She did not say anything, but she began analyzing the situation carefully in her mind. Judging by her stinky little brother's current behavior, things between him and Lin Yu must have fallen through. Plus, the two of them had probably never been intimate before. Otherwise, he would not have blushed this much, just from touching her hand. As evening approached, inside the girls' dormitory at Zhongcheng University, Fang Chengxi looked worriedly at Lin Yu, who was lying in bed. Xiao Yu, how are you feeling? Any better? Lin Yu's delicate face was covered in a fine sweat. She was curled up under her blanket, looking miserable. It was obvious it was her time of the month. Fang Chengxi sighed. Usually, Yunyi would bring brown sugar water over every single day during this time. How about I give him a call for you? Just soften your attitude a bit. Swallow your pride. And ask him to brew some brown sugar water and bring it over. Lin Yu bit her lip. Her usual arrogance was nowhere to be found. Thinking back to all the nice things Yunyi had done for her, a hint of regret swelled in her heart. Looking utterly miserable, she nodded, seeing that she was finally willing to yield. Fang Chengxi also breathed a sigh of relief. She figured that since Yunyi used to dote on Xiaoyu so much, it definitely was not too late to win him back. Because they were classmates, Fang Chengxi had your phone number saved. She dialed it right away. The phone rang twice before connecting. The background noise on the other end was a bit loud, as if it were quite lively. Fang Chengxi spoke up. Yunyi. Xiaoyu is not feeling well right now. She admits her attitude towards you was a bit poor earlier. The school cafeteria is closed now. Could you brew some brown sugar water and bring it over for her? You chuckled on the other end of the line. How is that admitting a mistake? She clearly just wants me to go back to being her lapdog. Where was this attitude before? Should I also bring her some ginseng to nourish her while I am at it? Yunyi. What are you joking about? I am being serious. Xiao Yu is really feeling unwell right now. You are the one who started joking with me. What does her period pain have to do with me? Just because she is not feeling well. I am supposed to serve her. We are all adults here. Do not be so naive, all right. Fang Chengxi wanted to say something else, but the phone let out a beep-beep sound. Obviously, you had hung up straight away. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She did not expect your attitude to be so firm. It looks like Yunyi is serious this time. Lin Yu, lying uncomfortably under the covers, also did not expect you to be so heartless. So what if I rejected his confession? We could still be friends. Has not it always been like this before? Indeed, people's hearts do change. He used to say how much he liked me, but now it seems it was all a lie. Yunyi. You will regret this. On the other side, Jiang Xiaohua had already changed into her white pajamas, half lying on the leather sofa in the living room. Her long, fair, and delicate legs were crossed. Her 10 toes were round and pink. The TV was playing the latest anime episode. Seeing you hang up the phone, she asked curiously, "Who is calling you this late at night?" Wearing the matching men's pajamas, sitting cross-legged next to her, you replied without a second thought, "Who cares? Just some annoying person." Wait a minute, did you fast forward while I was on the phone? How is it already near the ending? What do you know? 2x speed is the optimal pace for watching anime. This is experience speaking from your older sister. Are you kidding me? Is 2x speed even meant for human eyes? Hurry up and give me the remote. No way, stinky little brother. I am your older sister. Do not you know men should yield to women? Well, the older should yield to the younger too. Hand over the remote right now. Otherwise, do not blame me for snatching it from you. In no time, the living room was filled with the sound of the two of you playfully squabbling. If it had been anyone else, you would have just let it go. But facing this arch nemesis you had argued with for 3 years, you absolutely refused to back down. Early the next morning, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, you suddenly sat up and looked around. It seems everything that happened yesterday was not a dream after all. Yawning, you casually got ready. Today you had to go for an interview at Yunshao Group. However, you had no intention of actually working under Jiang Xiaohua. You were just going to put on a show and intentionally perform poorly to get rejected. You used to roast that bad woman so much before. If you really worked under her, she would definitely make your life miserable. After washing up and going downstairs, you found a note left by Jiang Xiaohua on the living room table. The gist was that she had left first, and there was breakfast in the microwave. The interview was at 9:00 a.m., and it was already 8:30. You grabbed the sandwich from the microwave and walked out of the villa. A BMW had already been waiting at the door for a while. The driver respectfully opened the back door. "Young Master Yun, President Jiang asked me to take you to the company. Please get in." After politely thanking him, you did not act coy, and directly got in. Although Yunshao Group was not the top conglomerate in Zhengcheng, it held a pivotal position in the real estate industry. They even owned an entire building in the highly expensive commercial district. At this moment, in the general manager's office on the top floor, Jiang Xiaohua was exuding an aloof aura. A knock sounded, and she said, "Come in." A female secretary in a professional suit with a long ponytail, holding some documents, asked cautiously, "President Jiang, you were looking for me." Jiang Xiaohua, without even lifting her head, took out a photo of you, placed it on the desk, and said in a flat tone, "Go downstairs for a moment. The person in this photo is my good-for-nothing younger brother. No matter what he says, hire him on the spot." Secretary Yi, having navigated the corporate world for years, immediately understood the underlying meaning in Jiang Xiaohua's words. She took the photo from the desk and smiled. "I know exactly what to do, President Jiang. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." After the secretary left, Jiang Xiaohua, still looking down at her work, curled her lips into a subtle smirk. "Stinky little brother. Did you really think I would not know what kind of scheme you are plotting? Trying to escape your sister's grasp. Wait for your next life." It was soon time for the interview. The conference room was already packed with people. Secretary Yi sat at the head of the table. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd below, owned by Owen. And she frowned slightly, just as she was secretly wondering if President Jiang had given her the wrong photo. A figure strolled leisurely into the conference room. "Sorry about that. Traffic was a bit heavy, so I am a little late." After greeting everyone with calm composure, you casually found a chair and sat down. Seeing this, the other candidates were extremely displeased, thinking to themselves, being late for an interview, he is obviously a fresh graduate rookie, and he wants to compete with them for the same position. After seeing you, Secretary Yi, sitting at the front, let out a sigh of relief. She looked around at everyone and smiled faintly. "Please introduce yourselves, owned by ON." As soon as she finished speaking, a young man wearing glasses on her right confidently stood up. "My name is Liu Heejin. I am 29 years old this year, and I graduated from Stanford University in the US with a degree in financial management." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people looked at him with surprise. Their hearts sank. Such a prodigy was actually here to compete with them. How could they possibly win? Regarding everyone's reaction, Liu Heejin felt very satisfied. He thoroughly enjoyed this kind of admiring gaze. But there was one exception. That was you, sitting at the very back, yawning. Soon, everyone handed in their resumes and started introducing themselves. They were either from prestigious overseas universities or highly ranked domestic top universities. Several interviewers looked at the resumes in their hands and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed they could recruit a batch of excellent talents this year. But Secretary Yi's expression remained unchanged throughout. Her fingers kept tapping on the desk, as if she was waiting for something. Finally, after everyone had finished their introductions, only you were left at the end. A male interviewer asked in confusion, "Where is your resume?" "Resume." Hearing this, you said, seemingly a bit smugly, "I do not have that kind of thing. I never bring a resume to interviews." How about that? How about that? I am being this arrogant. If they do not fail me now, it would be an absolute outrage against heaven. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else was dumbfounded. Being late, bringing no resume, and acting this cocky. Was he really here for an interview? Just as the other interviewers were about to scold him, Secretary Yi suddenly started clapping, smiling. "Good. Very good." The mindset of a genius is always different from ordinary people. They do things in their own unique style. Mr. Yoon is clearly no ordinary person at a glance. Our group is lacking exactly this kind of high-end talent like you. What the heck? You were stunned. The other interviewees froze in their seats in sheer shock. No resume. And you call that the mindset of a genius? The other interviewers were all shrewd foxes. Seeing Secretary Yi's attitude, they immediately understood what was going on. They quickly clapped and chimed in. Secretary Yi is absolutely right. For a talent like Mr. Yoon, to come for an interview is our blessing. Resumes are just a mere formality anyway. Only rigid and pedantic people prepare them. Mr. Yoon is clearly exceptional. His future prospects are absolutely limitless. Mr. Yoon, please, Take a seat. This barrage of blatant flattery left you completely bewildered. Wait, I am here to sabotage myself. If you act like this, how am I supposed to get rejected? Thinking of this, you hurriedly said, to be completely honest with you, I am actually heavily against overtime. I just love clocking out right on the dot. Mr. Yoon has a very strict sense of time management. Usually, people like this hold themselves to very high standards. Mr. Yoon's abilities must be outstanding. When I was in school, my grades were at the very bottom of the class. The hidden dragon must bide its time before it can soar in the sky. It seems Mr. Yoon is very far-sighted. Our group lacks exactly a top talent like you. What the F? Actually, I like to slack off when I work. In an 8-hour shift, I only work for half an hour. Are you still willing to hire me like this? Active resting is for better problem solving and restoring energy. This is an extremely efficient way of working. It is obvious, Mr. Yoon is very motivated. Half an hour later, inside the general manager's office, Jiang Xiaohua was looking down, focused on her documents. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and you barged in, your face full of anger. You quickly walked up to her. Jiang Xiaohua, you set me up. You definitely arranged for Secretary Yi to do that, did not you? Do you really want to make my life miserable that badly? Interrupted, Jiang Xiaohua slightly lifted her head. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She exuded a strong sense of pressure. Her cold words carried an undeniable tone of authority. Call me sister. Her stare made your heart quail a bit. You weakly called out, Sister. Only then did Jiang Xiaohua nod in satisfaction. She stood up from behind her desk, reached out, and patted your head. Good boy. Follow your sister and you will live the high life. Your sister's got your back. Hearing this, you curled your lips. Got my back, yeah, right. Protecting me. More like teasing me every day. A woman's mouth. A deceiving ghost. Only a fool would believe you. At a cubicle in planning team 3 of Yunshao Group, you, having just finished the interview and immediately brought here to work, were slacking off. Seeing this, the surrounding colleagues felt extremely envious. This guy was personally brought in by Secretary Yi. He was obviously a nepotism hire. Probably ON of Secretary Yi's relatives or something. Even when the department head came, he could only pretend not to see him slacking off. You were sitting in front of your computer playing games. When the screen of your phone on the desk lit up, a message popped up. There is a dinner party tonight. Come with me after work. Seeing this message, you raised your eyebrows slightly, and a disdainful smile appeared on your face. You turned off the screen and casually tossed the phone aside. You tell me to go and I just go. Do you think I am some pet dog? At this moment you noticed that the female colleague sitting next to you was stealing glances at you. Catching your eye, she quickly looked away, seemingly a bit shy. If you remembered correctly, she was the ON who interviewed and joined with you today. Her name was Zhu Huifei, if you recalled. Whether it was her old-fashioned style of dress, or those braided pigtails she wore, everything about her screamed social anxiety. Little Huifei, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you have fallen for my handsome charms? It is fine. You can look openly. Who gave you permission to call me that? You laughed cheerily. Little Huifei, is that you? Zhu Huifei subconsciously froze for a moment, then lowered her head. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders. Nervously, she slipped into her local dialect. I was not looking at ya. Do not go spouting nonsense. Hearing her accent, you paused, and instinctively asked, Are you from Sichuan, Chongqing? Although you had lived in Zhongcheng since childhood, you were actually an authentic native of Sichuan, Chongqing. You just went back occasionally to start at the same company, on the same day, and have your new colleague be someone from your hometown. What a massive coincidence. After chatting for a few sentences, you suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Grabbing your phone, you headed towards the bathroom, fully prepared for a long battle. Even though you had just joined the company, you clearly understood one fundamental truth. A corporate slave who does not use the bathroom at least 6 times a day is not a qualified corporate slave. Inside the general manager's office, Jiang Xiaohua sat behind her desk, watching the surveillance footage of you chatting with Zhu Huifei. Gritting her teeth in anger, she muttered, "That damn stinky little brother? Slacking off at work and ignoring my messages is one thing. But actually hitting on a female colleague, just wait until after work, see how I deal with you." Seeing this, Secretary Yi, standing to the side, could not help but sigh inwardly. Where did the usual aloof Xiao Zhang go? She was acting like a total bro-con. By the time you rubbed your belly and walked out of the bathroom, everyone had already gone to lunch. You walked up to your cubicle and saw Zhu Haifei still sitting in front of her computer, working diligently. Expressionlessly, you gave her a light karate chop on the head. "I say, miss, it is lunchtime. Why are you still working so hard? Toxic overworking is shameful, you know." Hearing this, Zhu Haifei stopped typing on the keyboard. She glanced at the huge pile of folders on her desk and said softly, "These documents are needed shortly, so I figured I would try to get as much done as possible." You picked up one of the documents, took a look, and immediately showed a speechless expression. Because this absolutely was not work she was supposed to be responsible for. She was completely being exploited by these so-called seniors ganging up on her. At that moment, a woman walked over from planning team 2. She looked like a middle-aged woman with a lot of seniority. After dropping a stack of documents on Zhu Haifei's desk, "Feifei, please take these documents to the printer for me in a bit. They are needed for the afternoon meeting." "Thanks for the trouble." "Okay, got it." Zhu Huifei nodded obediently. "Hold on." Unable to watch this anymore, you spoke up, stopping the woman who was about to leave. You picked up the documents on the desk and tossed them back at her. "Are you kidding me? You are not even in the same team as us. Do you have no shame dumping this grunt work onto us?" Seeing that you actually stood up for her, a surge of warmth flashed through Zhu Haifei's heart. Then, thinking of something, she whispered, "I am fine. If we offend people right after joining, it will be hard to work here in the future. Let it go." She was mainly afraid of dragging you down with her. After all, both of you were brand new hires. Making a random mistake could get you fired. "I am just giving her some training. What does a reckless fresh grad like you know? Mind your own business. And go back to your slacking off." The woman knew you might have connections backing you up, so she did not speak too outrageously. If she had been talking to Zhu Haifei, she would have exploded in rage long ago. "Train my A, keep it to train yourself. Bark at me again, and believe it or not, I will slap you." You glared at the woman, making a gesture as if you were about to hit her. This scared her into picking up the dropped files and fleeing. You snorted coldly before turning to Zhu Haifei. "And you? You need to be tougher at work. Otherwise, you will be a target for bullying wherever you go. Let us go. Let us go eat." Zhu Haifei nodded gratefully and did not refuse anymore. She followed behind you towards the cafeteria. "Thank you. Aside from my grandma, no one has ever been this nice to me. Just call me Brother Yi from now on. I will protect you in this company. Even if that wicked general manager comes, she still has to show me some respect. You won't lose out." The afternoon passed quickly. Because you had stepped in, Zhu Huifei's workload visibly decreased. As the final second ticked down, it was time to clock out. You, who could not wait any longer, shot out of your cubicle like an arrow from a bow. With an excited smile on your face, you ran into the elevator. Finally off work. But as you walked out of the elevator lobby on the first floor, you saw the Owen figure you wanted to see the least right now. You prepared to turn around and bolt, but you were called out. "Get back here." You stopped in your tracks. With a bitter face, you turned around and said to Jiang Xiaohua, who was walking over, "What a coincidence, sister. Do you also like clocking out exactly on the dot?" Jiang Xiaohua walked up to you and stopped. She reached out and placed her hand on your head, smiling playfully. "Running away as soon as you see me. Do I look that scary? Slacking off during work hours, flirting with a female colleague, and ignoring my messages. Tell me, how do you want to die?" "I want to die in a beautiful woman's embrace. In my sister's embrace. It is not entirely impossible to satisfy that request." The setting sun burned the clouds red as it gradually sank in the west. You originally thought you were just having dinner with Jiang Xiaohua. But upon entering the private room of the restaurant, you discovered the person sitting inside was actually an unfamiliar middle-aged man. looking at his facial features. He looked somewhat similar to Jiang Xiaohua. The man wore a high-end suit, exuding the aura of someone in a high position. Xiaohua, you are here. Please, sit. It has been so long since we last saw each other. And you did not even think to call your dad. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaohua, Jiang Ji's stern face broke into a slight smile. As for you, he could not even be bothered to spare you a glance. Jiang Xiaohua pulled you close and introduced him in a low voice. This is my dad. Hearing this, your face remained unchanged, but inside you were incredibly shocked. From the family information, you knew a bit about the Zheng family's affairs. It seemed her parents had a very unpleasant falling out over some matters, which eventually led to their divorce. But why did Jiang Xiaohua bring you to see her dad? Xiaohua, how's your consideration regarding what I told you? With your talents, staying in the country is simply a waste. Overseas is the true stage for you to showcase your abilities. I have said it many times already. I am not going. Before Jiang Ji could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaohua interrupted him directly. Do you want to mold me into someone like you? A scumbag who, for the sake of career and profit, abandons his own wife and daughter. I am sorry. I can't do that. Hearing this, Jiang Ji grew anxious. Why can't you understand your father? Dad is also thinking about your future. Dad wants to give you a better life. So please. These words seemed to pierce Jiang Xiaohua. Losing a bit of control over her emotions, she yelled at her father. For my own good. That is just an excuse for your selfishness. Since I was little, when have you ever cared about me? Ever since I can remember, you have constantly been busy with work. The only person in your eyes has always been yourself. Finally, knowing it was hopeless to persuade her, Jiang Ji sighed, got up, and started walking out of the private room. As he passed by Jiang Xiaohua, his voice was full of helplessness. I really do not know what to say to you. If you ever change your mind, remember to give Dad a call. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the private room. His footsteps faded into the distance. After Jiang Ji left, just as you were wondering if you should comfort Jiang Xiaohua, you saw her, eyes rimmed red, throw herself at you. Burying her head in your chest, she let out muffled sobs. Perhaps this was the reason she brought you along, so that in times like this, she could have someone to confide in. Stripping away her aloof exterior, you finally realized just how fragile her heart was. So fragile that just a few words from her father could make her completely break down. I really can't do anything about you. Just cry. You will feel better after a good cry. You reached out and gently hugged Jiang Xiaohua, comforting her softly. Meanwhile, outside the private room, are not you going in to check on her? Yun Zheng looked at Shang Xin, who had her hand on the doorknob, but hesitated to open the door. Jiang Xiaohua's crying drifted through the door and into their ears. Shang Xin eventually pulled her hand back and shook her head, saying, having Xiao Yi there is enough. He is the only one who can comfort her. You probably did not even realize it yourself, just how much Jiang Xiaohua relied on you. 3 years ago, Jiang Xiaohua was far less cheerful than she was now. She had been living in the torment of her parents' divorce, until one day, by chance, through Yun Zheng, she read the light novels you wrote. The fictional world you created was beautiful and wonderful. Back then, you poured all your feelings for Lin Yu into that novel. As a result, Jiang Xiaohua gradually became interested in you, which led to your later entanglements. She longed for what you described, that kind of all-healing, purest form of affection. On a weekend morning, Jiang Xiaohua opened her eyes slightly. Looking at the familiar ceiling, she felt a bit dazed. Memories of last night flooded her mind like a tide. In the end, it seemed Yun Yi had carried her back on his back. Thinking of this, she hurriedly sat up and looked down at her clothes. A hint of disappointment immediately flashed in her eyes. For the first time, she doubted her own charm. This stinky little brother. Could it be that you are impotent? Even a beast would do better. After the disappointment faded, Jiang Xiaohua began to get up and change clothes. She was extremely strict with herself. Even on weekends, she insisted on working. By the time you woke up, it was already 12 p.m. After freshening up, you brought a large bag of snacks out of your room. Sitting on the sofa, You turned on the TV and started to enjoy yourself. The afternoon passed quickly. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, your best bro, Du Ziteng, called. Old Yun. Where are you? There is a class reunion tonight. Do not tell me you forgot. You slapped your forehead. Too much had happened these past 2 days. You really had forgotten. Fortunately, there was still time. I will head over right now. Hanging up the phone, you went back to your room to quickly tidy up, grabbed the Porsche keys from the table, and headed out. About half an hour later, outside a run-down residential area. You have really hit the big time, kid. You are even driving a Porsche. Brother Yun. No, Godfather. With our 3 years of father-son relationship, you can't forget about me. After getting into the Porsche, Du Ziteng, with a bandage wrapped around his head, kept touching everything inside the car like a curious baby. You could not help but ask, "What happened to your head? Who beat you up?" Mentioning the injury on his head, Du Ziteng could not help but sigh heavily. Do not even mention it. After you left that day, I went back home. No matter how much I asked, my dad insisted he had not hooked up with a sugar mommy. In the end, my mom overheard it. The two of them chased me down for 8 blocks. Hearing this, you silently gave him a thumbs up. You are truly something else. The class reunion was held at a fairly standard restaurant. It was not considered high-end. When you arrived in the Porsche, a passing manager's eyes instantly lit up. He hurried over. "Welcome to our establishment, gentlemen. I am the restaurant manager. Do you have a reservation? We are here for a class reunion. Some people should have already arrived." "Understood. I will show you to the private room." The manager's attitude was exceptionally enthusiastic, making you marvel at the power of money. If it were the past, this manager probably would not have even given you a second glance. Beside you, Du Ziteng was internally thrilled, already figuring out how he was going to show off later. Approaching the private room, laughter could be heard from inside. Clearly, some people had arrived early. At this moment, over a dozen people were already seated at the large round table inside. The main point was that Lin Yu was there too, surrounded by several male classmates chatting with her. As the campus belle of Jiangxiang University, she never lacked suitors around her. Upon seeing you, Lin Yu pushed past the guys surrounding her, walked straight up to you, and demanded sternly, "Yun Yi, why did not you answer my calls earlier?" As soon as she said this, the originally noisy private room fell instantly silent. The other classmates all wore expressions of eager spectators. Before you could speak, Du Ziteng could not help but laugh and said, "I must say, you have got some thick skin. You already rejected old Yun's confession, and you still expect him to treat you like he used to?" Lin Yu said self-righteously. "Do two people have to be together romantically? Even if we are not dating, we can still be friends, right?" Hearing this, let alone you and Du Ziteng, the rest of the guys in the room were left speechless. What kind of messed up logic is that? Can't be together but still be friends. You clearly just do not want to give up his perks. But you also do not want to be with him. Where in the world do you find such a sweet deal? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Fang Chengxi, seeing that things were going south, stepped up. She pulled Lin Yu aside to sit down. "Xiao Cheng, why are you pulling me? I have not finished speaking yet. Yun Yi has to apologize to me today. Otherwise I will never forgive him. My dear princess, please stop talking. I am begging you, all right." The other classmates cooperatively smoothed things over and started finding new topics to chat about to avoid the awkward atmosphere. Inside the villa at Hoding Manor, Jiang Xiaohua, who could not wait to rush back, originally wanted to tease you to recharge her energy, but instead, she only found a mess on the coffee table. She pulled up the living room surveillance footage and found the recording of you leaving in the afternoon. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She grabbed her keys and walked out the door. Stinky little brother going to a party without telling his sister. Watch me give you a massive surprise. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, the table in the private room was fully spread with dishes. Just as everyone was getting ready to eat, the private room door opened again. "Sorry everyone, traffic was a bit backed up on the way, so I am a little late." A bespectacled man wearing a designer suit and holding a bouquet of roses walked into the room. With a faint smile on his face, he pretended to casually show off the expensive watch on his wrist. His flashy entrance successfully drew everyone's attention. The crowd looked at the newcomer with envy. Seeing your confusion, Du Ziteng whispered an explanation next to you. You do not know yet. Hikiduo's family house got demolished for redevelopment, and he got over 5 million in compensation. He was just flexing in the class group chat the day before yesterday. Posted over a dozen moments to show off. Total show off. You then had a sudden realization. Previously, because of Lin Yu, you and Hikiduo did not really get along. Let alone looking at his moments. You did not even have him added as a friend. While you two were talking, Hikiduo had already walked over to Lin Yu with the roses. With a sincere gaze and a deeply affectionate face, he said, Xiao Yu, I bought these specially for you on my way here. The most beautiful roses for the most beautiful girl in my heart. Opening his mouth just to spout greasy pickup lines. Gave the other guys goosebumps all over. The girls, on the other hand, looked like swooning fangirls. He has money and is romantic. Was not this the ideal boyfriend they all desired? Looking at the roses handed to her, Lin Yu frowned. Her first instinct was to reject them, but when she caught a glimpse of you looking completely unbothered from the corner of her eye, she changed her mind. She accepted the roses from Hikiduo, and a sweet smile appeared on her fair pink cheeks. Thank you. Although it was just 2 words, it sent a surge of excitement through Hikiduo's heart. His goddess had accepted his affections. For this moment, he had waited a full 3 years. Immediately after, he turned sideways to look in your direction. A victor's smile spread across his face, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Seeing Lin Yu accept Hikiduo's roses, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes to you, wearing expressions ready for a good show. Everyone present knew you had pursued Lin Yu for 10 whole years, and now she had actually accepted another guy's roses. If it were them, they would probably have the urge to kill. But what they did not know was, the moment your confession was rejected, you lost all fantasies about Lin Yu. Just as you were about to get up and leave, a familiar laugh suddenly rang out from outside the room. It is so lively in here. Are you all Xiao Yi's classmates? Hello everyone. Mind if own more joins. You, why are you here? You stood up in shock, looking at Jiang Xiaohua walking in from the doorway. Everyone else's gaze snapped uniformly to you. What was going on? Did you actually know this gorgeous beauty? Because she rushed out the door. Jiang Xiaohua was still wearing her professional business suit, but this did not detract from her outstanding aura in the slightest. If Lin Yu's beauty was considered pure and innocent, then Jiang Xiaohua's beauty was like an enchanting, thorny rose, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. There was absolutely no comparison between the two. Jiang Xiaohua walked over, and under everyone's dumbfounded stares, intimately wrapped her arm around yours. She said with a beaming smile, Let me introduce myself. I am Yun Ye's older sister. Thank you all for taking care of him before. Taking care of my foot. Hurry up and let me go, you female hooligan. Your face flushed red, completely unprepared for Jiang Xiaohua to be so bold. You tried to pull your arm back, but Jiang Xiaohua held on tight. Watching the two of you engage in actions that bordered on the taboo, someone murmured blankly, Are you guys really siblings? Why do I feel like... Hearing this, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face grew even wider. She calmly chuckled. Maybe because I have a brother complex. After all, having such a cute little brother, who would not fall for him. The crowd was in an uproar, looking at you with eyes full of envy. At this moment, Lin Yu stepped forward. Seeing you being intimate with another woman, her heart felt a surge of intense discomfort. You are lying. Yun Yi and I are childhood sweethearts. He is the only child in his family. You are definitely not his sister. At the same time, she felt a flare of jealous hatred towards you. Rejecting your confession was just a test. Yet you immediately turned around and started messing around with another woman. Sure enough, all men are trash. Maybe I did not make it clear. I am Xiao Yi's stepsister, not biological. The corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth turned up, as she looked at Lin Yu and smiled. I know you. When Xiao Yi was sweating buckets handing out flyers to earn money for your tuition, You were lying in your dorm, enjoying the act. I knew your family was poor, but I did not expect your skin to be so thick. I really do not know what this foolish brother of mine ever saw in you. What did you say? Lin Yu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She instantly flared up. Just as she was about to retort, she was pulled back by a sweating Fang Chengxi.
You.
This woman seems to be the general manager of Yunxiao Group. You have to hold your temper. Otherwise, we are both screwed. These words struck Lin Yu's ears like a bolt from the blue. She completely froze. Only then did she realize Jiang Xiaohua did indeed look somewhat familiar. In other words, Yun Yi was now the younger brother of Yunxiao Group's general manager. Beside her, Hikiduo lowered his head and stayed silent. Though he was arrogant, he was not a fool. Just as the atmosphere in the room was growing increasingly heavy, you grabbed Jiang Xiaohua and walked out of the private room. If you stayed any longer, you would die of social embarrassment. Why are you pulling me? I have not played enough yet. Play my foot. Why did you come to my class reunion? Next time you do something like this, can you let me know first? You almost gave me a heart attack. It is fine. Sister knows lots of medical experts. They can cure your heart disease. Everyone lost their appetite in an instant. After looking at each other, they all found excuses to leave owned by Oan. A perfectly good class reunion had ended before it even began. After leaving the hotel, Fang Chengxi and Lin Yu walked in the direction of the school. She glanced at the devastated Lin Yu walking beside her, feeling very helpless inside. I warned you long ago to cherish him, but you stubbornly refused to listen. Now it is too late for regrets. But Lin Yu spoke up right then. Cheng, do you think if I personally apologized to Yun Yi, would he forgive me? Actually, thinking about it now, Yun Yi really was quite great. I might actually like him a little bit. Fang Chengxi was speechless, not knowing how to reply. On a hazy moonlit night, you were driving, while Jiang Xiaohua sat in the passenger seat, admiring the night view. Thanks for sticking up for me back there. You suddenly spoke up to thank her. Pausing slightly, you added, but why are you treating me so well? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua withdrew her gaze from the window, and instead stared intently at you driving so seriously. Compared to other men who approached her with ulterior motives, you had deliberately maintained a sense of distance from her from beginning to end, even knowing that pleasing her could get you a better life, or perhaps win her over. After a long pause, she replied, probably because the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Hearing this answer, you showed a speechless expression, curled your lips and said, if you do not want to say, then just do not. Why tell such a ridiculous lie? The fog is so heavy tonight. Where's the moonlight? These words completely shattered the rising expectations in Jiang Xiaohua's heart. Her pretty face instantly darkened. She snapped at you annoyedly. Stinky little brother. You deserve to be single. You think you can find a girlfriend acting like this? Any woman who takes a fancy to you must be blind. Damn. I just said own sentence. Do you have to curse me? You stinky woman. I think you are just looking for an argument. Maliciously insulting your boss. Do not even think about getting this month's salary. The universe's most kind, beautiful, and intelligent good sister. I was wrong. The next morning, Zhu Huifei woke up at 6 a.m. to start cooking, and then walked for a whole hour to get to the company. To ordinary people, this would certainly be an unimaginable torment, but she was already used to it. One month's salary was barely enough to support her and her grandmother. Rent alone took up a large portion of it, so she had to be frugal, to the point where she could not even bear to buy a bicycle. As soon as she arrived at the company, she was called into the manager's office. She instantly became nervous, thinking she had not done her work well, and was going to get scolded. Inside the department manager's office, the manager pulled an application form from a cabinet and smiled. You do not need to be so nervous. I called you here to tell you some good news. Early this morning, President Zheng changed the company benefits. Now interns can also choose an apartment to live in. Fill out this form. We should have the results by the time you clock out. Yunxiao Group's original policy was that only official employees could live in the staff apartments. When Zhu Huifei first found this out, she was disappointed for quite a while. As the manager finished speaking, Zhu Huifei immediately looked up with a face full of pleasant surprise. She could not believe happiness had come so suddenly. Thank you, manager. If you want to thank someone, thank President Jiang. This is not my doing. When Zhu Huifei came out of the manager's office, you, who had arrived late, happened to be walking by. Seeing her smiling so radiantly, you smiled and said, "Little Huifei, did you get a raise?" Smiling so happily, Zhu Huifei excitedly grabbed you and repeated what the manager had just told her. She was as happy as a little girl receiving New Year's lucky money. You listened to her with full patience, while actually feeling incredibly bitter inside. As long as you are happy. After all, this cost me promising that stinky woman to fetch her foot washing water for 3 months to get. Inside the general manager's office, Secretary Yi reported, President Jiang, this year's interns from Modu University have all been onboarded. As per your instructions, I assigned that girl named Lin Yu to serve food in the cafeteria. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua gave a mumhem, her attitude cold. Tell me what you think of Yunyi. Hearing this, Secretary Yi carefully weighed her words in her mind. After confirming her words would not cross any red lines, she finally replied, although young Master Yun comes to work late, and his work attitude is extremely perfunctory, I secretly looked at the proposals he wrote. They are completed better than those of some veteran employees. Although he lacks a solid foundation, he grasps the market and human nature very accurately. He has great potential. Jiang Xiaohua nodded. This was actually well within her expectations. Writing novels is no easy task, after all. It requires deeply studying and dissecting human nature. With this kind of foundation, it allows you to thrive in the planning department like a fish in water. It was precisely because she knew this that she arranged for you to be placed in the planning department. I understand. You may go. Also, cancel tonight's social engagement. My mom told me to go to her place for dinner tonight. In the company cafeteria, Lin Yu, dressed in bright, neat clothes, grit her teeth as she silently washed dirty bowls in the sink. The messy, dirty environment around her formed a stark contrast with her. She was a graduate from a prestigious university, for crying out loud. She was meant to work in an office. Why on earth did she have to wash dishes here? Beside her, the cafeteria supervisor brought over a large basin of freshly delivered cabbage, still covered in mud. Xiao Lin, after you are done with the bowls, prep these vegetables too. Let me tell you, being assigned to work in the cafeteria means you definitely have a bright future ahead of you. Hearing this, Lin Yu, already full of resentment, became slightly agitated. What kind of future is there in washing dishes? I did not come here to be a waitress. The supervisor was not angry. Why are you so silly, child? Here, let me give you an example. Why do you think those white-collar workers work so hard? Is not it to leave a good impression on upper management? Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded uncertainly. I guess so, the supervisor continued. Then tell me, do those upper management folks have to come to the cafeteria to eat? As the person serving food, do not you get to interact directly with those department heads? Is not this the perfect opportunity to leave a good impression on them? As soon as he said this, Lin Yu's eyes widened slightly. Listening to him, it actually sounded like it made sense, but why did it feel like something was off? Seeing her attitude start to waver, the supervisor hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, listing a whole bunch of other benefits. For over 10 minutes straight, he listed dozens of them, without repeating a single own. By the time he finished, Lin Yu was completely fired up with fighting spirit. She looked at the dirty bowls in the sink, and right now, they seemed so much more pleasing to the eye. Scrub, 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 she started washing them vigorously. Seeing this, the supervisor turned around and left with satisfaction. At the same time, he took out his phone, found Secretary Yi's WeChat, and sent a mission accomplished sticker. Soon, it was lunchtime. Just as you were preparing to get food, you successfully managed to eat the extra bento Zhu Haifei had made. The two of you sat in a corner of the cafeteria, looking at the rich variety of dishes in the lunchbox. You picked up a piece of bok choy, tasted it, and instantly widened your eyes. You gave a thumbs up to Zhu Huifei sitting opposite you. Holy crap! This is amazing, girl. Your cooking skills completely crush those cafeteria aunties at our school. I am glad you like it. A shy smile appeared on Zhu Hufei's face. Because hospital food was very expensive, she would prepare lunch for her grandmother early every morning. She made an extra portion for herself while she was at it, which also saved some money on meals. Just as you were wolfing down the food, you suddenly caught a whiff of fragrant perfume. The scent was very familiar. A cold chuckle drifted into your ear. Xiao Yi, you sure are lucky with women. To think you actually have a female colleague specially making bento for you. Jiang Xiaohua sat down next to you, holding her lunch. She stared at you with a dark gaze. The smell of jealousy was practically overflowing. She had finally managed to get rid of Lin Yu. And now along came a Zhu Huifei. Was she just delivering a sheep right into the wolf's mouth? Seeing Jiang Xiaohua arrive, Zhu Hufei was terrified. Just as she was about to stand up, Jiang Xiaohua stopped her with a look. Sit down. There is no need to be so nervous. Saying that, she looked at you, busy stuffing your face. Using her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of tofu and held it to your mouth. She said softly, open wide. The other employees eating were all shocked. They stopped eating, unable to believe their eyes. The aloof goddess they could only look up to, President Zheng, was actually feeding a man. What in the world had happened to this world? Why was not that person them? You looked at the tofu brought to your lips. After swallowing the food in your mouth, you looked at her suspiciously. Being this nice, do not tell me you put drugs in the food. Jiang Xiaohua pursed her red lips. As an older sister, occasionally wanting to feed my younger brother, is not that perfectly normal? Or perhaps, you have some other thoughts about your sister. Hearing these words full of criminal intent, you instantly got goosebumps all over. You hurriedly ate the tofu at your lips. How could I possibly have thoughts about my stepsister? Absolutely impossible. During the lunch hour, the company cafeteria was packed with people. The environment, which should have been noisy, was strangely quiet at this moment. From inside the serving window, Lin Yu, having just finished a rush of work, naturally noticed you sitting in the corner. At this moment, she wore a complex expression. Feeling terrible inside, it is all your fault. If you had just been a bit more persistent and confessed on more time, she might have agreed. After finishing her meal, Jiang Xiaohua gave you a warning look, then let out a cold snort and left the cafeteria, heading towards the elevator. Baffled, you scratched your head. Was she just winking at me? But why did she look so fierce? Zhu Haifei, sitting beside you, already knew about your sibling relationship. She said seriously and earnestly, I have seen that kind of look on TV before. It is a murderous look. The two of you chatted casually on the way back to your cubicles. Your relationship had become a bit closer than on the first day. Of course, it was not that you liked Zhu Huifei romantically. You just felt she was pitiable and treated her like a younger sister. Ask yourself, a younger sister who blushes at just a couple of sweet words. Who would not want Owen? While doing your daily slacking off, you received a call from an unknown number. Confused, you answered it. A steady male voice came from the other end, carrying a commanding tone. I am Jiang Xiaohua's father. Jiang Ji. Your name is Yun Yi, correct? I have something I want to talk to you about. Tonight at 8 p.m. I will be at. Before the other end could finish, you casually hung up the phone, curled your lips, and said, You tell me to go and I just go. Psycho. Inside the chairman's office of the Tianmao Group in Shanghai, Jiang Ji looked at his disconnected phone, his face darkening. A poor kid with absolutely zero background actually dared to hang up on him. After a long time, a dark-faced Jiang Ji dialed another number. He said in a low voice, Find an opportunity to bring that kid named Yun Yi to me. Make sure Xiaohua does not find out. When evening came, you and Jiang Xiaohua returned to the Zhang family villa together. Just as you finished parking the car, Yun Zheng heard the noise and pushed open the door, coming out. He smiled and said, Hurry up and come inside. Jingxin is cooking herself tonight. You do not get to eat her cooking very often. Hearing that her mom was actually cooking, Jiang Xiaohua's expression immediately turned a bit unnatural. She took a deep look at Yun Zheng. He looked back at her as well. The two exchanged a tacit look, neither saying a word. Being a foodie, hearing this, you could not help but feel a bit expectant. You followed Jiang Xiaohua into the villa. Auntie Shang is so beautiful. Her cooking must be delicious too. Jiang Xiaohua saw through your thoughts at a glance. She reached out and patted your shoulder. You are in for a treat today. My mom does not cook easily. Every dish she makes is deeply memorable. You got even more excited. For a dish to be praised by Jiang Xiaohua, who was used to eating delicacies. Just how delicious must it be? After entering the villa, Shang Xin was still in the kitchen preparing the feast. Jiang Xiaohua led you to a room on the second floor and said flatly, "This room was prepared specially for you." Saying that, she opened the door. It was not luxurious as you had imagined. The spacious bedroom only had a single bed in it. There was not even a quilt. It was as bare bones as it could get. Even though you did not have high demands for sleeping arrangements, you could not help but feel disappointed. This was even worse than your room in your rented apartment. Seeing this, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled into a subtle arc. She leaned in close to your ear from behind, her sexy body practically pressed against yours. Feeling the soft, warm touch against your back, your eyes instantly widened, your body stiffening, ramrod straight. Jiang Xiaohua's soft, sweet voice drifted into your ear. "What is wrong? Could it be you still want to sleep in the same room as your sister? If you are not afraid of being eaten alive, it is not entirely impossible." This single sentence successfully made you blush. Your heartbeat began to accelerate. And inevitably, your mind started conjuring up scenes that should not be there. You hurriedly shook your head. "Who wants to sleep with you? I am warning you. We are step-siblings. Can you please mind what you say?" Jiang Xiaohua smiled and did not tease you any further. Instead, she turned and headed downstairs. "My room is next door. There should be extra quilts in the closet. Go get Owen and lay it out. If you catch a cold from freezing, sister will be heartbroken." You watched her back as she went downstairs, gritting your teeth, not understanding why this woman always liked teasing you. Taking a deep breath, you calmed the agitation in your heart and went to the room next door. You turned on the light, pushed the door open, and walked in. But the sight before you left you dumbfounded. The brightly lit room only contained a bed and a wardrobe. A small square table sat in the corner. Other than that, there were zero decorations. It could not be any more Spartan. You only had own thought at this moment. Is this really Jiang Xiaohua's room? What girl's room is this bare bones? Back in college, you had coincidentally visited Lin Yu's dorm room once. Her bed was covered with all sorts of stuffed animals. The walls were plastered with celebrity posters, and even her quilt and pillows were custom idol merch. In the living room, Jiang Xiaohua came down from upstairs. Seeing Zheng sitting on the sofa smoking, she walked over and sat down beside him. Seeing this, Zheng stubbed out the cigarette he had just lit and casually tossed it into the trash can. He felt a bit nervous inside. Strictly speaking, after getting together with Shang Xin, this was his first time being alone with Jiang Xiaohua. After a long silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "It is a good thing for a person to be motivated, but you should still come home more often. Your mom frequently complains to me that you only come back once a month. She worries about you a lot." Zheng also knew the reason why Shang Xin and Zhang Ji divorced. That is why he said these words. In the past, because the two of them cared too much about their careers, they neglected the still young Jiang Xiaohua. Growing up in an environment lacking parental love is what led to her currently aloof personality. Only when she was with you could she smile from the bottom of her heart. As Zheng finished speaking, Jiang Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She merely gave a somewhat cold clearly just brushing him off. Seeing this, Zheng frowned. It seemed he could only bring out his secret weapon. "I suddenly remembered we have some photos of Xiao Yi when he was a kid. Seems like there are over a dozen of them. 5 times a month. No way. I am selling out my precious son's dignity here. You know exactly how important he is to me. At least 10 times. Deal." While you were upstairs making your bed, you had no idea that you had already been sold out by the old man. By the time you finished making the bed and came downstairs, Shang Xin, wearing an apron, was just coming out of the kitchen, holding a plate of braised pork. That color. That smell. You were practically drooling. It is all done. 7 dishes and own soup. Neither too much nor too little. It should be enough for us. Xiaohua. Hurry up and come eat. Coming. You walked over happily, having been starving for a while. Seeing this, Zheng and Jiang Xiaohua exchanged a glance. Anne headed towards the bathroom, while the other turned and headed upstairs. Hiss. My stomach suddenly hurts a bit. You guys eat first. I need to use the restroom. This food just came out of the pot. It is too hot. I am going upstairs to take a shower first. Little brother. Mom rarely cooks. You have to eat a lot. And so, in the blink of an eye, only you and Shang Xin were left in the living room. These two sure have a lot going on. Owen goes to the toilet, and the other takes a shower right before eating. Shang Xin could not help but complain. Then walked over and sat down opposite you. She smiled at you and said, "Let us ignore them. We will eat first." Xiao Yi, you must eat a lot. I made this whole table of food specially for you. Your dad said you love these braised dishes. Hurry and try some. Although you found their behavior a bit strange, you did not think much of it. You picked up your chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork ribs and put it in your bowl. You took a big bite of meat. After chewing twice, your face changed color on the spot. Your hands stopped moving altogether. A salty and bitter taste spread throughout your mouth. This taste, it was like eating raw tea leaves. What is wrong, Xiao Yi? Is the food Auntie made not to your liking? Looking at Shang Xin's concerned gaze, you braced yourself and swallowed it down. Then, an unnatural smile appeared on your face. Nope. Nothing's wrong. Auntie's cooking is simply too delicious. Oh my. If you like it, eat more. There is more in the pot. Eat until you are full. At this moment, you finally knew why those two jerks ran away so fast. You were gritting your teeth in anger. It looked so good on the outside. So why on earth did it taste this bitter? That bad woman Jiang Xiaohua. Is this what you meant by deeply memorable dishes? Memorable indeed. And that scumbag dad of mine. You knew it was going to be like this. And you did not even warn me beforehand. You are scamming your own son. But you had already started eating. So deserting at the last minute was clearly impossible now. You could only grit your teeth and force it down. Only after you had finished all the dishes on the table. Did Zheng walk out of the bathroom? After giving you a thumbs up, he walked out of the villa. Not long after, he walked back in, holding 2 portions of takeout. He handed Owen to Jiang Xiaohua, and the two of them just started eating right in front of you. Talk about adding insult to injury. This naturally drew a round of complaints from Shang Xin. That night, you ran to the bathroom over a dozen times. By the time you returned to your room in the early hours of the morning, you had almost pooped yourself into dehydration. The next morning, because you had diarrhea all night, you resisted going to work. But you were dragged into the car by Jiang Xiaohua, along with your quilt. I refuse to accept this. Since I am a second-generation rich kid now, why do I still have to go to work every day? How is this any different from being a corporate slave? I protest. This is exploitation. In response to your protest, Jiang Xiaohua shoved the remaining half of her sandwich into your mouth. She was looking at childhood photos of you in her phone's album. I gave you my favorite sandwich to eat. Be good. And do not bother me. When you were a kid, you were practically a toy for Zheng to mess around with shamelessly. Jiang Xiaohua even saw a few photos of you dressed in girls' clothes. They were simply too cute. Meanwhile, you looked at the half-eaten sandwich in your hand, which still had her saliva on it. Your face showed your inner conflict. Your first reaction was to throw it away. But then you thought about how Jiang Xiaohua had eaten from it. And you started to hesitate. Your little heart thumped wildly. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Faced with such a fairy-like older sister, it would definitely be a lie to say your heart was not moved. But you and she were step-siblings now. A stroke of luck, yet also a tragedy. Zheng had sent practically all of your childhood photos to Jiang Xiaohua. And the very last own was a 30-second video. Jiang Xiaohua clicked on it out of curiosity. A child's voice came from the phone. My name is Yun Yi. Be embraced by the flames of darkness, and walk towards destruction. The sandwich in your hand fell to the floor. You stared wide-eyed at the phone in Jiang Xiaohua's hand. In the next second, you lunged at her. Where did you get that? Give me the phone. Jiang Xiaohua had anticipated this. She raised her leg and pinned you firmly against the car door. An excited and teasing smile appeared on her face. She continued watching the video on the phone and even turned the volume up to maximum. My name is the Dark Flame Master. The bandages on my arm cannot be removed for certain reasons. Otherwise, the Black Flame Dragon will go berserk. These words entered your ears like a curse. Goosebumps rose all over your body, and you rolled around on the seat, completely breaking down. Just kill me. Kill me. I can't live on this planet anymore. I beg you, just give me a quick death. Wah. Imitating favorite anime characters. This is something anyone with chunibyu has done. As a hardcore otaku, you were naturally no exception. But you never expected that Jiang Xiaohua would actually get her hands on this dark history of yours and playing it right in front of your face. This was simply a fate worse than death. A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Xiaohua's cold, beautiful face. She did not expect that just by going home for dinner, she would unexpectedly discover your ultimate weakness. With this video in hand, would not you have to obey her every command from now on? I have seen his childhood cross-dressing. So what he looks like now probably is not bad either, right? Brother Yun, what is wrong with you? Why are you so listless? At the planning team 3 cubicles, Zhu Huifei looked at you lying on the desk, staring blankly into space, and asked in confusion. The other colleagues also curiously stole glances over. Usually, you were the most enthusiastic slacker, but now you looked completely drained. Could it be he took off too many times last night? Faced with Zhu Huifei's confusion, you sighed weakly while lying on the desk. My most precious thing was violently taken from me by that wicked woman Jiang Xiaohua. And she even did that to me. I have no face left to live. Although it was just a short sentence, it contained a massive amount of information. The eyes of the gossip-loving colleagues instantly lit up. Inside the general manager's office, Secretary Yi, have you ever been in love? This completely unexpected question left Secretary Yi dumbfounded. Her first reaction was that there must be something wrong with her ears. This President Jiang, who was colder than an iceberg, was actually asking her a romance-related question. Secretary Yi hesitated for a moment. Her mind raced at top speed. She leaned closer to Jiang Xiaohua and asked tentatively in a lowered voice, do you mean with the same sex or the opposite sex? She had been by Jiang Xiaohua's side for 2 years now. At first, there were rich young masters pursuing her, but ever since Jiang Xiaohua ruined one of them so completely that he lost his lineage, no Oan had dared to pursue her again. That's such an iceberg beauty. Could like men. She could not even imagine it. If it were a Yuri situation, then it was not entirely impossible. Could it be that President Zheng has taken a fancy to? Thinking of this, Secretary Yi could not help but take 2 steps back. A bit fearfully, she said, President Zheng, I already have a boyfriend. I really can't. Jiang Xiaohua gave her a speechless look. She said flatly, I mean a man. Hearing this, Secretary Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she moved close to Jiang Xiaohua and began whispering. She was a bit excited to be able to coach President Zheng on how to date. She could brag about this for the rest of her life. If the person you like is the domineering CEO type, then I suggest. And if he is the cute younger boy type, it is much simpler. You just need to do this and that. And that is it. A massive amount of information flooded Jiang Xiaohua's brain. She nodded, half understanding, deciding to test it out on you, if possible. She did not want to take the initiative either. But you were such a blockhead. She had clearly dropped hints multiple times. Yet you showed no reaction at all. In a coffee shop in Shanghai, Du Ziteng sat with 2 men in black suits. You have seen the ids. Now you can help us out, right? One of them took out a stack of red banknotes and placed it on the table. As long as you help us call Yun Yi out, this money is yours. You do not need to worry about us harming him. Our boss just wants to talk to him about Miss Zhang, that is all. It is perfectly normal for a father to be concerned about his daughter. Right. Du Ziteng sized up the 2 men. He had just come out of the supermarket after buying things. When he was brought here by these two, they claimed to be subordinates of Jiang Xiaohua's father. He crossed his arms and gave them a disdainful, cold snort. Who do you take me, Du Ziteng, for? Do I look like the kind of guy who would sell out his brother? Who is Yunyi? That is my brother. Do you really think a little bit of stinking money can make me betray my best bro? Before he could finish, the other man took out another stack of banknotes from his coat and placed it on the table. He said flatly, "We completely understand your feelings, but we hope you can understand a father's concern for his daughter." Ahem. I understand. Du Ziteng seamlessly pocketed the money into his waist bag. He coughed twice and said, "Since you have shown such sincerity, it would not be right for me to refuse again. I absolutely must help you with this." Saying that, he took out his phone, found your number, and dialed it. In a moment, the call connected. "Hello, old Yun. I found 2 really good discs. Wanna come over to observe and study? Chiksh. With your taste, I do not buy it. Forgot to tell you, it is an anime H-game disc. It is a collector's edition. It took a lot of effort to get it from a friend. Do I look like the kind of person who enjoys watching 2D girls fighting in bed? So, is it at your place? I will send you the location. Come over now." A moment later, the phone hung up. Under the speechless gazes of the 2 men, Du Ziteng showed a smug expression. He laughed. "If you have any more jobs like this next time, hit me up. I will give you a discount." Half an hour later, you, who had sneaked out of the company, had just walked out the main door when you were bundled into a van. Then it sped away from the scene. The van sped along. You struggled desperately, but to no avail. Looking at the 2 men in black sitting inside the van, your eyes were filled with terror. Soon, the vehicle drove into the underground parking garage of a large building. This was none other than the headquarters of Tianmao Group. "Kid, you have got some nerve. You actually dared to hang up on me." Jiang Ji lay back in his boss chair, looking at you with an indifferent expression. You said expressionlessly, "Let me state this up front. Kidnapping is illegal. What do you think Jiang Xiaohua will do if she finds out you kidnapped me? Will she come charging over here immediately?" Jiang Ji ignored your words. Instead, he turned his back to you and said flatly, "Ever since Xiaohua brought you to see me, I knew you occupy a very important place in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have brought you to meet me. But the 2 of you are destined for different paths. You will only drag her down. Leave my daughter. I will send you abroad to develop your career. Whether you want money or connections, I can satisfy all your needs." Hearing this, you finally understood why Jiang Ji was so fixated on you. He thought you and Jiang Xiaohua were together. Little did he know, you and she only shared a 3-year fateful rivalry. "Before kidnapping me, you should have done some in-depth research on me," you replied. "Research you? My time is worth millions every minute. Do you think you deserve to have me waste my time understanding you?" Hearing this, you took a deep breath, unable to suppress the anger in your heart any longer. You shook off the restraints of the 2 men behind you and walked briskly straight up to Jiang Ji. Pointing at his nose, you cursed. "Screw you. If you truly understood me, you would know. The more you do not want me to do something, the more I am going to do it. The more miserable you are, the better I feel. Understand? You keep saying everything is for Jiang Xiaohua's own good, but have you ever actually tried to understand what she wants? She grew up without anyone's love. All she needed was a father's care from you, but you could not even do that. And you even force her to do things she dislikes. With everything you have done, do you even deserve to be called a father? Money can buy a lot of things, but it absolutely cannot buy love. A person like you deserved to be dumped by Auntie Shang." Jiang Ji's face instantly darkened. Having navigated the business world of Shanghai for so many years, he had never had someone point at his nose and curse at him like this. How dare this kid? After finishing your tirade, you snorted coldly, turned around, and headed straight out of the office. You did not want to stay in this hellhole for another second. Seeing that their boss did not say anything, the 2 security guards did not stop you. Instead, they tactfully withdrew. Soon, only Jiang Ji was left in the huge office. And it was right at this moment The small partition in the office opened, and a beautiful silhouette walked out. It was none other than Jiang Xiaohua. A hint of pink crept up Jiang Xiaohua's cold and beautiful face. The ice encasing her heart melted at this very moment. The words you had just spoken, she had heard them clearly from the side. Beside her, Jiang Ji felt a pang of regret. He originally wanted her to see this brat's true colors. He did not expect it to turn into this situation. Truly, he lost the bait along with the fish. I told you long ago. He and you are fundamentally different. So please, do not interfere in my life ever again. Leaving that single sentence behind, Jiang Xiaohua turned and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, you were just preparing to catch a cab back to the company to continue slacking off. A Rolls-Royce drove up from behind and stopped beside you. The driver's window rolled down. To your surprise, the person who arrived was actually your stepmother, Shang Xin. Xiao Yi, what a coincidence. Auntie was just planning to make something nice for you and Xiaohua tonight. If you have nothing to do, come to the supermarket with Auntie to buy groceries. Hearing that Shang Xin was going to make a feast tonight, your face instantly changed color. Well, actually, I was just about to go home and rest. Tonight I might. If you do not go, I will tell Xiaohua that you snuck out during work hours. How do you think she will punish you? Actually, grocery shopping is my favorite thing to do. In the end, you were forced into your wealthy stepmom's car. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, you wept silently. Shang Xin then asked, "You were just with Xiaohua's father, were not you? Did he say some nasty things to you?" You hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. With Shang Xin's capabilities, finding out where you went today would be as easy as flipping her hand, so there was no need to hide it. Seeing you admit it, a slight smile appeared on Shang Xin's face. No matter what he said, you do not need to take it to heart. He is a businessman through and through. He only prioritizes his own interests. I used to think he would change for Xiaohua and me, but it turns out, he only ended up hurting Xiaohua instead. Hearing this, you turned your head to look out the window. He wants Jiang Xiaohua to go further, to groom her into a world-renowned entrepreneur. What about you, Auntie? What kind of future do you hope she has? I do not care. As long as Xiaohua lives happily, that is enough. Failing to give her a happy childhood was my dereliction of duty as a mother. But being her pillar of support, that is something I can still do. Of course, Auntie will be your pillar of support from now on too. After she said this, the car fell silent, and it was only then that you noticed. The car had unknowingly arrived at the bottom of the Yunxiao Group building. At that moment, Shang Xin parked the car on the side of the road, turned her head, and chuckled softly. Xiao Yi, a person cannot deceive their own heart. No matter what you do, Auntie supports you. As for dinner, you should eat with Xiaohua. Your dad and I are going traveling for a couple of days. Of course, if you really want to eat it, Auntie can. No, there is no need to trouble you, Auntie. I will be going now. Have fun with my dad. You practically scrambled out of the car without hesitation and fled towards the company. Meanwhile, your mind kept echoing the phrase Shang Xin had said. What on earth did she mean? After watching you enter the company building, the smile on Shang Xin's face vanished. She calmly turned the car around and drove to the Tianmao Group building at top speed. Seeing this, the two security guards tactfully did not stop her. Instead, they secretly called their boss to report. With a cold face, Shang Xin pushed open the door to the chairman's office. Xingxin, why are you here? It is about Xiaohua. I wanted to talk to you about. Having received the news, Jiang Ji had already brewed tea. A genial smile was on his face,
giving off a very gentle feeling.
Shang Xin walked over quickly and raised her hand, slapping Jiang Ji hard across the face. I am warning you, Jiang Ji. Yun Yi is also my child now. If you ever dare to do something like what you did today to him again, do not blame me for fighting you to the bitter end. Shang Xin did not hold back with this slap. Jiang Ji's face swelled and turned red visibly. You actually hit me for that little brat. What is so special about him that makes you care so much? Is it just because he is that Yun guy's son? Shang Xin stared at him coldly, speaking with a tone of extreme disgust. Because he is my family. Someone like you, who climbs up by any means necessary, will never understand the importance of the word family in your entire life. Consider this slap a lesson for you. Do not think I am joking with you. With a cold snort, Shang Xin turned and left. She did not want to spend even half a second with Jiang Ji. He was absolutely nauseating. Meanwhile, you, who had sneaked back into the company, were caught red-handed by Jiang Xiaohua, just as expected. With a bitter face, you followed her into the general manager's office. Usually you slack off openly during work hours, which is Owen thing. But this time you actually dared to sneak out. Speak. What was the reason? You stood there shivering. It is too embarrassing. Can I choose not to say? I will give you 3 seconds to consider. Once the time is up, if you still have not told me, you are cleaning the toilets starting tomorrow. 3. Stop. I will talk. Okay. It was a heart that yearned to soar. At this moment, your hatred for Du Ziteng surged once again. If it were not for that guy tempting you, with that kind of lewd disc, you would not be in this situation right now. Hearing such a vulgar reason, even Jiang Xiaohua could not help but feel speechless inside. She stood up and walked towards you. Such a great beauty was right beside him. Yet this guy actually wanted to go out and look for thrills. In that case, your punishment is to go shopping with me tomorrow. If you dare to refuse, you are dead. Right at this moment, Secretary Yi walked in. Seeing this scene, she asked in confusion, President Jiang, did not you just go out? You are back so soon. Hearing this, your eyes immediately widened, and you said angrily, you are lecturing me. Did not you sneak out too? Why are you only punishing me? I do not accept this, I protest. Fine. Then I punish myself to go shopping with you. Women truly are unreasonable creatures. That night, you quietly slipped out of your room, tiptoed to outside Jiang Xiaohua's door, and pressed your ear against it. After confirming there was no movement inside, you grasped the doorknob, feeling a bit excited. If it were in the past, sneaking into a girl's room, you definitely would not have done it. But thinking about the dark history saved on Jiang Xiaohua's phone, you still gathered your courage. As the old saying goes, since ancient times, who among mortals has escaped death? Owen must leave a clean reputation in this world. The door to the room opened. You tiptoed in silently, because the curtains were drawn. It was pitch black inside. The air was filled with a faint, intoxicating fragrance unique to women. A figure lay quietly on the bed. A section of smooth, delicate calf peeked out from under the blanket, making you unable to resist taking a couple of extra glances. Then you shook your head, looked away, stepped forward, and covered Jiang Xiaohua's leg with the blanket, so she would not catch a cold. After glancing around, you successfully spotted the phone charging on the nightstand. When you turned it on, unsurprisingly, it required a password or fingerprint to unlock. Seeing this, you had no choice but to brace yourself and go to the other side of the bed. Looking at Jiang Xiaohua sleeping with her eyes closed, you shakily reached out your hand. Just as you were about to press Jiang Xiaohua's finger onto the screen, she suddenly grabbed your wrist. She pulled you, half leaning on the edge of the bed, into her embrace. Before you could even react, those long, beautiful legs wrapped directly around your waist. Jiang Xiaohua's murmur drifted into your ear. Stupid man. You are mine. Hearing this, your heart, which had been in your throat, finally settled back down. You thought you had been discovered? Turns out she was just sleepwalking, dreaming. Your gaze subconsciously slid downward, and you almost got a nosebleed. You hurriedly looked away. Who would have thought? This woman's assets were actually so massive. However, stupid man. Could it be this woman had a boyfriend? But that made sense. She was so beautiful. There definitely had to be many people pursuing her. Yet for some reason, you felt a pang of disappointment in your heart. With no time to dwell on that, you quickly pressed Jiang Xiaohua's finger to the screen and unlocked it. After deleting the photos, you struggled free from Jiang Xiaohua's embrace. After putting the phone back in its place, you silently slipped out of the room. In the pitch-black room, Jiang Xiaohua lay on the bed, her pretty face flushing a faint pink. Early the next morning, just as Jiang Xiaohua came out of her room, you, wearing an apron, happened to walk out of the kitchen holding a pot of porridge. You greeted her very naturally. You are up. Hurry over and eat breakfast. Jiang Xiaohua walked over to the dining table and sat down. A captivating smile appeared on her pretty face as she said, "Stinky little brother. Is not it strange? When I woke up, all the photos in my phone were actually deleted. Who do you think could have done it?" Your heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, you were mentally prepared. With an unchanging expression, you replied, "I do not know. Maybe it was hacked." Hackers these days are super skilled. They can easily hack into people's phones and do shady things. Hearing this, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face grew even wider. She did not expose your performance. After finishing breakfast, the two of you changed clothes and headed out. To avoid being stared at like monkeys in a zoo, Jiang Xiaohua chose a domestic car worth 100,000 or so from the garage. As the personal chauffeur, you were in charge of driving. In Jiang Xiaohua's own words, "When there is work, the brother does it. When there is no work, do the brother." Inside the shopping mall, with Jiang Xiaohua's appearance, the people around immediately started having thoughts. Several men even stared wide-eyed. Someone immediately wanted to come up and hit on her. But as the driver's side door opened, and you stepped out, it was like cold water had been poured over those people. They instantly lost interest. You looked a bit lazy. What are you planning to buy this time? Let me make this clear up front. If you buy a huge pile of stuff again, I am not carrying it for you. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua raised her hand and knocked you on the head. She crossed her arms and humped coldly. So many people want to carry things for me but do not get the chance. And here you are complaining. You deserve to be single. Hearing her say that, you immediately became unhappy. You have the nerve to talk about me. You are 2 years older than me. And you are also single like a dog. If you do not find someone to marry soon, watch out, or you will end up an old spinster. Let us see who dare to take you in. As soon as you said this, the atmosphere instantly fell silent for several seconds. A few seconds later, your agonizing scream echoed through the noisy mall. "Sister? Good sister, I was wrong. We are just talking here. Let us not get physical." Shortly after, Jiang Xiaohua walked into a lipstick store. You followed closely behind, rubbing your butt, with a resentful look in your eyes. Seeing this, passers-by gave you weird looks. "Miss, looking for lipstick? We have several highly popular shades right now. And this Owen is the latest release." The female clerk smiled and took out an exquisitely packaged lipstick from the counter. But Jiang Xiaohua merely gave it a casual glance. "No thanks. I will pick Owen out myself." Meanwhile, you sat at the doorway and started playing on your phone. You opened Tencent Quk and sent a message to Du Zaiting. "You rebellious son, you actually dared to team up with outsiders to scheme against your father. How do you want to die this time?" The reply came in seconds. All right. Do not I know you best? How about this? Tomorrow, I will treat you to a massage, top-tier package, on me. Do I look like the kind of guy who goes to shady places like that? So, are you going or not?" "Of course I am going. Book me for 2 extra hours. It is not every day I get to fleece you. How could I miss this? I will call you when the time comes. The supervisor is here. Gotta run." Just as you finished chatting, Jiang Xiaohua walked over to you holding a rotten tomato-colored lipstick. She blinked and asked, "How is it? Does this shade suit me?" Seeing this, you stood up from the small stool at the door, examined it carefully, and then smirked and shook your head. "You just do not suit lipstick. Forget about it." With Jiang Xiaohua's natural beauty, even without these cosmetics, no Oan could compare to her. Seeing you smirk, Jiang Xiaohua lost her mood to shop. After returning the lipstick to the clerk, she rolled up her non-existent sleeves and marched toward you. "How dare you mock your sister? You stinky little brother really needs some discipline." Seeing Jiang Xiaohua walking towards you with ill intent, the smile on your face gradually vanished, slowly replaced by terror. Afterwards, unsurprisingly, you were taught a lesson. Then, after being dragged around the mall by Jiang Xiaohua for an entire day, you were finally free. Early the next morning, as soon as Jiang Xiaohua opened her eyes, she saw an exquisitely packaged lipstick sitting quietly on her nightstand. It was exactly the Owen she had shown you yesterday. She was instantly filled with pleasant surprise. A single lipstick was not enough to make her this happy. But the key point was, this lipstick was bought by you for her. Jiang Xiaohua walked over to the vanity table and applied the lipstick. She pursed her red lips, an unconcealable joy on her exquisite face. This guy is not a total blockhead after all. Today you woke up exceptionally early. After waking up, as if possessed, you turned on your computer and logged into the author dashboard, looking at the Create New Book button and thinking about how writing a new book meant daily updates. You hesitated and could not bring yourself to click it, feeling a bit frustrated. After thinking it over, you opened your old book's writing interface. You typed up a short paragraph and published it. The proud author is taking a day off. Manhwa. Although you had not updated for the past few days either, as an author, you still felt your attitude needed to be proper. After rambling on to hit the 1,000-word mark, you finally closed the computer in satisfaction. Just thinking about those readers eagerly waiting for an update, only to find your leave of absence notice, made you feel incredibly gleeful. But you had completely forgotten one thing. Right next door to you lived a hardcore fan reader. A very expectant Jiang Xiaohua opened the novel interface. But upon seeing the leave of absence notice, her smile instantly froze. A bone-chilling coldness radiated from her body. After a long moment, she grabbed a feather duster and walked out of her room, heading straight for yours. At 9:00 a.m., after all the employees of the planning department had arrived, the sole exception, you finally arrived late, clutching your butt. Seeing this, everyone was already used to it. If there came a day when you were not late, that would be truly strange. Seeing you walking over with a pained expression, clutching your butt, Zhu Hufei asked in confusion, "Brother Yi, what happened to your butt?" "Do not ask. Got bitten by a mad dog." Just as you sat down, you saw the team leader of Planning Team 3, swaying her sexy curvaceous figure as she walked towards you. She placed a document on your desk and smiled. "Little brother Yun, this is our Planning Team 3's proposal for this month. I will leave the presentation to you during the meeting later." The core principle of Yunxiao Group was competition. For example, the 3 teams in the planning department would have a head-to-head competition every month, presenting proposals for the same project. This determined the allocation of resources. Seeing this, you thought about it and still nodded. You did not refuse. After all, you were technically a member of Planning Team 3. Having been here for days without doing a single thing, you did feel a bit embarrassed. After resting for a while, it was time for the meeting. Everyone in the planning department walked silently toward the large conference room. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. After all, the outcome of the meeting directly affected whether they could land premium projects this month and earn more commissions. You and Zhu Haifei followed the crowd into the large conference room, found a random spot in the corner, and sat down. Soon, the conference room door opened. Jiang Xiaohua, along with a group of top executives, walked in. Right now, she showed none of the girlish behavior she exhibited in front of you. Just those cold eyes alone exerted an immense pressure on all the employees present, forcing them to sit up straight and look serious. Jiang Xiaohua took the head seat. She looked around at everyone in the conference room. After her gaze lingered on you for 2 extra seconds, she spoke flatly. "Since everyone is here, let us begin. I hope the proposals you present won't disappoint me." As soon as she said this, everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. In the entire conference room, you were probably the only one who was not intimidated by the pressure. Following the order, first up was Planning Team 1. A bespectacled man walked up to the large screen. Nervously, he took a deep breath before slowly speaking. "Based on our research of the Shanghai real estate market, I believe the group's sales focus should be in the audience." You listened to the bespectacled man droning on, and sleepily let out a yawn. In the next second, a cold glare shot toward you. Terrified, you immediately straightened your back. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua finally nodded in satisfaction, shifting her attention to the printed proposal on the desk. Soon, the bespectacled man finished his presentation. After bowing slightly to the executives, he returned to his original seat. The members of the other 2 teams looked dejected. It seemed that, barring any surprises, Team 1 would be chosen again this month. This had been going on for 5 consecutive months. The executives also gave very high evaluations of the previous proposal. The person presenting for Team 2 was a quiet woman. She spoke meticulously, giving off a very rigid impression. As for the proposal, it was not great, but it was not terrible either. Finally, it was Team 3's turn. That meant you. You lazily stood up and walked to the large screen. You read straight off the proposal the team leader gave you in a monotone voice. 0 highlights. In the audience, only Jiang Xiaohua looked like she was taking it seriously. Yeah. Seriously looking at a handsome guy. Shortly after, you finished and stepped down. The executives were all shaking their heads and sighing. Team 2's proposal was at least listenable. Team 3's was just completely unlistenable. In the audience, the people from Team 1 looked like victory was already theirs. Just as the executives were about to voice their evaluations of you, Jiang Xiaohua suddenly started clapping. She said calmly, "Yun Yi spoke very well. The proposal is also very good." As soon as she said this, the conference room fell dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked incredulous. A clearly cobbled together proposal. And you call that very good? The executives exchanged glances. A flash of understanding in their eyes. They all reacted swiftly and began clapping loudly. Their faces blossomed with radiant smiles. Team 3's proposal this time is indeed very good. This young man has immense potential. It looks like our group has gained another capable talent. I think this proposal is highly feasible. I suggest we approve it immediately. The rest of the people looked at each other, their brains still in a state of confusion, but their hands were already cooperatively applauding. In the crowd, the leader of Team 3 smiled smugly at the leader of Team 1. So what if you have ability? I have connections. After the meeting adjourned, you could not wait to get out of the conference room. You rushed back to your cubicle at top speed and turned on your computer, putting on the latest masterpiece anime. You also casually pulled a bag of potato chips out of your drawer. The whole process was smooth and seamless. Having worked for a whole hour today, you absolutely had to reward yourself. The events in the conference room even reached the ears of Lin Yu, who was washing dishes. She felt even worse inside. Ever since leaving her, you seemed to be getting more and more outstanding. No way. She had to win you back quickly. Inside the general manager's office, Zheng Xiaohua had just returned and sat down. Secretary Yi, who followed her in holding documents, smiled and asked, "President Jiang, you would not have given young Master Yun special treatment, just because he is your brother, right?" To this, Jiang Xiaohua replied with a 4-word idiom: "Pride comes before a fall." If Team 1 keeps reaping all the benefits long-term, then the other 2 teams will lose the drive to compete. That is detrimental to the motivation of the rest of the employees. Congratulations, Brother Yi, thanks to you. Our Team 3's bonus this month is going to double. Zhu Huifei returned to her cubicle somewhat excitedly, looking at you with admiration. With this bonus, she could buy some good food for her grandma, and she could even save a little bit as a dowry for her future husband. Seeing her so happy, like a little deer jumping for joy, you sighed softly and said in a very humble brag way, "I only exerted a fraction of my power, and I have already reached your limits. Is this the loneliness of a genius?" Hearing this, the veins on everyone's foreheads in the office bulged. They dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. At that moment, your phone on the desk buzzed slightly. It was a message from the contact saved as Baby. "This weekend, do you want to go to the amusement park together?" You looked at this message expressionlessly. The contact named Baby was naturally that green tea, Lin Yu. Earlier you had only focused on blocking her WeChat and phone number, but unexpectedly forgot about her queue. And she was actually inviting you out to play. You did not even need to think about it. This woman must have heard about your performance in the meeting, and was now regretting things. After hesitating for 2 seconds, your fingers lightly tapped on the screen, typing a reply. Then you directly clicked the 3 horizontal lines in the top right corner, and chose Delete Friend. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stared at her phone with anticipation. This time, she was personally asking you out. Since you liked her so much, you definitely would not refuse. Once your relationship mended enough, she would ask you to pull some strings, to have your sister transfer her to a better department. Maybe she could even become a supervisor straight away. Just as Lin Yu was secretly rejoicing, the other end finally replied, "Yesterday, you ignored me. Today I am out of your league. Please do not bother me ever again." Seeing this message, Lin Yu froze on the spot. She could not believe you would actually talk to her like this. Regret spread throughout her heart. Coupled with being targeted by those cafeteria aunties these past few days, a wave of grievance welled up inside her. At this moment, her phone chimed with another notification. Lin Yu looked at it with some anticipation. In the next second, her face fell. It was a credit card repayment reminder. The busy day quickly came to an end. At the entrance of the company building, a Porsche sat quietly. After a long time, the driver walked back. After getting into the car, he spoke to Jiang Xiaohua sitting in the back seat, saying cautiously, "President Jiang, young Master Yun said he has important business to attend to tonight, so he might be back a bit late." Jiang Xiaohua frowned slightly, but ultimately nodded and gave a hum. At night, most people had just finished their day's work. Only a few were just beginning theirs. At the entrance of the Jingshu massage parlor, flashing with neon lights, two hostesses wearing red kipayos and black high heels were greeting passers-by, subtly showing off their graceful figures. Soon, a taxi stopped at the door. You stepped out of the car, looking at the massage parlor in front of you. You turned to Du Ziteng beside you. "Are you sure this is a legitimate massage parlor? Let me tell you, kid, I am just a bit tired these past few days, so I wanted a massage to relax. Do not you dare get me any of those special services." "Hey, do not worry. Your brother Du always handles things reliably." The two of you walked into the massage parlor. Loved by a young lady, you paid and walked up to one of the rooms. Just as you were about to go in, a stern shout came from the front desk. "Nobody move, Vice Raid. Everyone squat in the corner." Late at night, the starlight was dim. At the entrance of the Shanghai police station, Jiang Xiaohua, wearing pajamas inside and a black overcoat outside, led you out. "Is this the important business you were talking about? Getting a massage straight into the police station? What a good little brother you are. You have really brought pride to your sister." The cold voice, mixed with the chilling wind, entered your ears. You kept your head down, not daring to speak. You originally just thought that you had never experienced a massage in your life. So you wanted to try it out? Who would have thought you would get busted before it even started? The worst part was that wicked woman Jiang Xiaohua found out. Now your dignity was completely ruined. On the car ride home, the two of you sat silently in the back seat. Neither of you spoke again. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy, making it hard for you to breathe. God only knew how Jiang Xiaohua was going to deal with you once you got home. Soon, the car stopped in front of your house. You stepped out of the car feeling guilty, pushed the door open, and walked into the living room. Jiang Xiaohua directly took off the black overcoat she was wearing, turned around, and said to you flatly, "Go, lie down on your stomach on the sofa." "What are you trying to do?" You shrank your neck in fear. Jiang Xiaohua glanced at you, head bowed like a child who had made a mistake. She felt an urge to laugh inside. With this stinky little brother's guts, he was even scared to see her. How could he possibly go to hookers? Even when she gave him the chance yesterday, he could not perform. All lust and no guts. "Did not you want a massage? I learned a little bit before. Since you are my stinky little brother, I will make an exception and give you a massage today. Go, lie down." Hearing this, you walked over to the sofa half doubting and lay down. Face down. Why is this woman suddenly being so nice? Jiang Xiaohua stopped in front of you and began massaging you with skilled techniques. She said softly, "If you really feel tired, you do not actually have to sit for the full 8 hours. If you are really exhausted, you can come to my office and lie down to rest. Just do not let the other employees see you. It does not look good." The gentle massage techniques were like a delicate dancer lightly twirling on your skin. It deeply relaxed your body and mind, bringing ultimate comfort. Who could say no to such a beautiful older sister, who was great at giving massages? And above all, doted on her younger brother. Are you an angel? You could not help but ask. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua, who was massaging you, showed a captivating smile. She could not resist leaning her head close to your ear. Breathing sweetly, she said, "Yeah. Sister is an angel that belongs only to you. Why? Is your heart fluttering for your sister? Belongs only to you." Jiang Xiaohua deliberately emphasized those words, making your face flush and ears burn instantly. This woman is teasing me again, deliberately saying things that cause misunderstandings. Seeing your adorable reaction, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face deepened. She could not resist gently hugging you from behind. You. What are you trying to do? You panicked. Both of you were adults. Such an intimate gesture was clearly crossing the line. To this, Jiang Xiaohua, pressing her soft body against your back, merely said softly, "Do not move. Let me hug you properly." An older sister wanting to hug her younger brother. Is not that perfectly normal? Who told me to have a brother complex? You stopped talking. Only your face grew hotter and hotter, and your heart pounded wildly. This feeling is so weird. She is my older sister. Why is my heart beating so fast? After a long time, Jiang Xiaohua got up and walked towards the room upstairs. Without saying a single word, you actually felt a bit of regret. But you quickly suppressed that thought. It is not right, you silently reminded yourself. She is my sister. She is just pampering her younger brother. That is all. How could I have any inappropriate thoughts about her? But what you did not notice was Jiang Xiaohua, with her back to you walking upstairs, had a flushed, pretty face. Thinking of the risky move she just made, her footsteps going upstairs could not help but quicken. That was close. I almost could not hold back just now. The next morning, because you ended up in the police station last night, Jiang Xiaohua did not sleep well all night, so the two of you decided to take the day off. The TV in the living room was playing. Jiang Xiaohua, wearing shorts, lay on the sofa. You, on the other hand, were forced to lie on her lap. Even though I was forced into this, I have to admit, sister's legs are really fragrant and supple. Jiang Xiaohua's attention, however, was entirely on you. A touch of tenderness appeared on her aloof, stunning face. Her beautiful eyes stared at you as she reached out to stroke your hair. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaohua said, "Having you here is really nice." Hearing this, you nodded seriously. "Yeah, really white." "Wait, no, that is not it. What I meant to say is really nice." Watching your flustered explanation, Jiang Xiaohua laughed radiantly, coupled with her already perfect oval face. It left you completely mesmerized. Only in front of you would Jiang Xiaohua smile so genuinely from the bottom of her heart. The movie soon came to an end, and the ending credits began to roll. It was just about noon. You looked at Jiang Xiaohua, blinked, and playfully whined, "Sister, I am hungry. I want food." Jiang Xiaohua blinked back, "I do not know how to cook." Chiksh. So useless. Wasted my cute act on you. Annoyed, she smacked you on the head. Smack. You covered your head in pain. "How about we go out to eat? Are you asking your sister out on a date?" Yes. If you consider grabbing a meal a date, then I guess it is." After getting changed, you and Jiang Xiaohua left the house and got into the car. Leaving the villa district, you drove in the direction of Modu University. Sitting in the passenger seat, seeing that this was not the way to a high-end restaurant, Jiang Xiaohua asked curiously, "You are not planning to take me to eat at a street food stall, are you? I know a pretty good steak and hot pot buffet. The price is quite reasonable too, only 69 per person. The food there really suits my taste. When it comes to which restaurant near the university is the most affordable, college students definitely have the most say. After all, even though the cafeteria food is decent, the lunch lady's hands. If you know. This hot pot buffet is quite famous around here. It is a favorite spot for white-collar workers and nearby college students. By the time you and Jiang Xiaohua arrive, the place is almost fully seated. After grabbing some barbecue meat and 2 black pepper steaks, you can't wait to dig in. You start eating heartily, taking huge bites. At the same time, you do not forget to look at Jiang Xiaohua sitting across from you. Seeing her taking small polite bites, you breathe a sigh of relief. When you brought Lin Yu here to eat in the past, the look of disgust on her face, you could never forget it. After finishing lunch, not wanting to waste the hard-earned day off you got from your stint at the police station, you take Jiang Xiaohua to the university towns, Snack Street and Arcade for a stroll. Inside the arcade, Jiang Xiaohua pulls you over to a claw machine, pointing at a pink panda inside. Her eyes are practically sparkling. You brat. I want this own. You actually like pandas. You look at her in surprise. You did not expect that with Jiang Xiaohua's personality. She would actually like plush toys like this. Jiang Xiaohua shakes her head. Then, she raises a finger with a serious face and says, "Wrong? As long as it is a cat, I like it. Then why do not you just get a real cat? Too much trouble. And I do not have the time to take care of own." You walk over to the token machine, scan the code to pay, and walk back to the claw machine holding 10 tokens. You smile confidently. Watch closely. With a claw machine like this, I can easily master it with own hand. Jiang Xiaohua promptly smacks the back of your head. Show some respect. Hurry up and catch it. If you can't catch it, I will tell uncle about your sister. You roll up your imaginary sleeves. Drop 2 tokens in. Ready to go all out. 20 minutes later, Jiang Xiaohua stares blankly at you, cold sweat forming on your forehead. Hey! So much for mastering it. You have put in around 200 tokens by now, have not you? You could have bought several plushies with that much money. Can you actually do this or not? The greatest insult to a man is telling him he can't do it. Frustrated, you slam your hand onto the machine, hitting the button right on the mark. The claw slowly descends, and miraculously, the prongs snag the tags on the heads of 2 plushies. Under your and Jiang Xiaohua's astonished gazes, they drop into the chute. You squat down and take out a blue panda and a pink panda. You immediately grin at Jiang Xiaohua triumphantly. See that? This is my true power. Snagged 2 at once. Give them here. Wasting all this time, it is already getting dark outside. Under the envious gazes of passers-by, the 2 of you walk out of the arcade shoulder to shoulder. By the way, what are we having for dinner? How about this? You will be in charge of cooking, and I will be in charge of eating. Pretty fair, right? Wow. On this day, Lin Yu woke up very early. After asking her supervisor for a day off, she prepared to take a trip home. At the thought of her father, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Ever since 3 years ago, when she had a huge fight with her family over wanting to buy luxury goods, she had rarely gone back. Even when she did, she would not stay for more than a day. Her home was in a rather remote area. It took her a full 2 hours by bus to get there. Smelling the stench of sweat on the bus, she could not help but gag. The regret in her heart deepened. In the past, you were always the one who called a cab for her to go home. Now, she had lost you. Walking into the neighborhood, Lin Yu quickened her pace toward the familiar door from her memories. Just as Lin Yu arrived at the doorstep, the door happened to open. A man wearing a work uniform stood at the door, about to head out. His face was weathered and old. Even though he was only in his 40s, he looked exactly like a man in his 60s. Seeing the man about to leave, Lin Yu subconsciously lowered her head and called out, "Dad, I am back." Lin Ji froze for a moment, his stern face wrinkling into a frown. "Why are you back? Tell me, what happened this time? Why did not Xiao Yi come back with you?" Lin Yu's voice grew quieter, as she whispered, "I have nothing to do with him anymore. He is too petty. I just rejected his confession, and he started avoiding me. He does not care about our past feelings at all." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lin Ji furiously said, "Then you tell me, why did not you accept his confession? You know exactly how much Xiao Yi likes you. It is not like you did not know. Tell me why you rejected him. If I do not like him, I do not like him. Are you forcing me to like someone I have no feelings for?" Lin Yu erupted as well, unable to suppress the resentment that had built up in her heart over the past few days. She did not understand. She only rejected your confession, that was all. Why did everyone around her think she was in the wrong? Rejecting someone she did not like. Was that really a crime? Lin Ji grew even angrier. He pointed a finger at her head, his hand trembling with rage, and roared. Fine, fine. You say you do not like Xiaoye. Then tell me, why did not you reject him when he bought you gifts? When he bought you clothes? When he bought the necklaces you liked? Why did not you cut ties? Even the makeup you use was bought by him. Why did not you think about drawing the line back then? Lin Yu was yelled at so badly she could not find an out, tears welling up in her eyes. With reddened eyes, she argued, I did reject him before. He did all that voluntarily, rejecting him and then texting him to explain, saying you would only consider finding a boyfriend after college graduation. Do you call that a rejection? Lin Ji was fuming with rage, scolding her mercilessly. Now that you have graduated, he confesses to you, and you reject him again. Tell me, if your past behavior was not leading him on, what was it? You clearly just could not bear to let go of all the things he gave you. Lin Yu was scolded into speechlessness. She lowered her head further, as tears fell drop by drop. Do you know why I was unwilling to give you money for college? It is because I knew you were dragging Xiaoye along, playing with his feelings. You are ruining him. As his voice trailed off, Lin Yu was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her body went limp, and she slumped to the ground, tears sliding down her cheeks. She looked so pitiful. Seeing this, Lin Ji let out a heavy sigh. He walked over to the chair by the coffee table and sat down. After taking out his phone to ask his foreman for a day off, he finally said, Speak. What is the real reason you came back this time? I owe someone 5,000 yuan. Once I get my salary, I will pay you back. Lin Yu sniffled, her tears continuously streaming down. I can give you the money, but I only have one condition. Do not go bothering Xiao Yi ever again. He is from a single-parent family, his life is not easy either. From now on you will work honestly and keep your head down. At noon, when lunchtime arrived, you, who had been slacking off all morning, were just about to head to the cafeteria to eat. A phone call interrupted your steps. The caller ID showed Uncle Lin. Because you used to visit Lin Yu's house frequently, you had saved her dad's number. After hesitating for a moment, you still chose to answer it. Xiao Yi, I am at the noodle shop downstairs from your company. I want to talk to you about Lin Yu. Are you free right now? Sure. I will be right down. Wait for me a bit, Uncle Lin. After hanging up, although you were puzzled, you still stepped into the elevator to go down and see what was up. Even though your relationship with Lin Yu was not great right now, Uncle Lin had absolutely always treated you like his own son. He was incredibly good to you. There was only one noodle shop near the company. It was not far away. After leaving the building, you jogged over and quickly spotted a familiar back inside the noodle shop across the street. Uncle Lin, how come you have time to drop by today? Are you here to see Lin Yu? Lin Ji shook his head. He pulled a bulging cloth bundle from his coat and placed it on the table. He smiled faintly. This is for you. Open it and take a look. Puzzled, you took the bundle, unwrapped it, and took a look. You were surprised to find neat stacks of cash inside. You were a bit shocked. Right then, Lin Ji sighed and said, I already scolded Lin Yu this morning. Take these 20,000 yuan. Aside from Lin Yu's tuition fees, consider the rest as compensation from uncle to you. I taught her a lesson this morning. Thank you for taking care of her these past 2 years. You were truly stunned by Lin Ji's gesture. Your respect for the man in front of you reached an absolute peak. He might not be a successful father, but he was absolutely a good father. 20,000 yuan, to you right now, was not even a drop in the bucket. But for Uncle Lin, it was entirely different. These 20,000 yuan were at least a year's worth of his blood, sweat, and tears, painstakingly saved up through sheer frugality. I understand, Uncle Lin. Do not worry, I can't guarantee anything else. But at least here in the company, no one will bully her. The next day, when Lin Yu arrived for work and just stepped into the cafeteria, the supervisor walked toward her, waving a hand and saying, Xiao Lin, starting today, you do not need to work in the cafeteria anymore. Lin Yu mistakenly thought it was because she took a day off yesterday, and that the supervisor wanted to fire her. Panicking, she hastily explained, Supervisor, I really had an urgent matter yesterday. Please, listen to me. The supervisor smiled, cutting her off, and pulled out a new staff badge from his bag, smiling. Do not be so nervous. From today onward, you are a member of the sales department. In light of your excellent performance these past couple of days, there is also a 20,000 yuan bonus. Go pick it up from finance later. Lin Yu froze. She stared blankly at the badge in her hands, unable to believe that good fortune had struck so suddenly. Did he help me? But why? When I treated him so poorly before. Inside the general manager's office. A little more pressure on the left. You brat. Did you skip a meal or are you just weak? Gritting your teeth, you massaged Jiang Xiaohua's shoulders. The latter bore a look of pure enjoyment. If this had been the past, you would have taught this woman a lesson long ago. But considering you had to beg her for a favor, you could only swallow your temper. Jiang Xiaohua leaned comfortably back in the boss's chair. Who'd have thought you were actually a pretty good guy? She treated you like that. And not only do you spare her a lesson, you even make me transfer her to a cushy position. Xiao Yi, do not you think you are a glutton for punishment? You increased the strength of your hands a bit, your mouth twitching slightly as you replied. You are the one who is a glutton for punishment. I am only doing this out of respect for her dad. Besides, at its core, it really was me pestering her for so long. Her developing that kind of personality has a lot to do with me. Zheng Xiaohua continued to order you around. Go pour me a glass of water. You got annoyed. Want to drink piss. Then about a certain someone's sister. Does big sister want room temperature or hot water? You grabbed the cup from the table, walked to the water dispenser, and filled it with hot water. After blowing on it and feeling that the cup was not too hot, you walked back and handed it to Zheng Xiaohua. Snorting haughtily, you said, "Here, take it." Watching your every move, Jiang Xiaohua smiled and took the cup. Having a bratty little brother to boss around was surprisingly comfortable. Not having to do anything herself was simply too awesome. You were getting tired too. So you just plopped down onto the sofa beside her and started playing a certain two-character mobile game. This was way more comfortable than slacking off at your own desk. Plus, you did not have to worry about disturbing anyone. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua did not say anything. If anything, this suited her perfectly, keeping you from going out and chasing after girls. The afternoon passed by quickly. Shang Xin, who had returned from her trip, called, saying she had bought some local specialties for you too, and wanted to have dinner together tonight, at the house you and Jiang Xiaohua shared. On the way home, you remembered the aftermath of the last meal. Feeling a lingering fear, let us get own things straight. If Auntie Shang is the own cooking tonight, give me a heads up when you are about to bail. We run together. I do not want to spend another whole night on the toilet. Jiang Xiaohua ignored you, entirely focused on her phone. Grand Courtyard Villa. Xiao Yi and Xiaohua are back. Wait, just a bit longer. Old Yun is still in the kitchen braising the pork knuckle. It will probably be a little while before we can eat. Hearing that your dad was the own cooking, you breathed a sigh of relief. Walking over to the couch, you plopped down and casually turned on the TV to kill time. Jiang Xiaohua closely followed suit, sitting down right next to you, though still keeping a slight distance. Seeing this, Shang Xin saw through the dynamic between you two at a glance. Picking up a piece of red bean cake from the table, she said, "Xiao Yi, your dad said you love snacks. So Auntie specifically bought these pastries for you. Try them and see how they taste." "Thanks, Auntie Shang." You popped the cake straight into your mouth. Beside you, although Jiang Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on the TV, her peripheral vision was constantly focused on your side. Seeing her mom literally hand-feed you, a wave of displeasure instantly washed over her. Can't this stupid brat keep a little distance from other women? Xiao Yi, you are getting to that age. Tomorrow, there is a matchmaking event over at City Garden. I will have Xiaohua take you there for a walk, to see if there are any suitable matches you can start dating. In a couple of years, it will be the perfect time to get married. Pfft, what? A blind date. Matchmaking event. You and Jiang Xiaohua almost stood up at the exact same time. The former out of shock, the latter out of panic. You grabbed a napkin to wipe the cake crumbs off the corner of your mouth. With an awkward twitch of your lips, you said, Auntie Shang, I only just graduated. Is not it a bit too early to start dating? Why do not we wait a couple of years to consider this? Jiang Xiaohua chimed in cooperatively. It really is a bit early. Plus, little brother's looks are totally fine. Why rush to find a partner? Shang Xin sized up her usually calm daughter, noticing the obvious panic flashing in her eyes. Tilting her head, she feigned confusion. I am telling Xiao Yi to get a partner. Why are you the Owen getting anxious? Who is getting anxious? I am not anxious at all. She sounded calm and collected on the surface, but the tips of her ears secretly flushed red. A hidden smile tugged at the corners of Shang Xin's mouth. Her gaze shifted to you, reaching out to pat your shoulder lightly. She instructed gently. Auntie is not asking you to get married right this second. I just hope you can find someone to date first. After dating for 2 or 3 years, won't you be nearing 30? By then, the timing to get married will be just right. Saying this, Shang Xin gave you absolutely no chance to argue further, and immediately got up to head into the kitchen. Without even turning her head back, she added, It is settled then. Find a girlfriend early on to nail down the big life event, so your dad and I can finally have peace of mind. In the kitchen, Zheng had heard the trio's conversation loud and clear. Seeing Shang Xin approach, he hurriedly lowered his voice and leaned in close to her. Did not you say you wanted to play matchmaker for Xiaohua and Xiao Yi? Why are you sending Xiao Yi on a blind date now? Shang Xin rolled her eyes. You really are adorably foolish. I am doing this to speed up their progress. Otherwise, God knows how long it will take before we get a grandchild. Suddenly remembering something, Shang Xin rested her head against Zheng's, whispering into his ear. Old Yun, my Aunt Flo just left. Hearing her say this, Zheng was momentarily stunned. What happened? She was just here a few days ago. Should we prepare some paper money or something? This time, it was Shang Xin's turn to be dumbfounded. My period ended. Why on earth would you buy paper money? Do you need to burn paper money for that? Look, someone passed away. We can't just go empty-handed, right? Shang Xin froze for a second. Before she finally realized what Zheng was talking about, she slapped him in exasperation. Furious at his denseness. I finally understand why no Owen wanted you before. My eyesight must have been terrible to fall for you. Go cook. You are sleeping on the floor tonight. Do not even think about getting in my bed. Watching Shang Xin's figure retreating from the kitchen, Zheng scratched his head in utter bewilderment. That is really weird. Did I do something wrong again? Burning paper money when your aunt passes away is not that right. There is nothing wrong with that. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly, perfect for an outdoor excursion. A Porsche sped down the road. In the driver's seat, Jiang Xiaohua's expression was frosty, radiating a cold aura. The person she could not even bear to lay a finger on now had to be actively delivered by her to be picked over and admired by other women. Her mood was understandably foul. You sat in silence beside her, feeling a bit nervous. You would live this long, and this was your very first blind date. It happened to be Saturday today, and the traffic was smoother than usual. The drive went incredibly smoothly. What was originally a half-hour drive only took about 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of City Park, the inside was already bustling with voices. Men and women lined the paths, holding up signs, listing their matchmaking criteria. The park was essentially a small grove of trees, an excellent spot to cool off during the summer. Deep inside stood a massive tree reaching 100 meters high, its branches and leaves blotting out the sky in a magnificent display. Wearing a cold expression, Jiang Xiaohua walked along the gravel path into the park, saying indifferently, "We are just here to take a look today. Not intentionally here for a blind date. If you dare to mess around, I will have you arrested by the police for soliciting, and those cringy videos from when you were little, as well as you sneaking into my room in the middle of the night. I will tell Uncle Yun everything. You should know exactly what your fate will be." At the thought of such an outcome, you could not help but shudder violently. You replied obediently, thinking to yourself, "Good grief. How did this woman become so terrifying again?" As the two of you walked forward side by side, you immediately attracted a ton of attention. Both men and women were blown away. The man was handsome, the woman was gorgeous. These two were practically a rare species. In the eyes of the women at the blind date, most were there looking for someone rich. The men, on the other hand, focused on looks. So, very quickly, a guy blocked Jiang Xiaohua's path. Smiling, he introduced himself. "Hello, beautiful. My English name is Kevin. I just came back from studying in the US. I think we could have a great chat." The man was brimming with confidence. With his qualifications, he considered himself top tier at this matchmaking event. Unfortunately, the person he ran into was Jiang Xiaohua. "Get lost. Do not block the way." Looking displeased, Jiang Xiaohua shoved him aside directly. She was irritable and did not want to talk to anyone. She shoved the man right onto the ground. The man gasped in pain. Waving a delicate finger, he instinctively complained. "So annoying. Why are you like this?" Walking behind Jiang Xiaohua. "You got goosebumps all over. Feeling a bit nauseous. What returned student from the US?" He looked more like he just came back from Thailand. More people kept coming up, trying to hit on Jiang Xiaohua. But they all met miserable ends. For a while, no one else dared to approach. Soon, you smoothly arrived. At the core area of the matchmaking event, there was a high stage set up in the center. Matchmaker Wang Mei was in the middle of pairing up a man and a woman. The crowd watching below the stage was packed tight. The atmosphere was booming. At this time, Wang Ma on stage was helping a female guest find a match. Just as she was debating which man to pick, she suddenly spotted you. Her eyes instantly lit up. She pointed right at you. "That young man there?" "Yes, it is you. Do not turn your head." "Yes, you. Hurry up and come on stage." Most of the people here today were either here for a blind date, or parents looking for a match for their kids. Wang Ma was not shy about it at all. Everyone's eyes swiveled to fall squarely on you, being stared at by so many people. You felt your scalp tingle. You had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk onto the stage. The female guest on stage was a woman with a round face and large ears. She looked to be around 30 years old. She was exquisitely dressed. Seeing you, her eyes also visibly lit up. It was rare to see such a handsome young man at a blind date. Once both of you were on stage, Wang Ma, looking striking in her red robe, raised her microphone and smiled at the woman, saying, "Miss, why do not you introduce yourself first, and see if you can capture our handsome young man's heart?" The audience below was all waiting for a good show. Many of the looks-obsessed crowd were already swooning. Even some of the guys. The woman confidently and generously introduced herself. "My name is Luo Yuan. Born in 1990. I hold a bachelor's degree. In my free time, I enjoy reading, traveling, fine dining, and cooking. I currently run a home design company. My annual income is 300,000 yuan. I have both a car and a house." Wang Ma immediately showed an expression of surprise. Although Luo Yuan was a bit older, her qualifications were outstanding. Finding a partner should not be difficult for her at all. Wang Ma then turned her gaze to you. You introduced yourself in a flat tone. "My name is Du Ziteng. I just graduated from Modu University this year. I am currently an intern. I do not have a house or a car yet." At that exact moment, at home, intently watching a study video, the real Du Ziteng suddenly sneezed twice in a row. He looked around suspiciously. "Weird. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Have I been overworking my body lately and gotten weak?" Below the stage at the matchmaking event, after hearing your introduction, the female guests all looked disappointed. So what if he is handsome if he has no house and no car? What they were after was a man who could let them rely on him with peace of mind. The atmosphere grew a bit cold. Wang Ma hurriedly shifted her gaze back to Luo Yuan, smiling as she asked, "Then, Miss Luo, what kind of partner are you looking for?" Luo Yuan scanned the crowd and spoke without hesitation. "First of all, I make 300,000 a year. I definitely won't choose someone who earns less than me. My other half must make over 300,000 annually. He needs to be at least 1.8 meters tall. He cannot be over 30 years old. He must be sunny and handsome. And he has to have good fashion sense." After she finished, she casually glanced at you. Her tone, indifferent. My requirements are not too much to ask, are they? Looks alone can't bring a sense of security. No matter how handsome, it is meaningless.
Why would I marry someone like that?
Her words were clearly meant to mock you. Coming to a blind date with absolutely nothing. The men in the audience were in an uproar, their eyes full of ridicule. This woman really has no self-awareness. Would a guy with those qualifications even care about your looks? Her so-called sense of security just means demanding a man spend money on her. If he is reluctant to spend, it means he does not love you. Wang Ma could not help but frown either. Is this even a blind date? She is clearly casting for a domineering CEO. Fortunately, Wang Ma had seen plenty of scenes like this. She kept her expression calm and handed the microphone to you. Letting you state your own requirements for a partner. You took the mic, your gaze unconsciously passing over the crowd, landing on the most inconspicuous figure there. You spoke calmly. I only came today because my family arranged it. I never actually intended to come on a blind date. I can't provide that so-called sense of security either. After all, I am just an ordinary person with $1 million in savings. Having said that, you handed the mic back, turned around, and walked straight off the stage. Lu Yuan finally could not hold back. That remark was a direct slap in her face. She immediately snatched the mic from Wang Ma's hand and questioned you with a displeased face. You say you have $1 million in savings, who is going to believe that? Have you even ever seen that much money? Young people nowadays are truly delusional, telling lies so self-righteously. You say you have over $1 million saved up, yet you do not have a house or a car. Is not that just bragging? The audience was full of people from all sorts of professions. Suddenly, a clothing designer shouted, "That handsome guy is wearing Frey's latest shirt. The official retail price is 19,999 yuan. And his pants too." Reminded by this, everyone immediately shifted their gazes to the clothes on your body. Many who knew their stuff showed shocked expressions. Even Luo Yuanyuan's pupils shrank slightly. Even she was not extravagant enough to spend 20,000 on a single piece of clothing. Could this guy be a second-generation rich kid? That $1 million in savings is probably real. She instantly felt a pang of deep regret. Jiang Xiaohua was standing under a 3-meter-tall green tree. Her white dress, paired with her beauty, made for the most breathtaking scenery. You walked over to her, deliberately smiling to flatter her. "My dear sister, I did pretty well this time, did not I?" A smile touched the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth. Her fair hand landed on your head, rubbing it gently. She gave a very satisfied faint smile. "I will let you pass. You did not embarrass your sister. Let us go. As a reward, I am treating you to a seafood feast." The two of you left, but you had already left a deep impression on this matchmaking event. In fact, many clever people were already searching the name Du Ziteng online. In this day and age, as long as there is capital, contact information can be obtained at any time. Handsome, naturally giving off a sense of security, and a real second-generation rich kid. What woman would be willing to let a man like that go? After you left City Park, Jiang Xiaohua specifically took you to a nearby open-air Western restaurant. This was one of the few restaurants whose food she approved of, perhaps because you arrived too early. You basically had the whole place to yourselves. Jiang Xiaohua expertly cut her steak, while you boldly picked yours up and gnawed on it directly, without any inhibitions. You had to admit, eating in such large bites was truly satisfying. She suddenly looked up and asked, "Xiao Yi, what is your ideal other half like?" Immersed in the delicious food, you answered casually, "Probably someone like you. Though, if she were a bit gentler, it would be perfect." You had never tasted such an authentic steak before. It was on a completely different level from the buffet steaks. The former was the pinnacle in both texture and taste, while the buffet steaks were always tough and chewy, and the taste was just average. But you did not realize that your careless words had caused ripples in Jiang Xiaohua's heart. Her movements suddenly froze. Someone like her. Could it be that the person he actually likes is me? A wave of panic washed over her heart. By the time you polished off the steak on your plate and snapped back to reality, you noticed she was still zoning out. You simply reached over and took her pre-cut steak, smiling with immense satisfaction. "If you are not eating it, I will gladly finish it off for you. No need to thank me at all. After finishing lunch early, an emergency popped up at the company. Jiang Xiaohua had to cut the day off short and take you back to the office to handle it. The cause was that the sales department's vice director was involved in massive embezzlement, and Secretary Yi had found the clues. Logically speaking, corruption in this position was quite common, but this time the amount exceeded 10 million yuan, which clearly crossed Jiang Xiaohua's bottom line. Inside the general manager's office, the deputy general manager was pleading for his own brother, hoping that Jiang Xiaohua would look at his years of contributions and show some leniency. But Jiang Xiaohua kept a cold face. The matter has already been handed over to the police. No Oan can protect him. You brought your family into the company. I am already doing you a favor by not blaming you. Say Owen more word, and you can pack your bags and leave too. The deputy general manager's face instantly turned pale. After weighing his options for a moment, he could only get up and leave the office in disgrace. This issue was not fully resolved by Jiang Xiaohua until evening. On the way home, she was not in the mood to tease you either. Understanding her mood, you stayed quiet and did not cause trouble. You went straight back to your room upon arriving home. The only thing you could do was not let Jiang Xiaohua worry about you too. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Wednesday had just arrived. It happened to be a scorching hot day again. The blazing sun baked the asphalt road. Heat waves rolling in one after another. Even the leaves were curled up from the heat. You woke up unusually early today. After breakfast, you hurried to the company. The receptionist girl smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, how come you are here so early today? The sun must be rising from the west. I have no choice. Excellent people are just special in everything they do." You replied with a smile. After you left, the two receptionists watched your back and whispered to each other. After all, who could resist such a handsome and friendly guy? You arrived at the exclusive executive elevator. Just as you pressed the button, the rapid sound of high heels approached from behind. You subconsciously turned your head and saw Lin Yu jogging towards you. Unlike her usual pure and innocent style, she was dressed much more maturely today. Light makeup paired with black leather heels, she was still very beautiful. You remembered something your college professor once said. A girl's change in dressing style often means a change in her personality too. At this time, the regular elevator was full. Lin Yu was the last on squeezed out. Seeing you, her expression was a bit awkward. Just then, the doors to your executive elevator opened. You said softly, "If you do not mind, take this elevator with me." Lin Yu nodded slightly and followed you inside, but intentionally kept her distance. She knew very well that you were no longer the boy who was wholeheartedly in love with her. The elevator doors slowly closed. The atmosphere around you instantly quieted down. You suddenly said, "You have changed." Lin Yu immediately gripped her bag tighter. Looking down, she said softly, "Everyone changes, do not they? What do you think I used to be like?" You responded directly, "Once, in my heart, you were like a shooting star across the night sky, exceptionally dazzling." While change is a good thing, do not lose your way. As you were talking, the elevator arrived at the planning department's floor. The doors opened. You walked out but paused at the door, saying with your back to her, "For Uncle Lin's sake, I am reminding you, although this world is wrapped in materialism, do not let materialism dictate your life. Living in this world, the most crucial thing is still your own choices." After you finished speaking, the elevator doors slowly closed. Lin Yu instantly understood what you meant. She subconsciously took out the mirror from her bag and looked at the face pretending to be mature in the reflection. No matter how much she dressed up like a workplace elite, was she truly mature? Actually, not at all. Society is like a massive whirlpool. Those without resolve get dragged in and assimilated. You were merely reminding her not to lose herself over benefits. Do not let money change her core values. Whether she actually listened or not ultimately depended on her own comprehension. For you to go out of your way this much was already honorable enough. In the planning department's office area, because Group 3, which was originally at the bottom in performance, suddenly surged, the employees of Group 1 and 2 started desperately trying to catch up. The sound of typing echoed non-stop. Owen week of the internship had passed. Under the team leader's special care, Zhu Huifei also started taking on simple project exercises. You casually walked to your desk, sitting down right on the dot. Just as you were wondering what to do today, you noticed Zhu Huifei looking like she wanted to say something but was holding back. You could not help but ask out of curiosity. What was wrong with her? She seemed a bit off today. Did someone bully her again? She shook her head. No, oh, Anne is bullying me. Yet her brows still carried a heavy tinge of worry. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in and whispered something in your ear. After hearing it, your expression changed instantly. Putting away your frivolous look, you stared at Zhu Huifei seriously and asked in a low voice, "This is no small matter. Are you absolutely sure you did not hear wrong?" Zhu Huifei nodded with determined eyes. Seeing that she did not seem to be making things up, you pondered for a moment and agreed to go check it out with her after work. If it was true, she would be making a huge contribution this time. In the afternoon, because the embezzlement scandal had caused such an uproar, Jiang Xiaohua called a meeting with all the senior executives. In a fit of rage, she fired several directors on the spot. The company's atmosphere grew instantly tense. Previously, everyone kept a respectful distance from her. Now, however, they all felt a bit of genuine fear. She showed no mercy when handling matters. Once a problem arose, she resolved it with an iron fist. Who would not be afraid of a boss like that? The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. After work, Jiang Xiaohua got into her car, her face showing obvious signs of fatigue. Seeing that you still had not come out of the building, her brows furrowed deeper. Just then, she received a message from you. "You go home first. I have something important to take care of. I will be back late tonight. Do not wait up for me for dinner." After reading the message, Jiang Xiaohua felt even more gloomy. Important matters. Do not tell me he went to get a massage again. Quick, check Yun Yi's location. See where he went. Jiang Xiaohua casually instructed the driver. The driver quickly pulled out the security department's number and told them to check the surveillance cameras. They quickly found the situation. President Jiang. Young Master Yun just left the company with a female colleague. They should not have gone far. Follow them. The driver drove out of the underground garage and headed a distance away from the city center. The car quickly caught up to you and Zhu Huifei walking along the street. Because it was the evening rush hour, you two were completely oblivious, chatting as you walked forward. Not long after, the two of you turned a few corners and walked into a love hotel, talking and laughing. Seeing this, the driver could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Glancing through the rearview mirror at Jiang Xiaohua's frosty face, he asked cautiously, "President Zheng, do you want me to go check it out?" "Check what? Are you trying to ruin his fun? Go home." Meanwhile, inside the hotel suite, you and Zhu Huifei were looking down, playing cards. Pair of threes. Bomb, I play the Joker bomb. In just 10 minutes, you had lost 3 rounds in a row. You gnashed your teeth in frustration, wondering if you forgot to check the almanac before leaving the house today. Just then, sounds came from the hallway. "President Lin, this way please." You and Zhu Huifei exchanged a glance, hurriedly put down the cards, and tiptoed close to the door. You leaned in to listen carefully, hearing the conversation between a man and a woman. It was not until the door next door closed that it finally went quiet. Though the voices were not loud, you could still identify Owen as the company's deputy general manager, Lin Ji. The other voice was unfamiliar, because Zhu Huifei had accidentally gone up to the rooftop for some fresh air during lunch break yesterday, and happened to overhear Lin Ji on the phone, about to sell the company's project proposal to a competitor. You immediately pulled out your phone. The screen paused on the call interface. You quickly turned your phone's volume to the max. Soon, dialogue could be heard. Before coming here, you used Zhu Huifei's phone to connect to a pair of wireless Bluetooth earbuds. First, you called your own number, and then slipped on of the earbuds from the balcony window straight under the bed in the next room. This way, you could eavesdrop on the entire process. My God, in the room next door. "President Lin, please accept this small token of appreciation." Liu Yanfeng placed a black leather bag on the table and smiled at Lin Ji. Lin Ji unzipped the bag, saw it stuffed full of cash, and revealed a satisfied expression. He then took a file folder out of his briefcase. A certain private middle school in Modu was scheduled for demolition. Numerous real estate companies were fighting for the plot of land, preparing to build on it. Among them, the competition between Yunxiang Group and Longqian Group was the fiercest. Liu Yanfeng was the secretary to the chairman of Longqian. She came this time to get Yunxiang's proposal and reserve price. With these inside details, they would have victory in the bag. And Jiang Xiaohua's hard work over the past days would all go down the drain. Liu Yanfeng reached out to grab the proposal, but Lin Ji slightly turned his body to dodge her. Wearing a malicious smirk on his face, he brazenly checked out her figure, licked his lips, and smiled. If you want the proposal, that depends on your performance later. How could Liu Yanfeng not understand the implication? She gave a seductive smile, gently took off her black suit jacket, and coquettishly reminded President Lin to be gentle with her later. Before long, the sound of bodies colliding came from the room. In the adjacent room, you coughed lightly twice and turned off the recording, keeping a calm expression. Beside you, Zhu Huifei's cheeks were flushed red as an apple. You gave her a copy of the recording, with a smile on your lips, saying that since she was the one who discovered it first, a bonus of tens of thousands of yuan was absolutely guaranteed. Remember to treat me to dinner later. Brother Yi, once we get the bonus, let us split it half and half. If it were not for you, I would have never dared to come to the hotel. This amount of money does not matter to me. You keep it. Use it to buy some good food for your grandma to nourish her health. After leaving the Love Hotel, you immediately called a car. You sent Zhu Huifei home first, then headed back to Grand Courtyard Villa yourself. Just as you arrived at the front door, the driver stopped you and briefly informed you that Jiang Xiaohua had seen you and Zhu Huifei entering the hotel. It was the driver's first time seeing President Zheng so furious. Right then, the villa door opened. Jiang Xiaohua walked out upon hearing the noise, staring at you with icy eyes. Her tone was very cold. You still have the nerve to come home. You shrugged helplessly. Then I will leave. With that, you turned and left without looking back. Even Jiang Xiaohua was stunned. She originally thought you would explain yourself, but who knew you would actually just walk away? Consequently, Jiang Xiaohua grew even angrier. Leave then. It is best if you never come back. You walked on the street. As for why you did not explain the situation to Jiang Xiaohua, the reason was simple. You had long sensed her feelings for you, but you two were adopted siblings. You were just an ordinary graduate, while she was a renowned talent in Modu. Your statuses were worlds apart. If your dad had not played matchmaker, your paths probably would never have crossed in this lifetime. Rather than agonizing over maintaining the sibling relationship in the future, it was better to draw a clear line early on. This was the perfect opportunity. Although you could not fool Jiang Xiaohua, this was no longer an issue of a misunderstanding. You wanted to use this to give her a clear answer. Next, you sent a message to Zhu Huifei, instructing her not to mention you during her report, and to just say she completed it all independently. Although she did not understand why, she obediently agreed. Night fell. A knock came at the door. Du Ziteng, who was watching anime, opened it, and found you standing there. He froze for a moment before asking in confusion, "Old Yun, why did you come here instead of going back to your mansion? What are you doing here?" "We fell out." You gave a brief response, walked straight to the sofa, and lay down. Hearing this, Du Ziteng closed the door and sat beside you. He tactfully did not ask too much, casually saying, "So what if you fell out? Your father here will always have your back. Want to play a game?" You nodded. "Sure. It has been a while anyway." Du Ziteng suddenly said, "I do not know what is going on these past 2 days, but I keep getting calls setting up blind dates, both from men and women. Could it be that when I was browsing the web, my information got leaked?" You remained silent. The next day, you did not go to work at the company. Instead, you rode Du Ziteng's electric scooter and started delivering food. Before officially getting fired from Yunxiang Group, you could only rely on this to make a living. Fortunately, you worked a lot of part-time jobs in college, so you were familiar with the local roads. Inside the general manager's office at Yunxiang Group, Jiang Xiaohua looked at your empty seat on the security camera, unable to stop herself from clenching her fists. This guy, He actually did not even come to explain himself to me. Just as Jiang Xiaohua was feeling incredibly frustrated, Secretary Yi suddenly pushed open the office door, walked up beside her, and whispered something. After listening, Jiang Xiaohua frowned. "Are you sure this is true?" Secretary Yi nodded seriously, then took out her phone, pulled up an audio recording, and played it right in front of Jiang Xiaohua. The recording was the conversation between the company's deputy general manager, Lin Ji, and the secretary of a rival company's boss, detailing some shady deals. As she listened to the illicit transaction, Jiang Xiaohua's face gradually darkened. Her mind, which had stalled because of Yunyi's departure, began working at lightning speed. Zhu Haifei claimed she recorded this secretly, but based on what she knew of her over these past days, with her personality, it would have been very difficult for her to get this recording alone. Recalling how the two of you went to the Love Hotel yesterday, Jiang Xiaohua abruptly stood up and quickly left the office without a word. How dare this man reject her like this? Who gave him the right? She was bringing him back even if she had to tie him up. In the planning department, everyone was burying their heads in work when someone suddenly whispered in shock, "Damn, why is President Zheng here?" Everyone looked up. They saw Jiang Xiaohua approaching with a dark expression, walking straight up to Zhu Huifei. Just as the latter was about to stand up, Jiang Xiaohua pressed her back down by the shoulders and asked coldly, "Where is Yunyi?" Zhu Huifei answered in a panic, "Brother Yi did not come to work today." "I do not know either." Seeing that Zhu Huifei did not seem to be faking it, Jiang Xiaohua had to turn towards the sales department. At the same time, she took out her phone to call you, only to find she had indeed been blocked. After arriving at the sales department, she directly found Lin Yu, who was familiarizing herself with the business, and asked about your whereabouts. Getting the exact same reaction as Zhu Huifei's, left with no choice, Jiang Xiaohua could only drive all over the city looking for you. Meanwhile, immersed in delivering food, your mood was terrible. Delivering food in this sweltering heat was simply like hell. To make things worse, the pay was pitifully low. What bullshit delivery driver makes 1.08 million in 3 years? If the person who said that appeared in front of you, you would definitely give him 2 punches. The only comfort in this grueling job was probably running into quite a few girls in cool summer outfits on the streets. An afternoon quickly flew by just like that. As night fell, you picked up Du Ziteng, who had just gotten off work, on the electric scooter, and headed straight for a nearby barbecue stand, preparing to drink to your heart's content. As soon as you sat down, Du Ziteng shouted to the boss, "Boss, give me 50 beef skewers and 50 pork skewers, and get my bro 2 kidneys to replenish his strength." You cursed. "Screw you. I think you are the one who needs replenishing the most," Du Ziteng said with a cheeky grin. "Then let us have one each. After eating, we will go get a foot massage." "How relaxing is that?" The boss smiled and arranged seats for the two of you, brought over beer and peanuts, and turned back to busy himself with the grill. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Du Ziteng suddenly got gossipy. "How exactly did you fall out with her? Did you sneak into her bedroom in the middle of the night or something?" Your face instantly darkened. "Do I look like that kind of person? Although I did barge in before, I was forced to do it." Du Ziteng shot you a look. "You know, you are pretty miserable. You pursued Yang Xiaoshuan. And for what? Was not it just to have a family? Now that you finally have a family, you go and fall out with them. You spent 3 years in college chasing Lin Yu. For what exactly? Even you yourself do not know. You did not expect Du Ziteng to see through you so thoroughly." You fell silent, looking down, lost in thought. After a long while, you looked up and shouted, "Boss, bring us 2 bottles of baijiu." Drinking beer just does not hit the spot. The boss acknowledged and went to get it. Du Ziteng glared at you. "Are you looking for a death wish? Drinking baijiu after all this beer? Are not you afraid of drinking yourself to death?" Both of you had average alcohol tolerance. After polishing off 2 crates of beer, you were already feeling tipsy. You teased, "Do not tell me you can't handle it." Du Ziteng got annoyed. "Bullshit. You are the one who can't handle it. Whoever passes out first is the loser." By late night, when the 2 bottles of baijiu were empty, Both of you were so drunk you were swaying from side to side, making the boss shake his head. Hiccuping, you mumbled shakily, "Listen well, my good grandson. That online girlfriend you had in your freshman year was actually my alt account." Du Ziteng slurred back. "That is fine. That lace panty in your wardrobe was deliberately put there by me too. Just to mess with you." The night was silent. The streetlights dim. The two of you supported each other as you stumbled down the road. At a corner, you finally gave out and collapsed, falling fast asleep. Not long after, two figures appeared from the left and right simultaneously. It was none other than Zhu Huifei and Lin Yu. As soon as they met, they understood each other's intentions perfectly. Not wanting to be outdone, they briskly walked towards you. Just as a tug of war was on the verge of breaking out, a Porsche came speeding out of the darkness in the distance. With a screech of tires, the car drifted and came to a steady halt. Jiang Xiaohua stepped out, and looking at Zhu Huifei and Lin Yu on either side, she grew even more furious. "When I asked you both, you said you did not know. Yet I end up being the last one to arrive. Someone almost stole my house right from under me." Her icy gaze swept over the two women, before finally landing on you, passed out drunk on the ground. With an undeniable tone, she declared, "He is my man." With that, she grabbed you by the collar and threw you into the back seat. She sped off, leaving only two red taillights fading into the night. Zhu Huifei and Lin Yu glanced at Du Ziteng lying on the ground. They exchanged a look and silently turned to leave. Du Ziteng lay there, looking utterly confused. Early the next morning, you groggily opened your eyes. Your temples were throbbing, hurting so much you gasped for air. You slapped your head a few times to feel slightly better. Looking around, you found the room layout somewhat familiar. You finally realized it was Jiang Xiaohua's bedroom, and you were lying in her bed. You were so drunk last night you could not remember a thing. Could it be? Just then, the door opened. Jiang Xiaohua, wearing pajamas, walked in carrying a bowl of plain porridge. She glanced at you and said coolly, "You are awake. I made some porridge to warm your stomach." You looked at the messy bed and realized you were only wearing boxer shorts. Wanting to cry but lacking tears, you asked, "We did not do anything we should not have last night, did we?" "I drank too much and can't really remember." The corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. She sat down on the edge of the bed and said softly, "A man and a woman alone in a room. What do you think we did?" "I have to say, you felt pretty good." Images instantly flashed in your mind. You lay on the bed with a bitter face, looking like you had lost all hope in life. Your innocence of 20-odd years was just gone like that. Seeing your expression, Jiang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Relax. I slept in your room. Why are you acting like I took advantage of you?" Disgusting. You finally let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiaohua scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to your lips. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she said softly, "Open." You felt a bit shy. "I can eat it myself, no need to feed me," she said coldly. "You dog. I have not even settled the score with you for what happened the day before yesterday. Eat when I tell you to. Do not make me slap you." Under her threatening gaze, you obediently opened your mouth. The porridge was a bit salty, but seeing her murderous look, you did not dare make a peep, and could only swallow it aggrievedly. Jiang Xiaohua got straight to the point. "You know I like you, right? I have hinted at it so many times, you must know. Why did you reject me? Give me a reason. Do you just not like me?" You stayed silent for 2 seconds. "Just as you said, you are a good person, but..." Slap, a crisp sound rang out. Jiang Xiaohua retracted her hand and said calmly, "Wrong answer. Try again." You covered your right cheek, aggrievedly wanting to argue. She slightly raised her hand, and you instantly backed down. Pouting, you said, "We are siblings. Besides, you are so outstanding. I am not good enough for you. I asked if you like me or not." You stammered, "I like you." Jiang Xiaohua snorted coldly. "Then that is all that matters. As for whether you are good enough, I am the one who decides. If I say you are, then you are." You were left speechless, not knowing what to say. After finishing that bowl of salty porridge, Jiang Xiaohua put down the bowl and sat back on the edge of the bed. With a determined look, she said, "When I first graduated, I did not know what I was living for and often felt lost. In my most helpless moments, it was you who gave me the motivation to move forward. Only when I am with you do I realize the future is not that bad. I truly like you. Looking at her serious expression, you stayed silent for a moment. Suddenly, you punched yourself hard, regretting your indecisiveness. Blushing, you said, I like you. I want to be with you. I want to be your boyfriend. Hearing this answer, a smile finally bloomed on Jiang Xiaohua's face. Gathering her courage, she leaned closer to you, her eyes filled with anticipation. Just as the distance between you two closed, and your lips were about to touch, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xiaohua, are you home? Shang Xin pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the two of you sitting primly in the room, she asked in confusion, what are you two doing sneaking around in the room in broad daylight? You did not even answer when I called you. Jiang Xiaohua forced a polite smile. Mom, why are you here? But her insides were churning. They were just so close. Why did she have to come and ruin it right at this moment? Your Uncle Yun and I just went to the mobile phone store to get new phones. And we bought a set for you and Xiao Yi too. Knowing that the kiss was ruined, Jiang Xiaohua stomped out of the room angrily. You quickly got dressed and prepared to go downstairs. But Shang Xin stopped you. She smiled meaningfully. Why did you sleep in Xiaohua's room? Could it be? You scratched your head guiltily. Pretending to be calm, you explained. I drank too much last night. And sis brought me back. She slept in my room. Only then did Shang Xin let you go. Watching your back, she nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the son-in-law was secured. However, sharing a room so quickly meant things were developing too fast. Relationships need time to run in. They could not rush things. In the living room, you had just come downstairs when a little girl with a bun hairstyle threw herself into your arms. Brother Yun Yi, Xiaomeng missed you so much, you said in surprise. Luo Xiaomeng, you picked up the little girl from your second aunt's family. She came to play with you every holiday. Yun Zheng explained. Her school is closed for 2 days for maintenance. Your second aunt has to work. So she asked you to watch her for 2 days. You pinched the little girl's cheek. I bet it is actually you who does not want to watch her. So you dumped this little troublemaker on me. Yun Zheng awkwardly took a sip of water to hide his embarrassment. Just then, Jiang Xiaohua, having set up her new phone, walked over. She took the old phone from your pocket. I will transfer the data for you. Your hands were indeed full. So you smiled and nodded. In your arms, Luo Xiaomeng blinked and snorted. Brother, Yun Yi, you playboy. You already have Xiaomeng, but you are still staring at other women. Scumbag. Your face darkened as you vigorously rubbed her head. I told you to read less of those unhealthy books, but you won't listen. What kind of nonsense are you learning? Jiang Xiaohua quickly finished transferring the data and handed the phone to you. You took the new phone, only to see the screen paused on the contact details page. Looking at the contact name Baby on the phone, you gave a bitter smile. Looking up, you met Jiang Xiaohua's threatening gaze. She traced her slender finger across her neck. The meaning could not be clearer. Dare to change the contact name, and she would end you. Wanting to cry but lacking tears, you helplessly compromised. You turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After lunch, Xiaomeng pestered you to take her out to play, threatening to cry if you did not. Luo Xiaomeng skipped happily in front, holding candied haws in her left hand and milk tea in her right, a bright smile on her little face. You followed behind. Your hand accidentally brushed against Jiang Xiaohua's. You were so startled you quickly pulled your hand back. But on second thought, you had already confessed your feelings to each other. Although it was not a formal confession, you were basically her intern boyfriend. What is the big deal about holding hands? Thinking of this, you mustered your courage and firmly grasped Jiang Xiaohua's soft hand. Feeling so nervous the blood rushed to your head. Jiang Xiaohua's cheeks flushed slightly. She stepped closer to you, your bodies almost touching. Jiang Xiaohua suddenly said, by the way, about you going into a love hotel with another woman the day before yesterday. I still have not settled the score with you. Tell me, how should I punish you? You looked at Jiang Xiaohua in disbelief. I did that to help you catch a traitor. But she just snorted softly. But you still went into a love hotel with another woman, unable to argue back. You could only put on a bitter face and ask, "How are you planning to punish me?" Let me tell you up front. My salary for this month has already been completely deducted by you. Jiang Xiaohua leaned in close to your ear and smiled mischievously. If you do not have money, can't you pay with your body? I will just sentence you to stay by my side for the rest of your life. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Just then, Luo Xiaoming skipped back. Brother Yun Yi, I want that doll. She pointed to a doll shop across the street. At the door stood two life-sized Barbie princesses, wearing different colored princess dresses and winking at passers-by. You immediately said generously, "Buy it. Big brother will treat you. And big sister will pay. We will buy as many as you want." Lu Xiaoming turned to Jiang Xiaohua, blinking her large, doll-like eyes. Her adorable look made Jiang Xiaohua completely unable to resist. She smiled and picked Xiaoming up. "Let us go. Sias will take you to buy dolls. Your brother is too stingy. Let us ignore him." "Okay. Stinky brother can go play by himself. Xiaoming is going to buy dolls with big sister." Watching the backs of the two girls heading across the street, you were abandoned on the spot, the corner of your mouth twitching. After buying the dolls, perhaps because the weather was too hot, Lu Xiaoming quickly got tired. She clamored to go home, enjoy the act, and watch cartoons. You had no choice but to act as the driver. When dinner time came, Zheng was in charge of cooking, while you were tasked with washing the dishes and wiping the tables. The division of labor was clear. Late at night, you had just returned to your room when Jiang Xiaohua called. "I have insomnia and can't sleep. Chat with me for a bit." "Are you really unable to sleep? Or do you just want to talk to me?" You smiled, asking even though you knew the answer. Then, the two of you chatted through the wall. You talked about interesting things from college and the dark histories of various professors. Eventually, there was no sound from the other end of the line. Obviously, Jiang Xiaohua had fallen asleep while listening. Lying in bed, you did not hang up the phone. You softly said good night, closed your tired eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, you were woken up by Jiang Xiaohua pinching your nose until you gasped for air. Rubbing your red nose, you asked in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing?" Jiang Xiaohua crossed her arms and looked at you, saying expressionlessly, "Oh, the first thing you say to your girlfriend after waking up is, 'What are you doing? Scumbag. Drop dead.'" You quickly changed your tune. "Big sis, good morning. Come here. Give me a kiss. Get lost. That is disgusting." Jiang Xiaohua said with a look of disgust. "Hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast. Starting today, you are going to the office with me. Previously, to avoid being seen by people from the company, and because you liked to sleep in, you and Jiang Xiaohua always went to the office at different times. Now that everyone in the company knew you got in through connections, and since the two of you had already crossed that line and confessed your feelings, there was naturally no need to hide it anymore. You curled your lip and got up to change clothes, not shying away from Jiang Xiaohua at all. After all, when you were dead drunk yesterday, she had definitely seen and felt every inch of you anyway. After a quick wash-up, you went downstairs and sat at the dining table. Soy milk is ready. As Zheng brought out the freshly boiled soy milk from the kitchen, the whole family was finally gathered, and only then did everyone pick up their chopsticks to eat. Even though this was a wealthy household, the breakfast was not as extravagant as one might imagine. Oan crab meat bun per person, some fried dough sticks, and a cup of hot soy milk. That was pretty much it. After finishing the meal, you and Jiang Xiaohua got into the car heading to the office. Shang Xin stood at the doorway, her gaze watching the departing car. She said with a beaming smile, "These two young ones really do look like a proper couple now. You bet. Just look at whose son he is." Zheng walked over, looking slightly smug. You had always been his pride and joy. Not only did you graduate from a prestigious university, but you were also handsome and full of sunshine. What woman would not fall for you at first sight? Shang Xin rolled her eyes at him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash the dishes. After you are done, come shopping with me for some decorations." Zheng sighed helplessly and agreed. In the car, without her mom's supervision, Jiang Xiaohua completely unleashed her inner little devil. She could not wait to hug you. Smelling the fresh grassy scent on you, she felt incredibly at ease. She looked up with a wicked smile. No Oan is watching us now. Do not you want to do something to me? Just for right now. I will agree to whatever you want. Absolutely anything. You swallowed hard. Kiss. Can we kiss? Jiang Xiaohua did not answer. Instead, she slowly leaned her head toward you. That intoxicating fragrance on her, an irresistible scent, filled your nose. Her intention was obvious. The distance between you two grew closer and closer. Your heart beat faster and faster. Finally, you felt your lips touch something soft. Opening your eyes, Jiang Xiaohua's flawless face was right in front of you. Breathtakingly beautiful. After a long time, the two of you slowly pulled apart. Seeing your flushed face, Jiang Xiaohua knew this must be your first kiss. A subtle smirk crept onto her lips. Her silly little brother was just too cute. A trip from Hoding Villa to the company usually took about 10 minutes, but under the driver's intentionally slow pacing, it took half an hour to arrive at the office building. Upon entering the company, Jiang Xiaohua reverted to her ICCAO persona, clicking her high heels. With a women's blazer draped over her shoulders, she walked toward her office with an imposing aura. Secretary Yi was already waiting at the door. Seeing her approach, she quickly opened the door. She only followed Jiang Xiaohua into the office after her. She said softly, "Boss Zheng, according to the investigation, Vice President Lin's recent behavior has indeed been strange. The recording Zhu Huifei provided is highly likely to be real. A vice president taking the lead in selling out the group's interests. This is no small matter. It might even implicate several top executives." Jiang Xiaohua walked to her seat and sat down. She ordered coldly, "Draft a new proposal. Do it in secret. Also, consolidate our funds. Since the other party already knows our bottom line, we will beat them at their own game." Understood. Secretary Yi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, back at your desk, you felt restless no matter how you sat. After thinking about it, you got up and headed toward the general manager's office. Inside, Secretary Yi was reporting on some matters. You walked right in without knocking. Right in front of Jiang Xiaohua. With a bright, confident smile on your face, you said, "I have decided. I am going to start my own business." Secretary Yi looked at you like you were crazy. Given Boss Zhang's domineering personality, how could she just let you start a business on a whim, especially when the company's funds were so tight? You were undoubtedly asking for a scolding. "Sure, show me a viable business plan, and I will let you do it." Jiang Xiaohua smiled playfully. Yet amidst the playfulness, there was a sense of doting, leaving Secretary Yi completely dumbfounded. "Hey, who is this love-struck fool? Where did the domineering Boss Zhang go?" You did not expect it to go so smoothly either. After a brief moment of shock, you scratched your head and turned to leave the office, muttering in your heart, "Since when did this woman become so easy to talk to?" Faced with Secretary Yi's puzzled expression, Jiang Xiaohua directly pulled up the security footage of Planning Group 3 and watched it quietly. After returning to your seat, you opened a PowerPoint with boundless fighting spirit. Then you stared at the computer, frowning for a long time. Ultimately, you chose to slack off. Jiang Xiaohua smiled triumphantly at this. "The reason I have not stopped him from slacking off these past 2 weeks was to subtly wear away his ambition. Now, I have spoiled him into someone totally useless at work." Secretary Yi gave a thumbs up in admiration. As expected of Boss Zhang, "That is a brilliant move." Jiang Xiaohua could not help but smile wickedly. "Men, just be a good little trophy boy for me." Soon, it was lunchtime. Zhu Huifei, who had just packed up her documents to head to the cafeteria, saw you sleeping soundly next to her. She could not resist poking your cheek. "Brother Yi, time to wake up." You smacked your lips, showing no signs of waking up. Just then, Jiang Xiaohua walked over. Zhu Huifei quickly stepped aside. Lowering her head, she greeted respectfully. "Good afternoon, Boss Zhang." Jiang Xiaohua gave a soft acknowledgement. Her gaze fell on you, passed out on your desk. She said flatly, "Look, there is a female celebrity in black tights over there, holding a limited edition Nahida body pillow." Those words seemed to flip a switch. You stood up on reflex. Looking around wildly, Drool was still hanging from the corner of your mouth. Where? Beside you, Zhu Hefei could not hold back a laugh. She never expected that someone as lazy as you could be so hilarious. Jiang Xiaohua grabbed you by the ear. She dragged you toward the elevators. There is an issue with our operations in Japan. I need to go on a business trip for 2 days. You are coming out to lunch with me. Secretary Yi followed closely behind. She handed a slip of paper to Zhu Huifei. You did the company a huge favor this time. Boss Zheng decided to reward you with a 100,000 yuan bonus and early regularization. Take this slip to the finance department to claim your bonus. Zhu Huifei was overjoyed hearing this. This amount of money was an absolute fortune to her. But after a moment's thought, she shook her head. This time, the credit mostly belongs to Yunyi. I am already thrilled that the company made me a regular employee early. Please give this money to Brother Yi. Seeing this, Secretary Yi did not force her. She gave Zhu Hefei a meaningful look before turning away. At noon, Jiang Xiaohua took you to a high-end Western restaurant for lunch. Halfway through, you two could not help but get overly affectionate, showing enough romance to make the hungry waiters lose their appetites. In the waiting lounge of the Shanghai airport, Jiang Xiaohua wore a pristine white dress. Her slender, fair arms peeked out from the cuffs. Combined with her outstanding aloof temperament, she looked like a perfect, unapproachable goddess, drawing the gazes of most passers-by. Just as boarding time approached, Jiang Xiaohua stepped forward and gave you a warm hug. Her soft body pressed tightly against yours, accompanied by a burst of intoxicating fragrance. Just as you were grinning like an idiot, Jiang Xiaohua's teasing chuckle rang in your ear. Stinky little brother. For the next 2 days while I am away, you would better behave yourself. If I find out you have been messing around, when I get back, you are dead meat. Understand? Cold sweat broke out on your forehead. You nodded repeatedly to show your loyalty. Understood. Understood. Do not you know me? I am the best boy. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua finally showed a satisfied smile. After leaving a quick peck on your lips, she turned and walked toward the boarding gate. As the airport announcements echoed, Jiang Xiaohua's back gradually disappeared into the gate. After watching her plane pierce through the clouds, you suppressed your excitement and walked out of the airport. This woman was gone. Who else could control you now? Go to work. Impossible. You were going to find an internet cafe and game all night. Just as you stepped out of the airport, you received a call from Du Ziteng. Godfather. Your boy is in trouble. Save me. He then briefly explained the whole situation. Because Du Ziteng stayed up all night drinking with you the day before yesterday. He was late for work the next day. A manager who always had it out for him seized the opportunity and stole all the planning results he had worked on for the past 2 weeks. Not only did he lose his bonus, he was also fined 500 yuan for being late. Du Ziteng immediately thought of jumping ship to a rival company, but he found out the boss had set a trap for him when he signed his contract. He had to work a full 3 years before he could resign. Otherwise, he would have to pay a massive penalty for breach of contract. Hearing this, you instantly flared up in anger. What kind of bullshit company is that? Are they even acting human? On the other end of the line, Du Ziteng sighed. I have no other choice now. If I try to sue this bastard, he will probably drag the case out until I am dead, and I can forget about getting my internship certificate. You patted your chest and promised. Damn it. Daring to bully my godson. You have to look at the master before beating the dog. Wait there. I am heading over right now. Shanghai Shengyue Electronics Company. Just after Du Ziteng hung up the phone, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked out from the restroom. It was the deputy manager of the planning department. He said with a smarmy smile, Sigh, I do not mean to criticize you, little Du. But you are so young, yet you do not even have this much stress tolerance. Think about it. Is not the proposal you made meant to serve the company, for the benefit of the group? So whether you submit this proposal or I do, is not the result the same? Young man, broaden your horizons. Open your mind a little. Hearing this, how could Du Ziteng's hot temper hold back? He yelled angrily. Ptui, you bastard surnamed son. Your skin is unusually thick. I worked my ass off for half a month on that proposal. You are just a nepo baby who got promoted through connections. You do not deserve to compare yourself to me. Sun Tian's face darkened. Do not be ungrateful. You are just a broke loser with no status or background. Me taking your proposal is me doing you a favor. I advise you to behave. Otherwise, with own word, I can blacklist you from this industry. Let us see who dares to hire you then. Du Ziteng was left speechless. He could only swallow his anger, crushing his teeth in frustration. His family had scraped together every penny to send him to college. Now, he was just one step away from graduating. He had no choice but to endure it. And Sun Tian had capitalized perfectly on this fear. He turned and left smugly. When you arrived downstairs at Zheng Electronics, 2 security guards at the door stopped you. You simply took out your Porsche car keys and said calmly, I am here to discuss a partnership with your boss. If you waste my time, can you afford to compensate me? The 2 guards exchanged an awkward glance and stepped aside. You entered Zheng Company. You quickly found Du Ziteng sitting at his desk, his eyes red. You had never seen Du Ziteng in such a state before. It was clear how heartbroken he was. College interns, especially nowadays when college students are everywhere, are treated by certain capitalists as mere money-making tools. They knew exactly that these interns would not dare cause trouble. Hey, you! This is an office area. Which department are you from? Why have not I seen you before? The obese Sun Tian walked over from the side, pointing his finger at you. Upon noticing Du Ziteng, he recalled him making a phone call earlier. He immediately laughed. I get it. You are the backup this kid called in, right? What? Coming in here looking so fierce. Are you planning to throw hands? You glared at him. You instantly realized this must be the guy Du Ziteng talked about on the phone. At that thought, you stepped forward and kicked the man right in the crotch. Ah, holy shit. Sun Tian clutched his crotch and let out a miserable shriek. The huge commotion instantly attracted the rest of the office staff. Someone immediately ran to get the boss. Call the police. How dare you physically assault someone? I am calling the cops to arrest you. You had better get ready for jail, kid. Sun Tian looked up at you with bloodshot eyes, as if trying to burn your face into his memory. Old Yun, why did you actually hit him? Du Ziteng could not sit still anymore. You raised a hand to stop whatever he was going to say next. You shot him a reassuring glance. Fear not, my son. Your father is here. Today, I will definitely make the person who bullied you pay. Seeing this, Du Ziteng hesitated for a moment. His gaze fell on the wailing supervisor on the floor. He gritted his teeth. He stepped forward and landed 2 precise kicks right in his crotch. Since he was already beaten up, he might as well enjoy giving him a real beating. Even if he had to spend a few days in jail, it would be worth it. This really made Sun Tian suffer. He completely lost his previously arrogant demeanor, rolling around continuously on the ground. The pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face. Just you wait. Ouch. I will make you pay. I will make you pay for this. The surrounding employees did not mind the drama. Not only did they not help, they even leisurely took out their phones to record. It was clear they had held grudges against Sun Tian for a long time. Just as the scene grew increasingly chaotic, the boss of Zheng Electronics finally hurried down from upstairs. With an angry look on his face, seeing him, those employees quickly put their phones away and stopped talking. The entire room instantly fell silent, leaving only Sun Tian wailing in pain on the floor. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my company? Sun Hu demanded angrily. You calmly took out your phone, dialed a number, and handed it over to Sun Hu. You said casually, my sister wants to talk to you. Seeing this, the naturally cautious Sun Hu glanced at both of you and suspiciously took the phone. He placed the phone to his ear. After a brief moment, Sun Hu handed the phone back to you with trembling hands. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking away, he said, the contract thing was a misunderstanding. Du Ziteng, you are free now. The bonus for this proposal will be transferred to your card, along with your severance pay. You have got to be kidding. Whether it was Jiang Xiaohua's Yunshang Group or Jiangji's Tianmao Group, neither was something his small company could afford to provoke. Du Ziteng did not expect that a single phone call from you would solve his massive problem. He excitedly hugged you and cheered. My good boy. You are amazing. Pick any place you want. Drinks are on me today. Brother. What about me? They beat me up like this. You are just going to let them go. Sun Tian looked on in disbelief. Sun Hu barked back angrily. You brought this upon yourself. You almost brought a massive disaster down on my head. You should be glad I did not skin you alive. You took your phone back and walked out of the company with your arm around Du Ziteng's shoulder. First, you took him to your company to handle his onboarding procedures. Then you both headed to the nearest internet cafe. You played straight through until the evening. Prompted by your dad's urging phone calls, you finally had to log off and head home. After eating dinner and taking a shower, you lay in bed. After a moment's thought, you still decided to call Jiang Xiaohua. 9:00 p.m. in Japan. Inside a high-end hotel room, Jiang Xiaohua was busy dealing with work, looking incredibly focused and serious. Scanning the complex Japanese text on her screen, she was reading at lightning speed. The phone on her desk rang. The caller ID read Silly Pig. Seeing this name, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up unconsciously. She answered the phone. I thought. You were not going to call me. It is already dark out. Are you only starting to miss me now, do you? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The truth, of course. I was afraid if I did not make this call, you would whip me when you got back. What did you say? All right. The truth is, I miss you. Hearing this, the chill in Jiang Xiaohua's eyes finally dissipated. I was not around today. How did that feel? It felt fantastic. Pooey. I mean, I missed you so much I was going crazy. When are you coming back? You ended up chatting for 2 whole hours. Until Jiang Xiaohua started feeling sleepy. And she said with slight fatigue, all right, I am going to take a shower and sleep. You may step down now. Can we video call? If you are not afraid of me gouging your eyeballs out, I suppose we could. Let us forget it then. Good night. The call disconnected. A peaceful night passed. Early the next morning, you were smacked awake, only to see Jiang Xiaohua lying on her side next to you, her beautiful, fair legs showing beneath the hem of her skirt. A faint smile played on her lips. Lazy pig, you are finally awake. You lay under the covers, staring blankly at the sudden appearance of Jiang Xiaohua. You asked, dazed, why are you? Jiang Xiaohua chuckled softly. Did not someone say they missed me last night? So I caught an early morning flight back to have breakfast with you, over 2,000 kilometers from Japan to Shanghai, just to have breakfast with you. You reached out and hugged her. Your face felt hot. So early in the morning. Who could handle this kind of stimulation? This woman was just too good at seducing people. Jiang Xiaohua affectionately patted your head. She did not stop you. She flew all the way back here. Just for this moment, did not she? Just as the two of you were being all lovey-dovey, Shang Xin's voice echoed from outside the room. What are you two doing? Hurry up and come down to eat. First to eat does not have to clean. The last to eat washes the dishes. Only then did you and Jiang Xiaohua pull apart. You changed clothes and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. As you were leaving the room, Jiang Xiaohua did not forget to stamp a kiss on your cheek. Downstairs, seeing the two of you finally come down, Shang Xin could not help but say, honestly, you took a 2-hour flight back specifically, just to eat breakfast. What a waste of time going back and forth. Jiang Xiaohua shrugged. I can't help it. Who told me to be so obsessed with my little brother? Terrified that Mother Shang would discover your current relationship with Jiang Xiaohua, you were too nervous to speak, and just kept your head down, eating. After breakfast, you drove Jiang Xiaohua to the airport. The two of you parted ways at the boarding gate once again. However, this scene was clearly witnessed by Jiang Ji, who had just returned from abroad. Holding a briefcase, he stood at the exit, watching you gaze after Jiang Xiaohua from a distance. He vaguely sensed that something was not right. He hurriedly snapped a picture of this scene. Then he called Shang Xin. As soon as the call connected, he immediately demanded, what exactly is the relationship between that brat and Xiaohua? I just saw them hug at the airport. What kind of mother are you? In his heart, Jiang Xiaohua was his most outstanding daughter. Even if she were to find a marriage partner, It should only be own of those wealthy heirs, not a brat like Yunyi. On the other end of the line, Shang Xin had been watching TV. Being questioned like this, her originally great mood instantly sank. Xiaohua is my daughter. I do not need you to meddle. I am warning you, Jiang. If you dare to bother them, do not blame me for turning against you. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Ji gritted his teeth, staring at the disconnected call. After pondering for a moment, he dialed another number. After seeing Jiang Xiaohua off, you drove to the company building. Walking inside, you plotted your novel's storyline. Since Jiang Xiaohua was so outstanding, as her man, you naturally could not be too bad either. So you set a small goal for yourself, to become a top-tier web novelist in China. After all, besides writing novels, you did not have any other strengths. Soon, under the envious gazes of the other employees, you walked to your desk and sat down. You turned on your computer, then took a bag of potato chips out of your drawer. Your movements were smooth and practiced. Beside you, Zhu Huifei was a bit excited. Brother Yi, I became a regular employee early. Boss Zheng even gave me a 2,000 yuan raise. This is all thanks to you. Let me treat you to dinner after work. You wanted to reach out and rub this silly girl's head, but suddenly felt a chilling aura from behind. You shuddered all over, and had to pull your hand back. You said with a hint of helplessness, "Own of the workplace taboos. Never reveal your exact salary. Be careful not to be resented by those who earn less. As for dinner, there is a new Diguo chicken place right across the street. Let us go together after work." I know now. Zhu Huifei nodded seriously, taking your words to heart. You quickly finalized the title and plot of your new book. A light novel style, the title was New Sister in the Clouds, inspired by your recent experiences. This kind of taboo-filled style was already bordering on the edge of inappropriate, like a book that looks like erotica on the outside, but is actually a pure love story on the inside. Very novel and fresh. Soon, your fingers typed on the keyboard almost fast enough to leave after images. This serious demeanor left Zhu Huifei beside you, and the employees from the other three groups completely dumbfounded. This king of slacking off was actually working seriously. The morning quickly passed. After 2 long hours of high-intensity typing, you comfortably stretched your back. You got up and headed to the cafeteria with Zhu Huifei. Just as you and Zhu Huifei got your food and sat down, an acquaintance sat down across from you. It was Feng Chengxi, whom you had not seen in days. You looked at her and asked doubtfully, "What is up?" Feng Chengxi hesitated for a moment, but still voiced the matter she had been holding in. It turned out that after Lin Yu entered the sales department, relying on her outstanding looks, she quickly sold over a dozen properties. This provoked the dissatisfaction of some senior colleagues. They started stealing her sales and spreading rumors to clients, saying she was a promiscuous woman. Feng Chengxi really could not stand watching it anymore, so she thought to come ask you for help. After all, in the entire group, aside from Boss Zheng, you were the biggest shot. Who told you to have a sister who dotes on you so much? After hearing the whole story, facing Feng Chengxi's expectant gaze, you instead shook your head. Since she did not tell me, it means she does not want me to know. Otherwise, it would hurt her pride. Besides, our relationship is not even that close. What do you mean, not close? No matter what, she is still your childhood friend. Feng Chengxi looked at you in disbelief. You stopped talking and just focused on eating your food. Seeing this, Feng Chengxi stood up indignantly. Seeing that you still had no reaction, she grabbed her tray, turned, and quickly walked away. After she left, your phone on the table rang. It was a video call from Jiang Xiaohua. Zhu Huifei smiled and moved to the side. The call connected, and Jiang Xiaohua's stunningly beautiful face instantly appeared on the screen. At this moment, she seemed to be on a bustling commercial street. She was eating. A gentle smile appeared on her delicate cheeks. "Little Yi, call me big sister so I can hear it." "No way. What do you take me for? If you tell me to say it, am I just supposed to say it? Would not I lose face then?" You snorted proudly. "Man, my patience has its limits. If you do not want me to return, holding a whip, you would better play along. Understood?" Big sister. After calling her that, even you could not help but blush. At 2:00 a.m. You were dozing off on an airport chair, waiting to pick up Jiang Xiaohua. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted over. Jiang Xiaohua's voice rang in your ear. Stinky little brother. Did you come specifically to pick up your big sister? At least you have a conscience. You instantly woke up. After seeing clearly that it was Jiang Xiaohua, you curled your lip and said, "Who came to pick you up?" "I was just out for a night run and happened to be nearby. I was a bit tired, so I just came in to rest." Looking at your stubborn face, Jiang Xiaohua smiled slightly. She slowly stepped forward, looped her arm around yours, and walked outside. Walking out of the airport, the night wind blowing over was very cold. Seeing that she was only wearing a thin dress, you took off your jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua felt a warmth in her heart. She could not help but stand on her tiptoes and peck your cheek. She hugged you even tighter. "This way, neither of us will be cold." The Porsche was parked by the road. Already sleepy, Jiang Xiaohua got into the passenger seat. After saying good night, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. The implication was obvious when you got home. She wanted you to carry her back to her room. What else could you do? The girlfriend you chose yourself. You could only spoil her. Early the next morning, at 8 of the clock, due to sleeping very late last night, Jiang Xiaohua still had not woken up. At the dining table in the living room, hearing Shang Xin's words, Yun Zheng widened his eyes in surprise and said, "What the heck? Meeting the father-in-law, we just started living together. Is not this a bit too fast?" You ate your food nonchalantly, having long ago stopped caring about old Yun's life or death. As expected, no matter how old they are, as long as it is a son-in-law, whenever they meet their father-in-law for the first time, they will always feel extremely nervous. Their precious daughter, raised with so much hard work over the years, was taken away by someone else, without going through 80 own trials and tribulations. How could they possibly approve of you? Thinking of this, you even felt a bit fortunate. At least you would not have to suffer through such torment. Beside you, Yun Zheng was still trying hard to delay his execution time. Shang Xin just rolled her eyes at him and said wordlessly, "My dad wants to meet little Yi, not you. Why are you getting so worked up?"
What?
You froze. After a brief moment of shock, Yun Zheng finally processed this. He coughed lightly twice and patted your shoulder earnestly. "Son, your grandfather wants to meet you. You have to go. Show your face early in front of the old man. Go ahead. I believe in you." This speed of changing faces. You were willing to call this old geezer the absolute strongest. You could only agree. After all, he was an elder. Refusing the very first meeting would be far too impolite. After breakfast, Shang Xin personally drove you out of the house, heading toward the suburbs. On the expressway to the Shang family's estate, Shang Xin, who was driving, glanced at your nervous state. She chuckled and asked, "Little Yi, how far have you and Xiaohua developed? Have you done it yet?" Hearing Aunt Shang's words, you almost choked. You coughed twice to hide your embarrassment. "Aunt Shang, what are you saying? She and I just have a normal sibling relationship." She looked at you with a half smile. "You do not need to pretend in front of me. Do not I know my own daughter? Before, she barely even talked to me. Ever since you arrived, she has become much more cheerful. So, have you two done it or not? We just made our relationship official." "Not yet," Aunt Shang said softly. "Zheng Ji saw you taking Xiaohua to the airport. He might have guessed something. He secretly called the old man. The old man dotes on Xiaohua the most. Calling you over like this. He wants to test you. You need to be mentally prepared. Even I find it hard to guess what he is thinking." The car drove away from the bustling city, at the top of a mountain. You were amazed by the estate before you. The architecture leaned towards a classic, ancient style, surrounded by high walls. The security guards, seeing the familiar Maybach, jogged over to push open the iron gates. All the guards bowed in unison to welcome the eldest Miss home. The power of wealth was truly astonishing. As soon as the car stopped, Shang Tong walked out of the villa. Over 70 years old, yet his back was still perfectly straight. His eyes stared at you like torches. His voice was booming. So you are the brat dating Xiaohua, eh? Come here and kneel for half an hour first. This display of authority immediately intimidated you. Shang Xin said helplessly. Dad, this habit of yours of scaring people, when are you going to change it? If you scare little Yi, careful Xiaohua does not come settle the score with you later. Humph. I do not believe it. Xiaohua would not value this brat more than me, her grandfather. You braced yourself. Hello, Grandpa Shang. Then you followed them into the villa. Taking advantage of Shang Xin going to the kitchen, Shang Tong snorted coldly. Boy, you want to take Xiaohua away. You have to pass my test first. You carefully reminded him. Grandpa Shang. My dad is marrying Aunt Shang. My grandparents passed away long ago. Even if I marry Xiaohua, we will still come visit you during the holidays. Shang Tong was momentarily stunned. That actually seemed to be the case. Stop trying to smooth talk me. This old man has not read many books. I can't out-talk you young folks. If you want my approval to be with Xiaohua, you must spend a day in my bear forest. There are 2 adult black bears inside that have tasted blood. If you can last a day, it proves your love for Xiaohua is sincere. If you are scared, then go back where you came from right now. You, however, nodded calmly. Sure, but you said it yourself. You can't go back on your word. My words have always carried the weight of 9 tripods. Shang Tong snorted coldly and turned around. With his hands behind his back, he walked toward the back door of the villa. The estate's facilities were complete. A forest the size of a football field took up a third of the area. It was surrounded by layers of iron fencing. At the entrance, over a dozen bodyguards armed with stun batons stood at the ready. Just as you reached the iron gate, a deafening bear roar made Shang Tong look incredibly smug. How about it, kid? It is not too late to back out now. These captive-bred bears of mine are even stronger than wild black bears. Owen Swipe could send you flying over 10 meters. Your face showed no signs of fear. I happen to love small animals. Shang Tong was speechless. This kid was acting way too tough. He grabbed a pager and tossed it to you. If you can't hold out, call for help. Do not get eaten by the bears just because you want to act brave. The iron gate opened. Behind the gate was a deep, quiet forest, overgrown with weeds, gloomy enough to make Owen's hair stand on end. You shoved the pager into your pocket and walked into the forest without hesitation. Your figure quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Shang Xin then walked up beside Shang Tong. Dad, are not you taking this a bit too far? What if little Yi gets into an accident? Shang Tong poured a cup of hot tea. What kind of accident could happen? I raised those 2 black bears since they were cubs. They just look scary. They are more docile than normal bears. As long as he does not provoke them, he will be fine. Shang Xin sighed. Sitting aside, full of worry, Shang Tong felt a bit displeased. What is so good about that brat? To make Xiaohua like him so much, and make you so worried. Come on. I am worried about you. When Xiaohua finds out you treated little Yi like this, she will definitely throw a massive fit. But I am her grandfather. Could that kid possibly be more important in Xiaohua's heart than me? You had already reached the core area of the forest. You looked calm and collected on the outside, but internally you were on high alert. The varying depths of claw marks on the surrounding tree trunks were shocking. That old man was not lying to you. There really were bears raised here. Just as you were looking for a place to hide, the ground trembled slightly. A rustling sound came from behind you. You stopped walking and slowly turned around. A black bear as tall as you appeared right where you had just walked. It stared straight at you, its nose constantly sniffing. You knew you could not run now. Running would only make you look like prey, further arousing its desire to conquer. The most urgent task was to calm down this furry giant, and then find a place to hide. Just as your mind was racing, another noise came from behind. A black bear even taller than you quietly appeared. The 2 black bears, exuding an immense sense of oppression, sandwiched you in the middle, Owen in front, Owen behind, baring their sharp, gleaming teeth. They did not give you any chance to react, lunging at you simultaneously. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaohua slept until 12 p.m. before waking up. When she opened her eyes, she was hugging a pink panda plushie. Your jacket was neatly folded on the chair. After freshening up, she opened the door to your room next door and found it completely empty. The blanket was folded meticulously. This stinky little brother, he did not even wake me up. Downstairs, Zheng was sitting on the sofa, peeling garlic while watching TV. The spitting image of a stay-at-home husband. There is lean meat porridge ready in the pot. Where's Yunyi? Jiang Xiaohua walked toward the kitchen. He and Shinshin went to your grandfather's place early this morning. Said, your grandfather wanted to meet him. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua's footsteps abruptly stopped. Grandfather wanted to meet you. Could it be that your relationship was discovered? Thinking of her grandfather's nasty temper, she could not sit still anymore. She immediately turned and walked briskly outside. Zheng scratched his head. He did not understand why she was in such a hurry. Did the old man eat people or something? After leaving the house, Jiang Xiaohua sped toward the suburbs in her car. Amidst the roar of the engine, her speed skyrocketed. What should have been a 40-minute drive, she managed to cover in just over 20 minutes. Inside the pavilion, outside the bear forest, Shang Tong was leisurely drinking tea and playing gamoku. Seeing her appear, he stood up happily like an old child. Xiaohua, what brings you here? Did you miss your grandfather? Where is Yunyi? Jiang Xiaohua interrupted coldly. Shang Tong immediately stammered, completely lacking the authority he displayed in front of you earlier. Your grandfather sent him into the bear forest. He said he has to stay there for a whole day before he is allowed to be with you. I tried to persuade him, but he would not listen. Shang Xin explained from the side. What? The bear forest. Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful eyes widened. Her face instantly darkened. She grew up in the estate. Although those two black bears were gentle to the Shang family, their attitude toward outsiders was hard to say. Seeing her expression, Shang Tong instantly knew he had taken the joke too far. Quick! Use the pager to call that kid back. The bodyguards pressed the call button several times in a row, but there was no response. Sir, we can't reach him. His pager might be damaged. Can't reach him, Shang Tong exclaimed. His voice carried a tremor. This was a military-grade pager. Even in the desert, it could send short-range signals. There was only one possibility if they could not reach him now. The pager was destroyed. Yunyi was in trouble. Jiang Xiaohua's face turned deathly pale. Without time to overthink, she dashed straight out of the pavilion. Jiang Xiaohua sprinted desperately toward the bear forest. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and go find him. Get Dr. Wang over here too, just in case. Shang Tong urgently ordered the bodyguards. He also walked briskly toward the woods. His heart was filled with endless regret. He had only wanted to scare the kid. He did not expect something to actually happen. If something terrible had happened to you, Xiaohua would definitely hate him, her grandfather, to death. Soon, over a dozen bodyguards armed with tranquilizer guns swarmed into the forest. Jiang Xiaohua was the first to rush in. She quickly arrived at the core area of the bear forest, shouting loudly as she ran. Yunyi! She suddenly stopped in her tracks. As if she had heard something. After listening carefully, she hurried toward a distant bush. Gradually, the sound of flowing water reached her ears. Pushing the bushes aside, a gentle stream came into view. On the bank, two large black bears were leisurely sunbathing. And you were lying on their bellies? Sensing the movement, you turned your head to look. You asked in confusion, why are you here? The two black bears were exceptionally excited to see Jiang Xiaohua. They circled around her like lapdogs, letting out excited cries. In stark contrast, you were in a miserable state. The bear's sudden movement had caused you to pitch headfirst into the stream. Soaked from head to toe, you wore a bitter expression. Before you could even react, a soft, delicate body threw itself into your arms. Jiang Xiaohua rushed forward and hugged you tightly. You could hear her sobbing by your ear. You idiot! Do you know how worried I was about you? You are not allowed to wander off like this again. This time, she was truly terrified. If something had happened to you, she would not know how to go on with her life. Although you did not understand why she was suddenly so heartbroken, you still comforted her softly. There. I am right here. The bodyguards watched the two of you embracing in the stream. They exchanged glances. and tactfully turned to leave. After a long while, Jiang Xiaohua finally wiped away her tears. She let go of you and demanded, "How did your pager break? Tell me the truth." You shrugged helplessly, pointing to a pile of parts on the riverbank. "It got crushed by these two big oafs. I tried to fix it, but it just turned into a pile of scrap." After getting out of the water, Jiang Xiaohua issued a low command to the two black bears.
Zheng da, Zhenger.
"Get over here and kneel down nicely." Hearing these names, your expression turned strange. Did these two goofballs come from Boonie Bears? As soon as the words left her mouth, the two black bears obediently knelt down like children who had done wrong. They even blinked in a human-like way, looking incredibly pitiful. Jiang Xiaohua took a close look at you. These two blockheads do not easily approach strangers. It must be because your clothes have my scent on them that they got close to you. You two stay here and behave. I will deal with you later. After warning the two bears, Jiang Xiaohua led you away, still dripping wet. Shang Tong, who had received the news, saw you come out and turned his head away. "Consider yourself lucky, kid." "Grandpa, do not you have anything you want to say to him?" Jiang Xiaohua pressed him. "Is it not enough that I said sorry?" "Xiaohua, please do not be mad at Grandpa. Besides, he is perfectly fine, is not he?" Shang Tong muttered his apology. Beside them, Shang Xin chuckled lightly. In the whole family, Xiaohua was probably the only one who could keep the old man in check. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaohua took you back to the villa. She shoved a set of clean clothes into your arms and pushed you straight into the bathroom. "Hurry up and shower. What if you catch a cold?" She also went upstairs, leaving wet footprints behind, ready to take a hot shower to chase away the chill. When you came out of the shower, you saw several bodyguards, carrying a pile of wooden crates and exquisite gift boxes, and loading them into Jiang Xiaohua's car. At the door, Shang Tong watched with a pained expression. The fine wines and teas he had treasured for years were just gone like that. He was so reluctant to even drink these treasures himself. Shang Xin sympathetically patted her old father's shoulder. "I told you earlier not to bully little Yi, but you would not listen." In Xiaohua's heart, her boyfriend is much more important than her grandfather. After lunch, Jiang Xiaohua acted like a lively little girl, dragging you around the estate to walk the bears. She took you to try out all the fun facilities. She selflessly shared everything she cherished with you, leaving Shang Tong watching with endless envy. Usually, the most Xiaohua would do was play chess with him. And even that was enough to make him happy for a whole day. The day flew by in laughter and joy. In the evening, the chef prepared an elaborate outdoor barbecue. You enjoyed the food while taking in the night view. Jiang Xiaohua was pulled away by Mother Shang for a private chat. Shang Tong walked over with a beer and sat next to you on the lawn. He took a big gulp and began recounting the past. It turned out that the reason Zhang Ji and Shang Xin got together was all orchestrated by him. He had recognized Zhang Ji's potential and strongly supported him becoming the Shang family's son-in-law. Facts proved his judgment was accurate. Jiang Ji indeed became a famous entrepreneur in the country, managing a multinational trading group, but he failed at being a good father. Over the years, Shang Tong had felt deeply guilty, feeling that he was the cause of Xiaohua's unhappy childhood. That was why he treated you so harshly when he found out you were Xiaohua's boyfriend. He was afraid history would repeat itself. After hearing this, you felt deeply moved by Xiaohua's experiences. Although you already knew her childhood was unhappy, you still could not help but feel sorrow for her at this moment. Your expression suddenly became incredibly serious. "Grandpa Shang, rest assured, I will definitely protect Xiaohua well. I won't let her be bullied again. She is the person you and Aunt Shang care about the most. And she is also the most important person in my heart. As long as I, Yunyi, have a breath left in me, I won't let her suffer any grievances." Shang Tong stared deeply into your resolute eyes. After a long time, he reached out and patted your shoulder and said, "Stop calling me Grandpa Shang. It sounds too distant. From now on, just like Xiaohua, call me Grandpa." A full moon hung high in the sky. The estate at night was very quiet. Jiang Xiaohua looked at Xiongda and Xiong'er, who had fallen asleep on the ground after stuffing their bellies. Helplessly, she found a blanket and covered them with it. The outdoor barbecue ended. 2 maids were cleaning up the aftermath. Under the butler's arrangement. You arrived outside a room on the 2nd floor. You closed the door. Too lazy to even take off your clothes. You crawled straight into bed. Just as you were about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. Are you going to let people sleep or what in the middle of the night? You complained, rubbing your eyes as you went to open the door. When the door opened, you were stunned. You saw Jiang Xiaohua, wearing pink pajamas, expressionlessly push the door open and walk into the room. Without saying a word, she leaped straight into the bed you had just warmed up. This series of actions left you completely dumbfounded. You asked blankly, this is my room. Did you go to the wrong room? Lying in bed, Jiang Xiaohua responded flatly. I was afraid you would not be able to sleep because you are scared of the dark. So I came to lie with you for a bit. I will go back to my room once you fall asleep. You, scared of the dark. Since when? Why did not you know about this yourself, but with such a perfect opportunity handed to you on a silver platter? How could you let her slip away? You immediately shut the door excitedly and joined her under the covers. Just as you were about to hug Jiang Xiaohua, she kicked you fiercely in the stomach. Clutching your stomach, you gasped in pain. Jiang Xiaohua said coldly, behave yourself. I just came to lie with you for a bit. If you dare to try anything funny, careful I do not teach you a lesson. Fine, no hugging then. Did you really have to kick me? You curled your lip, but obediently turned off the light and prepared to sleep. As the light went out, the room instantly fell into pitch darkness. Only the faint sound of your two breathing drifted in the air. Just as you were about to fall into dreamland, a warm, delicate body suddenly pressed against your back, wrapping around you like an octopus. Jiang Xiaohua's even breathing came from right beside your ear. She had clearly fallen into a deep sleep. She was used to hugging the plushie you gave her to sleep. Now that the plushie was not around, she was completely treating you as a giant body pillow. As a normal man, you felt restless inside, wanting to take the opportunity to get closer, but thinking that you might wake Jiang Xiaohua up. You could only helplessly give up. Forget it. Just go to sleep and behave. The peaceful night quietly passed. In the early morning, Jiang Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes, seeing you almost pressing right up against her face. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. Only then did she realize that she had unknowingly used you as a body pillow. However, her stinky little brother's sleeping face was quite handsome. Jiang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to you with an excited heart. Her cherry lips lightly pecked your mouth. Her heart instantly felt incredibly satisfied. You, still fast asleep, had no idea. You had held back from taking advantage of Jiang Xiaohua, but the first thing she did upon waking up was to actually take advantage of you. After succeeding, Jiang Xiaohua quietly slipped out of bed. Taking advantage of the early hour, she secretly sneaked back to her own room. If she got caught, she would inevitably be nagged by Shang Xin. Not long after, you were woken up by the maid. You went downstairs to enjoy breakfast. After eating, you left the estate. On the way back home, Shang Xin was driving the car. Jiang Xiaohua sat closely next to you in the back seat. The two of you secretly held hands. The atmosphere was exceptionally romantic. Just then, your phone rang. As soon as you answered, Du Ziteng's loud voice boomed from the other end. Old Yun, are you done with your graduation thesis yet? Old Zhao just announced in the group chat. By the 3rd of next month at the latest, we have to submit our theses. Are you finished? Let me use it for reference. I promise I won't copy it. You instantly fell silent. Busy slacking off and dating for the past few weeks of your internship, you had completely forgotten about the thesis. On the other end of the line, Du Ziteng knew your personality well. He immediately guessed that you had definitely forgotten about it. He hung up straight away and went to ask other classmates for help instead. After returning to Hoding Villa, you immediately went to your room and turned on your computer, starting to prepare your thesis. With 6 days left until the deadline, there was plenty of time. Jiang Xiaohua did not cling to you these 2 days either, and started dealing with matters related to Linji. Unsurprisingly, having learned of Linji and the rival company's conspiracy in advance, Jiang Xiaohua successfully won the bidding event. Lin Ji was fired on the spot and was even taken to court. Originally, he only had to serve a few years in prison, but unfortunately, the boss of the rival company was furious. He directly sued Lin Ji for assaulting his secretary. His crimes compounded, and he happily received a 5-year prison sentence. Finally, the last day of May arrived. On this day, Jiang Xiaohua finished work early and returned home. As soon as she walked in, she saw you sitting on the living room sofa, typing away on your computer keyboard, looking extremely smug. "Are you done with your thesis?" Jiang Xiaohua asked curiously. You rubbed the tip of your nose. I guarantee the plagiarism rate is less than 1%. Even the professor will give it a thumbs up when he sees it. Hearing you say this, Jiang Xiaohua's curiosity was instantly piqued. She changed her shoes and walked over to you. Her gaze swept over the computer screen. 3 seconds later, she expressionlessly grabbed your ear hard, pointing at the thesis on the screen, her beautiful eyes glaring. This is entirely in English. And out of a 10,000-word thesis, 9,000 words are thanking the teacher. What kind of thesis is this? You hung your head, like a child who had made a mistake, and muttered, "What else could I do? The professor has ridiculously high standards for the thesis. There was no way I could finish it in time in just these few days. I figured I might as well write more words of gratitude. Who knows, if he is in a good mood, he might just let me pass." Thinking about this, you could not help but chuckle. Jiang Xiaohua annoyedly slapped the back of your head. She took control of the mouse and deleted all the acknowledgments you had spent 2.5 days writing. She said in a serious tone, "Rewrite it. I will guide you." You, just you. I am not bragging, but the professor for my major is the most eccentric person in the whole school. An ordinary thesis won't even catch his eye. I graduated top of my entire department at Shanghai University. And I graduated early too. Without hesitation, you dropped to your knees on the spot, hugging Jiang Xiaohua's thighs. The movement was incredibly smooth. Looking up with tears in your eyes, "My beautiful and talented big sister, please save your little brother. If you can help me survive this crisis, your little brother is willing to devote his life to you." By the time Shang Xin and Yun Zheng returned home from grocery shopping, it was already evening. At that moment, the two of them were hiding in the kitchen, snickering as they observed the living room, where you and Jiang Xiaohua were buried in writing the thesis. Shang Xin laughed secretly. Looks like little Yi is definitely going to be a henpecked husband in the future. He is completely under Xiaohua's thumb. Yun Zheng snorted unconvincingly. This brat has no backbone at all. Getting lectured by a woman and not even daring to talk back. So you are very brave, huh? But then again, is not a wife meant to be spoiled? Honey, what do you want to eat tonight? With the help of Jiang Xiaohua, this human cheat code, you finally completed a practically perfect thesis before dark. The high quality left you amazed. You completely relaxed and happily went to the dining table to start enjoying dinner. At the table, Shang Xin constantly put food in your bowl, fully immersing herself in the role of a mother. Next to you sat a little jealous jar, her eyes locked onto her every move. After dinner, you volunteered to clear the empty bowls and clean the kitchen. While you were washing the dishes, Shang Xin and Yun Zheng had already gone out for a walk. Jiang Xiaohua leaned quietly on the sofa, rewatching the romance anime Kaguya-sama, Love is War. After finishing the dishes, you caught a glimpse of Kaguya-sama playing on the TV, and instantly felt a strong interest. While stretching your limbs, you walked over and sat down in front of the sofa. Jiang Xiaohua lightly kicked your calf with her delicate jade foot. Her eyes remained focused on the TV screen. She said calmly, "Wash my feet. What is the rush? Let me finish watching this episode first. This episode is the funniest. No matter how many times I watch it, it always makes me laugh." Jiang Xiaohua slowly turned her head. Tilting her head slightly, she stared straight at you. She gently raised her arm to signal. You could only curl your lip and walk toward the bathroom to get hot water and prepare the foot washing service, washing Jiang Xiaohua's feet for 3 months. This was the condition she had set back when you asked her to make Zhu Hifei a regular employee. This was Jiang Xiaohua's condition. There were still 2 full months left until the deadline. By now, it was completely dark outside. You carried a basin of hot water out of the bathroom and placed it in front of Jiang Xiaohua. She cooperatively submerged her jade feet into the water. The hot water enveloping her feet was instantly warm and comfortable, coupled with your gentle massage techniques. A look of pure enjoyment appeared on Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful face. Seeing as you have been behaving well lately, I have decided to reward you by letting you continue to wash my feet from now on. Hurry up and kneel to thank me. Little Yezi, you glared indignantly. Who wants to keep washing your stinky feet? As soon as the words left your mouth, the jade foot you were rubbing slipped from your grasp. Sending water splashing, she stomped right on your cheek. Your feet are stinky. Jiang Xiaohua snorted coldly. After speaking, she angrily put on her slippers, got up, and walked upstairs. You squatted in place dazed, looking down at your reflection in the water. What was going on? Just now, when this woman stepped on your face, you actually felt an inexplicable surge of excitement in your heart. After washing your feet, you also headed to your room upstairs. Not long after you laid down, Jiang Xiaohua's call came through. After the call connected, both sides remained silent, yet both felt exceptionally peaceful inside, as if your sweetheart was sleeping right beside you. A quiet night. Early the next morning, you arrived at the company. In just the 2 days you had not seen her, Zhu Huifei's aura seemed to have matured a lot. Seeing you walking over from a distance, she happily waved and greeted you. Brother Yi, good morning. You bit into the half-stick of dough you had snatched from Jiang Xiaohua and looked at Zhu Huifei carrying a stack of files. You asked curiously, where are you off to? The company is expanding recently, and the HR department is short-staffed. The department head assigned me to interview candidates along with the Group 2 supervisor. Zhu Huifei's expression was slightly nervous. After all, she was one of the candidates just half a month ago. She did not expect it to be her turn to interview others so soon. You instantly became interested. It sounded quite fun. Looking around, you saw the Group 2 supervisor making tea. You immediately walked over, enthusiastically throwing your arm around his shoulder and calling him brother, as if you were close friends who had not seen each other in years. Upon learning that you wanted to participate in interviewing the new employees, Supervisor Wang simply handed the materials over for you to handle. It solved his own hassle. And let him do you a favor? Why not? So half an hour later, acting as the lead interviewer, you took Zhu Huifei to the conference room on the second floor. Although Youngling Group was not a top-tier enterprise in Shanghai, its benefits and compensation were famously generous in the industry. The company's reputation was also quite good. Therefore, there was an endless stream of applicants coming out of admiration. At this moment, 10 people were sitting in the conference room. As you pushed the door open and walked in, the entire space instantly fell silent. Everyone cast looks of awe in your direction. You felt like you were floating on air. This feeling was so exhilarating it was addictive. But since it was a formal occasion after all, you suppressed the smugness in your heart. After walking to the front and taking your seat, you coughed twice and spoke. Who wants to go first? As soon as you spoke, a man in his 30s stood up. After handing over his resume, he began his self-introduction. His voice was filled with utter confidence. Hello, interviewers. My name is Ai-kun. I graduated from Kyoto University in Japan. He then endlessly introduced a bunch of his experiences. Seeing that he seemed ready to continue his long speech, you quickly signaled him to stop and asked directly, looking at your employment history. You have worked at multiple well-known domestic enterprises before. Why did you stay at the longest own for only 3 months? Were you dissatisfied with those companies? That is exactly right. I felt their systems were not quite suitable for me. People with ability should be paid more. In this regard, I strongly agree with your company's reward mechanism. As soon as he said this, the other 9 waiting applicants marveled inwardly. Someone who could say things like this must be extraordinarily capable. Just as everyone thought Ai-kun would definitely pass, you spoke calmly. Sorry, I do not think you are very suitable for our company. You are rejected. Your decision completely shocked everyone present. Even Zhu Huifei beside you looked confused. Ai-kun frowned and asked, and the reason? You responded, no special reason. I always do things just as I please. In the end, AI-kun angrily grabbed his resume and slammed the door as he left. Only then did Zhu Huifei lean close to you and asked curiously in a low voice, Brother Yi, I think this person fit the company's needs pretty well. How come? This is a classic case of someone going overseas just to gild their resume. On the surface, he graduated from a prestigious university, but his actual abilities do not match up at all. You can tell there is a problem just from the fact that he job-hopped 8 times in own year. You smiled and patiently explained. Zhu Huifei nodded in sudden realization, her admiration for you growing even deeper. The next person to stand up for the interview was a rather thin young man. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello, interviewers. My name is Shen Yixuan. You glanced over his resume. He only graduated from an ordinary second-tier university, applying for a sales position. When you saw the section on his health condition, your gaze narrowed slightly. You looked up, raised an eyebrow, and asked, You have quite a few health issues, do not you? Edged D. Is it severe? Shen Yixuan chuckled and replied, It is indeed. That is why I have to keep working non-stop. I simply can't stay idle. You continued asking, And what about this binge-eating disorder? Are you sure you do not need to go to the hospital for treatment first? Shen Yixuan answered, I just have a huge appetite for the big empty promises bosses feed me. You continued to press. What a talent. But what is the deal with this claustrophobia? Shen Yixuan explained. I am terrified of staying home alone, so you must not give me any days off. After hearing his answers, you picked up the stamp without hesitation and stamped a red seal on the list. You gave him a thumbs up in praise and said, Our company needs exactly someone like you. Report for duty directly tomorrow. This scene left the rest of the applicants dumbfounded. It was their first time witnessing such a bizarre interview scenario. He can get hired just like that. After Shen Yixuan, the remaining candidates' performances were all completely mediocre. You simply handed the list directly to Zhu Huifei and walked off to the side to play mobile games by yourself. Zhu Huifei was much more serious and professional than you. Without exception, she eliminated the remaining candidates owned by Oan. Seeing that almost everyone had left, you got up and walked out of the conference room. Let us go. Back to slacking off. Wait up, Brother Yi. It seems someone is still missing. Zhu Huifei stopped you, pointing to a number on the roster. There are 11 people on the list, but only 10 have shown up so far. Just as you were feeling puzzled, a figure came rushing toward the conference room, shouting as she ran, I am so sorry. I ran into a little trouble on the way, so I am late. Seeing this figure, you exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xiaoqian. Jiang Xiaoqian instinctively froze for a moment, then cried out in shock. Lu Xiaoye. Why are you here? Zhu Huifei asked in confusion. Brother Yi, do you guys know each other? She is my college classmate. We are pretty good friends. You introduced her with a smile. Then you and Jiang Xiaoqian caught up on recent events. You did not have many friends in college. Jiang Xiaoqian was one of them. Introduced to you by Du Ziteng. The three of you were as tight as bros. You leaned in close to Jiang Xiaoqian, raised an eyebrow and smiled. So what is the deal? Chasing after old Du again, are not you? I have to say, your persistence is unmatched. Jiang Xiaoqian widened her eyes. I am warning you, do not talk nonsense. Who is here for him? I am purely here to work and make money. You teased. Oh, come on. Your family owns 2 buildings in Shanghai. Collecting rent is enough for you to splurge for a lifetime. Do you even need to work for money? Just as the two of you were chatting passionately, Jiang Xiaohua walked over from the end of the corridor. Seeing you talking and laughing with a strange woman, a wave of inexplicable displeasure surged in her heart. You also noticed the approaching Jiang Xiaohua, and quickly distanced yourself from Jiang Xiaoqian, whispering instructions to Zhu Huifei to have her report directly to the sales department. I am off to save the world. After saying that, you immediately turned to meet Jiang Xiaohua. Seeing her murderous glare, you stepped forward and simply scooped her up into your arms, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Let me take you to the sales department for onboarding. Zhu Huifei spoke up to ease the awkwardness. Okay. 10 minutes later. inside the general manager's office. So she is just your college classmate. And because you have not seen each other in a long time, you were just having a happy chat. Jiang Xiaohua sat in the boss's chair, playing with a pen. You obediently nodded while massaging her shoulders. You had to be obedient. The flesh on your waist was still throbbing with pain. Who knows what this woman eats to grow up? How is her grip so strong? Jiang Xiaohua continued. But I am still very angry. I am giving you one minute. Hurry up and coax me. You thought for a moment, stopped the massage, leaned in close to her ear, and cooed softly. Sister, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Right at that moment, the office door was pushed open. Secretary Yi stood dumbfounded at the door, witnessing the entire process of your whining. President Jiang, please continue. I did not hear a thing. Secretary Yi quickly shut the door. Your face flushed completely red, squatting on the floor with your face in your hands. My brilliant and mighty image. It is all ruined. I do not want to live anymore. Jiang Xiaohua's mood, however, took a turn for the better. She patted your head and laughed. It is okay. I won't despise you for being a sissy. This unintentional remark pierced your heart like a sharp sword. A perfect critical hit. Jiang Xiaohua pulled your dejected self into her fragrant, soft embrace. There is a celebration banquet tonight. To celebrate the company winning this project, you are coming with me. Get used to these kinds of social events. I am not going. You looked up with a face full of grief and indignation. Pointing at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, you roared. Even if I, Yun Yi, jump from here today, I will never attend any celebration banquet with you. The smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face gradually vanished. Is that so? Since you are so resolute, then jump. Once you are dead, I will have you stuffed and hung on the wall. We can make do and spend a lifetime together like that. Seeing Jiang Xiaohua actually make an unexpected move, you involuntarily shrank your neck. Noticing the cup on the desk was empty, a flash of inspiration hit you. You quickly grabbed the cup and poured some hot water at the dispenser, then handed it to Jiang Xiaohua with a flattering smile. Have some water, sister? Actually, besides squeezing shoulders, I am also really good at back massages. Look how busy you have been lately. Let me help relieve your fatigue. Looking at your desperate attempts to please her, a trace of smugness flashed in Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful eyes. Little guy, I manage thousands of people under me. Do you think I can't handle just you? For the social event tonight, you were dragged by Jiang Xiaohua to a high-end bespoke suit shop. When she first moved in with you, she had already custom-tailored a suit for you. Inside a luxury apartment building in downtown Shanghai, a woman's soft moans continuously echoed from the bedroom, accompanied by a man's heavy breathing. Inside the room, Jiangji walked to the wardrobe, took out a pajama set, and put it on. On the bed behind him lay a woman, whose looks were not the least bit inferior to the stars on screen. The woman suddenly sat up and hugged him. Jiangji, there is a concert at the Shanghai Bird's Nest the day after tomorrow. Let us go together. Jiangji pushed her away in annoyance, walked over to a bag on the table and pulled out a bank card, tossed it casually onto the bed, his tone cold. Take the money and leave. I will contact you again when I need you. Also, do not do anything pointless. You are merely a tool to solve my physical needs. You have no right to talk about feelings with me. A bitter smile appeared on the woman's face, but she understood her place. Not daring to linger, she picked up her clothes scattered on the floor and left the room barefoot. After the woman left, Jiang Ji's phone rang. He answered the call. Not long after, his expression instantly darkened. The veins on the hand gripping the phone bulged. He gritted his teeth and hung up. The call was from Shang Tong, warning him to stop interfering in Jiang Xiaohua and Yunyi's relationship. Otherwise, he would face severe consequences. Damn it. What exactly is so special about that brat? Why does everyone treat him like this? Jiang Ji fumed inwardly, but still maintained his composure. Since going the overt route won't work, I will just have to move in the shadows. Night fell. In front of the Shanghai Tower, a Porsche slowly pulled up. Jiang Xiaohua, dressed in an exquisite, long gown and crystal high heels, stepped out of the car. Her makeup was elegant. At this moment, she had surpassed the description of beautiful. The door on the other side of the vehicle opened. You stepped out, wearing a white suit. After changing into the new outfit, your aura became much more composed. Jiang Xiaohua walked up to you and helplessly reached out to adjust your messy tie. You are a grown adult. How can you still not tie a tie properly? I am just a child who has barely lived for over 200 months. Stop joking around. After fixing your tie, Jiang Xiaohua gently linked her arm through yours and walked towards the building. Many passers-by around were captivated by the pair's elegance. Jiang Xiaohua stared straight ahead and said softly, "Straighten your back. Stop looking around. So many people are watching. If someone snaps an ugly photo and puts it online, watch out or you will become an internet meme." Although you were incredibly nervous, feeling the faint fragrance radiating from Jiang Xiaohua beside you, and the warmth she transmitted, your mood gradually calmed down. The two of you stepped into the elevator just like that. At the very top of the building was the venue for this banquet, the Cloud Dining Restaurant. As the elevator slowly ascended, through the transparent glass in front, you felt the dazzling night view of Shanghai much more viscerally. A sense of superiority, looking down on the masses, swelled in your heart. When you followed Jiang Xiaohua out of the elevator, and under the guidance of the restaurant manager, stepped into the banquet hall, the sight before you left you dumbfounded. The room was full of guests in suits and leather shoes, chatting happily. The long tables were laden with rare delicacies and fine wines. Seeing your amazed look, Jiang Xiaohua pulled you toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. From here, you could overlook the entire scenery of Shanghai, especially at night. You gazed at the starry river like glittering night view below. But before you could fully enjoy the view, a guest spotted Jiang Xiaohua's arrival and hurried over to greet her. "Miss Zheng, congratulations to Yunling Group on the successful bid. I will drink to that first, as a token of my congratulations." "Miss Zheng, do you still remember me? We met briefly at that business gathering in the capital last time." "Miss Zheng, you look even more radiant." Flattering words poured in one after another. Jiang Xiaohua was already tired of hearing them. If it were in the past, she probably would not even bother to give a polite reply. As for right now, how about it, stinky little brother? Is not your big sister amazing? If you disobey me in the future, you will be in for it. Jiang Xiaohua flashed you a triumphant smile. Hearing this, you smiled and replied, Yeah, you are the most amazing." The surrounding guests were all corporate leaders and executives. Hearing what Jiang Xiaohua called you, their eyes immediately lit up. A somewhat short, middle-aged man reacted first, leaned close to you and smiled. "So it is Miss Zhang's younger brother. No wonder you are so handsome. You must be quite extraordinary. It just so happens I have a daughter around your age at home. If you have some free time another day." Jiang Xiaohua was originally in a great mood, but upon hearing this, her face instantly darkened. She glared fiercely at the man, her newly acquired sweetheart, and he dares to have designs on him. He really does not know the meaning of death. With the arrival of the host, Jiang Xiaohua, the banquet atmosphere grew even livelier. People eager to curry favor kept coming in an endless stream. The banquet officially began, and the restaurant's signature performances kicked off. When you returned from the restroom, you saw a group of beauties dressed in ancient-style red kippaos enter everyone's line of sight in an orderly fashion. The melodious sound of a gusheng echoed through the banquet hall. The 10 kippao-clad women opened the paper umbrellas in their hands and danced elegantly to the rhythm. When the song ended, it was time for the guests to pick dance partners. "Damn it, I have eaten way too much these past 2 days. I feel like my figure is out of shape." You walked out of the restroom, muttering to yourself as you returned to the hall. You saw many people forming a circle. Through the gaps in the crowd, you could see figures dancing in the middle. Jiang Xiaohua stood to the side with her arms crossed, watching silently with a cold and aloof posture. There were quite a few young talents present tonight, but under the aura of the aloof goddess, no one dared to step forward and invite Jiang Xiaohua, knowing they would be rejected but still trying. That is the behavior of a fool. But this was a kind of torture for Jiang Xiaohua. She was lonely inside, longing to dance with someone she liked just like normal people. But the environment she was in dictated that anyone who approached her all came with ulterior motives. The music continued. You walked quickly to Jiang Xiaohua, extended your hand to her, and smiled. Miss, I wonder if I might have the honor of a dance with you? Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful face showed a hint of surprise. She was caught off guard by your sudden invitation. Although people had invited her before, they were all turned down by her without exception. But if it is you, Jiang Xiaohua did not say a word. She simply rested her slender right hand gently on your palm. You held her soft, boneless jade hand, and froze in place for a moment. What is wrong? You panicked and whispered, suddenly remembering that you did not know how to dance at all. But the invitation had already been spoken, with so many eyes watching. Admitting you could not dance now, would not that make you a laughingstock? Jiang Xiaohua did not expect that you would not even know the most basic steps, yet still dared to invite her to dance. Her icy demeanor instantly broke into a bright smile. She could not help but laugh out loud. This guy is truly a lovable idiot. Just as you were blushing red and at a loss for what to do, Jiang Xiaohua gently looped her left hand around your arm and elegantly placed it on your shoulder blade. She said gently, "No need to worry, I will lead you. Just follow my movements slowly." As she spoke, Jiang Xiaohua had already helped you fix your posture and began to move her graceful figure to the beat of the music. You nervously tried to mimic her steps, but when you noticed more and more spectators gathering around, your steps began to falter. Jiang Xiaohua noticed your panicked state, reached out and lightly pinched your chin, staring deeply into your eyes. Do not mind their stares. Right now, you only need to see me. Your gaze should solely focus on me. Under Jiang Xiaohua's careful guidance, you quickly grasped the rhythm of the dance. Though your movements still had many flaws, compared to your initial stiffness, you had improved immensely. Jiang Xiaohua was overjoyed inside, feeling that her previous hard practice of dance skills was all for this moment. All the sweat and hard work from the past were completely worth it right now. Slowly, the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Among them were some sharp-eyed individuals who whispered among themselves, "Are they really siblings? Why do I feel like they look more like lovers?" As soon as this was said, someone immediately retorted, "What is strange about siblings dancing together? Could it really be an incestuous romance? Do not make jokes like that. Besides, with Miss Zheng's temperament, what kind of man do you think is worthy of her? Because you joined halfway through, just as you were getting a feel for the dance." The music came to an end. "Miss Zheng, your dancing is truly exquisite. Could you grace us with another dance with your brother?" Yes. Being able to admire Miss Zheng's dancing is truly an honor for us. Please dance on more. Faced with the crowd's enthusiastic coaxing, Jiang Xiaohua took your arm and smiled faintly at them. "Thank you all very much for coming to the banquet today, but it is getting late. If we are fated to gather again, I will certainly offer another dance." Hearing this, the guests did not push the matter. It was indeed getting late. The celebration banquet thus came to a successful conclusion. The guests left owned by ONKV. After the banquet dispersed, Jiang Xiaohua and you stepped out of the Shanghai Tower and chose not to drive home, but instead strolled along the riverside path, fingers intertwined. The night breeze gently brushed against your faces, mixing with the slight sweat from dancing just now. It felt exceptionally fresh and pleasant. Taking a leisurely stroll along the way like this occasionally is truly refreshing. In the shadows of a streetlight not far away, an orange chubby cat suddenly popped out, walking an elegant catwalk, as if taking a leisurely stroll. The eyes of Jiang Xiaohua beside you immediately lit up. She let go of your hand and trotted toward the orange cat. Perhaps because Jiang Xiaohua had no hostile aura about her, the orange cat did not flee, but stopped in its tracks instead. Jiang Xiaohua grew even more delighted and scooped the kitty right up into her arms, affectionately rubbing against its head and stroking its soft belly fur. "Meow." The orange cat let out a comfortable purr. "Meow." Jiang Xiaohua mimicked it and meowed back. Witnessing this scene, a helpless smile appeared on your face. Just how obsessed is this woman with cats? Jiang Xiaohua accidentally caught sight of the smile on your face and mistakenly thought you were making fun of her behavior. She stood up holding the fat cat, glared at you and said, "Could you not stare and smile at me like that? You look like a perverted creep. It is disgusting. You retorted in dissatisfaction. Am I not even allowed to smile? I think you are the one who is disgusting. Silly girl. Meowing to act cute. Who really looks like a creep here? Jiang Xiaohua's eyes went wide with anger. Stinky brother. You dare speak to me like that? Asking for a beating. Seeing her take off a high heel, ready to throw it. You were so scared you bolted. If that sharp object hit you in the head, you would probably have to lay in a hospital for days. Were not you so smooth talking just now? If you have got guts, stop right there. Sister is going to teach you a good lesson today. Yeah. Whatever you say goes. Talk to me when you can catch me. That night, Jiang Xiaohua chased you barefoot across 2 streets, until she finally stopped from exhaustion. Only then did you go back and carry her on your back toward home. Of course, on the way back, your head could not escape a relentless barrage of smacks. Women are truly unreasonable carbon-based life forms. Early the next morning, you yawned and opened your eyes, only to be greeted by a pair of long, pale legs stretched out before you. You snapped fully awake. Jiang Xiaohua was sitting casually on your bed, barefoot, leaning against the wall, holding a Japanese light novel, reading it with great relish. Those snow-white feet casually resting on your stomach. You asked expressionlessly, "Dearest sister, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Jiang Xiaohua scoffed. "My foolish little brother. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? I am obviously reading a novel." You asked back, confused. "What I meant to ask was, why do you have to read your book on my bed?" Jiang Xiaohua replied righteously. "A girlfriend likes to cuddle up next to her boyfriend to read. Is not that completely normal? Or rather, do you have a problem with it?" Hearing her speak with such conviction, you were left speechless. This woman is always like this. Suddenly doing these risky things. Sooner or later she is going to eat you alive. You started to get out of bed and dress, then washed up and got ready, splashing a handful of cold water on your face, especially in the height of summer, was simply incredibly refreshing. Your whole being instantly felt revitalized. Picking up your phone, you were surprised to find 2 unread messages and a missed call from an unknown number. "Hello, esteemed Mr. Yoon. I am the editing supervisor in charge of your work at Hongguo Novel Network." Yulong. Seeing you staring blankly at your phone, Jiang Xiaohua gently kicked you with her leg and asked in confusion, "What are you zoning out for?" "It looks like my novel is getting published," you replied, feeling a sudden wave of surprise inwardly. Publishing is extremely important for any novel, and an excellent opportunity to boost popularity. If lucky enough, Owain might even make a fortune. But you have only been writing this light novel for a few days, and just updated it to 100,000 words yesterday. Come to think of it, it seems you have not checked the work stats for the past 2 days. With a heart full of excitement, you clicked open the Writer's Assistant app. Instantly, a string of 99+ notifications caught your eye. You have new paragraph comments to review. Congratulations, your work Sister Yunli has topped the new book chart. Your sister Yunli has achieved the milestone of 1 million readers. Looking at this series of messages, you finally understood the reason for the editor's call, and the reason behind the publishing proposal. This book has completely blown up. Immediately following that, you quickly called the editor back. The other party answered swiftly and began discussing the publishing details. Publishing is entirely different from purely writing web novels. Simply put, after publishing, the explicit content of your writing must be drastically reduced. You can't be excessively naughty. This conversation lasted for a full hour. While finalizing the publishing details, you also received the first royalty payment for this new work. Although it was merely a meager 20,000 in royalties, you excitedly patted Jiang Xiaohua on the head and shouted excitedly, "Let us go! Silly girl, let us go on a date. All expenses today will be fully covered by young Master Yun." Jiang Xiaohua expressionlessly touched the spot where she was patted, then silently got out of bed, took out a clothesline pole from the wardrobe, and stared directly at you with cold eyes. Your heart sank. "I am doomed. I got too carried away just now. Now I am probably going to suffer." A moment later, You successfully received a lethal combo of kicks from your stepsister. After roughhousing for a while, the two of you changed clothes and went downstairs, preparing for your first official date after confirming your relationship. As for Shang and Yunjung, they had already gone out after breakfast. It seemed Shang had become obsessed with square dancing and forcefully dragged comrade Yun along to be her dance partner. Sitting in the car, you curiously clicked open another unread text message. Mom's relay station. Click. Gex. CC. Innocent style internet celebrity. Shanghai Four Seasons Zoo. Knowing that girls all have a soft spot for adorable little animals, you specifically chose the zoo as the location for your first date. The key was that this zoo kept pandas, which would firmly capture the heart of Jiang Xiaohua, a cat lover. The entire zoo was not actually that large in scale. Plus, there was a massive crowd of visitors since it was Saturday. So after you and Jiang Xiaohua took a brief tour around, you headed to the next destination, the movie theater. You deliberately chose a horror movie, said to be the scariest work in recent years. You originally thought that when Jiang Xiaohua saw the ghostly scenes, she might nestle into your arms, seeking a sense of security out of fear. But halfway through the movie, you were the first to dive into Jiang Xiaohua's arms, successfully turning the tables. By the time the movie ended and you walked out of the theater, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Little Yi, where exactly are you taking me? We have been walking for half an hour. I am tired. Facing Jiang Xiaohua's complaints, you replied expressionlessly. You have been piggybacking on me this whole way. I should be the one who is tired. Following the phone navigation through 2 more intersections, you finally stopped in front of a pet store. What did you bring me to a pet store for? Jiang Xiaohua slid off your back. You walked into the store on your own and said calmly, since it is a date, then there must be a date gift. The 2 of you entered the store one after the other. This pet store was not very big. The innermost section had rows of cages, housing pets like small dogs and cats. You must be Mr. Yun, right? The kitty has already been bathed and vaccinated. The shop owner was an enthusiastic middle-aged lady. She walked up to a cage and brought out an entirely snow-white little kitten. It had a pair of brown cat eyes and was extremely adorable. You took the kitten and handed it to the slightly excited Jiang Xiaohua, saying with a smile, "Here you go. I specially picked it out. From now on, when I am not around, you will have this little guy to keep you company, so you won't feel lonely." The shop owner laughed happily. "Miss, your boyfriend truly dotes on you." Jiang Xiaohua looked down at the little white cat resting quietly in her arms, her beautiful eyes shimmering with traces of joy. She had always longed to keep a cat, but unfortunately, she simply could not spare the time to care for Owen normally, and could only harbor the fantasy. She never expected you to actually give her such an adorable little guy. This cat was reserved by you in advance online. After paying the remaining balance to the shop owner, the 2 of you stepped out of the pet store with this new member, taking advantage of the time left before dark. It was the perfect time to head to the pet supermarket to stock up on cat litter, a cat bed, and other such supplies. On the way to the supermarket, watching Jiang Xiaohua, who could not bear to put the little white cat down, you asked curiously, "What are you going to name her?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua thought for a moment. "This cat is a female, and it is a date gift from you. Let us just call her Yun Xiaobai." Early the next morning, you woke up before 8 o'clock. Today was the deadline for submitting your thesis. You made a rare trip back to the university and took the opportunity to catch up with your other 2 good friends. After finishing breakfast, you and Jiang Xiaohua changed shoes and left the house together. Outside the gates of Shanghai University, morning classes were about to begin at this time. Many students renting off campus were passing through the gates, heading in the direction of the teaching buildings, their faces beaming with youthful, energetic smiles, discussing where to go play after class. At the end of the road, a Porsche 911 slowly drove up and pulled over by the curb. The appearance of such a $1 million luxury car immediately attracted the gaze of many students. Even the security guards at the gate looked over curiously. The car door opened. Dressed in a black shirt, you stepped out with a black backpack. Your facial features were deep and refined, with eyelashes as long as raven feathers, a straight nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pursed, emanating a gentle and easygoing aura all around. Some girls exclaimed softly, "Look quickly, that handsome guy is truly gorgeous. Why does he feel somewhat familiar? I always feel like I have seen him somewhere before. Oh my god, even the school idol Shen Xingyu probably is not as handsome as him. Since when did our school get such a good-looking guy?" Immediately after, Jiang Xiaohua also stepped out of the car, walked halfway around the vehicle and stood in front of you, leaning close to your ear. She pursed her red lips. "Be a good boy at school. I will come pick you up at noon. If I find out you have been flirting around, you know what methods your big sister is capable of." After saying that, in front of numerous swooning girls, she planted a kiss on your cheek, as if declaring her sovereignty. Then she drove away. You touched the spot that was just kissed, and expressionlessly wiped away the saliva. You did not know since when, but being kissed by this woman no longer gave you that initial heart-racing feeling. At this moment, Du Ziteng, riding a small electric scooter, finally arrived late, followed by two male students of similar age. Both of these guys were your roommates. Owen was named Huangji, and the other Xu Yutai. "Old Yun, did you miss your daddy? Good son. Hurry up and give your father a hug." The few of them gave you a passionate embrace. A smile could not help but appear on your face as well. The four of you slung arms over each other's shoulders and stepped through the school gates, naturally chatting about your experiences over the past half-month. Huangzi waved his hand and laughed. "Sigh, my uncle happens to run a company, so he got me an internship certificate. My father has already stated that he will arrange a stable job for me after graduation." Su Yukai also chimed in smugly. "My own aptitude is mediocre. After graduating, I can only go back and inherit the family business." Holy crap, I truly could not tell. You guys always acted so broke and poor normally. Who would have thought you were actually hidden second-generation heirs? Du Ziteng was shocked beyond belief. "Old Yun, how's your situation? I heard you and Lin Yu have already parted ways. Take a piece of advice from your bro. Women are like clothes. Change them when it is time to change." Seeing your two brothers starting to comfort you, a warm current surged in your heart. At this time, Du Ziteng curled his lip and interrupted. "What the hell are you comforting him for? This guy has already latched onto a wealthy woman. You have heard of Yunling Group, right? The general manager is his girlfriend, and the chairman is his stepmother." As soon as these words came out, Su Yukai and Huangji exchanged glances, and quickly released the hands resting on your shoulders, waving at you in disgust. "Go, go, go. What bad luck. You stay away from us?" You and Du Ziteng locked eyes for a moment. "Fine. True brothers indeed." Before long, the four of you arrived in front of the classroom, took out the fully prepared theses, already mentally prepared to have them returned for rewriting. Just as you stepped into the classroom, you instantly froze, staring in surprise at Lin Yu and Feng Chengxi in front of the podium. They had actually chosen to submit their theses today as well. What a coincidence. The teacher, He Wenbo, waved at the four of you. "What are you still standing there for? Come on in. Hand in your completed theses for me to review." Lin Yu watched you walking over, her emotions exceptionally complex. She used to be too ignorant, missing out on the person most worth cherishing during the most beautiful years. Now that she had changed, she could never find him again. That young man whose mind was once filled entirely with her. The theses at Shanghai University varied in difficulty, based on the standards of each department, and your class unfortunately got the strictest professor in the whole school. Under Professor He is urging. The four of you dawdled your way over. Two neatly handwritten theses were already placed on the podium, evidently submitted by Lin Yu and Fang Changxi, sitting there neatly, clearly having already been approved. After all, the two were recognized as top students. So the four of you were not surprised by this. Who is going first? He Wenbo scanned the group, his shirt unbuttoned casually at the top, exuding an aura of natural authority. Just as you were about to take a step back, to let your three good friends take the lead, you were violently shoved forward by three hands. Du Ziteng, staring straight ahead, said, Professor. Yun Yi has been dying to have you review his thesis. You should let him go first. Huang Zi also chimed in. That is exactly right. He kept bragging to us earlier about how brilliantly he wrote his thesis. He even said it would surely leave you in awe. Zhu Yukai immediately echoed. Stop pretending, old Yun. Why are you suddenly acting shy now? Hurry up and take out your thesis for the professor to inspect. Your face turned ashen. These three damn bastards. When did you ever say such things? But after hearing the three's descriptions, He Wenbo had a flash of interest in his eyes. You were already a student he had personally cultivated, clever and lively by nature. It was just your poor attitude towards learning that made him feel it was a pity on more than own occasion. At this point, you had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out the thesis that Jiang Xiaohua had helped you revise and hand it to the professor. Professor, he lowered his head and carefully read the contents of the thesis, suddenly furrowed his brows deeply, and asked with a frown, is this really a thesis you completed independently? Seeing this situation, you secretly breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Judging by this posture, it should be fine. You immediately flashed a smile and replied, yes, teacher. This is the result of half a month of me neglecting sleep and food. How about it? The quality is quite good, right? Professor, he first gave you a kind smile, then instantly changed his expression, glared and gave a cold snort. Do you think I do not know what level you are at, kid? If you truly wrote this thesis, I will eat it right here on the spot. Confess honestly, did that girl Xiaohua help you complete it? You were somewhat shocked. I am sorry, Professor, But, how does the professor know Jiang Xiaohua? He Wenbo sighed, a certain memory revealing itself in his eyes. With Jiang Xiaohua's extraordinary talent, if she had been willing to stay and further her studies, her future achievements would certainly have been immeasurable. What a pity! She just had to plunge right into business as soon as she got her diploma. Then, Professor, does this mean I passed? You asked with a cheeky grin. Scram, scram, scram. Stop being an eyesore in front of me. Next. The next own-up was Du Ziteng. He handed over his thesis brimming with confidence. Professor, he saw through at a glance that he did not do it himself, but did not probe further. After a hasty skim, he waved him off to signal the next own. Following that, Huang Ji and Shu Yuchai's theses also narrowly passed. After giving a few instructions, Professor, he left the classroom. The six of you stepped out the door and walked towards the sports field. Since it was still early, you proposed having a farewell dinner, naturally inviting Lin Yu and Fang Chengxi as well. After all, you both worked at the same company. You would be seeing each other constantly in the future. So it was not good to make the relationship too stiff. In the early morning, many young people had gathered at the basketball court to sweat it out, freely releasing their youthful vitality, while a group of enthusiastically screaming girls stood on the sidelines. The scene was incredibly lively. Looking just like a fan meetup for a celebrity, Huangji pointed at a figure sprinting on the court and said with a tone of envy, "Look, that is Shen Xingyu, who took the throne of school idol as soon as he enrolled. And he is the ace player of the basketball team. In my opinion, he is just a bit better looking. Still can't compare to old Yun though." You looked over curiously. His appearance was indeed outstanding, belonging to the sunny, handsome type. And his physique was also quite excellent. No wonder the surrounding girls were so crazy about him. Just as you were chatting while walking towards the school gates, Du Ziteng bumped your shoulder and lowered his voice. "Why is that guy walking towards us?" You saw Shen Xingyu, who had just ended the match, with an overwhelming victory, step off the court and head straight toward your group, wearing a gentle smile on his face. He swept a glance over you all, then went directly to Lin Yu, reached out his hand and smiled. "Senior Lin, I am Shen Xingyu from the finance department. Can we be friends?" Obviously, his purpose here was to hit on her. But this was to be expected. After all, Lin Yu was indeed the undisputed top beauty of Shanghai University. Those who admired her were countless. Faced with the extended hand, Lin Yu responded with an apologetic smile and simply bypassed him, continuing to walk towards the school gates, clearly expressing her rejection. Witnessing this scene, Du Ziteng and the other two could not help but snicker secretly. They despised this type of person the most, who relied on their outstanding looks to act self-important. Just as the four of you were about to follow her, Shen Xingyu noticed the amusement in their eyes and suddenly reached out to block you. Smiling, he said, "You must be Senior Yunyi. Although I have been enrolled for less than a year, I have long heard many rumors about you. Like stalking someone relentlessly even after your confession was rejected. What the hell are you talking about, kid?" Hearing this, Du Ziteng instantly flared up in anger and directly grabbed Shen Xingyu by the collar, ready to throw a punch. Fortunately, you were quick and stopped him. Shen Xingyu straightened his clothes and smiled indifferently. "This is a campus, after all. If you have a problem with what I just said, I will be waiting on the court." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the basketball court. "This is blatantly looking down on us."
Yukai said furiously.
"It is nothing more than failing to hit on a girl. So he is transferring his anger onto you. Since the entire student body and faculty know about your past with Lin Yu." You sighed. "He is treating you as a love rival." Lin Yu turned back and said softly, looking somewhat apologetic, "I have caused trouble for you. It is fine. I am used to it by now." You waved your hand dismissively. Then you and your three brothers exchanged glances, understanding each other implicitly, and strode towards the basketball court together. Being humiliated to your face without fighting back was definitely not your style. On the court, Shen Xingyu was focused on practicing three-pointers. Seeing the four of you approach, he held the ball and smiled. "I thought you seniors were too chicken to come." Huang Ji flipped him the middle finger and sneered. "Today your seniors are here to teach you how to behave, so you do not just bite whoever you see." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the other team members, who came running over one after another, standing aggressively behind Shen Xingyu. To back him up, Shen Xingyu confidently tossed the ball to you. "Since you seniors are about to graduate, you can decide the rules of the game. I will give you a own ball handicap." You held back the agitated Du Ziteng, looked around at the dozen or so basketball team members behind him, extended a hand and beckoned to them, saying, "No need to overcomplicate things. A regular match will do. There is only 4 of us. All of you can play at once." "What do you mean?" Shen Xingyu frowned, not understanding what trick you were playing. "Do you not understand human language?" Du Ziteng crossed his arms and snorted. "Call your entire basketball team over. The 4 of us are enough to crush all of you." Around the outdoor basketball court, a crowd of onlookers had packed in tightly. Almost all the students who did not have class had gathered here. The scene was incredibly bustling. Everyone was pointing at the court, engaged in heated discussions. Holy shit! Where did these 4 masters come from? They have already defeated over 20 people. The basketball club has completely lost face this time. I heard it was Shen Xingyu who provoked them first. Usually surrounded by girls and putting on a gentle and refined act, I have found him an eyesore for a long time now. This time he has really asked for it. Let us see how he gets out of this. The atmosphere on the court was in stark contrast to the outside, appearing exceptionally heavy. Another violent slam dunk scored. You gently wiped away the beads of sweat forming on your forehead. Have not touched a ball in almost half a year. Feeling a bit rusty. Behind you, Du Ziteng shouted at a few dejected members of the basketball club with their heads hung low. "Hurry up and sub some more people in. You 4 can't even beat us. Just send 8 guys at me directly. Come on." Those basketball club members only had own thought in their minds. This guy is truly incredibly arrogant. Soon, another 8 unresigned members of the basketball club joined the fray. Deafening cheers erupted from outside the court once again. Upon hearing the news, the president of the basketball club, Lan Tianyu, thought people from another school had come to stir up trouble, and immediately rushed to the scene from the dorms. Shen Xingyu, who had been knocked out of the game in the first round, immediately ran up and started spouting nonsense. "President, these 4 are too arrogant. As soon as they arrived, they said our whole basketball club is full of trash. It is my lack of skill. You have to seek justice for us." The other dozen or so defeated team members seemed to have found a savior and swarmed around to complain. Lan Tianyu watched the 12 figures running on the court, seemingly noticing something unusual. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. How could it be him? At the gates of Shanghai University, a Porsche 911 slowly came to a halt. Long, pale legs stepped out from the car door. Long, pale legs stepped out from the car door. Alulian. Long, pale legs stepped out from the car door. Long, pale legs stepped out from the car door. Ulan. Jiang Xiaohua stepped out of the car with a powerful aura, closely followed by a Lamborghini parking right beside it. Jiang Xiaoqian stepped out of the car. Luxury cars that were rarely seen normally actually appeared at the same time. The two beauties looked at each other and narrowed their eyes simultaneously. An invisible, powerful aura emanated from them. Then they walked into the school together. Meanwhile, over at the basketball court, this match had entered a fever pitch. Although outnumbered 2-0, the four of you cooperated seamlessly, each a veteran on the court, moving as if there were no opponents. Unstoppable. In this match, the basketball club was utterly crushed once again. Just when everyone thought Lan Tianyu was about to exact revenge, he walked straight up to you instead, reaching out his hand with a face full of pleasant surprise. Senior Yun, long time no see. Your basketball skills are still as formidable as ever. This scene left Shen Xingyu completely dumbfounded. These two actually know each other. Lan Tianyu quickly introduced you to the team members behind him. This is the senior I have constantly mentioned to you all. The own who taught me how to play. Hurry up and say hello. Although confused, the club members still bowed in unison and shouted, "Hello, brother Yun." The audience outside the court looked at each other in confusion. They were fighting to the death just a moment ago. How did they suddenly start calling him boss? Senior, what exactly happened over here just now? After exchanging pleasantries, the doubts in Lan Tianyu's mind had not yet dissipated. He was suspicious of the situation Shen Xingyu had described earlier. Du Ziteng was just about to open his mouth to explain, when you shoved him aside with Owen hand, and then disgustedly wiped your hand on Shu Yuchai's clothes. The latter's face instantly contorted. You are so noble. Your hands are full of sweat, and you wipe them all over me. Are you even human? Noticing Shen Xingyu's slightly unnatural expression, you walked up and patted his shoulder, saying with a smile, "It is nothing serious. Just a little misunderstanding. Your basketball skills are pretty good, Junior. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work." Praising on the surface, but harboring sarcasm underneath. But Shen Xingyu completely did not dare to talk back. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only endure it. Right then, someone outside the court suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there quickly. Some beauties are here." The guys present, like hungry wolves catching a whiff of meat, looked toward the school gates with glowing eyes. With that flawless aura and visage, who else could it be but Jiang Xiaohua? You strode forward to meet her, completely disregarding the many onlookers around. Just as you were about to open your arms for a hug, Jiang Xiaohua expressionlessly reached out 2 fingers and pressed them against your forehead. You smell like sweat all over. Stay away from me. Woman, you have actually had a change of heart, to actually be disgusted by my scent. Faced with your aggrieved little look, Jiang Xiaohua pulled out a pack of wet wipes and wiped the sweat from your forehead and neck, sighing helplessly. I really do not understand if there is something wrong with your brain. Coming out to play basketball on such a hot day. You are simply an absolute idiot. The intimate interaction between the two of you made the people around burn with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the jealous emotions almost overflowing from the bottom of their hearts. To the side, Jian Shaoqian walked up to Du Ziteng, arms crossed, and said coldly, "Why did not you tell me beforehand that you were coming to school to hand in your thesis today? Making me wait at the company for so long for nothing. How do you plan to compensate for the time you wasted?" Du Ziteng was not to be outdone. "We are just normal colleagues. Why should I report my whereabouts to you? Why? Just based on the fact that you still owe me 3,000 yuan. I am your creditor. I have the right to know where you are going. So you do not secretly run away. Of course, if you insist on being with me, I am not entirely opposed to considering it. Zhu Yuchai and Huang Ji, standing aside, looked at each other, feeling their souls suffer 10,000 points of critical damage. How can the gap between people be this huge? Lin Yu, standing outside the court, saw your intimate interaction with Jiang Xiaohua, turned around and silently headed towards the school gates to leave, her heart filled with unspeakable sorrow. Feng Chengxi quickly followed her and asked in confusion, "Are not we going to leave with them? There is no need. What is missed is missed. If their relationship is affected because of me again, I will feel guilty enough not to forgive myself for the rest of my life." After leaving Shanghai University, your small group of 4 was about to go your separate ways, not knowing when you would gather again, so you decided to have a farewell meal. You generously booked a premium private room at a well-known hotel nearby. You got into Jiang Xiaohua's car, while Du Saiteng and the other 2 took Jian Shaoqian's Lamborghini. You turned the key to start the car and led the way to the booked hotel. In the passenger seat, Jiang Xiaohua took off her shoes, revealing toes exquisite as jade. As she clipped her nails, she spoke in a cool tone. "Actually, I could arrange for your 2 friends to work at the company. That way you guys could still hang out together in the future." You shook your head. Everyone has their pride. Since they did not bring it up to me, it means they already have their own plans. How could I casually make decisions for them? That might even ruin our friendship. The current situation is quite good. After graduation, we can still ask each other out when we are free and reminisce about the funny moments from our college days. Suddenly thinking of something, you glanced sideways at Jiang Xiaohua and asked casually, "Speaking of which, do you have any close friends?" Jiang Xiaohua thought for a moment. "Well, first, we must define what a friend is. To what extent does a relationship count as being friends? For example, no need to explain. Things like this are usually said by people with no friends." Jiang Xiaohua was about to get angry, but then heard you continue. "But do not worry, you still have me. To meet a handsome and considerate boyfriend like me, I suspect you must have saved the entire Milky Way in your past life." After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaohua put her shoes back on and gave a soft snort. "Narcissist." Soon, the 2 cars arrived at the destination one after the other. The manager personally welcomed you at the door and enthusiastically guided the group into the private room. Without a second thought, you ordered 10 cases of beer, then hugged 2 cases by yourself and started chugging heavily. The other 3 bros did not hold back either, and immediately started drinking competitively. Jiang Xiaohua and Jian Shaoqian just sat quietly playing on their phones. Unsurprisingly, you eventually passed out from drinking, dragged all the way by Jiang Xiaohua, who slapped you with every step as she stuffed you into the car. She had to slap you, or you would squat on the ground to count ants if she was not paying attention. A moment later, clinging to a tree by the road and refusing to let go, acting exactly like a mischievous brat. As for Du Ziteng, he was taken away by Jian Shaoqian, leaving the remaining 2 to fend for themselves in the hotel room. Late at night, you were led back home by Jiang Xiaohua. Shang Shen, who was watching TV on the sofa, saw this and quickly got up to help. "What happened? How did he get this drunk?" "Got carried away drinking with his friends. His alcohol tolerance is clearly poor, yet he insisted on pushing himself," Jiang Xiaohua said with a cold tone. As soon as those words were spoken, you immediately widened your eyes and glared at her. "You temptress. Who said I had too much to drink? I am not drunk at all." Slap. "What did you just call me?" You aggrievedly held your burning cheek and answered honestly, "Sister. Lady sister." "That is a good boy. Let us go. I will take you back to your bedroom. But I still want to play a little longer." Shang Xin watched Jiang Xiaohua bring you into complete submission, a deep smile appearing on her lips. He is already this obedient now. By the time they get married, I am afraid it will be even worse. After entering the room on the 2nd floor, Jiang Xiaohua pushed your swaying body onto the bed, then went to the bathroom to draw a basin of hot water, first wiping your whole body, then washing your face and feet for you. After this series of actions, even Jiang Xiaohua could not help but feel a bit exhausted, seeing you lying blissfully under the covers. Staring at her with wide, round eyes, she scoffed in annoyance. "Without me, Let us see how you will manage on your own. Following that, as if suddenly thinking of something, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly as she asked, "Tell me, who is the person you like the most?" You pondered with utmost seriousness for a moment, and answered with a straight face, "Although I have many wives, the one I love the most is still Asuna." At this moment, a surge of emotion swelled within Jiang Xiaohua, an urge to flatten this bastard of a man. Jiang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Then in real life, who do you like the most? What weird things are you saying? How can there be real feelings in the 3D world? The 2D world is my true love. Long live the 2D world." You were quite drunk. Thoroughly drunk. Otherwise, you should have felt it at this moment. The biting chill radiating from Jiang Xiaohua. Jiang Xiaohua never thought that one day she would be jealous of a fictional character. At least it could be missed by you so much. Perhaps realizing Jiang Xiaohua was angry, you quickly reached out and hugged her, looking up with an aggrieved expression and asked, "Sister, did I say something wrong and make you mad? Can I apologize to you? I am sorry. Do not you only like 2D characters? Why do you still care about my feelings?" Because you are my most important girlfriend. You asked just now who I like the most. The feeling of liking will fade with time, but love will never end. The person I love the most has always been you. A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful eyes. Looking at you in her arms, she did not expect this fool to actually think this way in his heart. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. The dissatisfaction in her heart instantly vanished, replaced by immense joy. "I will give you credit for being sweet-talking and knowing how to coax people. I will begrudgingly forgive you this time. But next time someone asks you who you like the most, you must say it is me without hesitation. Otherwise, I will smack your bottom hard. Did you understand?" Seeing no response after a long pause, Jiang Xiaohua looked down, only to find that you had already fallen fast asleep in her arms, probably dreaming about some delicious food, smacking your lips every now and then, even thinking about eating in your dreams. What a silly pig. Carefully tucking you in, Jiang Xiaohua turned off the light and left the room. Meow. In the early morning, a ray of rising sunlight shone into the room through the window, dispelling the darkness, bringing warmth and light. You groggily opened your eyes, woken up by a sudden urgent need to urinate, and rushed toward the bathroom. Soon, a commotion came from inside. Holy crap! Where did my pants go? After hastily rummaging through the wardrobe for a new pair of underwear and putting it on, you wrapped yourself in a thick blanket and dashed out of the room, barging right into Jiang Xiaohua's room. You demanded angrily, "You female hooligan, what did you do to me last night while I was drunk? Why was I stark naked when I woke up? What is there to make a fuss about? I have already seen everything there is to see. My innocence." In the living room downstairs, hearing your shouts from upstairs, Zheng, who was reading the newspaper, shook his head helplessly. So noisy early in the morning. Young people nowadays are truly. Shang Xin was leisurely cracking melon seeds. It is better when it is lively. This is what a home should feel like. After finishing breakfast, you were immediately dragged out the door by Jiang Xiaohua. You originally wanted to refuse, but when a slap named Principles landed on your head, you could only follow along with a pitiful look. In the early morning, the Shanghai airport was exceptionally noisy at this moment. A large crowd of star-chasing fans held up light boards, their expressions incredibly excited and thrilled. "Ji Boxiao, I love you. Just like mice can't live without rice. You are mine. I will only love you in this lifetime." Silly girl, who exactly are we here to pick up? We have been waiting for half an hour. Why have not they arrived yet? Jiang Xiaohua gently stroked Xiaobai's smooth fur and said coldly, "If you dare call me silly girl again, I guarantee you will die a miserable death." At this moment, the celebrity the fans were eagerly awaiting finally appeared at the boarding gate, surrounded by assistants and a team of bodyguards. But his figure could still be clearly seen. You just took a casual glance and lost interest. These celebrities are nothing special. They have to deliberately put on makeup before they dare to show their faces in public. Ji Boxiao is the male lead of a recently ultra-popular Shanxia drama. Well, It is the kind of absurd fantasy drama where a deity can be knocked out by a regular rock. He was currently heading towards the airport exit, when out of the corner of his eye he saw a certain figure in the corner. His eyes immediately lit up. He turned and walked in front of Jiang Xiaohua, extended his hand, put on what he thought was a charming smile, and said, "Hello there, beautiful lady. Hello. Do you need an autograph?" This scene left you completely dumbfounded. What is the situation? He actually dares to try and touch your girlfriend right in front of you. You immediately shielded Jiang Xiaohua behind you, gave a cold snort and said, "No need. Please step away. That perfume smell on you is suffocating." Ji Boxiao's outstretched hand instantly froze in midair. After withdrawing his hand, his gaze locked tightly onto Jiang Xiaohua's pure and flawless face, feeling incredibly excited inwardly. This is simply his ideal, perfect goddess. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. The group of female fans nearby, upon hearing your words, started to cause a commotion. Ji Boxiao baby was kind enough to give you an autograph. Do you know how many people beg for this opportunity and can't get it? And you actually dared to refuse. You really do not know what is good for you. Just look at him, an unappealing guy that nobody wants. A barrage of insults from the crowd came pouring in, which was exactly the effect Ji Boxiao was hoping to see. Just as he was about to say a few pleasant words, a strong gust of wind suddenly attacked from behind. Before the bodyguards beside him could even react, Ji Boxiao was sent flying with a vicious kick. Where did this pretty boy come from, daring to approach our eldest miss? The person was dressed in a tight black outfit, with shoulder-length short hair, emanating a unique aura, like a lone wolf locking onto its prey. It was the person Jiang Xiaohua was waiting for. Han Bingbing. After knocking out Ji Boxiao with own kick, Han Bingbing was about to attack you, when Jiang Xiaohua calmly spoke up. "Bingbing, this is my boyfriend Yun Yi. If you break him, where will I find another man this good?" Han Bingbing glanced at you in surprise, gave a cold snort and withdrew her attack. "Who are you people? How dare you lay hands on our Xiao?" The assistant, holding the unconscious Ji Boxiao, was both shocked and furious. 3 bodyguards aggressively rushed towards Han Bingbing, intending to subdue her. You only felt a blur before your eyes, and the 3 bodyguards were sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground, clutching their stomachs and groaning. Only then did Jiang Xiaohua give you a sweet smile and said, "Bingbing is my housekeeper and good friend. She has been helping me handle work matters abroad all this time. And by the way, she was sent to train in the military by her grandfather when she was young. If you do not listen to me from now on, those bodyguards over there will be your fate." Watching it sent a chill down your spine. Then, the crazy female fans on the scene immediately started to protest. The female assistant was also clamoring to call the police to arrest them. But Han Bingbing just walked over to her and whispered a few words. The other party was instantly so scared, she kept her mouth shut. As for the surrounding female fans, they were also quickly dispersed. "What did you say to her?" you asked curiously. Hearing this, Han Bingbing replied with a cold attitude. "Who do you think you are? I have no obligation to answer your questions." "Bingbing, be polite." Jiang Xiaohua dropped a cool remark, then continued to tease the little white cat in her arms. Only then did Han Bingbing say, "I told her if she keeps making a fuss, I will have her blacklisted by the entire industry, and she will end up begging on the streets." You secretly clicked your tongue. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, those guys lying on the ground will be my role models. After leaving the airport, Jiang Xiaohua arranged a detached villa near the company for Han Bingbing. Han Bingbing's resentment towards you deepened. In the past, she always lived with the eldest miss. What right did this kid have? Next came shopping for daily necessities and such. On the bustling streets, the 2 women strolled leisurely ahead. You followed closely behind, carrying the bags, while Xiaobai rested on top of your head. In a dark corner, "Brother Long, look at all the stuff hanging off that kid, and they are all designer brands too. We could make a fortune just by flipping them. Let us make him our target." A group of strangely dressed men stared intently at you, their eyes gleaming with greed. The man addressed as Brother Long carefully observed for a moment, confirmed that there were only 2 weak women by your side, and then nodded. Be careful when making your move later. Do not make too much of a scene. This kid looks like a rich brat at first glance. We can handle him in a minute. Let us go. If we do not snatch it now, they will be too far away. Meanwhile, on the street, you were pondering how to regain a man's dignity. Force was definitely out of the question now. You could only rely on your wits. Little Yi, I am hungry. Go buy me 2 candied haws. Why can't you go yourself? After grumbling inwardly, you walked toward the old man selling candied haws nearby. Just as you were choosing, 2 figures suddenly darted out from the crowd, snatching the bags from your hands and Xiaobai from your head at an incredibly fast speed. Kid, thanks for the stuff. Ha ha ha. It all happened too suddenly. Before you could even react, all the bags you were carrying were snatched away. A passerby happened to witness this scene, and pointed, saying, "It is those punks again. They often steal and rob on these 2 streets nearby." Jiang Xiaohua looked at you and asked, "Are you okay?" You shook your head, and said hesitantly, "Xiaobai seems to have been snatched by them too." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Xiaohua's face instantly darkened. Her gaze became incredibly ruthless. In an alleyway 10 meters away, 2 short men were sprinting. One hugging the bags, the other holding the cat. One of them rummaged through the luxury goods in the bags, and said joyfully, "We struck it rich this time. So much good stuff. It is worth a lot of money, enough for us to live it up for quite a while." The other was equally ecstatic, looking at the collar on Xiaobai's neck, which clearly looked expensive at a glance. Just as the 2 were feeling smug, they inadvertently glanced back, only to find that 2 beautiful figures had unknowingly appeared behind them. As expected, no man is any good. Han Bingbing was incredibly fast, quickly catching up to the 2 men. Leaping into the air, 2 roundhouse kicks sent them flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Items scattered all over the ground. Jiang Xiaohua picked up the frightened Xiaobai from the ground, gently stroked its head, and said, her face full of lingering fear, "I am sorry, Xiaobai. Did you get scared? It is all your useless dad's fault." Only then did you catch up to them. Running with a flushed face, panting heavily, "Are you guys okay?" Seeing Han Bingbing approach, Owen of the men quickly shouted, "Brother Long, help. You messed with my eldest miss. Even the heavenly emperor himself could not save you." Han Bingbing cracked her knuckles. At this moment, 5 or 6 figures appeared almost simultaneously at both ends of the alley, firmly blocking the exits. "Little ladies, you may not be big, but you have got quite the attitude." Brother Long pushed past his underlings and stepped forward. "I will give you 2 choices. Either leave the stuff and get lost, or do not blame me for getting rough." Han Bingbing did not bother wasting words with them, and without a word, charged directly at them. Seeing this, the 5 on the other side immediately prepared to step forward and assist. You grabbed a branch from the ground, gave a cold snort. "Sorry, this road is closed. If you want to pass, you will have to step over my body." As soon as you finished speaking, you were shoved aside by a pale hand. Jiang Xiaohua stepped out and said coldly, "Get out of the way." Soon, both sides were embroiled in a chaotic brawl, but the situation was essentially a landslide. These thugs were completely no match for Jiang Xiaohua and Han Bingbing. Beaten so badly they scrambled away holding their heads, all their previous arrogance completely gone. Brother Long knelt on the ground, with a bitter face pleading, "Grand aunts, we know we were wrong. Please, be magnanimous and forgive us. Let us go. I promise I won't ever dare to do it again." After dealing with this group, only then did Jiang Xiaohua take Xiaobai back, and left the alleyway. You quickly picked up the stuff on the ground and followed, perhaps due to the intense physical exertion just now. It was not long before the 3 of you got hungry. There happened to be a noodle shop nearby, and the 3 of you walked right in. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" You casually scanned the menu, just as you were about to ask what the 2 wanted. Jiang Xiaohua, playing with Xiaobai's ears, said calmly, "Whatever." Han Bingbing chimed in, "I will have whatever the miss is having." Seeing this, you could only smile at the waiter. "Please give us 3 bowls of braised beef noodles, and 2 pounds of crayfish." Alrighty, please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and turned to the kitchen. Jiang Xiaohua was teasing Xiaobai. Han Bingbing beside her felt jealous and leaned in front of her as well. Blinking her eyes, she said, "Miss, actually, my ears feel really nice to touch too." Jiang Xiaohua just gave her a flat look. No. Sitting across from them and witnessing this, you could not hold it back, and burst out laughing. It was your first time seeing someone compete with a cat for affection. It seems this woman is only good at fighting. She is missing a screw in her brain. But the next second, you could not laugh anymore. Feeling your foot being stomped on hard by another foot. The pain made you gasp. Your face contorted in agony. What is wrong? Jiang Xiaohua looked at you in confusion. Han Bingbing sneered sarcastically from the side. Do not tell me you are weak. Miss, if you ask me, no man is reliable. Having me by your side is enough. What use is this guy? Miss, you seem to have a huge misunderstanding about men. There are always exceptions to everything. For instance, me. I am a good man that is hard to find even with a lantern. A violent woman like you will definitely never find a boyfriend in your lifetime. Things like boyfriends. I do not need them at all. As long as I have the miss by my side, that is enough. She is mine. Just as the argument between the two was escalating, Jiang Xiaohua unceremoniously delivered a slap to both of your heads and said in a tone that brokered no argument, "Stop arguing. You are both mine." At this time, an old woman walked into the shop, her hair slightly messy, exuding an aura of twilight years. The light in her eyes dim. "Grandma, what would you like to order?" The waiter stepped forward and handed over a menu. Asking with a smile, the old woman stared at the menu for a long while, seemingly gathering her courage, pointed at the picture of beef noodles on the menu. "Give me a bowl of these noodles." "Okay. Beef topping noodles, Owen bowl is 18. You can scan the code or pay with cash." This price was considered reasonable on the snack street. If it were anywhere else, it would be even more expensive. The old woman was instantly shocked upon hearing this. How can a bowl of noodles be so expensive? In our town, it is only 6 yuan a bowl. I did not bring enough money. Then the old woman rummaged through her pockets and only managed to pull out a 10 yuan bill. The waiter felt troubled. What can you buy with 10 yuan? Even the cheapest plain noodle soup costs 11 yuan. At this moment, you spoke up. You smiled at the waiter. "Add another bowl of beef noodles. I will pay for it." "This. How can this be? I can't eat your food for free." The old woman made a motion to leave. You stopped her. Then pointed at Jiang Xiaohua, who was sitting in her seat playing with the cat, and whispered a few words quietly in her ear. Only then did the old woman agree to sit down at the empty seat next to you. Jiang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What did you say to her?" "I said you are a rich, generous, silly girl, living in a villa by the sea, and you do not care about this little noodle money. You dare call me silly again? Stinky little brother. It seems you really never learn." "Bing bing, beat him up for me. I should have done this a long time ago, miss." "What are you going to do?" Do not come near me." You used to think that tigress was just a metaphor, until you met Han Bingbing. Only then did you realize that a tigress is actually a real existing creature. A bowl of beef noodles was quickly slurped clean by you. Jiang Xiaohua was not very hungry herself, so she still had half a bowl left. She pushed it directly in front of you. "We can't waste food. Finish it for me. No need to thank me. I am not a trash can. There is only this little bit left." Just as you were about to complain, a fierce glare shot toward you, scaring you so much you trembled. Trembling with fear, you took the bowl and started eating. Women are primordial beasts. That saying is truly not wrong. The midday sun was exceptionally harsh. After dropping off the workaholic Han Bingbing at the company, you and Jiang Xiaohua leisurely returned to Hoding Courtyard. As soon as you opened the door, you found the living room to be unusually lively. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, do not be fooled by my brother's silly demeanor. He has an honest personality. You definitely can't go wrong dumping all the dirty and tiring chores on him." On the sofa, your Aunt Yun Chuying held Xing's hand, talking enthusiastically about something. Yun Zheng, sitting nearby, had an incredibly constipated expression. He wanted to refute his sister's words, to assert his family status, but he also did not want to sleep on the sofa tonight, so he could only suppress his bitterness in his heart. Next to him, Luo Xiaomeng was playing with an action figure, completely absorbed in it. You expressionlessly pushed the door open and walked into the living room, went straight to the little girl, directly scooped up Luo Xiaomeng, and pinched her soft white little cheeks hard. It hurts. Woo-woo. Sister? Big brother is bullying me. She is just a child. Can't you be gentler? Jiang Xiaohua annoyed slapped you on the head and snatched Luo Xiaomeng from your arms. The latter immediately showed a smug little expression. You clutched your head, gritting your teeth. This damn newbie protection period. My treasured action figure. Little Yi is back. Yun Chuing carefully examined you, a look of satisfaction revealing itself in her eyes. Not bad. Have not seen you in so long. You have grown a lot more handsome. Aunt, why did you come over? It is because Xiao Ming wanted to play with you. She was crying and making a fuss if we did not come. I figured I had a day off today anyway, so I came over to see. And to chat with your auntie. Jiang Xiaohua walked up to Yun Chuying and called out softly, "Hello, Aunt. Xiaohua is even prettier than in her photos. Come, chat with auntie for a while." Lu Xiaoming took this opportunity to grab Xiao Bai from Jiang Xiaohua's arms and ran around wildly in the living room, like a complete little demon king. After dinner, Yun Chuing finally left with Lu Xiaoming, who had a face full of reluctance. You were responsible for driving them home. On the way back, Yun Chuing said softly, "Little Yi, Xiaohua is a good girl. You absolutely must not let her down. I do not know what is wrong with young people nowadays. Divorcing and then remarrying. Marrying and then divorcing again. Treating marriage like child's play. In our era, marriage was a lifelong commitment." You nodded. "I understand, Aunt. My feelings for her are absolutely not child's play." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Yun Chuing's face. She was truly worried that you were just playing around with Jiang Xiaohua. After all, that is the norm for young people's relationships nowadays. Meat. I still want to eat hairy crab. Stinky brother, you are not allowed to fight me for it. Lu Xiaomeng suddenly sleep-talked, smacking her little lips. You exchanged a glance with your aunt through the rearview mirror, and both of you smiled simultaneously. As everyone knows, some large companies with generous benefits organize team-building activities every year, along with various perks, to help employees relax physically and mentally. The planning department was hard at work. The sound of typing on keyboards echoed endlessly. You were also actively typing away, your hands moving so fast they became a blur on the keyboard. The manager walked out of his office at this time, clapped his hands to stop work, scanned the room and said, "Since this quarter's targets were met early, President Jiang has decided to grant everyone a paid day off tomorrow. We will have a company-wide team-building outing to go to Zhexing Mountain to watch the meteor shower. Do we need to pay?" Someone asked casually. The manager smiled. "The scenic area tickets and the supplies needed for camping will all be reimbursed by the company. Anyone who does not want to participate, just say so in the group chat." As soon as he said this, everyone cheered in unison. Getting to play and getting paid at the same time. It is simply perfect. In the corner, you silently took out your phone, opened the employee group chat, and started typing a message. Climbing a mountain on a hot day. Is not that just torture? Only idiots would go. Lying comfortably at home, typing with the AC on, is not that nice. In the employee group chat, the message from Yun Yi of Planning Group 3 stood out conspicuously. "I am not going." After sending the message, you happily slumped onto the desk, just as you were about to rest for a bit. Your phone buzzed gently. Someone tagged you in the employee group. General Manager Jiang Xiaohua, all members. For those who have something to do and can't attend the team building, notify the managers of your respective departments. The managers will then tally the total headcount, except for Yun Yi. The planning department employees who saw this message all turned their gaze towards you in the corner. Sure enough, you were staring at your phone with a dark expression at this moment. Planning Group 3 Yun Yi General Manager Zheng Xiaohua. "I object. Everyone is equal. Why am I excluded? General Manager Jiang Xiaohua sent a smiley face. I will give you 2 minutes to roll into my office. You immediately backed down and typed. Reporting. I surrender. Zhu Huifei beside you was holding back her laughter, trying hard not to laugh out loud. You could only turn your grief and indignation into motivation. And once again activate crazy typing mode. You already received a message from the editor today. The book has passed the review, and printing has begun. It won't be long before promotional pre-orders begin, and the followers on your current account have already reached an astonishing 100,000. For a web novel author, that is already considered extremely outstanding. Amidst continuous busyness, the afternoon flew by. After work, the company also organized a party. In a corner of the banquet, Han Bingbing stared at you and Jiang Xiaohua sitting together not far away, and looked at a message she had just received on her phone. It was from Zhang Ji. As long as you can split them up, I will contact top internal medicine doctors abroad to treat your brother's illness. A new day arrived. On this day, over a dozen buses packed with employees from Yunxiang Group drove toward the mountainous area in the suburbs. Inside a Rolls-Royce closely following the bus convoy. Use a little force. Did you not eat enough? I can't hold on much longer. Stinky brother. Hurry up and use some force. Are you asking for a beating again? I really do not have any strength left. If you want to move, do it yourself. I really can't move anymore. You slumped powerlessly in the seat. Jiang Xiaohua angrily pinched the back of your neck and said furiously, You only massaged me for 3 minutes and you are already complaining about being tired. You are clearly doing this on purpose. And yet you made all those promises before about treating me well for the rest of my life. Get up right now. But no matter how hard she pulled, you remained completely motionless. After a long while, you finally curled your lip and complained. It is all your fault. Dragging me here on such a hot day to climb some mountain. Since you are so energetic, why do not you use that energy to massage me instead? What answered you was a snow-white, jade-like foot. Jiang Xiaohua sneered and said, You want me to massage you, right? I will grant your wish today, and let you experience it thoroughly. Damn woman, hurry up and move your stinky foot. If you keep this up, watch out or I will bite it. The driver looked in the rearview mirror helplessly. Where exactly did that dignified and elegant eldest miss go? She looks completely like a wild girl now, because the team-building activity was deliberately scheduled on a weekday. The convoy encountered no traffic on the way, taking only an hour to arrive at the visitor center at the foot of Jiaxing Mountain. The service center manager had already received the news and personally came out to welcome them. After all, when dealing with major clients, the fanfare had to be sufficient. Secretary Yi stepped forward to have a brief conversation with the manager, took a megaphone from him, and announced to everyone, colleagues who need to rest can go inside the service area to relax. All expenses will be covered by the company. There is an open-air barbecue party at the summit at 5 p.m. Those who want to attend, please manage your time accordingly. You are dismissed for now. The dense crowd of Yunxiao Group employees immediately scattered, heading towards the various entertainment facilities inside the service area in groups of 3 or 5. Some could not wait, and hoisted their backpacks to head straight up the mountain. Han Bingbing walked over and said coldly, Miss, should we rest for a while first? After hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua shook her head and replied, No need. While the temperature is not too high right now, let us head up the mountain first. There is nothing fun to do down here anyway. Well, I am never worried about the Mrs. Stamina. I am mostly afraid that someone's frail body won't be able to handle it. Saying that, Han Bingbing deliberately glanced at you. The hint in her eyes could not be more obvious. You immediately burst out laughing. He. Woman, you are picking a fight, are not you? Mountain climbing is not a competition of who is stronger, but whose endurance and stamina can last longer, who can hold on until the very end. I should be the one saying that to you. Then let us see who reaches the summit first. Exactly what I had in mind. Soon, the two of you set off aggressively up the mountain, ready for a showdown. Jiang Xiaohua watched the two figures fade into the distance. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked toward the cable car station not far away. feeling puzzled inwardly. It obviously only takes a few minutes to reach the top by cable car. Why insist on walking up? How truly strange. The entire Zheng mountain stands 700 meters tall. The trees on the mountain are lush, growing densely, evidently carefully maintained by professionals. On the front face of the mountain, two giant glowing golden characters are carved. Zhai, emanating a majestic aura. Right now, many tourists are already climbing the mountain. Among them, two figures are moving exceptionally fast. It is none other than you and Han Bingbing. Since starting the ascent, your speed has never slowed. At this pace, the entire climb would only take 2 hours. There are complete guardrails along the mountainside to prevent tourists from slipping and falling. As Han Bingbing walked briskly with her hiking backpack, she cast a cold, dark glance behind her. At you, sweating profusely and tightly gripping your backpack straps. An uncontrollable thought surfaced in Han Bingbing's mind. The thought grew stronger and stronger, but she eventually forced it down. Following behind, you were actually so exhausted your legs felt like jelly, but seeing Han Bingbing's back, unflinching and unfazed, you still gritted your teeth and held on. You thought to yourself, why should a grown man like you lose to her in physical stamina? 2.5 hours later, you arrived at the summit of Zheng Mountain. Here was a vast open lawn, nearly 1,000 square meters in area. Looking around, surrounded by mountains, it looked just like the legendary fairyland. As soon as you climbed onto the summit, you immediately collapsed headfirst onto the soft grass, panting heavily, your face covered in fine beads of sweat. A moist towel lightly landed on your face, instantly bringing a cool and refreshing sensation. You opened your eyes, and Jiang Xiaohua's exquisite, cold and glamorous face came into view. Her eyes filled with concern as she asked, "Why does your face look so awful? How about I go get some glucose water to replenish your energy?" "No, no need. I will recover after lying down for a bit." Seeing you say this, Jiang Xiaohua did not insist. She just sat down on the grass, gently lifted your head and placed it on her lap, and carefully wiped away your sweat, her eyes revealing her heartache. Your face immediately flushed and your heart raced. Oh my God, is not this the legendary lap pillow? Although Jiang Xiaohua usually loves to tease you, but truly seeing you suffering and exhausted, her heart ached for you very much. Han Bingbing standing aside said with a hint of jealousy, "Miss, I am covered in sweat too. Why do not you help me wipe it off as well?" Cut the crap. With your physical fitness, a mountain of this measly height, how could it possibly tire you out? Go buy 2 bottles of water and bring them over. The tourists who arrived at the summit one after another, especially those men who climbed the mountain with their girlfriends, saw the treatment you were enjoying, and their eyes were all filled with envy and jealousy. After resting on Jiang Xiaohua's lap for a while, you slowly sat up, your complexion having recovered quite a bit. You reached out and gently massaged Jiang Xiaohua's legs. "What are you doing?" "Massaging your legs. I was comfortable lying down, but your legs must be numb from being pressed on. I will feel better after thumping them for you a bit." "Humph. At least you have some conscience." Soon, Han Bingbing returned carrying a bag of chilled mineral water. After the 3 of you rested on the spot for a while, you got up and walked towards the rest area not far away, planning to have lunch first, and then properly tour the various scenic spots on the mountain. The reason Zheng Mountain is renowned nationwide, aside from the spectacular meteor shower every summer, the mountain also features thrilling suspension chain bridges, the mist-shrouded Immortal Mountain, and the crystal-clear jade wave pool, among many other attractions. Suspension chain bridges are built between several main peaks and are watched over by dedicated personnel. This bridge does not look too high. Do you really need to be this scared? You strode confidently across the bridge surface. Jiang Xiaohua tightly gripped the hem of your clothes, following behind you with a nervous expression. Hearing your teasing, she threatened through gritted teeth, "If you say one more word, I will cut your tongue out." "All right. All right, all right. I won't say it, okay." You walked ahead helplessly. Though teasing with your mouth, you deliberately slowed your steps and moved slowly towards the other end of the bridge. Han Bingbing walked at the very back, her eyes carrying complex emotions. After crossing the suspension chain bridge, you did not continue according to the original plan. Instead, you directly took Jiang Xiaohua and Han Bingbing to the Cloud Mist Immortal Mountain Scenic Area. After all, Jiang Xiaohua is your girlfriend. You should spoil her when appropriate. The Cloud Mist Immortal Mountain, put simply, is a mountain peak surrounded by thick fog all year round. Just by looking up, you can see flocks of birds circling in the sky. It indeed looks somewhat like the immortal mountain paradises described in ancient myths. This tour took the three of you a full 2 hours to complete the entire route. When the three of you returned to the summit of Zheng Mountain, the open-air barbecue activity was already being prepared. Some were chopping vegetables, some were making skewers. All the chores were handled by professional staff. You only needed to be responsible for enjoying the delicious food. In the tent area not far away, the employees of Yunling Group were busy setting up tents. Under the guidance of professionals, Old Yun, come here quickly, I need your help. In front of the grill, Du Ziteng wearing an apron waved at you. Beside him, Jian Shaoqian was focused on chopping vegetables. Are you planning to become a monk? Eating so cleanly vegetarian. You walked over and curiously examined the vegetables on the grill. Not a single piece of meat in sight. Hearing you say this, Du Ziteng curled his lip helplessly and turned his gaze to Jian Shaoqian, who was supposed to be cutting meat aside, only to see her staring intently at the large pork chop on the cutting board, but her hand hesitant to move. Han Bingbing stepped forward, pulled out a military dagger from her backpack, and said in a calm tone, "Need my help? I have some experience with cutting things." Jian Shaoqian nodded embarrassedly. "Then I will trouble you. I am really not very good at cooking." After saying that, she walked to the side, looking a bit disappointed because she could not help. Seeing this scene, you shot a meaningful look at Du Ziteng. Your future wife is this sad. Are not you going to comfort her quickly? Du Ziteng walked over, put his hand on Jian Shaoqian's shoulder, and said seriously, "It is okay, even though you do not know how to cook. You are very good at eating." You face-palmed speechlessly. Incredible. As expected of old Du, still performing with stable consistency. Are you trying to say I am a pig? Jian Shaoqian narrowed her eyes, her gaze revealing danger. I did not say that. But that is what you meant, is not it? Stop right there and do not run. I am going to fight you to the death today. Damn it. I was telling the truth. You inherently can eat a lot. While the two were playfully fighting, Han Bingbing's knife fell and rose. Wielding the dagger with practiced movements, she precisely sliced the entire pork chop into over a dozen meat slices of identical size. Why are you so skilled at cutting meat? You could not help but ask curiously. Jiang Xiaohua, drinking water nearby, said calmly. When Bingbing was studying medicine before, she often dissected corpses. Cutting pork chops is a piece of cake for her. Dissecting corpses. You instantly felt a chill run down your spine. I am going to help set up the tents. You guys go ahead. And by the way, set mine up too. After Jiang Xiaohua finished speaking, Du Ziteng and Jian Shaoqian immediately echoed her in unison. You looked at these three, no, these two thick-skinned guys, and felt completely helpless against them. You had no choice but to turn around and head toward the tent area. Setting up a tent is moderately difficult. Set up well, it can withstand several days of wind and rain. Set up poorly, it might get blown away by the mountain wind at night. Fortunately, you had participated in several camping activities during college, so you still grasped the basic tent setup skills. Seeing this, the planning department employees enthusiastically came forward to help. With their assistance, you quickly finished setting up the tent. And by this time, the sky was gradually darkening. The night-shrouded mountain summit was exceptionally peaceful. A bright ball of fire rose from the central bonfire platform. Everyone gathered around and sat down by the bonfire one after another. Staff members carried plates of freshly grilled barbecue and placed them on the pre-arranged folding tables. The aroma filled the air, making mouths water. With fine food and wine, how could there be a lack of entertainment? Before long, several somewhat well-known female employees of the company started performing hot dances, wearing short skirts, their slender legs faintly visible in the firelight. Just as you were about to offer a few words of critique, an icy jade hand pinched your cheek, forcefully turning your head to the side. Jiang Xiaohua was expressionless, but the corners of her mouth wore a dangerous smile. Stinky little brother. Where were you looking just now? If you can't control your own eyes, I do not mind digging them out for you. What do you say? Lady sister. This lowly own knows his mistake. Seeing you acting so cowardly, Du Ziteng laughed so hard he bent backward and forward, then was immediately slapped on the head by Jian Xiaoqian, and instantly quieted down as well. Jiang Xiaohua gently rested her head on your shoulder. Feeling the joyful atmosphere around, her mood became exceptionally pleasant. Traveling all over the world with the person you love the most. This is probably the most beautiful thing in life. After a while, she said softly, Yun Yi, let us go travel the world after we get married. I will hand the company over to my mom to manage. You accompany me to see this world. She had been tied down by her career for the first half of her life. But for the second half of her life, she only wanted to be with the man she loved deeply, to roam the world and admire the most beautiful scenery. Hearing these words, you nodded slightly, reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace. Wherever you go, I will follow. The bonfire burned brightly, sparks dancing in the dark night. The stars in the night sky, along with Xiaohua, witnessed the zinc-solid vow you made at this moment. The bonfire party ended. The night was already very deep. Jiang Xiaohua fell asleep peacefully resting on your shoulder. Seeing this scene, you carefully picked her up and walked toward the tent prepared in advance. Before leaving, you planted a deep, affectionate kiss on her forehead. Only then did you zip up the tent and leave. The fog is too heavy tonight. We are definitely destined to miss the meteor shower. Looking at this weather, it will probably rain tomorrow. After returning to your tent, you briefly washed up, then slid into the warm blankets, blew out the candle lamp and prepared to rest. Not long after you laid down, the tent flap was silently unzipped from the outside. The moonlight outlined a graceful figure slipping into your bed, pressing tightly against your body. You initially thought it was Jiang Xiaohua, but immediately sensed something was wrong. The aura was different. You instantly jolted awake, turned around to check, and it was actually Han Bingbing. Late at night, all the tents had turned off their lights. Only your tent lit up again with a faint glow. You stared expressionlessly at Han Bingbing sitting in your bed, and asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this, may I ask?" Han Bingbing answered with a calm expression, "As long as the miss sees me in the same room with you, she will inevitably break up with you. That is exactly my goal." Then, why tell the truth now? You picked up a jacket from the side and tossed it to her, your tone flat. If you truly intended to do it, you could completely yell loudly right now, to attract people over. If your miss walked in on this scene, she would definitely beat me to a pulp first. And perhaps your plan would succeed. Let me ask you one more thing. Who instigated you to do this? Faced with your questioning, Han Bingbing revealed the entire sequence of events without holding anything back, with no reservations, and no longer harbored any thought of breaking you and Jiang Xiaohua apart. Only then did you suddenly realize the truth. So it was all being orchestrated by Jiang Ji behind the scenes. His methods were indeed ruthless. To actually use Han Bingbing's brother to coerce her. No wonder this woman's hostility was so strong when she first met you. Han Bingbing initially did plan to directly frame you, but that would inevitably leave Jiang Xiaohua heartbroken. She had also heard your sweet conversation at the bonfire party. If something really happened to you, it would undoubtedly cause devastating psychological trauma to Jiang Xiaohua. After sorting out the whole sequence of events, you suddenly gave her a smile. "Hey, I have a plan that satisfies both sides. It won't require me and Xiaohua to separate, and it can help you save your brother." Interested in hearing it? What plan? It is very simple. Let me tell you. The next day, when you woke up from your dreams, feeling the warmth in your arms, and the alluring fragrance lingering around your nose, you looked over and saw Jiang Xiaohua lying on her side in the crook of your arm, curled up into a ball, sleeping peacefully, just like a tired kitten resting in its owner's embrace. Seeing this scene, you gently closed your eyes and hugged her a bit tighter. The elegant body scent on the silly girl was truly captivating. And this soft body. It simply felt like being in a fairyland, just as you were fully enjoying it. Jiang Xiaohua in your arms suddenly spoke up. When I came over last night, I smelled a scent on you that only Bingbing has. What did you guys do last night? These words shocked you into a cold sweat. You quickly thought on your feet. It must have gotten on me when I was helping her grill things. Well, do you believe me? Of course not. But I know. You definitely do not have the guts to cheat on me behind my back. Nor would you do such a thing. Oh my God, I am truly so touched. Come. Baby, let me give you a kiss. Go away. That is disgusting. After the two of you were affectionate in bed for a while, you finally got dressed and stepped out of the tent. After enjoying the hearty breakfast prepared by the staff, everyone then took the cable car down the mountain, preparing to return to Shanghai. Resting for half a day in the morning. Work was still required in the afternoon. Yet no one complained or was dissatisfied. If it were those black-hearted bosses, they would probably urge everyone to head back right after the barbecue ended last night, or even haul everyone straight back to the company to work overtime. On the way back, Jiang Xiaohua did not choose to take a car, but brought you along on the bus instead, which added a few more points of respect for her in the hearts of many employees. After returning to the company, Jiang Xiaohua immediately dove into work, pushing you, who was clinging to her side, out of the office. You locked eyes with Han Bingbing, who had been waiting outside the door, and the two of you stepped into the elevator together. Inside Tianmao Group, Jiang Ji lowered his head to review documents, emanating a powerful, oppressive aura, making people afraid to approach. At this time, the landline phone beside him suddenly rang. He picked it up to answer, and Han Bingbing's cold voice came from the other end. A moment later, a trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Ji's dignified face. He said, "Good. I will head over immediately. Rest assured regarding your brother's matter. As soon as I get the photos, I will make the arrangements right away." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ji completely lost his focus on work, grabbed his jacket and swiftly walked toward the door, while pulling out his phone to dial a number. "Shaoli, I will send you a location now. Come over immediately. It is about the matter between you and Xiaohua." Inside a cafe near Tianmao Group, Jiang Ji pushed the door open and entered, followed by a young man, dressed in high-end clothing, wearing a valuable watch on his wrist, exuding an aristocratic aura. Han Bingbing had already been waiting for a long time. After the two sat down, she spoke coldly. "The intimate photos of Yun Yi and me are right here in my phone, but I want to ask a question. Why must you insist on breaking them up? That is your own biological daughter. Do you have the heart to make her sad?" Jiang Ji was in an excellent mood at the moment, and answered with a smile. "It is precisely because she is my biological daughter that I must separate them. This is entirely for her own good. That brat can't give Xiaohua anything. Just look at young Master Li beside me, with his dignified appearance and prominent family background. Only a person like this is worthy of Xiaohua." Although Li Shang beside him was feeling smug inwardly, he outwardly waved his hand modestly and smiled. "You flatter me, Uncle Zheng. There are still many people in this world more outstanding than me. If I can truly be with Xiaohua, that would be my greatest blessing." Hearing the remarks of the two, Han Bingbing made no effort to hide the disgust in her eyes. How could she not see through their intentions? What consideration for the miss? It was clearly for their own benefit, even at the cost of sacrificing the miss's happiness. Scum. Enough. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up and give me the photos. That way your brother can get the best treatment abroad. Jiang Ji started urging. As long as he gets the photos and hands them to Xiaohua through Li Shang's hands, the two can then interact naturally. This was exactly his plan. "What is the rush, uncle? I still wanted to chat a bit more." Right at this moment, you walked out from the cafe's back kitchen and sat down next to Han Bingbing. "Yun Yi, why are you here?" Jiang Ji's brows instantly furrowed tightly, quickly guessing something, his tone becoming deep. "You two are in cahoots." Han Bingbing, do you not want your brother to live anymore? Han Bingbing remained silent, but felt very uneasy inwardly. You cast your gaze upon Li Xiang, the corners of your mouth curling into a sarcastic smile. Mr. Daydreamer, we need to talk about some private matters now. Could you please leave us for a moment? You are completely unnecessary here. What did you say? Li Shang was furious and slammed his hand on the table. Fortunately, Jiang Ji stopped him in time, speaking in a deep voice. Shaoli, you leave first. I will handle things here. Li Shang was seething with anger. As a noble young master from the capital, no Oand had ever dared to speak to him like this. But seeing Jiang Ji's stern expression, he had no choice but to drop it. He gave a cold snort and walked out of the cafe. Suddenly, an urge to pee hit him. He walked straight into the nearby alley to relieve himself. A figure quietly approached from behind and threw a bag over his head. A pungent smell of urea hit his face. Back inside the cafe, Jiang Ji stared intently at you and Han Bingbing sitting together, his face darkening. I never would have imagined, Han Bingbing, that for this brat, you would completely disregard your own brother's life and death. You truly are a cold and ruthless sister. Hit where it hurts, Han Bingbing felt even more tormented inside. Since things had come to this, she could only pin all her hopes on you. Hearing Jiang Ji's sarcastic and passive-aggressive tone, you waved your hand dismissively. When it comes to being cold and ruthless, who can outdo you, uncle? Besides, her brother might not necessarily be in any danger. Jiang Ji sneered. Do you know what disease her brother has? It can only be cured if top foreign experts operate personally. Do you think you can find those kinds of connections? And do not count on the Yue family for help either. The Liu family might have some influence domestically, but abroad, with just own word from me, you won't be able to take a single step. As soon as he said this, not only did your face show no panic, but your smile actually deepened. Jiang Ji frowned. What are you smiling at? You took out your phone and played an audio recording. It is precisely because she is my biological daughter that I must separate them. It was shockingly exactly what Jiang Ji had just said. You said with a wicked grin, since your connections abroad are so rock solid, uncle, why do not you do us a favor? Consider it accumulating good karma. How about that? Let me make it clear first. Your daughter checks my phone every single day. If she accidentally hears this recording, there was no doubt. If Jiang Xiaohua truly knew the contents of this recording, her father-daughter relationship with Jiang Ji would completely rupture. Dislike and hatred, although similar in meaning, are two entirely different concepts. Kid, you actually dare to threaten me. Jiang Ji furiously grabbed your collar. Having navigated the business world for decades, he was actually schemed against by a greenhorn. You did not panic in the slightest. Uncle, do you still remember what I said to you at the very beginning? Do not underestimate your opponent. I also hold many of your secrets. For instance, being together with a popular female star. Shut up. Jiang Ji's pupils shrank suddenly, stopping your next words. With a dark face, he said, Fine, I will make arrangements for her brother, but you must keep absolutely tight-lipped about everything that happened today. Of course, I have always been the best at keeping secrets. You replied with a smile. I hope so. After saying this, Jiang Ji left in a huff. After stepping out of the cafe, he contacted his secretary directly, saying through gritted teeth, Deliver all the files regarding Yun Yi to my office immediately. Remember, all of them. Meanwhile, Han Bingbing asked curiously, How did you know he had that kind of relationship with a popular star? Deduction. You extended your index finger lightly, and then analyzed calmly. You have to understand, a man who has been divorced for so many years has quite a strong need in that regard, and with Jiang Ji's aloof personality, he is destined to be unable to cultivate relationships like an ordinary person. Nor is it possible for him to casually visit red light districts. What he needs must be a relationship bound by interests, to ensure he won't be exposed. As for why I pinpointed a star, I just needed to spend 500 yuan near his residence, to ask the security guards who frequently goes in and out with him. Han Bingbing asked, confused, so you concluded that he sought out a popular star based on that, as a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Put yourself in his shoes. If you had needs in that area, would you choose a regular C-list entertainer? Your logical analysis left Han Bingbing unable to find any loopholes. She looked slightly astonished. The person she had previously looked down upon actually possessed such keen insight. Where did you learn these skills? Does this even need to be learned? You replied casually. Just watch Conan episodes a few times over. This kind of deduction is a piece of cake. Just as you were feeling smug, your phone suddenly rang. Jiang Xiaohua's icy voice came from the other end. Stinky man, where did you run off to mess around again? If I do not see your shadow within 15 minutes, I will give your entire cabinet of action figures to Xiaomeng. Holy crap, that is too ruthless. Is it really necessary to go that far? You exclaimed in shock. Not daring to delay any further, you quickly grabbed your phone from the table and dashed out. What a hateful woman. At this moment in the alley next to the cafe, Du Ziteng watched with satisfaction at the rolling urea bag on the ground, and the sounds of begging for mercy coming from inside. As if appreciating a beautiful musical movement, he caught a glimpse of you rushing past, and quickly dashed out of the alley, shouting at you. Old Yun, why are you running so fast? How should we deal with this guy? Handle it yourself. I have to go save my wives. You responded hastily. In the office, Jiang Xiaohua stared intently at the countdown on her watch. The second hand moved slowly, right on the very last second. You rushed into the office, panting heavily, and said angrily, Demoness, you actually dare to threaten me with my beloved action figures. Do not you know that people have reverse scales, and touching them means certain death? You are too arrogant. Jiang Xiaohua raised an eyebrow, got up, and walked toward you holding a stack of folders. A teasing smile appeared on her exquisite face. Reverse scale. She raised her hand and smacked you on the head with the folders. I will give you another chance to reorganize your words. Dragons. Dragons have reverse scales. Touch. If you touch them, you touch them. Your momentum instantly weakened. Cowering like a mouse seeing a cat, only then did Jiang Xiaohua nod in satisfaction, and returned to her seat to sit down. I called you here for important business. Hearing this, you instantly perked up, walked over to the sofa nearby and lay down, waving your hand casually. If you need my help, just say it straight. But let me state up front, my appearance fee is not cheap. Secretary Yi beside you pretended not to hear, and spoke calmly. There are quite a few people within the group who got in through connections. Young Master Yun should be well aware of this, but perhaps because it has not been cleaned up in a long time, the situation of these connected individuals bullying regular staff is becoming increasingly serious by the day. It is especially prominent in the sales department. Recently, we have received multiple employee whistleblower letters, reporting under-the-table deals, and malicious stealing of performance targets. You chuckled and said, how about I go and assassinate them all? Owen head for only 5 million. A paper cup hit you squarely on the forehead. Jiang Xiaohua clapped her hands and gave a cold snort. Be serious for once. Tomorrow I will transfer you to the sales department. When the time comes, you can handle it however you want. Just do not let those people have an easy time. Just force them to voluntarily submit their resignation applications. The simple law of the jungle. Since they are so arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone, then I will send someone even more arrogant over, to teach them a good lesson. Jiang Xiaohua hooked her finger at you. Good boy. Come here. Secretary Yi tactfully left the office, considerately closing the door behind her. With no one else present, you immediately ran over eagerly. Jiang Xiaohua pulled you into her arms, planted a kiss on your cheek, and said softly, is this enough for the appearance fee? Not enough, not enough. Taking on such a grueling and thankless task, I need at least 3 more kisses. Oh wait. 4 times. It has to be 4 times. 4 moist, passionate kisses landed on your lips. Jiang Xiaohua blinked. Are you satisfied now? You smiled. I suddenly feel like it is still not quite enough. How about tonight? Before you could finish speaking, your buttocks received a slap from Jiang Xiaohua. Dogman, do not push your luck. If you want to make demands, complete the task I assigned to you first. I will think about it. Driven by desire, you arrived at the sales department to report early the next morning, full of passion, arriving on time, which was a rare occurrence. The internal situation of the sales department was a mixed bag, and the competition was exceptionally fierce. The head of the sales department was an extremely capable woman, dressed in professional attire, her gaze sharp as a torch. You followed closely as she stepped out of her office. The sales department employees all cast their eyes over. Manager Ling announced calmly, "Starting today, Yun Yi officially joins our sales department. Let us welcome him." The crowd instantly broke into an uproar, but still quickly applauded in response. Nowadays, who in the whole company does not know you are President Zheng's boyfriend? A bona fide connection hire. And now you are actually joining the sales department. Does not that mean their chance to curry favor has arrived? After giving a few simple instructions, Manager Ling walked back to her office without looking back. After she left, the employees were just about to step forward to get close, when they saw you head straight for the corner, eventually sitting down next to Feng Chengshi's workstation. "Yun Yi, why did you suddenly transfer to our sales department?" Feng Chengshi asked in confusion. "To act as pesticide," you gave a perfunctory reply. "After all, you could not just directly state that you were here to cause trouble." Then you asked Feng Chengshi about the situation in the sales department. She had been in the sales department for half a month. Her level of understanding naturally surpassed yours. Feng Chengshi had no background. Naturally, she was also one of the victims in the sales department. She told you everything she knew, while vaguely guessing your true purpose inwardly. Through Feng Chengshi's narrative, you quickly grasped the situation in the department and locked your gaze on a man in the front row, Huang Jiaju. His background was arguably the strongest in the entire sales department. His uncle was a member of the group's board of directors, and the deputy manager was his cousin. "Where did Lin Yu go?" You looked around and asked casually. Feng Chengshi answered, "She went out to discuss business. Right now she works the hardest in the whole department. People are slipping her love letters to confess every day. Speak of the devil and she appears." Almost as soon as Feng Chengshi finished speaking, Lin Yu walked in through the door carrying a bag, looking joyful. Evidently, this trip was quite fruitful. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted you sitting in the corner. Her expression instantly became surprised. Just as she was feeling confused, a figure blocked her path. Lin Yu. Seeing you smiling so happily, "You must have sold that 10 million yuan villa in Longmen, right? Show me the contract. I will double-check it for you." Huang Jiaju excitedly rubbed his hands together. He had been coveting this villa for a long time. Not only would he get a 200,000 commission, but he could also use this to get promoted into the company's management. The other employees were already accustomed to this scene, lowered their heads and pretended not to see. "No need to trouble yourself. I have already sent the contract to the manager. She will review it for me." Lin Yu politely declined and walked toward her workstation. "Stop right there." Huang Jiaju did not expect Lin Yu to actually dare to refuse. Walked up beside her and lowered his voice, saying, "You would better think clearly about the consequences. My uncle is a shareholder on the board of directors. An word from him can have you packing your bags and leaving. Rest assured, as long as you give me this sale, I can get promoted to management. From now on, I will cover for you in the sales department. You definitely won't lose out." These words were indeed very tempting. But Lin Yu was not a foolish person. She understood that Huang Jiaju was making empty promises, and also giving her a final way out. If she agreed, her hard work over the past 2 days would be for nothing. If she refused, her career might just end here. Just as Lin Yu was hesitating, a slow, leisurely voice drifted over. "Oh man, I am so thirsty. Hey, you there? Your name is Little Huang, right? Go pour me a glass of water." The only person who dared to speak to Huang Jiaju like this was naturally you. You leaned back in your chair with your hands in your pockets, resting your legs on the desk, your words carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Huang Jiaju's gaze darkened. Since joining the group, no one had dared to talk to him like this. But thinking that you had President Zheng backing you up, he had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. Walked over to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water. Forced a smile and walked over to you. "Here, have some water, Brother Yun." You gently gave an sound Just as Huang Jiazhu turned around, preparing to leave, you spoke again? Wait, since you are already here, massage my shoulders for a bit, and then go get me a bowl of beef noodles later. Do not put green onions in it. If pouring water could barely be considered bossing him around, then these two requests were clearly you intentionally making things difficult for him. Huang Jiazhu said with an ugly expression, I am only being this polite to you out of respect for your relationship with President Zheng, but always leave a way out when doing things so we can meet on good terms in the future. Do not go too far. Go too far. You widened your eyes, took your legs off the desk, and directly slapped Huang Jiazhu on the head, shouting angrily, So what if I am going too far? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, I am going too far today. Even the heavenly emperor himself could not help you, let alone your uncle on the board of directors. If he dares to come, I will slap him too. Even as you spoke, you still felt it was not enough to vent your anger. It was rare to get a chance to be this arrogant. Such an opportunity must not be missed. You directly pulled out a yellow urea bag from your backpack, a bizarre smile appearing on your face. Du Zitang and Jiang Xiaohua, who had just closed a deal, walked in and happened to run into this scene. The two exchanged a glance and skillfully began smashing the security cameras. Feng Chengxi suddenly stood up at this moment. Oh my, I suddenly remembered I left my bracelet at a client's house. I have to hurry and go get it back. Everyone here was shrewd. With her taking the lead like this, they all caught on and started walking out of the office one after another. After everyone had left, miserable screams from Huang Jiazhu rang out from the office. You kicked the urea bag over and over again. I will teach you to steal other people's sales. I will teach you to watch study materials at work. Ouch. Brother Yun, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Cut the crap. Take a hit from my 9 Heavens Thunder double kick. At noon, the seemingly peaceful Yongxiang group was actually surging with undercurrents. Employees going to the cafeteria to eat were constantly gossiping. Did you guys hear? That Huang Jiazhu from the sales department, the own who is always acting so high and mighty, he got done by President Zhang's boyfriend. What? Don't. Could he be gay? Pass it on. President Jiang's boyfriend is actually a homosexual. Could it be that President Zheng? It was originally just a simple beating to teach Huang Jiazhu a lesson, but the rumors got more and more outrageous. Gradually, people started saying that you actually liked Huang Jiazhu and tried to force him into submission, but he refused. So, regardless of how it was told, this incident caused a massive uproar within the company. It even had such a huge impact that even the semi-retired chairman personally came to the company to handle it. In the executive conference room, numerous top executives sat upright, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even 2 shareholders from the board of directors had come. Shang Xin sat at the very front, clipping her nails, looking completely unbothered. Jiang Xiaohua sat in the first seat on her right, her demeanor similar to hers. You were standing behind her. Further down, you could see Huang Jiazhu, his face bruised and swollen, standing behind a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, keeping his head down, not daring to speak. At this time, Huang Jiazhu's older brother, Huang An, finally spoke up. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Xiaohua. President Zheng, Yun Yi beat up my brother for no reason. So many people present saw it happen. Are not you planning to say something? As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. A conflict between 2 factions would inevitably involve taking sides. The slightest misstep could lead to eternal doom. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua turned her head to look at you standing behind her, and asked, Why did you hit him? Because he would not pour tea and water for me. Jiang Xiaohua turned back and looked at Huang An. You heard him. Are you satisfied with this explanation? In an instant, the conference room was dead silent. You call that an explanation? Huang An's face turned dark, but he was only a deputy manager, completely unable to contend with Jiang Xiaohua. He could only cast a pleading look at his uncle, Ho Wuchang, beside him. How Wuchang's expression was unpredictable at the moment. His gaze shifted back and forth between Jiang Xiaohua and Shang Zheng. He considered things more deeply than Huang An. It was obvious that Jiang Xiaohua was trying to send him a warning this time. but considering his own prestige on the board of directors, he still said, Chairman Shang, Yunyi did indeed go a bit too far this time. If no punishment is given, I am afraid it will breed dissatisfaction among the employees below, which is detrimental to the stability of the group. With Owen's sentence, he successfully amplified the impact of the incident, directly bypassing Jiang Xiaohua, to have Shang Xin step in and punish you. This was exactly how Wu Chang's wishful thinking. If you and Jiang Xiaohua were already married, he would definitely, without a second word, turn right around and leave. But right now, the two of you are still just boyfriend and girlfriend after all. He believed Shang Xin would surely grant him this face. Unfortunately, what Hao Wuchang could not have anticipated was that you were not just Shang Xin's future son-in-law, but an important family member. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the aura around Shang Xin instantly changed. Her gaze sharpened as she said, in that case, let us punish Huang Jiazhu by having him clean the toilets for 2 months. This matter ends here. Let no one bring it up again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Hao Wuchang could not help but freeze for a moment. What is going on? Were not they supposed to punish Yunyi? How did it turn into punishing Huang Jiazhu? Before they could even react, Shang Xin stood up and walked out of the conference room, not wanting to stay a second longer, asking her to punish her precious son-in-law. What an absolute joke. She could not spoil him enough. How could she bear to punish him? Jiang Xiaohua also got up and walked toward the door. Seeing that you were actually still winking and making faces at Huang Jiazhu, she exasperatedly dragged you out by the ear. And just like that, a serious meeting ended in such a baffling way. Uncle, I got beaten up so badly by that guy. Are we really just going to let it go? Huang Jiazhu asked indignantly. The rest of the executives did not dare to linger, and quickly got up to leave one after another. Once only the 3 of them were left in the room, Hao Wuchang finally spoke in a low voice. President Jiang used this opportunity to suppress us. You guys have indeed gone a bit too far lately. I pulled strings to bring you into the group for the sake of our family ties. Now you are on your own, behave yourselves. And stop using my name to throw your weight around. After saying that, Hao Wuchang left the office without looking back, taking out his phone to make a call. Xiaohui, go to my house and bring me that treasured necklace of mine. I need it urgently right now. Inside the general manager's office, you were eating takeout from a 5-star hotel, and chuckled happily. My good sister, blessed with both talent and beauty. I completed the mission pretty well this time, did not I? About that reward you promised me earlier. Jiang Xiaohua stuffed a large chicken leg into your mouth. Your reward is a big chicken leg. Satisfied now? Busting my back all day just for own chicken leg, and you have already taken 2 bites out of it. Is this how you treat people? Just then, your phone rang. You answered and put the phone to your ear. Hello. Who is it? Are you free after work today? You did us a huge favor this time. So I wanted to treat you to dinner. Of course. Du Ziteng and Jian Shaoqian are going too. The call was from Feng Chengxi. You are just about to speak, when a sudden chill runs down your spine. You glance at Jiang Xiaohua, who is eating in silence, and feel the icy aura radiating from her. You swallow hard and say, I appreciate your feelings, but let us forget about it. If I actually went, I would probably lose my life. Then you quickly hang up the phone. Jiang Xiaohua continues eating unhurriedly. You are quite lucky with the ladies. Girls are even taking the initiative to ask you out for dinner. You hurriedly wrap your arms around her slender waist, and say with a serious face, Sister, what are you talking about? I am already taken. I only have you in my heart. Hearing this answer, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curl up slightly. She lowers her head, kisses your cheek, and snorts proudly. Glad you know your place. Remember what you said. You are my man, and no one can take you away. Late at night, after dinner, you return to your room to write. Currently, your book is sitting comfortably at 3rd place on the bestseller list, but your main source of traffic is not domestic. It is from overseas, especially from Japan, in that country where light novels thrive. Your book has firmly taken the top spot, and its popularity remains sky high. People from local publishers have already contacted your editor, wanting to adapt your novel into anime and manga. Profits would be split 50-50, but a conservative estimate puts your earnings at over $1 million. At 10 p.m., you finally finish typing 2 chapters and look them over. After confirming there are no mistakes, you click publish. Finally done. Time to sleep. Turning off the computer, you take off your clothes with a sense of relief and snuggle into bed. You turn off the light, and the whole room instantly goes dark. Early the next morning, Shang Xin's gasp echoes from the second floor. "What are you two?" You are woken up, and groggily open your eyes. Then your face drops in shock. As if you have seen something unbelievable, you see Jiang Xiaohua wearing a black sheer nightgown, hanging onto you like a sloth. Right now, she is reaching up to rub her eyes. At the door, Shang Xin covers her mouth, staring at the two of you in bed with astonishment. You are already sleeping together. Is not this moving a bit too fast? Jiang Xiaohua glances at you, knits her elegant brows, and says, "Why are you in my bed? Did you sneak into my room in the middle of the night? Confess. Are you listening to yourself? This is clearly my room. The entire villa is mine, and this room is naturally no exception." You are left speechless. Ahem. It is getting late. You two hurry down for breakfast. Shang Xin coughs lightly to ease the awkwardness, then turns and goes downstairs. You and Jiang Xiaohua exchange a glance. You say tentatively, "How about a little kiss? Kiss your head. Get up right now." Jiang Xiaohua snorts coldly and gets out of bed, returning to her own room. Just thinking about last night makes her angry. She originally came over to reward you, but when she arrived, you were already fast asleep. You were sleeping so soundly, she could not even wake you up by smacking your butt. Looking innocent, you get out of bed to dress and wash up. Did that woman take the wrong medicine? Why is she so fierce first thing in the morning? Still, she looks really pretty even when she is fierce. Hee hee. After breakfast, just as you are preparing to head to the company, Shang Xin stops you. She and Yun Zheng walk over with smiles. "Wait, let us go to the office together." The whole family heads out, getting into the car to go to work. Originally, Shang Xin did not need to go to the office, but she figured that since you two are in the honeymoon phase, how could you waste most of your time at work? You should be going out and being lovey-dovey together. But she also found going to work annoying, so she brought along Yun Zheng, her multifunctional punching bag. After arriving at the company, your reputation as the Great Demon King has completely spread. You are also transferred back to the planning department. Just as you walk over and sit at your desk, Zhu Huifei looks at you with admiration. "Brother Yun, you are absolutely amazing. When that Huang Jiazhu went camping with us before, he was always bossing us around. He completely deserved it."
You put on a serious face.
"Stop flattering me. Do I look like the kind of person who giggles foolishly just because someone praises me?" But a second later, you can't help but laugh triumphantly. "You have got a great eye." "I really am." After chatting for a while, you finally start writing your novel. Right now, your plot is just getting on track. According to your estimates, this book will need at least 2 million words to finish. With a daily update of 4,000 words, you get it done in just 2 hours. Just as you are about to take a break, your editor calls you. "Great author Luo, is this a good time? I have something to tell you." Regarding the adaptation, here's the situation. A major publisher in Japan has bought the adaptation rights for your work. But as you know, the style of novels here and abroad is different. A light novel in Japan is usually just hundreds of thousands of words, while domestic ones easily reach the millions. So they want to invite you to be the scriptwriter. They are offering a guaranteed price of 50,000 per episode. If it becomes a massive hit, profits will be split 20 per 80 with you. They take 80. This price is already very fair. You could even say it shows full sincerity. You think for a moment, and nod. "That works. Send the contract over for me to review." "All right. I will send it to you right away." Also, about the manga adaptation. Many domestic websites are interested in collaborating with you. This conversation lasts for over half an hour. You have to admire the promotion speed of Hongguo novels. In just half a month, Both the anime and manga adaptations have been fully arranged. It is safe to say this own book is enough for you to achieve financial freedom. After hanging up the phone, you push open the door and walk into the general manager's office. Jiang Xiaohua is leisurely looking down at some documents. With your mom working at the company, her pressure has instantly been reduced a lot. You walk over, looking incredibly smug. See this anime adaptation contract. From now on, in front of your bro, you need to keep a lower profile. Zheng Xiaohua glances at you indifferently. She crooks her finger at you, purses her red lips slightly. Come here. You obediently walk over. Jiang Xiaohua places her hand on your head and rubs it roughly, snorting coldly. Smelly little brother. 3 days without a beating, and you are ready to tear the roof off. You curl your lip. I just wanted you to help me look over the contract, so I do not get scammed. My appearance fee is very expensive. How are you going to repay me? How about I sleep with you? Get lost. I asked you to repay me, not for me to reward you. Then what do you want? Watching you helplessly let her mess around. The corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth rise high. She leans into your ear and whispers, I want to see you cross-dress. Cross-dress. A gasp rings out from the quiet office, breaking the silence. You stare dead at Jiang Xiaohua, slapping your hand heavily onto the wooden desk, and say through gritted teeth, You crazy woman? Did I give you too much leeway? You actually want to see me cross-dress? Let me tell you, do not even think about it in this lifetime. A playful smile flashes across Jiang Xiaohua's lips. She grabs your collar, leans in close to your ear and lowers her voice. How about this? To be fair, I will show you my black pantyhose. And you cross-dress and go shopping with me? How about it? As soon as these words come out, they are met with your disdainful snort. Do I look like the kind of person who would sell his dignity for mere black pantyhose? A scholar prefers death to humiliation. It is just cross-dressing. I will wear it. Seeing that you actually agreed, Jiang Xiaohua excitedly grabs your hand and leads you out of the office. You look panicked. Wait, where are you taking me? A sly glint flashes in Jiang Xiaohua's eyes. Home to change clothes, of course. Take the afternoon off. You are accompanying me to buy some things. Upon returning to the grand courtyard villa, Jiang Xiaohua pulls you straight into her room. This is your second time in Jiang Xiaohua's room. The last time was when you sneaked in secretly in the middle of the night. Jiang Xiaohua throws open the wardrobe. In an instant, various styles of women's clothing meet your eyes. As Jiang Xiaohua picks out clothes, she says calmly, Your build is similar to mine. You should be able to wear all of these. Quickly, she picks out a solid black long dress from the closet, and then digs out a wig and fake eyelashes from a corner. You are now seriously suspecting that this woman had planned this all along. Otherwise, why would a normal person have these things prepared? But since you have already agreed, you are not going to go back on your word. Taking the clothes, you walk into the bathroom, not forgetting to close the door behind you. Hearing the sound of the door locking from the inside, Jiang Xiaohua snorts lightly. Is there a need to be so guarded? Making it seem like I would go in and peek. Soon, you come out wearing the dress. Jiang Xiaohua pulls you over to sit in front of the vanity table and begins applying your makeup, covering your bronze skin. Your face shape is already somewhat androgynous to begin with. With the dress on, the wig fitted, and makeup applied to your face, when the makeup is finally done, even Jiang Xiaohua herself is stunned. She stands frozen in place, holding the eyebrow pencil, looking at the exquisitely beautiful girl in front of her, a look of disbelief appearing on her cheeks. You are simply even more beautiful than she had imagined. You speak up, breaking the silence. Hey, where are the black pantyhose you promised me? I sold out my dignity for this. If you back out now, I will show you. What are you rushing for? Jiang Xiaohua rolls her eyes at you, then finds a pair of unopened black pantyhose she had prepared from the closet. She walks over to the bed and sits down, tossing the pantyhose to you, and says alluringly, It is a rare opportunity. You help me put them on, lest you complain that I am being unfair. As she speaks, she bends down and takes off her shoes and socks, revealing small, delicate feet as exquisite as jade, and lifts them toward you. A blatant seduction. You only feel your blood boiling at this moment, filled with endless energy. You walk over to the bed and squat down. Tear open the packaging of the stockings. Reach out and grasp that suspended jade-like foot. And slowly slide the stocking on. 300 words omitted here. Leave it entirely to your imagination. After putting on the stockings, Jiang Xiaohua finds a pair of small white shoes to put on. Paired with her white dress that matches the style of yours but differs in color, the two of you look absolutely perfectly matched. She takes your hand and walks outside. Let us go. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. My mom asked me to buy some ingredients for making zongzi, so they can wrap and eat them when they get back tonight. On the bustling street, the two beautiful figures attract everyone's attention, especially the male compatriots, who are literally staring so hard they can't walk. Oon in a black dress. Oon in a white dress. Possessing a breathtaking beauty. That makes people reluctant to look away. Holy crap! What day is it today? To be lucky enough to see two beauties of this caliber, especially the Oon in the black dress. Her walk is so wild. She is exactly my type. The Oon in the white dress is not bad either, but when it comes to charm, the black dress definitely takes the win. You can tell at a glance she is a wild girl. At this moment, your ears are slightly red, noticing the blatant stares from the people on the street. Your scalp tingles, and goosebumps instantly crawl all over your body. Jiang Xiaohua, on the other hand, seems to really enjoy this feeling. Just as the two of you cross the street and head toward the mall not far away, two figures suddenly appear. Miss, meeting is fate. This beautiful flower is for beautiful you. The newcomer stares at you affectionately, checking you out without any hesitation. You almost throw up on the spot. This is the first time you have ever been confessed to by a man, and with such cheesy lines too. Great eye, bro. Then I will choose the slightly lesser Oon. The fat guy next to him stares straight at Jiang Xiaohua. Jiang Xiaohua glares at him icily, and spits out a single word. Scram. What do you mean, slightly lesser Oon? What kind of taste does this fat pig have? Is she actually considered less pretty than this dog of a man? At this moment, you also open your mouth to the man in front of you, letting out a male voice that completely contradicts your appearance. Bro, are you sure? The man freezes. Why does this voice sound somewhat like a guy's? How is that possible? Bypassing these two clowns, you walk toward the mall up ahead, glancing at Jiang Xiaohua's displeased expression. You say speechlessly, "You are the Oon who made me cross-dress. Why are you the Oon getting upset now? Who knew you would look this good in women's clothes?" If her rival in love were a woman, Jiang Xiaohua would have 100% confidence in winning completely. But if it is a man, hiss. It is terrifying to think about. No way. When we get back, I am going to strip this layer of skin off this dog of a man. The appearance of the two stunningly beautiful girls at the mall inevitably causes another stir. In just one short hour, you are successively confessed to by 5 guys holding flowers. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaohua gets 0. This makes her thought of stripping you grow even firmer. In the evening, Shang Xin and Yunzheng drive back home. Just as they are about to open the door, there is a commotion coming from inside. Yunzheng pauses his movement to open the door. Ah, you crazy woman, what is wrong with you? I am warning you, do not come over. Stay away from me. Careful, or I will sue you for assaulting an innocent man. Smelly little brother, stop right there. Come here quickly, and let me strip this disguise off you. If you are smart about it, you might suffer a little less. No. Yamit. Outside the door, the couple exchanges a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Are these two young people playing that wildly? Shang Xin thinks about it and feels something is not right. She lowers her voice and says, "That should not be. Xiaohua should not be this proactive in this regard. Otherwise, why would she wait 3 years without revealing her identity to Xiaohui?" Hearing this, Yunzheng nods in agreement. I think so too. And given my rebellious son's temperament, if they were really playing this kind of game, he would be too happy to resist. Why would he be fighting it? Should we open the door and sneak a peek? Since the wife has spoken, Yunzheng pushes down the door handle. and the couple stealthily peeks through the crack into the living room. Jiang Xiaohua is chasing you with a fierce look on her face. The black dress on your body has already been half torn off by this point. The makeup on your face has not faded yet, and there is that wig hanging half off your head. You notice Shang Xin and Zheng peeking at the door, and you stop dead in your tracks in shock. Jiang Xiaohua, wondering why you suddenly stopped, follows your gaze, and also freezes in place. You guys continue. We did not see anything. Shang Xin flusteredly pulls Zheng outside the house. Are young people nowadays all this freaky? Wait, things are not what you think. We are innocent. We really did not do anything. You cry out in grief and indignation. Your 20+ years of innocence are ruined in an instant. Xiaoyi, you do not need to explain. Auntie understands. You guys take your time and play. Your dad and I can go stay at a hotel to spice things up for a couple days too. Xiaoyi, I did not expect you to know how to play even better than your old man. The student has truly surpassed the master. Worthy of being my good son. You fall to your knees on the floor, your heart as dead as ashes. But even so, Jiang Xiaohua still has no intention of letting you off. She reaches out and neatly tears apart the dress at your waist, completely revealing your pure, innocent body. Only then is she satisfied, squatting down to hug you, and says softly, "Darling, I promise I will never force you to cross-dress again. It is better if you just stay the way you are right now. Mua. Love you." The next day, Jiang Xiaohua walks downstairs yawning, reaching up to rub her eyes, looking like she has not fully woken up yet. At this moment, only Shang Xin and Zheng are sitting at the dining table, eating the zongzi they wrapped last night. There are all sorts of flavors, though most of them are savory. After all, zongzi are meant to be savory. Jiang Xiaohua asks in confusion, "Where's Xiaoye?" Shang Xin says helplessly, "Is not it because you played with him too hard last night? He is still lying in bed right now. Said he does not want breakfast, and wants to sleep in a bit." Hearing that you actually are not even eating, Jiang Xiaohua is alarmed. This is unacceptable. If you starve to death, her heart would break. Thinking of this, she directly grabs a piping hot zongzi from the table and heads upstairs. When Jiang Xiaohua pushes open the door, she sees that in the quiet room, you are curled up under the covers, with your back facing her. "Smelly little brother. Time to eat." "I am not eating. I am in a bad mood. Do not bother me." Jiang Xiaohua is speechless. She had not expected you to actually dare speak to her like this. It seems things really went a little too far last night. She takes off her shoes, gets on the bed, and slips into the warm covers. She leans in close to your ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. "Good brother. Sister was wrong. Okay. I should not have treated you like that last night. How about this? I will grant you own reasonable request. Will you forgive your big sister? Do not touch me." After a long while, there is no movement behind you. You feel something is wrong. You turn your head in confusion. What meets your eyes is Jiang Xiaohua's sleeping face. You are instantly rendered speechless. "You came to beg for my forgiveness. Why did you fall asleep in my bed? This is not how you imagined it. What happened to humbly begging for peace, but seeing her sleeping peacefully? You can't bear to disturb her. You have no choice but to gently pull Jiang Xiaohua into your arms. Outside of your line of sight, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curl up slightly. Another hour passes before Jiang Xiaohua wakes up. She feeds the cold zongzi to your mouth. You eat it bite by bite. Honestly, the cold zongzi actually tastes even better. You get up, wash up, and head downstairs with Jiang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Mother Shang stands up and smiles. "Let us go. The timing is just about right. If we go now, we can still catch the dragon boat race." Every dragon boat festival, the locals spontaneously organize a dragon boat race. Just for the fun of it. Once everyone is ready, the family heads out, walking toward the race venue. There are over 20 dragon boats in the race, lined up across the rippling green river. They are filled with shirtless, burly men. The crowd watching along the riverbank is incredibly lively, constantly cheering for their favorite dragon boat teams. The momentum is massive. What a spectacular sight. After watching the dragon boat race, the family takes a stroll down the street, buying a few new outfits for you and Jiang Xiaohua. They are limited Dragon Boat Festival Couples editions. Inside a luxurious penthouse apartment. It is the Dragon Boat Festival, yet the living room is deadly quiet. Jiang Ji sits alone at the dining table, facing the table full of delicacies. He has absolutely no appetite. His phone constantly pings with notifications from WeChat Moments. He picks it up to take a look. And his grip on the phone suddenly tightens. The veins on his arm bulge. On the phone screen is a photo of you and Jiang Xiaohua. The two of you are sitting on a dragon boat, wearing the limited Dragon Boat Festival couples outfits, laughing carefreely. There is also a family portrait. Yun Zheng and Shang Xin have their arms around each other's shoulders, smiling brightly. Seeing these, the sense of emptiness in Jiangji's heart is magnified even further. He feels like a massive hole has been torn open in his heart. His emotions spill out. Nothing but utter loneliness. The next day, you are pulled out of your slumber by Jiang Xiaohua. Like a nanny, she dresses you, then sits you down at the dining table, and feeds you breakfast. Throughout the whole process, all you have to do is open your mouth. On the way to work, you yawn sleepily, and mutter,
Why do I feel like you are going to spoil me into a useless person?
"Is it so bad to be spoiled into a useless person by me?" Jiang Xiaohua asks in return. "Of course, it is good. I only have to raise my arms to get dressed, and open my mouth to eat. A girlfriend like this is simply flawlessly perfect." Arriving at the company, you still lie down on the sofa as soon as you enter the office, preparing to play some games before returning to the planning department to write. The office door is pushed open, and Han Bingbing walks in. She is carrying a bento box in her hand. She walks straight up to you and hands the bento box to you. "Here, my brother's surgery was very successful. Now he just needs to rest and recover. I thought about it and felt I really needed to thank you, so I made you this bento box myself. No need to thank me so much. You actually know how to cook." You glance at her in surprise, as if recalling the fear of being dominated by a certain meal. You turn your head and ask Jiang Xiaohua, who is working, "Little Jiang, have you ever eaten a bento made by her?" Reading documents, little Jiang says flatly without looking up, "The taste is excellent, and the nutritional value is extremely rich. Even if a 5-star hotel chef were here, they would not be able to beat Bingbing in this regard." Curious, you take the bento box, put it on the desk, and open it. Instantly, several golden tempting fried dumplings catch your eye. Just looking at them makes your appetite surge. This makes you let down your guard. You impatiently pick up chopsticks, grab a piece, and pop it into your mouth. Behind the office desk, Jiang Xiaohua pulls out 2 face masks from out of nowhere. She hands one to Secretary Yi, then quickly puts one on herself. Although Secretary Yi is confused, she follows suit and puts on the mask. In a split second, the smell of canned surströmming sweeps through the entire office. Your face instantly turns deathly pale. Your pupils suddenly dilate. Tears swirl in your eyes. What on earth did this tomboy just feed you? Compared to this smell, shit is simply as fragrant as can be. Just as you are about to spit it straight out, Han Bingbing, noticing your movement, her face turns icy, and she says in a freezing tone, "This is the first time I have ever made a bento for a man. If you dare spit it out, you are dead meat." As she speaks, she picks up the metal lid of the bento box from the desk. With a slight exertion of force from her arm, the metal lid crumples up. Your heart skips a beat, and you subconsciously swallow the thing in your mouth. In a trance, you see your mother, whom you have never met, standing on the opposite bank of a river, waving to you. Han Bingbing packs up the bento box with satisfaction, not forgetting to remind you, "You have eaten the bento, so the score between us is settled." Having said that, she turns and leaves, waiting until that surströmming smell dissipates a bit. Jiang Xiaohua finally walks up to you and squats down. She pokes your cheek curiously. "Hey, still alive?" Your eyes are hollow, and you reply weakly, "Woman, I want to break up with you. This is the second time you have deceived me." A playful smile appears on Jiang Xiaohua's stunningly beautiful face. "I did not deceive you. The texture was really quite good, was not it? The meat in the dumplings you ate. is made entirely from various high-protein insects. They are local specialties Bing brought back from abroad. The nutritional value is incredibly high. Seeing your bitter expression, Jiang Xiaohua leans in and gives you a kiss on the lips. How about that? Is it sweet now? You act spoiled. Not enough, not enough. Unless you give me another kiss. Jiang Xiaohua leans forward and plants another sweet kiss. You act shamelessly spoiled like a rascal dog. More. I promise, this is the last time. After receiving 5 sweet kisses, you finally walk out of the office satisfied, returning to the planning department to begin a new day of typing. Approaching noon, the editor sends a message. Great author. There is a huge anime convention in Shanghai tomorrow. The organizer is an animation company under the Penguin Group. They want to invite you to participate in an autograph session. No time. I am a person who prefers peace and quiet. Appearance fee is 500,000. All expenses for food and drink covered. Actually, joining the excitement occasionally is not totally out of the question. Considering how full of sincerity they are, I will reluctantly agree to it. Of course, I genuinely want to attend the anime convention. It is absolutely not for the money. You are in a fantastic state today. You typed out 10,000 words in own breath over the whole morning. Yet you only choose to publish 4,000 words. After all, an author without drafted manuscripts is not a good author. Of course, the readers absolutely must not know about this manuscript hoarding. Otherwise, they would definitely badger you for updates. Just as you are preparing to head to the cafeteria for lunch, Du Ziteng intercepts you at the elevator. Old Yun, the weather is so hot. How about we go to the restaurant across the street for some cold beers? You say expressionlessly. You know the weather is hot, yet you still ask me to go out to eat. Is your brain waterlogged? My treat, okay. Let us go. Only a fool passes up a free meal. This is the life motto you swear by. You both head directly to the restaurant opposite the company. As soon as you walk through the door, a blast of icy cold air hits your face. It is exceptionally refreshing. After Du Ziteng finishes ordering, he shouts to the waitress, "Beautiful, bring us a case of cold beer too." As you eat peanuts, you casually ask, "Spit it out, what problem did you run into this time?" Depending on the situation, it is not impossible for your bro to give you a hand. Du Ziteng sighs heavily, then lowers his head and says, "You know Jian Xiaoqian has feelings for me. I definitely have feelings for her too. But you are clear on our family backgrounds. Say no more. I get it all." You interrupt whatever he was going to say next. Was not it the same for you and Jiang Xiaohua when you first started? Du Ziteng frowns and asks. So, as someone who has been through it, do you have any good advice? You throw your hands up. What advice could I possibly have? You are acting as if you reject her. She will actually stop chasing you. Who told you to play the hero saving the beauty in college? Now that she has set her heart on you, do you really think you can get away? Afraid he would not believe it. You take out your phone and call Jiang Xiaohua. You turn on the speaker and put the phone on the table. After the call connects, Jiang Xiaohua's cold and clear voice comes from the other end. What is it? You ask. I want to ask you a question. If I were to break up with you, what would you do? Jiang Xiaohua answers without hesitation. I would break your legs and imprison you at home. That way, you could never run away. Hearing this answer, Du Ziteng shudders all over. After lunch, Du Ziteng returns to the company to work. Meanwhile, you pick up Jiang Xiaohua downstairs at the company building and drive toward home. You glance at Jiang Xiaohua, who is inspecting your phone in the passenger seat, and ask casually, "There is an anime convention tomorrow that invited me as a guest. Do you want to go with me?" Jiang Xiaohua nods without hesitation. I am going. After returning home, you first go back to your room to take a shower, then lie down on the living room sofa, preparing to watch some anime. The entire afternoon passes by in a flash. By evening, Shang Xin calls, saying she and Yun Zheng are going out for a candlelit dinner, and leaving you two to sort out dinner for yourselves. You turn your head to look at Jiang Xiaohua. The latter glares at you. What are you looking at me for? Go cook. Either you cook for me, or I will eat you. You can only walk towards the kitchen, pouting and complaining. You stinky woman. Sooner or later, I am going to sort you out. Day in and day out, all you know is how to bully me. Wednesday, because you are meeting fans. You dressed incredibly casually today. They are just a bunch of perverts anyway. It does not matter what you wear. In contrast, Jiang Xiaohua is dressed so much better. The word beautiful is no longer sufficient to describe her. After eating breakfast, Zheng is just getting ready to leave the house, but is stopped by Shang Xin. He turns around in confusion. Are not we going to the office today? Shang Xin says quietly. After all, we have been together for quite a while now. Xiaoye has already gone to meet my dad. As his son-in-law, you really ought to pay a visit, should not you? Hearing this, Zheng can't help but recall what his son said when he came back last time. About his evaluation of the old man. Amiable and approachable, kind and benevolent appearance, mild-tempered, and likes keeping small pets. Thinking of this, he confidently pats his chest. It is only right. Since that is the case, let us get going right away. Shang Xin nods with a strange look in her eyes. The Bird's Nest, usually used to host star concerts or major events, located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai. Renting it for a single day costs a mere 3 million. Hosting an anime convention in a place like this is enough to prove the strength of the Penguin Group. When the car is 2 kilometers away from the Bird's Nest, the road is already completely gridlocked. Looking out, it is nothing but densely packed crowds of people. Under the amazed gazes of passers-by, you hold Jiang Xiaohua's hand. The two of you look exactly like the male and female leads stepping out of an anime. Whether it is your looks or aura, both are utterly flawless. You are already used to this. After all, for someone as handsome as you, it would be strange if no one had lustful thoughts about you. Jiang Xiaohua suddenly asks, have you ever been to an anime convention before? You shake your head. Never been. When would I have had the time? Any free time I had was spent working odd jobs. Besides, the ticket for own anime convention costs dozens or even hundreds. To me back then, that was an astronomical price. What about you? Jiang Xiaohua also shakes her head. Nobody would accompany me. Going alone is no fun. Hearing this, you squeeze her hand a little tighter. It is fine. From now on, you will have someone to accompany you. You can come whenever you want. Jiang Xiaohua responds softly. After walking forward for a distance, you take out your phone and send a message. Very soon, a staff member comes out from inside the Bird's Nest. After looking around, he lands his gaze on you too, and says respectfully, Teacher Yun, please come with me. Your seats have been reserved for you in advance. They are located in the very core area. Because Hangguo Novel website had done promotional work for you beforehand, your real photo had already spread widely. There are quite a few of your fans at the venue. Upon seeing you in person, every single one of them goes crazy. They start screaming wildly. Fans shriek, Teacher Yun, I want to have your babies. Another fan yells, Teacher Yun, I want to drink your foot bathwater. Jiang Xiaohua frowns. So disgusting. An even more exaggerated fan shouts, Teacher Yun, I want to drink your bathwater. This kind of scene is on par with those fanatic idol-chasing fans. Even you had not expected these people to be so fanatic, truly worthy of being my readers. These perverted thoughts truly have not disappointed me. Jiang Xiaohua, on the other hand, looks warily at the people around you, holding tightly onto your arm, terrified that someone might suddenly lose their mind and snatch her man away. After entering inside, there are a lot fewer people. They are basically all invited guests, currently applying makeup or chatting idly. Seeing that you were actually arranged to be in the core area, they immediately march over aggressively, terrifying you so much that your body stiffens as you shield Jiang Xiaohua behind you. You can take a beating, but your future wife cannot. Who knew? Once this group rushes up to you, every one of them bows with fanatical eyes. Teacher Yun, please give me an autograph. Me too. Me too. Please sign on my neck. Someone shouts boldly, sign mine on my opai. You finally heave a sigh of relief. So they just wanted autographs, making you scared over nothing. You reply with a smile. Everyone will get on, everyone will get on. Ahem. As for the own who wants a signature on their opai, you would better just bring a piece of paper. Otherwise, I will be kneeling on a keyboard when I get home. In just a moment, a long line forms in front of your autograph station, making even the staff feel astounded. You have to realize the convention has not even officially started yet. Just like that, you are plunged into an endless session of signing autographs. Your hand cannot stop. It absolutely cannot stop. But to say you are not happy in your heart would definitely be a lie. After all, so many people love your book. Just like that, you sign autographs for an entire day. You do not even get to eat lunch. Walking out of the anime convention, you say apologetically to Jiang Xiaohua beside you, "I am sorry. It is a rare anime convention, and in the end I made you just sit there accompanying me all day." Jiang Xiaohua shakes her head. She takes your hand, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "I do not care about what is fun at the convention. Being able to attend it with you, I am already very satisfied," you say playfully. Sigh. "To express my apologies, I have decided to devote myself to you tonight, to show my sincerity." Jiang Xiaohua blushes and says, "Get lost." After the two of you return home, you are stunned by the scene before you. You look at the person lying on the living room sofa, Zheng, looking as disheveled as a beggar, and you say in surprise, "Dad, have you changed careers to be a beggar?" Zheng looks at you with grief and indignation. "You actually have the nerve to say that. Your old man has not treated you poorly, right? Yet you deceived my feelings. Is that what you call a kind and benevolent appearance? Keeping small pets. Whose family keeps 2 bears as small pets?" Looking at this situation, Father Yun was tormented quite severely by Zhongda and Zhong'er. You and Jiang Xiaohua exchange a glance, then burst out laughing at the same time. The next morning when you wake up, a wave of soreness suddenly radiates from your right arm. The pain makes you gasp. "Holy crap! It hurts, hurts, hurts." Jiang Xiaohua, who happens to be passing by your room, hears the commotion. She opens the door and walks in, and happens to see you clutching your right hand, with a pained expression on your face. She hesitates for a moment, and says softly, "You are still young. You need to exercise some restraint. It is hard to imagine just how fast you must have been going to make your hand hurt this much." Hearing this, your eyes widen. You hurriedly explain, "What restraint? You stay right there. I have never." Sigh. "No. Hey, listen to me explain." Jiang Xiaohua turns and walks out the door expressionlessly. "Do not explain. I understand completely. As a man, there will always be 1 or 2 days a month like this." You chase after her and shout, "Listen to me explain." Your voice is trembling. The corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curl up uncontrollably. She turns around and walks back into your room. She walks to the bed and sits down, gently taking your right hand and rubbing it. "Does it hurt here?" You nod your head aggrievedly. A slight purplish bruise has already appeared on your right wrist. "And it hurts the most," Jiang Xiaohua says with heartache. "Let us go to the hospital. Your condition probably needs a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to relax your arms, muscles and joints." Who told you to sign autographs for so long yesterday? Relax muscles and joints. Hearing these words, you can't help but shiver. Back in your college days, you overtyped once and your hand had issues, so you also had a TCM doctor relax your muscles. That level of pain was simply worse than having your nether regions chopped off. Recalling the agony of that day, you can't help but shudder. You instantly shake your head like a rattledrum. Clutching your hand, you dive under the covers. "Not going, not going. Even if you beat me to death today, I won't go. This little injury will heal on its own by tomorrow. I just need to rest for a day." Jiang Xiaohua looks at you, shrunk under the covers, like a squirming worm. Her expression turns icy. If little brother is not obedient, it seems he needs a good lesson. In the consultation room of the TCM hospital, you face a gray-haired old TCM doctor. After a careful examination, he says hesitantly, "There is no major problem with the hand. It will recover after resting for another 2 days. It is best not to use it during these 2 days. As for these 2 slap marks on your face, do you want to apply some medicine?" The old doctor looks at your swollen red cheeks. and glances at Jiang Xiaohua, who is standing aside with folded arms and a cold face. He can't stop shaking his head. You put on a bitter face and whisper, "No, no need." Just then, a wave of murderous intent strikes from behind, scaring you into a cold sweat. You hurriedly tremble and correct yourself. "No, no, no. Sir, you would better give me some medicine." The old doctor shakes his head helplessly, then takes out a box of medicated patches from the shelf behind him. You look at the patches, and are dumbfounded by the Hello Kitty patterns on them. "Sir, are you messing with me? How can I show my face in public with these on? Do you have any normal ones?" The old doctor shakes his head in response. "No, this is all we have. Do you want them or not?" You struggle internally. "Of course not. But for the sake of my face, I would better put them on." Just like that, you cover your face, which is plastered, with Hello Kitty patches, and walk out of the hospital. Passers-by cast weird glances at you one after another. Some people simply can't hold it in, and burst out laughing. You think to yourself, your heart as dead as ashes. I am ruined. My, Yun Yi's, lifelong heroic reputation is completely destroyed today. You are no longer the dream of 900 million girls. Because you had to come to the hospital for a checkup. You did not even eat breakfast this morning, before Jiang Xiaohua dragged you here. After returning home, Jiang Xiaohua takes off her coat and walks toward the kitchen. She turns around and instructs, "Sit obediently on the sofa and watch TV. I am going to make breakfast for you." Hearing this, you are about to cry. You say with a bitter face, "Actually, this breakfast is not absolutely necessary. Or, we could just order takeout. That would be more convenient." What answers you is a soup ladle flying out from the kitchen. It lands on the floor, with a harsh clatter, and slides along the cold floor, stopping right at your feet. You sit up straight, and sensibly shut your mouth. You mutter in your heart, "I do not know what is wrong with this woman today. Such a huge temper. As if she wants to eat someone." Helpless, you can only turn on the TV. As you watch, your eyelids start to fight each other, and you quickly close your eyes and fall asleep. Half an hour later, a savory aroma wafts into your nose. Your nose twitches, and you groggily open your eyes. You mutter, "What smells so good?" Jiang Xiaohua places a large bowl of pork ribs on the table, then walks over and sits on the sofa. She helps you lie down on her lap, scoops up some soup with a spoon, and says in an icy voice, "Let this incident serve as a lesson to you. Let us see if you dare neglect your own body next time. If there is a next time, I promise I will ignore you." Hearing this, you freeze for a moment. Could this be the reason she was angry? The soup is fed to your lips. You open your mouth and take a small sip. A rich, savory meat flavor fills your mouth. Traces of surprise appear in your eyes. You can't believe Jiang Xiaohua made this. You immediately react and say in surprise, "You know how to cook." Then last time, you still. Jiang Xiaohua snorts coldly. "Who told you to be disobedient? If you misbehave again in the future, I will stir-fry a plate of shredded potatoes with shredded ginger for you." As she speaks, she picks up a piece of rib with her chopsticks, separates the meat from the bone, and feeds the meat into your mouth. You contentedly enjoy the delicious food and the care, thinking to yourself, "It seems being a patient is not so bad after all." Jiang Xiaohua watches you eat with a gentle gaze, her hand softly stroking your hair, softly sighing about something. It is not until the next morning that the pain in your hand subsides. Accompanying Jiang Xiaohua to the company, you have barely sat down at your desk when the slacking expert, Du Ziteng, impatiently walks up to you. He winks and says, "Old Yun, thanks to you, my confession to Jian Shaoqian was a success. I will definitely invite you to our wedding banquet in the future." Currently writing your script, you impatiently push him away, curl your lip and say, "Shoo, shoo. Look at your pathetic appearance. This is nothing. Family status is what is most important. Look at me. Yesterday, that woman Jiang Xiaohua personally simmered ribs for me, and even fed me. That is status. Understand?" Du Ziteng rolls his eyes, revealing a look of disdain. "Do you really have no clue about your little brother status? The slap marks on your face have not even faded yet. Your whole body is soft, except for your stubborn mouth. Just then, a massive roaring sound suddenly comes from outside the company building, getting closer from afar. It sounds like spinning helicopter propellers. A banner approaches from the distance, with several large words written on it. Jiang Xiaohua, I love you. The sound of spinning propellers hovers around your ears. A helicopter shuttles above the city buildings, hanging an extra-large red banner, attracting the attention of passers-by and white-collar workers in the office buildings. Du Ziteng points at the banner, which reads Jiang Xiaohua I love you, and looks at you. He smiles and says, Is this your handiwork? Not bad at all, man. You look out the window with a bewildered expression, and quickly shake your head. You know absolutely nothing about this. Could it be? Someone is trying to confess to your girlfriend. After all, she is so beautiful. It is quite normal for her to have a few crazy suitors. Du Ziteng tentatively guesses, realizing there is a real possibility of this. You quickly get up and dash toward the elevator. Damn it! Confessing to your girlfriend right to your face. This is ruthlessly stomping young Master Yun's face into the dirt. Meanwhile, outside the Yunling building, young Master Lai. Everything has been arranged. A bodyguard hands a microphone to Shang, who is dressed in a sharp suit. After hesitating for a moment, the bodyguard asks in confusion, Young Master Lai, we already know Miss Zhang has a boyfriend, and it is impossible for her to accept your confession. Why make such a huge spectacle? What do you know? Li Shang confidently takes the microphone, tugs at his collar, and smiles like a master tactician. I am not doing this for a successful confession. The reason I am making such a big fuss is specifically for that broke kid surnamed Yun. Since I can't tear them apart from the outside, I just have to create conflict between them from the inside. A broke, incompetent kid like Yun Yi, seeing someone set up such a huge spectacle to confess to his outstanding girlfriend, guess how he will feel in his heart? He will feel inferior. The bodyguard reaches some realization and replies tentatively. Li Shang smiles and says nothing. The romantic confession lines play through his Bluetooth earpiece. These are specially designed romantic lines. He only needs to read them out loud. Xiaohua, I like you. Your beauty deeply attracts me. Your laughter is as sweet as morning dew, not as fanatically intense as the sun, not as vast and surging as the sea, not as lingering as spring waters. Only my heart that loves you will never stop. I am willing to give my all for you. Inside the general manager's office, you stand in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the cringe-inducing romantic words echoing around, and turn back to look at Jiang Xiaohua, who sits behind the desk, working with absolute focus. You ask, do you know this turtle? Jiang Xiaohua does not even look up as she says flatly, do you think if he actually knew me, he would still dare to confess to me? Come to think of it, that is true. Given Jiang Xiaohua's personality, if she were confessed to like this, she would probably obliterate that turtle grandson's family jewels down below. Then leave it to me to handle. Do whatever you want. Just as long as nobody gets killed. You nod and march out of the office aggressively. You roll up your sleeves, ready to show off your manly prowess. But thinking it over, you realize your slight frame probably is not enough for those bodyguards downstairs to play with. So you take out your phone and call Han Bingbing, who is out discussing business. On the other end, Han Bingbing has just secured a partnership. Seeing it as a call from you, she answers and says indifferently, What do you want? Hee, Sister Bing. I have something to tell you. A mischievous grin appears on your face. You say with a wicked smile, There is someone outside the building confessing to little Zhang right now. Good grief, the guy even brought a helicopter. He is outside reciting romantic poetry right now. Have a listen. After stepping out of the elevator, you turn the phone's volume to maximum. Li Shang's cheesy romantic lines instantly transmit through the phone into Han Bingbing's ears. Xiaohua, if falling in love with you is considered a mistake, I firmly believe it is the most beautiful mistake of my life. I would rather be wrong for a lifetime. The other end of the line goes silent for a few seconds. Then Han Bingbing's furious roar erupts. That damn bastard. Actually daring to confess to the miss while I am away. You wait. This old lady is coming over right now to hack that guy to pieces. The call immediately disconnects. You arrive at the front desk at this moment. It just so happens that old Yun is walking over from the side. Seeing you about to storm out aggressively, he hurries forward to stop you. Wait. You are just going empty-handed. With your puny frame, how many people can you fight? You ask in confusion. Then what should I do? Do not tell me you can get me an AK-47. Yun Zheng leans into your ear and whispers. I just saw the cleaner washing the toilets. Go snatch her mop. Dip it in some secret sauce. He rambles on and on, explaining the plan. Your eyes light up brighter and brighter. You give him a thumbs up. Dad, you are a genius. No wonder you managed to become a kept man. You completely deserve it. With that, you sprint excitedly toward the first-floor restroom. Your mind is already picturing the scene where, in front of Jiang Xiaohua upstairs, you obliterate everyone. After you leave, Yun Zheng cheerfully pulls out a can of pepper spray from behind his back and walks out of the building. Such a great opportunity to show off his manly prowess as an adoptive father in front of his adoptive daughter. How could he possibly miss it? He definitely could not let this foolish kid steal his thunder. Outside, Xiang and his group are currently scattering flowers. Various colorful rose petals drift down from the sky, making the girls on the street scream continuously. They only feel it is incredibly romantic, and are intensely jealous of why they are not the ones being confessed to. At this moment, Yun Zheng walks out of the building, holding the pepper spray in his hand. He sprays it wildly right at Xiang. A pungent smell spreads instantly. The crowd dodges away in panic. So you are the punk confessing here, huh? Do not you know my daughter has a boyfriend? You uneducated piece of trash. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Father Yun, armed with pepper spray, charges in and out of the crowd like a warrior. Walking out with the sauce-dipped mop, you see this scene, and are instantly dumbfounded. You told me to go get a weapon, but you charged in first. Okay. You old geezer, even backstabbing your own son, huh? You are unbelievable. With no time to think, you also hurry up, gripping your mop, and charge into the group of bodyguards, shouting, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. You cowardly rats. Eat my mop. 2 bodyguards were about to fight back, when they suddenly sense something is not right. They reach up and wipe a bit of unidentified yellow sticky substance off their faces. A nauseating stench wafts from their hands. Holy feck, this kid's mop is covered in shit, and it fecking smells like garlic. Everyone stay away. Hearing there is shit involved, the dozen bodyguards jump back in terror, absolutely not daring to get close to you. Losing their jobs is a small matter, but losing their dignity is a big deal. This leaves Xiang to suffer, getting tag-teamed by the father and son duo. He screams in unspeakable misery, and can only scramble away pathetically. You guys, do you know who I am? Daring to treat me like this. My father is Lai Erhe, chairman of the Erhe group. Stop it right now. I said, stop. Shang Xin walks into the general manager's office, seeing Jiang Xiaohua also by the window watching the spectacle. She walks over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looks down at the chaotic scene below, especially at Yun Zheng's heroic stance. It makes her say quite helplessly, he is already at this age, yet he still acts like a child. This father and son are exactly the same, but that is exactly what you like about him, is not it? Jiang Xiaohua replies flatly. Her gaze remains firmly fixed on you, her eyes shining brightly. Her man is truly handsome. Name: Zhao Zilong. Address: Changshan. Inside the dimly lit interrogation room, the interrogating police officer has dark lines drawn across his forehead. He slams his large hand heavily onto the table and snaps. This is a police station. Hurry up and confess honestly why you would fling poop at someone in broad daylight. Because he confessed to my girlfriend. Just because he confessed to your girlfriend. What you did not only violates public morals, it is also extremely unhygienic. Is not it going a bit too far? What if he confessed to your wife? Would you still think it is too far? I should have taken a piss on the mop too. Tooey. Wait, no. Forget it. The person picking you up is right outside. Just get out of here. When you walk out of the interrogation room, you see Jiang Xiaohua sitting on a bench in the hallway. She stands up and looks you up and down, making sure you're not missing any arms or legs. She steps forward, hooks her arm through yours, and says softly, "Let us go. Time to go home and eat." You chuckle mischievously. "My favorite big sister. Seeing how well I performed today, should not you give me some kind of reward?" Jiang Xiaohua asks. "What reward do you want?" "Actually, lately I have been a bit scared of the dark when I sleep." Jiang Xiaohua. Get lost. After returning home, Zheng, who had ditched you to run away, has already prepared dinner. You glare viciously at your biological father, eat your meal, and return to your room upstairs. Today you barely managed to finish writing the scripts for episode 1 and episode 2. After sending them to your editor's inbox, it does not even take 10 minutes before you receive an international wire transfer. After finishing everything, you stretch your back. The night sky outside has already turned pitch black. At 9 p.m., the second floor is completely dark. You quietly open your bedroom door, tiptoe over to outside Jiang Xiaohua's room, and after confirming there is no movement inside, you gently open her door. It is pitch black inside. Jiang Xiaohua is lying in bed, sleeping. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening wakes her up. Following closely, another person slips under the covers. Bringing a familiar scent, she domineeringly reaches out and pulls you into her arms, and closes her eyes again. You sleep extremely soundly this time. Sure enough, when a woman says no, she actually means yes. The only way to control your girlfriend is to be forceful. For the next 2 days, everything passes very peacefully. What is worth mentioning is that, the next day, Han Bingbing took a group of bodyguards and stormed into the Lai family home, beating Li Xiang to a pulp. So badly that even his father could not recognize him. Originally, the Lai family was going to come knocking for an explanation, but later, old Master Shang stepped in. A single sentence from him silenced the Lai family, and they did not dare mention the beating again. On this day, June 16th, Father's Day, waking up early in the morning, you walk downstairs yawning. Jiang Xiaohua, who is worrying about the remaining half bowl she can't finish, directly pushes the bowl in front of you, and says flatly, "Eat it. I blew on it for you. It is not hot at all. It is freshly scooped." Zheng sits across the table, coughs twice lightly, and says,
"Son,
"Today is Father's Day. Do not you have anything you want to say to your old man? Or preparing a gift or something? Your old man would not mind." While eating, you say expressionlessly, "Old Yun, how do you have the nerve to say that? You clearly backstabbed me just a couple of days ago. When the cops came, you did not even pull me along with you. And now you want a gift." After finishing her meal, Jiang Xiaohua walks over to the sofa and sits down. A notification pops up on her phone. Her lazy gaze shifts slightly. She stares at the text message for a moment, then gets up and heads upstairs. A moment later, having changed her clothes, she drags you out the door. She does not forget to call out to your mom, "I am taking Yun Yi out for a walk." "Am I a dog?" Jiang Xiaohua drives a low-profile BMW out of the garage. You open the passenger door and get in, asking in confusion, "Where are you taking me so early in the morning?" "To a hotel." Well, is not getting a room this early in the morning a bit too intense? But I definitely have no problem with it. Hearing this, even though she is driving, Jiang Xiaohua can't help but give your head a sharp flick. She rolls her eyes at you and says, "Keep dreaming. We are going to the hotel to meet someone." You clutch your head in grievance. Your first thought is to rebel. But thinking about sneaking into her bed tonight, you can only drop it. You are not married yet, so you will just endure it for now. Once you are married and the deed is done, you definitely have to show this woman what a real man is. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiaohua leads you into a hotel. This hotel is very close to the airport. Every now and then, you can hear the roar of airplanes taking off or landing. "Sir, miss, do you have a reservation?" A greeter approaches and asks with a smile. Jiang Xiaohua says flatly, "TNZ room number 0 on." "Understood. Please follow me." Lulled by the greeter. The two of you arrive at the Tianzi room on the 5th floor of the hotel. A figure sits quietly inside. It is none other than Jiang Xiaohua's father. Jiang Ji, you are somewhat surprised. You did not expect Jiang Xiaohua would actually bring you to see this old geezer Jiang Ji so early in the morning. You are here, take a seat. Jiang Ji gives the two of you a kind smile. His face looks much more weathered than the last time you saw him. His hair has grayed a lot. You sit down, looking surprised. You are quite curious about what exactly Jiang Ji went through these past few days to end up looking like this. After Jiang Xiaohua sits down, her voice is cold as she says, "If you have something to say it now." Jiang Ji smiles bitterly. Then takes a stack of documents from the briefcase on the table. He uses the turntable on the table to spin them over to Jiang Xiaohua. He says in a heavy tone, "My overseas company is already on the right track, so I plan to go abroad. I have booked a flight for noon today. Once I leave, I probably won't return to the country. This is the equity transfer contract for the Tianmao Group. Half my life's blood, sweat and tears were poured into the Tianmao Group. Now, I am giving it to you. Consider it a parting gift left to you by me, your father." A hint of surprise flashes across Jiang Xiaohua's face. She can't believe that the father who viewed his career as more important than his family would actually leave the Tianmao Group to her. Why? She looks at the man in front of her with bewildered eyes. Jiang Xiaohua takes you first to process the transfer paperwork for the Tianmao Group, successfully transferring the company to her name. Then she returns to the company to retrieve some important documents, and finally heads back home. Inside the living room of the grand courtyard villa, the crisp sound of a whip smacking against a palm rings out. Jiang Xiaohua, wearing a black dress, stares coldly at you as you shrink back like a little lamb, trembling in the corner of the sofa. She says flatly, "Then let us begin. Starting today, I will take everything I have learned and teach it to you. I guarantee I will train you into a qualified business elite. Why would you be willing to learn these boring things? You can make tens of millions a year just by writing novels. Why would you willingly suffer through this?" You cast a pleading gaze at Auntie Shang and your biological father sitting nearby. "Save me." Shang Xin and Yun Zheng act entirely as if they did not see anything. They get up and walk toward the front door. "Old Yun. Time to get up. We need to go to our dance practice. Coming. Before leaving." Yun Zheng does not forget to shoot his son a good luck with that look, and then turns and leaves the house. Soon, your pitiful pleas for mercy echo through the villa, along with the sound of Jiang Xiaohua's whip cracking. For an entire afternoon, you struggle in hell. It is not until evening that you finally escape Jiang Xiaohua's demonic clutches, so much so that when you go to work the next day, you look completely listless, yawning every 3 steps. Du Ziteng approaches from behind, chewing on a deep-fried dough stick in his hand. He asks curiously, "How many times did you jerk off yesterday? To look this drained?" "Screw you. I am a guy with a girlfriend. Why would I need to do dirty, shameful things like that? Why did not Jian Xiaoqian come with you? Does not she always like sticking to you?" Du Ziteng. "She had something to do today and took the day off." The two of you step into the executive elevator. You recount the tragic experience of being tortured by that crazy woman for a whole afternoon yesterday. Du Ziteng listens and clicks his tongue in amazement. With a wicked smile he says, "I think you are just too foolish. That is why she dares to bully you like this. Want your bro to teach you a trick. Guaranteed to get you out of your misery. Name your price. That REM figure you posted in your WeChat moments a couple days ago. I quite like it. Deal." Seeing you agree so readily, Du Ziteng does not dawdle. He leans into your ear and whispers a few sentences. In summary, it means, telling you to do things Jiang Xiaohua hates. That way, she won't keep pestering you. You nod in sudden realization, thinking it is worth a try. Inside a high-end residential complex in the most prosperous area of Shanghai, you see Jian Xiaoqian stepping out of her room, exquisitely dressed. The day after tomorrow is Du Ziteng's birthday. She is going out today to prepare his birthday gift. At this moment, Father Jian stops her. "Xiaoqian, I heard. You are tangled up with that kid surnamed Du again. How many times have I told you? Broke kids like him from families of smelly farmers. Won't lead to a good outcome if you two are together. Jiang Xiaohua stops in her tracks. She knits her delicate brows tightly and says defiantly, "What is wrong with being a farmer? Dad, were not you also a farmer before? What right do you have to look down on others? That was before. Anyway, I won't allow you two to be together. Your brother started a company abroad and is short of help. I have booked a flight for you tomorrow evening. Go over there and help him tomorrow. A broke kid like Dusateng reeks of poverty. Your brother knows many heirs to financial conglomerates abroad. It is a good opportunity to have him introduce you to a few. Try to get married early, so I can have peace of mind." Jiang Xiaohua has always had a short temper. Hearing her father casually arrange her future in just 2 sentences, she can no longer hold back and says angrily, "I am not going. From childhood to now, you have controlled everything for me. I have really had enough now." Father Jian says furiously, "You can try. If you dare walk out this door today, I will show you what happens." Jiang Xiaohua stops her departure. Her legs feel like they are filled with lead, unable to move an inch. Her heart also sinks to the bottom at this moment. She does not understand why the world has such a huge prejudice against poor people. Planning department. Unlike usual, the atmosphere today is inexplicably eerie. Everyone has strange looks on their faces. They must still be half asleep to actually see you, the great demon king of slacking, working seriously. Zhu Huifei can't help but reach out and feel your forehead. She says with a worried face, "Brother Yun, is everything okay with your head? Should I take you to the hospital to get checked first? Health is the most important thing." You push her hand away and roll your eyes. "Can you not overreact? If it were not for that crazy woman at home begging me, I would not be doing this." "Is that so?" A cold voice suddenly rings in your ear. It scares you so much you jump straight out of your seat, looking at Jiang Xiaohua, who suddenly appeared behind you. You stammer in fear.
You?
"Are you human or a ghost? Do you not make any sound when you walk?" Jiang Xiaohua snorts coldly, presses you back down to sit properly, and then glances at the proposal on your computer screen. With just a casual glance, she spots 2 loopholes. "I taught you this yesterday, yet you still make the same mistakes today. Sit properly. I will teach you again." The rebellious you instantly becomes obedient. The whipping you took yesterday left a deep impression on you. At least for the short term, you dare not provoke Jiang Xiaohua to anger again. Jiang Xiaohua takes the mouse with her right hand and guides you step by step. Her explanations are simple and easy to understand. Sitting nearby, Zhu Huifei smartly grabs a notebook and notes down everything Jiang Xiaohua explains word for word. With Jiang Xiaohua's guidance, all the loopholes in this proposal are patched up in less than 5 minutes. The quality far exceeds what it was before. It fills you with endless admiration. Jiang Xiaohua is clearly only a few years older than you. Yet it seems no problem in any field can stump her. You really do not know how strong this woman's learning ability is. After finishing revising the proposal for you, Jiang Xiaohua stretches her back. Her graceful curves make you steal a few extra glances. She leans into your ear and whispers softly, "Tonight, I am going to cross swords with those stubborn old fools from Tianmao Group. After work, go home straight and wait for me alone. If I come home and find you have been messing around outside, prepare to have your butt kicked." Having said that, Jiang Xiaohua plants a kiss on your cheek. As she pulls back, she provocatively sticks out her small tongue and lightly licks your cheek, then turns and leaves, satisfied. As for crossing swords, naturally, she means matching wits with the old shareholders of the Tianmao Group. Even though Jiang Xiaohua now holds 50% of the Tianmao Group's shares and is Jiang Ji's daughter, that does not mean those shareholders will submit to her. So, a showdown is inevitable sooner or later. After Jiang Xiaohua leaves, you curl your lip, reach up to wipe the residual saliva off your cheek, but look up to find everyone in the office staring right at you. You instantly say in annoyance, "What are you looking at? Have not you ever seen a henpecked husband and a female hooligan?" Everyone originally was not laughing, but because of this remark, they suddenly can't help but burst out laughing. The laughter echoes through the whole office, taking a long time to subside. It is soon time for lunch. Everyone gets up and heads to the cafeteria. Zhu Huifei walks beside you. After hesitating for a moment, her slender, fair hands gripping the hem of her clothes, she says nervously, "Brother Yun, are you free tonight? My grandma was discharged from the hospital. I told her before that you take good care of me at work, so she wants to invite you over for dinner." "Sure, but what about Boss Zheng?" "Let me tell you, I only accommodate her because we are outside. I will definitely go over for dinner. When we are at home, whenever I speak, she never dares talk back to me. Because you were busy working all morning and had no time. After lunch, you sit down at your computer and start typing furiously. However, considering you might be very busy these next couple of days, you decisively ask for a day off, moi. That way, you can save 2 chapters worth of drafts, and then split that own day's worth of writing to release over 2 days. It is just too perfect. Truly worthy of being you. The number 0 expert in hoarding drafts. After work, you drive your car out of the parking lot. Zhu Huifei subconsciously tries to get into the passenger seat. Fortunately, you stop her with quick reflexes. You say with a serious face, "No way. You sit in the back. That woman is like Sherlock Holmes. If she finds your hair on the passenger seat, I am doomed." Ah. Once Zhu Huifei gets into the car, you drive toward the company's apartment building. After you follow Zhu Huifei into the apartment, you are surprised to find that her grandma is actually the old lady you met at the noodle shop that day. Grandma Zhu is also surprised. She never expected such a coincidence. Zhu Huifei looks at you too in confusion. After hearing you recount what happened, she puts her hands on her hips and angrily lectures her grandma. "Grandma, how many times have I told you? Without someone accompanying you, you can't just sneak out of the hospital alone." Yes, little Yun, have a seat. Little Fei is just like this. At home, she is like an old lady, nagging non-stop. Please forgive her. Zhu Huifei is embarrassed. She blushes and shouts, Grandma Zhu personally cooks dinner, preparing a hearty meal of 5 dishes and own soup. Although the taste is not considered exquisite, perhaps because she used traditional countryside recipes, the flavors of the dishes are quite unique. While eating, Grandma Zhu begins talking about her past. Zhu Huifei's parents passed away in a factory accident when she was young. They were supposed to receive a compensation payout, but the factory boss hired many local thugs, so absolutely no one dared to ask for the money. Until later, a worker at the factory could not bear the exploitation and oppression anymore. He made homemade explosives and burned down the entire factory. Over a dozen people died. The boss was also arrested by the police and put in jail. Grandma gets more and more excited as she speaks. Fortunately, Zhu Huifei finds an excuse to see you out at this point, finally stopping her. After finishing the meal at Zhu Huifei's place, you were intending to head home. But on the way, you receive a call from Jiang Xiaohua. Over the phone, her voice reveals obvious exhaustion. "I will send you my location. Come pick me up now." Before you can respond, the call is immediately disconnected. A location message is then sent over. You have no choice but to turn the car around and drive toward the hotel location Jiang Xiaohua sent. Outside the Hongyuan Grand Hotel, a beautiful figure in a black dress stands quietly. You drive over and come to a smooth stop beside her. After getting out of the car, you frown. You smell a strong scent of alcohol coming from Jiang Xiaohua. You quickly step forward to support her. "Why did you drink so much?" Jiang Xiaohua does not answer. She just reaches out and wraps her arms tightly around your waist, greedily breathing in your scent. Her restless heart gradually calms down. "Carry me home. I am tired." You pick her up by the waist and walk toward the car parked by the road. In your arms, Jiang Xiaohua keeps her eyes closed and says nothing. It is unclear whether she is resting or already asleep. You look at the exhaustion on her face through the rearview mirror. A look of heartache reveals itself in your eyes. Although you do not know how difficult negotiating with those people from the Tianmao group was, for Jiang Xiaohua, it was definitely a massive challenge. And yet, you could not be of any help at all. On the way home, pleasant music plays in the car, but it cannot dispel the heavy gloom like the dark of night in your heart. After returning home, you carry the sleeping Jiang Xiaohua into her room. You gently place her on the bed, tuck her in, and quietly leave. The living room lights are bright. Shang Xin is lying on the sofa with a face mask on. Seeing you come downstairs, she lets out a light chuckle. Thanks for your hard work. That child Xiaohua has no sense of limits when she gets busy. If no one is watching her, something is bound to happen sooner or later. You say with a serious expression, Mom, can you teach me how to become like her? Even if it is just a little bit. I want to lighten the burden on her shoulders. I want to help her, not become a burden to her. As soon as these words are spoken, Shang Xin freezes on the sofa. Surprise and emotion flash through her eyes. This family has been together for over a month, but this is the very first time you have called her mom. Although it is just an ordinary form of address, to her, it holds extraordinary significance. Of course you can. Both you and Xiaohua are my children. I will teach you all my knowledge. You bow to Shang Xin gratefully. Thank you, Mom. Then rest early. I will head back to my room now. As the sound of the second-floor bedroom door closing is heard, Shang Xin comes back to her senses. She whispers softly, "What a lovable little guy. Now I finally understand why Xiaohua likes you so much." The next morning, you wake up groggily, looking expressionlessly at Jiang Xiaohua sitting cross-legged on your bed. Her face is equally expressionless. Female hooligan. You sneaked into my room again. My mom was showing off to me first thing this morning, saying you asked her to teach you business skills last night. What? You think I can't teach you? Although Jiang Xiaohua is expressionless, you can read from her eyes that she is sulking. She might as well have the word unhappy written on her face. You quickly sit up and hug her. Acting spoiled, you say? I was just worried you would be too tired. You are already busy enough. Now you also have to deal with Tianmao group matters. I did not want to hold you back either. Stop acting spoiled with me. I am already used to this routine of yours. Oh, come on, my good big sister. I genuinely care about you. Just this once. Looking at Jiang Xiaohua proudly turning her head away, you feel a wave of smugness in your heart. Acting spoiled may be cliché, and you may be used to it, but that does not mean it is not practical. Come here, my dear big sister. Let me give you a good morning kiss. You have not even brushed your teeth. So gross. Hurry up and get out of bed to wash up and prepare to eat. Jiang Xiaohua snorts coldly and pushes away you, who are trying to lean in for a kiss. She gets out of bed, stepping out of the room with her long, beautiful legs, leaving you with only a stunning back view. After eating breakfast, the family takes the car to the company. Jiang Xiaohua looks sleepily at you following closely behind Shang Xin. She snorts coldly in anger and walks toward her office. Feeling extremely frustrated inside, her mom is really something. She already has own. Yet she still has to steal hers away. It is soon lunchtime. The cafeteria is packed with people. You scan the area, and carrying your food tray, you walk over to sit across from a distracted Zheng. You ask in confusion, "Did you get a vasectomy? Why are you so sad?" Sigh. Old Luo. Xiaoqian just broke up with me. Broke up? Why would she break up with you? Could it be you went out messing around behind her back? And got caught red-handed? You ask out of curiosity. Messing around with what? The next second, Jiang Xiaohua walks over. She sits down next to you. A playful smile hangs on her cold, beautiful face. You frantically begin to explain. It was not me. Listen to my lies. Listen to my explanation. I did not mess around. It was this guy who messed around. Du Ziteng, on the other hand, asks Jiang Xiaohua curiously, "Sister-in-law, if Yun Yi brought up breaking up with you, and was going to take a flight out of the country tonight, what would you do?" Jiang Xiaohua is very pleased with being called sister-in-law. She answers without thinking. First, break his legs. Then find an iron chain and tie him up at home. It would be best to cut his hand tendons too. That way, it is foolproof. Hearing this, you shudder in fear, and obediently keep your mouth shut. But this method obviously is not suitable to use on Jian Shaoqian. Jiang Xiaohua can tell that with her around, Du Siteng can't relax. So, after picking up all the tomatoes from her plate and feeding them to you, She finally gets up and walks over to sit on the other side. Only then does Du Ziteng sigh and say, her dad does not agree to us being together. He despises my family for being poor. He even said things like if Xiao Qian dares be with me, he would commit suicide. You analyze the situation rationally. Actually, it is normal for him to have these concerns. After all, the gap in your family backgrounds is too huge. There are good poor people. But naturally, there are also bad poor people. Especially those ungrateful relatives and neighbors in your village. You yourself should know how low their bottom line is. Obviously, Father Jian, who used to be a farmer, probably imagines Du Ziteng as that kind of shameless person. Then what should I do? Xiao Qian said she is taking a flight to the US tonight at 6 p.m. Very simple. Just let him know you are actually very extraordinary, and that is it. But how am I extraordinary? Would an ordinary person have such an outstanding brother like me? Your bro here is, for better or worse, the brother and boyfriend of the helm of $100 billion corporation. You are hanging with me. Do you think you are ordinary? These are all your advantages. As for how to show it off, to make people feel your future is limitless. That is up to you. Du Ziteng falls into deep thought. He feels these words actually make a lot of sense. He is your adopted son. And you are the heir to $100 billion corporation. Rounding up, does not that mean he also possesses $100 billion in assets? Having said your piece, you take out your car keys and put them on the table. You pick up your tray and walk toward Jiang Xiaohua, who is not far away. I will lend you my Maybach to drive. Remember to return it when you are done. Du Ziteng picks up the car keys gratefully. He does not even finish his food. Getting up and running hurriedly toward the parking lot. Zheng Xiaohua watches you sit down beside her and picks up another piece of braised pork to feed to your mouth. After eating it, you say in dissatisfaction, if you are not going to eat, why did you get these dishes? Wasting food is shameful. How is it wasted? Are not you here to help me eat it? Damn, do you think I am a trash can? Relax. Even if you are a trash can, you are a trash can that belongs solely to your big sister. You are not losing out. During the lunch break, you take advantage of the time to return to the planning department and type 4,000 words. You casually check today's manuscript earnings. Total earnings have broken past 750,000, and it is still rising steadily. You can imagine, once the anime starts broadcasting, it will see another qualitative breakthrough. After all, the novel is currently only targeting the domestic market, but the anime targets the whole world. The ceiling is very high. After the rare lunch break ends, you are taken out by Shang for social engagements. If it were any other time, she definitely would not personally attend to such things. After all, looking at the entire Shanghai real estate industry, almost no one is worthy of her showing up in person. But faced with her precious son's request, even if it meant climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of fire, she would fulfill it. Spoil him. He absolutely must be spoiled like a useless person. While you are studying and making progress. On the other side, Du Ziteng's progress is not going so smoothly. Is this all you have to say? Jian Xiaoqian's father, Jian Dapiao, after listening to Du Ziteng's description, although somewhat surprised that this kid actually has such connections, is still unmoved. Even if your brother's background is huge, those things are still not yours. No Oan can be sure about human nature. What if one day your relationship breaks down? Are you expecting my daughter to suffer along with you? Or are you counting on an old man with one foot in the grave like me to support you too? Du Ziteng is left speechless. After all, he currently has nothing. No matter how much he says, it is just wishful thinking. He hates his own incompetence even more. If he had an ability like yours, capable of earning tens of millions a year without relying on anyone else. If he had a brilliant mind like Lin Yu's, perhaps the situation would be vastly different. But if things just stop here, he is unwilling to accept it. The next second, under Jian Dapiao's astonished gaze, Du Ziteng drops to his knees. For the person he loves, he is willing to lower his dignity. He says humbly, "Uncle, I am begging you. Please give me a chance." Jian Xiaoqian, unable to bear watching any longer, walks out from the bedroom. She also kneels in front of her father. With reddened eyes, she says, "Dad, I am begging you to. There are so many people in this world. It is truly not easy to meet someone you mutually like. I do not want to make do with my feelings. And I do not want to force myself to like someone I do not like. You should know this point better than me." Seeing both of them kneeling down, with his daughter's words echoing in his ears, Jian Dapiao's thoughts can't help but drift back to the past. In his era, marriage was undoubtedly the most important event of a person's life, regardless of whether you liked them or not. You just got married first anyway, and he was no exception. Urged by his parents, he married a woman he did not like. That is, Jian Xiaoqian's mother. In order to have a better life in the future, he forced himself to dote on her in every possible way. But in the end, a college student arrived in the village. Whether in looks or family background, he far surpassed a farmer like him. And as luck would have it, he took a fancy to her. In the end, the vain woman eloped with the college student. This incident also became an eternal pain in Jian Dapiao's heart. It was his poverty that caused all of this. Jian Dapiao's eyes are filled with complex emotions as he looks at the two kneeling before him. Finally, the myriad of thoughts in his heart morphs into a sigh. "I will give you this chance. As long as you can achieve some results within 3 years. I am not asking for much. As long as Xiaoqian won't suffer grievances, I will agree to you two being together." Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, you and your mom head out early. Over these past 2 days, you have also learned a lot from Mom Shang. After all, she is teaching you everything she knows without reservation. So learning is much faster. Jiang Xiaohua watches the two of you leave. Her gaze is extremely gloomy. She gently strokes Yun Xiaobai, who is resting quietly on her lap. "Xiaobai, do you think I should use an iron chain to tie him up?" After breakfast, Jiang Xiaohua finally leaves the house, lacking enthusiasm. Without you, the seasoning of her life. She always feels unmotivated no matter what she does. At 9 a.m., you and Shang Xin arrive at the building of the Lin Liao Company. The other party's boss even personally comes downstairs to welcome you. His face is full of smiles. You act in the role of a secretary. At the negotiation table in the conference room, the situation is still firmly controlled by Shang Xin, occupying the absolute upper hand, oppressing the other boss so much he barely dares to breathe loudly. You are already used to this sight. After signing the contract for the next 3 years, Mom Shang takes you to investigate the market, cultivating your practical combat abilities. Most of the day passes by swiftly. In the evening, on the commercial street, you are licking an ice cream, walking shoulder to shoulder with Mom Shang through the crowded street, chatting casually. Suddenly, a noisy commotion comes from ahead. A group of people surround something, as if watching some drama unfold. In the center of the crowd, 2 aggressively posturing urban management officers in uniform stand. In front of them stands a little girl, trembling with fear. But even so, she holds tightly onto the flowers in her arms. "Who permitted you to sell flowers here? Do you know the rules or not? Where are your adults? Do you know you need a business permit to sell things on the street?" As he speaks, the urban management captain directly reaches out to snatch the flowers tightly held in the girl's arms. When has the girl ever seen a scene like this? She holds onto the flowers tightly and refuses to let go. Tears slide down her cheeks. Please do not take my flowers. I won't sell here anymore. These flowers are the money for my grandpa's medical treatment. I beg you." Seeing this scene, the onlookers continuously murmur among themselves. Their words and actions all express pity for the tearful girl. You walk into the crowd and hear 2 aunties nearby discussing in low voices. "I know this child. She is old Wang, the 5th's granddaughter, Xiaoling. She sells flowers around here to pay for her grandpa's medical treatment. I have even bought from her twice before. It is strange too. Nobody ever managed this area for street stalls before. Why are they suddenly managing it now? Do not you know about this? Look. The flower shop across the street is run by this urban management captain's wife, with this little kid selling flowers here. And selling them cheaper too. It has made it so basically no one wants to go to the flower shop to buy flowers. Do you think his wife would be happy about that? So that is how it is. I was wondering why his attitude was so uncompromising. What the fick does your grandpa's medical treatment have to do with me? Even if he dies right in front of me today, it won't matter. These flowers must be confiscated today. The captain gradually loses his patience. He lifts his foot and kicks Wang Lingling. He forcefully snatches the flowers she is holding in her arms. Seemingly still not feeling like he has vented enough anger, he rushes forward, about to slap the girl in the face. You hesitate no longer. Oan hand firmly grips the captain's wrist, and with a twist of momentum, followed by a powerful and heavy kick directly to his vital spot. The captain is kicked so hard, he rolls on the ground several times. He clutches his crotch and rolls on the ground. Which bastard dared to kick me? I am definitely going to kill you. Captain, are you all right? The team member who had been silently watching the show hurries forward to help Captain Qian up. You pick up the roses that fell on the ground. After dusting off the dirt on them, you hand them back to the little girl. Your flowers. Hold them carefully, do not drop them again. Wang Ling holds the flowers in her arms, her face full of gratitude. Thank you, uncle. The smile on your face instantly freezes. You reach out and rub the little girl's head, and say with a forced smile, "Be a good girl. Next time you should call me brother. It is best if you add the word handsome in front of it." While you're talking, the urban management captain stands up with support. He grits his teeth and says angrily, "Kid, if you dare meddle in other people's business, you would better see if you have the strength for it. Believe it or not, I will make you kneel and beg for my forgiveness today." As he speaks, he says to his subordinate beside him, "What are you still standing there for? Someone is disrupting law enforcement and assaulting a staff member. Hurry up and call for backup." Just as his words fall, a mighty group is seen running over from outside the crowd. Over a dozen urban management personnel, wearing unified uniforms. Leading them is the director of the Urban Management Bureau, Li Lei. Captain Qian's eyes light up. He shouts joyfully, "Director Lai, you came at just the right time. Someone is disrupting law enforcement. Qian-san, fake your uncle. Just when everyone thinks you are about to face disaster." The leading director Lai, after running over, slaps Captain Qian across the face without another word. This scene leaves the surrounding people dumbfounded. Were not they here to help? Why did they start fighting among themselves? Internal conflict. Qian-san is also slapped silly. He sits blankly on the ground. After slapping him, Li Lei patrols the surroundings with his gaze. Then he hurries over, jogging to stand in front of Shang Xin. He lowers his posture and smiles apologetically. "Chairman Shang, everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. Later, I will definitely teach a good lesson to these two useless things who only know how to ruin things. Please do not be angry. Later." Shang Xin glances at him flatly. The meaning is self-evident. Li Lei is also a shrewd person. He reacts instantly. He turns around, puts on a stern face, and walks up to Qian-san. He says coldly, "Qian-san, we urban management are here to serve the people. Yet you dare enforce the law violently in the street, damaging the prestige of our urban management bureau. I am informing you right now. You are fired. Your actions today will also be recorded in your file." Qian-san is scared silly. He quickly kneels down, crying and begging for mercy. "Director, I know I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. I was just possessed by a demon today." Li Lei ignores him. Instead, after nodding respectfully to Shang Xin, he quickly leaves with his men. The onlookers watching the show, no matter how foolish, have reacted by now. Their gazes all converge on you. Good grief. Being handsome is own thing, but to have such strong connections too. A classic super rich second generation. After resolving the urban management matter, you glance at the timid Wang Lingling behind you. You look around once, then smile at her and say, "Wait for me here for a moment. I will be right back." Having said that, you walk toward a convenience store not far away. The crowd automatically parts to make way for you. After a short while, you walk back carrying a black plastic bag. You hand the bag to the little girl. Then take the roses she is holding in her arms. "Your flowers are very beautiful. Brother wants to buy them all." Wang Lingling opens the black plastic bag to take a look. Inside are unexpectedly two thick bundles of cash. The girl's first thought is to refuse. But thinking about her grandpa needing money for medical treatment, she is somewhat reluctant to part with it. A look of struggle appears in her eyes. Then, just as she is about to hand the bag back, she is stopped by your large hand. You push it back into her arms. Take it. When you go back, be careful not to let anyone see it. But this is too much. Grandpa said, I can't just accept things from others casually. Your flowers indeed are not worth this much money, but this bouquet is going to be given to a beautiful big sister. She will definitely be very happy when she sees these flowers. The value it brings to me far exceeds the money in this bag. Flowers have a price, but love is priceless. This is the meaning you want to express. The little girl nods in vague understanding. After obediently thanking you, she finally turns and leaves, clutching the bag in her arms. You can't even do such a trivial thing well. Do I pay you salaries just so you can eat and do nothing? Inside the office, Jiang Xiaohua is furious. She throws a promotional proposal heavily at the three employees from the propaganda department in front of her. Secretary Yi stands quietly to the side, looking at the three with a pitiful gaze. Boss Zheng's mood has not been very good these past couple of days to begin with, and they just had to bring out this garbage proposal. Is not this actively jumping into a fire pit? Our Yangxia group takes the elite route. I gave you a full half month, and as a result, you give me a promotion that plays word games, digging a pit for the consumers. Do you know how much impact this will have on the group's credibility? We are truly sorry. This promotion was advocated by Chi Fei. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. I said at the time that this kind of promotion would not work. He just would not listen. The spearhead is entirely pointed at the man standing in the middle. He is a newly hired employee. At this moment, his face instantly turns deathly pale. He does not know how to explain. How could Jiang Xiaohua not see that they were shifting the blame? She is about to lose her temper.
Right at this moment.
The office door is pushed open forcefully by someone, banging against the wall. Everyone subconsciously looks toward the door, daring to enter without even knocking, especially when Boss Jiang is angry. Is not this seeking death? Carrying a bouquet of roses, you have just stepped through the office door. When you sense the atmosphere is not quite right. You guys continue? I will come back later. Just as you are about to slip away. Jiang Xiaohua narrows her eyes slightly. Her voice is not loud, but it clearly enters the ears of everyone present. Stop, right there. Get over here. You instantly put on a bitter face and walk back. Let me say this first. I did not make you angry, okay? You are not allowed to implicate the innocent. Seeing your nervous appearance, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's lips curl up slightly. She crooks her finger at you. Come here. Secretary Yi can already imagine the scene that is going to follow. She smartly walks out of the office. She does not forget to glare at the three people frozen in place and say, "Why are you still standing there like idiots? Hurry up and take the proposal back to revise it." The three are not stupid either. After shooting a grateful glance at your back, they quicken their pace and walk out of the office, closing the door on their way out. You have barely walked up to Jiang Xiaohua. When she reaches out and pulls you into her arms, she snatches the bouquet of roses. You bought these specially for me. I will give you credit for having some conscience. Your big sister has not doted on you for nothing. I saw them and bought them in passing. What were you doing just now? Your face looked so awful. Subordinates making mistakes. I originally wanted to scold them for a while longer. Now, well, having you is enough. As she speaks, Jiang Xiaohua leans in and sniffs your neck. After confirming there is no strange scent, she sticks out her tongue and licks it. The next second, her red lips directly cover yours. You respond passionately. Just as this passion is about to break through the critical point, a shouting voice comes from outside the office. Xiaohua. Work is already over. What are you two still doing, staying in the office? If we do not go back soon, the food will get cold. Shang Xin pushes the door open and enters. Looking at the two of you with slightly red faces, she asks in confusion, "Why are your faces so red? Is not the air conditioning on?" Jiang Xiaohua grits her teeth and stares at her mom, who interrupted her good time. The look of wanting to kill someone simply cannot be hidden. Maybe we just ran a bit too fast earlier. It will be fine after resting for a while. You reply calmly without changing your expression. After tidying up a bit, the three of you walk out of the office. Shang Xin walks in front, talking on the phone with old Yun, saying he needs to add a chicken drumstick to the meal. The two of you walk behind. Jiang Xiaohua leans in and snorts softly in your ear. Smelly little brother. Just wait for your big sister's favor tonight. The next day, you slowly wake up in bed. You look at the mess in the room, and memories of what happened last night instantly rush into your mind. Thinking of this, your face fills with indignation. All I did was touch your leg a bit, and you actually hit me. You even tore my clothes, and stepped on me and rubbed me against the floor. This woman is truly getting more and more outrageous. After simply washing up, you head downstairs. Old Yun, Mom Shang, and Shitong's older sister are sitting at the dining table eating. On the table is a large plate of steaming, fragrant steamed buns. They look very appetizing. You casually pick up a bun from the table and take a big bite. The next second, your expression changes. This familiar taste. You definitely would not remember it wrong. It is Mom Shang's taste. How is it, Xiaoyi? Mom saw how hard you and Xiaohua have been working these past couple of days. So I wanted to make breakfast for you too. So I got up early this morning to knead dough for buns. This filling is my exclusive recipe. Facing Shang Xin's expectant gaze, you forcibly swallow the meat bun in your mouth. Your smile is somewhat unnatural. Truly delicious. But dirty and tiring work, like cooking, should really be left to my old man to do. At this moment, you catch a glimpse of Jiang Xiaohua and Zheng, actually calmly eating the buns in their hands. Your mind is instantly filled with confusion. Seeing your expression, Jiang Xiaohua says calmly, "Relax. Mom only made that own meat bun you have in your hand." Hearing this, you heave a long sigh of relief in your heart. Thank goodness. If it is only this own, it is still barely within your tolerance limit. Holding your breath, you wolf down the secret recipe meat bun in your hand. You then impatiently take another bun from the plate and take a big bite with full expectation. The smile on your face gradually freezes. You turn your head to look at Jiang Xiaohua beside you. The latter is snickering secretly. There was indeed only one meat bun, but the other buns were also made personally by Mom. They all have the secret sauce added. You want to cry but have no tears. Taking advantage of Shang Xin getting up to go to the kitchen to fetch soy milk, you directly snatch with your large hand the red bean bun in Jiang Xiaohua's hand, which she has eaten half of. You take a small bite. It is a normal bun. And probably the bun in old Yun's hand is the same. Why are the buns you guys are eating different from mine? Yun Zheng smiles harmlessly. Because these two buns, while your mom Shang was kneading dough, I secretly drove out to buy them. Then why are there only two? Your mom Shang finally got up early and worked hard for so long. Someone has to eat the buns she made, right? So we can only wrong you, my good son. Dad believes in you. 6. Seeing Mom Shang has not come out of the kitchen yet, you react quickly, digging out a thermos box from a nearby cabinet. Grabbing Jiang Xiaohua's hand, you walk toward the front door. Mom Shang, a friend has a birthday today, so sister and I won't be back for lunch. I will take these buns to eat on the way. Hearing the commotion, Shang Xin walks out of the kitchen. She places the heated soy milk on the table and wipes her hands on her apron. This child, honestly, at least finish drinking the soy milk before going. What if you choke? Do not worry. He won't die. Yun Zheng looks at Shang Xin with a smile. Then, just as he is about to get up and walk to the sofa, he is stopped by Shang Xin. He watches as she brings out another steamer of piping hot buns from the kitchen and places it on the table. You only ate own bun. Could you possibly be full? Since Xiao Ye and the others left, then all these buns are yours alone. You are responsible for finishing all of these. This old lady worked hard to make them. If you dare leave any, you are dead. Outside the house, you and Jiang Xiaohua drive towards Du Ziteng's current residence. That guy sent a message early in the morning, saying he wants to treat you to a meal. Jiang Xiaohua was focused on the novel on her phone screen. It was the own you wrote, New Sister in the Clouds. The experiences of the male and female leads could not just be said to be roughly similar to hers and yours. They were exactly identical. Even the plot was based on your true experiences. Even so, Jiang Xiaohua still read it with great relish, because she could see from the book your true thoughts when facing her. This helped her understand her stinky little brother, so she could train you better in the future. Just as she was enjoying the read, suddenly, a yellow urge for update button appeared on the screen. A layer of frost instantly covered her pretty face. Why is there so little? It is already gone. Stinky little brother. Are you incapable? How could I have time to type these past 2 days? It is already good enough that I can maintain daily updates. I do not care. You are busy during the day, but can't you write at night? Can't you be a little more self-disciplined? And take the 10 hours you sleep to write instead? Speechless. Soon, the car drove into a high-end villa area and parked in front of a luxurious single-story villa. You were a bit amazed. Although it was not as exquisite as the Shang family's villa, the difference was not big. Old Yun. Over here. Du Ziteng leaned out the window and waved at you. You and Jiang Xiaohua walked into the spacious villa. The decoration style was very minimalist, and there was not much furniture, making it seem a bit empty. Du Ziteng saw the buns in the thermos box in your hands, and his eyes lit up. He snatched them right away. At least you have a conscience, kid. Knowing I have been busy all morning and have not had breakfast. You even knew to bring 2 buns. You did not stop him, and replied with a gentle smile. Of course. Eat more if you like them. The taste of these buns is absolutely amazing. Du Ziteng took a big bite. After his body stiffened for a few seconds, the bun in his hand slipped to the floor and rolled a few times. Then, he tipped backward, falling powerlessly to the ground, foaming continuously at the mouth. Seeing this, you tutted a few times. Yet you did not forget to shout to Jian Xiaoqian, who was busy in the kitchen. Little Jian, your man is about to kick the bucket. Hurry up and take him to the hospital to get his stomach pumped. Otherwise you are going to be a widow. Du Ziteng died. The end. After rescuing Du Ziteng from the brink of death, Jian Xiaoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to glare fiercely at you, you quickly hid behind Jiang Xiaohua. He took it and ate it himself. You can't blame me. You little shit are truly my good brother, poisoning me on my birthday. Du Ziteng was so angry he was jumping up and down. Just then he sniffed his nose and frowned in confusion. What is that smell? Where is that burning smell coming from? Oh no, I still have food cooking in the pan. I did not turn off the stove. Jian Xiaoqian exclaimed. She hurriedly panicked and ran toward the kitchen. Du Ziteng hurried to follow her into the kitchen to help. Not long after, Zhu Huaifei, Lin Yu, and Feng Chengxi also arrived one after another. They were all invited by Du Ziteng. After all, if there were only 3 or 4 people for a birthday, it would be too desolate, because Du Ziteng often came to find you. Zhu Huaifei and he had gradually become familiar with each other. Now they were colleagues as well as good friends. It is worth mentioning that Lin Yu had now become the Group 1 leader of Yunling Group's planning department. This promotion speed could only be described as terrifying. Of course, it was not because you pulled strings for her. It was entirely earned through her own performance. You were still very happy for her. This was the confident girl you remembered. She had found the path she wanted to walk. And you had also met the right person. What are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaohua, sitting beside you, saw you spacing out. She reached up, pinched your cheek, and asked, I was thinking about how I could get you to let me touch your legs. Go to hell. Ouch, my bad, my bad. By noon, the dining table in the living room was filled with dishes. Coming from a rural background, Du Ziteng had honed his cooking skills early on. The dishes he made were so good even you could not find a fault. People gave him the nickname, Auntie Luo, because you had not eaten breakfast. You directly downed 3 big bowls of rice, leaving Jiang Xiaohua completely dumbfounded. After lunch, you drove to a nearby KTV to sing. When everyone walked out of the KTV, it was already pouring rain outside. A fragrant smell of damp earth spread through the air. The car was parked across the street. Seeing such heavy rain, you took off your short-sleeved shirt and held it over Jiang Xiaohua's head. Let us go. Jiang Xiaohua looked at Du Ziteng. The latter tightened his short-sleeved shirt around himself and said reluctantly, "This is my treasure that I bought for 3,000 yuan." Jiang Xiaohua violently tore off his shirt and held it over her own head. After a cold snort, she grabbed Du Ziteng's hand and walked toward the car not far away. "Your only treasure now is me." Lin Yu and the other two all had bags, which they could use to block the rain. The female receptionist of the KTV walked out of the store. She watched the backs of you all running in the rain, then looked down at the 3 umbrellas in her hand, and silently walked back inside. Thursday morning, on the bright living room sofa at home, Jiang Xiaohua lay listlessly. These past few days were already her weak period. Plus, even though you shielded her from the rain yesterday, she inevitably caught a chill, leading to a cold. Shang Xin walked over, taking the thermometer from her daughter's armpit, 38.5 degrees Celsius. "Good thing it is not too serious. Do not go to the company today. Just stay at home and rest properly. We will talk when you recover. It is just a little cold." With Jiang Xiaohua's strong businesswoman personality, she naturally refused. Fortunately, you walked over with cold medicine at that moment. You gave her a heavy smack on her perky rear and said sternly, "What do you mean just a cold? When you are sick, you should rest well. If you dare disobey, do not blame me for not being polite." "Stinky little brother. You dare speak to me like that. What are you going to do about it? Right now I could beat up 2 of you." Seeing the 2 of you bickering, Shang Xin shook her head and smiled helplessly. She walked upstairs and came back down a moment later, having changed into a gray coat. Holding her bag, she went out with old Yun. Jiang Xiaohua glared at you through gritted teeth. She wanted so badly to rub your smug face into the ground. However, her body had absolutely no strength. "Be a good girl. Drink the medicine so your cold can get better. Come on. I will feed you." After drinking the entire cup of medicine, Jiang Xiaohua lay quietly on the sofa, but she would still cough from time to time. You placed a hot towel on her smooth forehead. You never expected that a domineering female CEO as strong as Jiang Xiaohua could have such weak moments. Well, she probably only showed this side in front of you. If there were outsiders present, you reckoned this woman would jump right off the sofa and pretend nothing was wrong. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaohua paused and said softly, "It is uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. Carry me back to my room." You did not refuse. You slipped your arms under her armpits and the back of her knees, lifted her into your arms, and slowly walked upstairs. Because of the cold, Jiang Xiaohua's body was exceptionally hot. Pressed against your body, your nose could smell the faint fragrance on her, as if you felt something. You froze in your tracks. You looked down at Jiang Xiaohua in your arms and swallowed hard. "You are not wearing that, are you?" Jiang Xiaohua lay quietly in your arms, blinked at you, and said, "So what if I am not? We have been dating for so long. Do you still care about these little things?" Your face instantly flushed bright red. In other words, right now, you and Jiang Xiaohua were only separated by 2 thin layers of fabric. This woman was definitely doing this on purpose. With blood rushing to your head, you walked into Jiang Xiaohua's room. Yet Jiang Xiaohua refused to get down from your arms. A playful smile tugged at her lips as she looked at your flushed profile, her mischievousness suddenly flaring up. Her slender fair hands looped around your neck, leaning close to your ear, and she whispered seductively, "There is no own home right now, and I am sick and weak. If you want to take the opportunity to do something, I would not be able to resist you." She expected you to have a huge reaction, but to her surprise, your expression remained flat, as if you were not tempted by her words in the slightest. "I admit you are very beautiful, but what I, Yunyi, like has always been a person's inner self, not a dirty outer shell. If you have the energy to seduce me, you might as well rest more and try to recover from your illness sooner." After saying that, you directly dropped Jiang Xiaohua onto the bed. Before leaving, you even shot her a disdainful glance. The door closed heavily. The sound of footsteps faded away. Jiang Xiaohua lay stunned on the bed. Finding it a bit hard to believe, she grabbed the mirror from the nightstand and checked her face. I am not ugly either. In fact, because I am sick, it even adds a bit of sickly beauty. That dog of a man. How could he resist such beauty? Having returned to your own room, you dashed to the bathroom at top speed, turning on the shower head. Your burning heart quickly cooled down. That was close. I almost could not hold back. You let out a long sigh of lingering fear. Your girlfriend was simply too alluring. What you did not know was, in the next room, Jiang Xiaohua was frantically punching her pillow. Furious with anger. After drying off, you walked to the closet, took out another set of clothes and changed, planning to go out to buy some pears to soothe her cough. Your phone vibrated slightly twice. It was a message from Jiang Xiaohua. I can't sleep. I order you to come sleep with me right now. Helplessly, you had to walk back to Jiang Xiaohua's room. As soon as you lay on the bed, she treated you as a giant body pillow and hugged you tightly. You heard her angry voice by your ear. Do you not like me anymore? Otherwise, why were you so indifferent to what I said just now? Tell me. This tone that sounded almost like coquettish whining made your heart bloom with joy. Stroking her head, you said, what woman could be more beautiful than you? Plus, you are sick right now. If I took advantage of this to get handsy with you, would I even be human? Jiang Xiaohua fell silent for a few seconds. Before you say that, could you please take your hand off my leg? I am not touching your leg. I am massaging your leg, so you can fall asleep faster. You said this with absolute confidence, so much so that even Jiang Xiaohua could not find a single flaw in it. Jiang Xiaohua closed her eyes and said softly, acting spoiled, I forbid you from not liking me. In this world, you can only love me. You can only be mine. I will not allow you to be with anyone else. With your company, Jiang Xiaohua quickly fell into dreamland. Curled up in your arms like a lazy kitten, she fell deeply asleep. About half an hour after she fell asleep, you finally got out of bed quietly. Taking a look back at the sleeping figure on the bed, you stepped out of the room and went to prepare lunch. After washing the rice and putting it into the pot, you noticed Xiaobai's bowl was empty. You took out a bag of cat food from a corner cabinet and poured some out. Good boy. Eat up. Yun Xiaobai meowed, affectionately rubbed its head against your feet, and then began to chow down. Because Jiang Xiaohua endlessly fed it all kinds of premium cat food and snacks. This fat cat's body size was a full 2 times larger than before. Petting it was simply too comfortable. After making an agreement with Father Jian, Du Ziteng submitted his resignation the very next day. After all, he had to show Father Jian results within 3 years. Walking on the bustling street, Du Ziteng looked around, searching for inspiration to start a business. With Jian Shaoqian there, plus the money he had saved before, basic startup capital was definitely not a problem. But the question was, which industry to enter? After the pandemic over the past 2 years, the e-commerce industry made a killing. Conversely, brick and mortar industries became increasingly difficult. Many shops closed down every day. It is almost noon.
Why do not we find a place to eat first?
Starting a business can't be rushed. Jian Shaoqian comforted him softly. Du Ziteng nodded. He was completely clueless right now. Wandering around any longer probably would not yield any results. A nearby fried chicken shop was booming with business. The two randomly found an empty seat and sat down. What would the two of you like to order? A staff member walked over and smiled politely. Jian Shaoqian pointed at the set meal list on the menu. The deluxe couples set for 2. Owen Cola and Owen Milk Tea, both with ice. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff member left. A couple happened to carry 2 orders of fried chicken and sat down at the table behind Du Ziteng. The guy could be heard complaining to the girl. I do not get what is so good about this milk tea. 50 yuan for ON cup. You could buy a whole carton of milk for that price. And it is not even good for you. What do you know? Whether it tastes good is not important. What is important is that it is expensive. If my friends saw me drinking those cheap milk teas that cost a few yuan a cup, they would laugh me to death. What is there to laugh about? Are not they just like you? From an ordinary family. Where do they get the money to drink this kind of milk tea? They can't afford it themselves, but their boyfriends have money to buy it for them. As soon as these words came out, the guy was instantly rendered speechless. He did not know what to say. Du Ziteng seemed to catch a crucial piece of information. His eyes instantly lit up. His brain started working at top speed. Nowadays, milk tea easily costs several dozen yuan a cup. Being expensive is own thing. But the key is it lacks nutrition. The majority of consumers are girls. So, if there was a healthy and cheap milk tea, would not it sell like crazy? As for how to make it healthy, adding some traditional Chinese medicine herbs would be perfect. In an instant, several ideas popped into Du Ziteng's head. He excitedly grabbed Jiang Xiaohua's hand and said with a face full of excitement, "Xiao Qian, I have got it." His voice was very loud, drawing the gazes of everyone around them. Got what? What does he have? Could he be pregnant? But he is a guy. The next day, the chirping of early birds came from outside the window. A refreshing cool breeze seeped in through the gaps in the window, bringing the temperature in the room down. After a night's sleep, her already mild cold was completely cured. At this moment, you lay in bed, looking seriously at Jiang Xiaohua in her pajamas in your arms. This pajama was the very loose kind. Plus, Jiang Xiaohua had terrible sleeping posture. So, without her realizing it, the pajama slipped off her, revealing a pair of snowy white, delicate shoulders. You swallowed hard. These pajamas are so white, your hands wandered uncontrollably, gently stroking the rabbits that Jiang Xiaohua had raised herself. Your face was serious and solemn. You were absolutely not taking advantage of the situation. You just saw what seemed to be some dirt on Jiang Xiaohua's rabbits. So you were helping to wipe it off. Stinky little brother, where are your hands? Jiang Xiaohua had woken up at some point. She was glaring sharply at your foolishly grinning face. She quickly slapped away your increasingly presumptuous wandering hands. No, wait. Listen to my bull. Explanation. I just saw some dirt on your pajamas. Jiang Xiaohua sat on the edge of the bed and threw a keyboard at you.
Kneel.
Knowing you were guilty, you sensibly knelt down. Jiang Xiaohua continued. Do you know what you did wrong? You looked up and said with an unyielding gaze, I did nothing wrong. People are inherently evil at birth. A bastard is someone who does not take advantage of a good deal. This is the true nature of men. If anyone is wrong, it is you. Who told you to wear such loose pajamas? You are already beautiful enough. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. If I did not take the opportunity to do something, would I still be a man? You said this with absolute confidence, using the toughest tone to say the softest words. Even Jiang Xiaohua felt that what you said made sense. You are penalized with a jade foot stepping on your face for 10 minutes. Do not let it happen again. Jiang Xiaohua snorted coldly, turned and walked out of the room. Only then did you climb up from the floor and touched your face that had been stepped on. Still smells fragrant. This punishment is way too vicious. After breakfast, you originally wanted to go to the company. After all, you had already rested for 2 days. If you did not go to the company again, all right, it actually would not have any impact, since your family owned the company, right? Early in the morning, Du Ziteng sent you a message, asking you to come over. He called it taking you to make a fortune, but you guessed this kid was up to no good. You figured he probably wanted your help to sort out some trouble. Following the address Du Ziteng sent, you were stuck in traffic for a full half-hour. Before arriving at a bustling commercial street, you stood at the door of an empty shop under renovation and looked around. Old Yun, you finally came. Sister-in-law did not come with you. Du Ziteng, dressed in a cleaner's outfit, walked out from the back kitchen, still holding a broom in his hand. You glanced at him expressionlessly. She is busy with company stuff today. So, the fortune-making opportunity you talked about is making me come sweep the floor and pick up trash. Hearing this, Du Ziteng's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly laid out his grand plan, describing it with wild extravagance. Milk tea paired with traditional Chinese medicine. You softly chewed over this idea. This concept is indeed quite novel. It is surrounded by office buildings, so foot traffic won't be an issue. But the problem is that smell of traditional Chinese medicine, let alone drinking it. Just smelling it is bad enough. Hearing your concerns. Du Ziteng's excited expression immediately calmed down, and he said with unusual seriousness, "The reason I asked you to come is to ask for a huge favor. Although Xiao Qian's family got rich from relocation compensation, their connections in Shanghai are limited. The Shang family, on the other hand, has been rooted in Shanghai for years. Their network must be very extensive. So, I wanted to ask your wife for a favor. To find a master of traditional Chinese medicine to formulate a recipe." At this moment, Jiang Xiaohua also walked out of the store. She rested her hand on Du Ziteng's shoulder, looked at you earnestly, and said, "Yun Yi, just help him out, please. He has been under a lot of pressure lately. If there were any other way." The two of them stared at you with expectant eyes. You shrugged helplessly. "Since you have put it like that, how can I refuse? But let me make one thing clear first. I am taking a share of the equity. I want to taste what it is like to be the boss too." Du Ziteng's eyes instantly lit up. "No problem. I have already thought all this through. We will split the shares 50-50. I will be in charge of daily operations, and you will be responsible for finding someone to develop the recipe. As for the startup capital to open the shop, Jiang Xiaohua has plenty of money. If worse comes to worst, we will just go home and squeeze some cash out of her old man." The three of them discussed a few more specific details. By the time they finished, it was already noon. Only then did you return to the company. Because of the Tianmao Group's affairs, Jiang Xiaohua's workload had been particularly heavy lately. Fortunately, she had her capable assistant, Han Bingbing, by her side, to help her manage the overall situation. Otherwise, even if she worked from dawn to dusk, she probably still would not be able to finish that pile of documents. Entering the office, Jiang Xiaohua was sitting at her desk, engrossed in reading documents. You walked in carrying a takeout meal from the cafeteria. Jiang Xiaohua did not look up. She just gently nudged your leg with her foot. You immediately understood her intention, and started feeding her with chopsticks. After finishing the meal, Jiang Xiaohua finally set down the documents comfortably, and leaned back in her executive chair. She let out a sigh of satisfaction that left much to the imagination. Resting her feet on your lap, she said languidly, "Tell me, where did you wander off to this morning?" While massaging the soles of her feet, you briefly outlined Du Ziteng's plan to open a shop, and explained their current difficulties. After hearing you out, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. She gave a charming laugh. "I do know some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but why should I help you? You took advantage of me this morning, and now you want my help. You should at least show some sincerity. The thing is, I really do not have anything to offer you. You definitely would not care for the little bit of money I have." Jiang Xiaohua suddenly lifted her foot, and gently rubbed your cheek with her toes, saying, "You could always pay with your body." Hearing such an explicit tease from Jiang Xiaohua, you instantly broke out in goosebumps. You hurriedly pushed away the fragrant foot from your face, clutched your collar tightly, and glared at her with a look of facing death unflinchingly. "This is the innocence I have fiercely guarded for over 20 years. I will never surrender it to you so easily. So, you have to pay extra." Jiang Xiaohua snorted softly, too lazy to keep teasing this goofball. Anyway, your body would be hers sooner or later. If all else fails, she would just force herself on you on your wedding night. Afterward, Jiang Xiaohua picked up her phone from the desk, tapped rapidly a few times and said, "I have sent you the address. When you go, take some of the tea and liquor we got from Grandpa last time. As a reward, wash up nicely tonight and wait for my royal favor." You naturally raised both hands in favor of this decision. You goofed around with Jiang Xiaohua for a little while longer, before leaving the office with the empty lunchbox. After the lunch break ended, you returned to your desk in the planning department and continued typing. Within 2 hours, you finished writing the scripts for the last 2 episodes of the anime. Next, you just had to wait for the final payment to hit your account. After wrapping up the writing work, you spent the afternoon accompanying Mother Shang to 2 advertising agencies to discuss collaborations. Having finished everything, you took the fine tea and liquor you snagged, and arrived at a dilapidated residential complex in the suburbs. The walls of the apartment buildings were covered in moss, And combined with the 90-year-old security guard at the gate, you could not help but feel suspicious. The person Jiang Xiaohua recommended definitely would not be simple. But why would a master of Chinese medicine live in such a rundown place? Could it be one of those reclusive masters who had seen through the vanity of the world? Following your phone's navigation, you carried the gifts to the bottom of Building 8. Sitting by the door was a plainly dressed elderly man, slowly fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. You walked up and asked with a smile. "You must be Grandpa Xia, right? Nice to meet you. My name is Yunyi." The old man glanced up at you and said calmly, "How did you recognize me? I can smell a strong scent of herbal medicine on you. Besides, the moment I appeared, your eyes have been glued to the tea and liquor in my hands." Yujie stood up from his bamboo chair, snatched the liquor jug right out of your hands, and impatiently opened it to take a sniff. An intoxicated expression instantly spread across his face. Old man Shang's brewing skills are as good as ever. I can't believe there is such a big jug. What is your relationship with him? Grandson and grandson-in-law. You answered truthfully, while curiously observing the old man in front of you. Despite his simple clothing, his gaze was remarkably sharp. Sige Yujie took the gifts from your hands and yelled toward an open window on the 3rd floor.
You.
The person here to pick you up has arrived. Hurry up and come down. A moment later, you were slightly taken aback as you saw a slender young girl dragging a suitcase, walking downstairs with an expressionless face. Elder Xia, what is going on? You were quite confused. Yujie pulled you aside and lowered his voice to say, "This is my granddaughter, Xia Yu. When she was little, her parents were tragically killed in the streets due to a medical dispute. She has had psychological issues ever since, and has only slightly improved in the past couple of years. Let me tell you, do not underestimate her because of her age. Even though she did not even finish elementary school, she has always been studying Chinese medicine by my side. Coupled with her natural talent in this area, her skills are absolutely no worse than those so-called masters out there. But she has to face the outside world sooner or later, so I have to trouble you to take good care of my granddaughter." Your first impression of Xia Yujie was that he was aloof and arrogant, but for the sake of his granddaughter, he willingly lowered his pride at this moment. You thought for a moment and asked seriously, "Is this the old master's idea?" Xia Yujie nodded in confirmation. If it were not for Shang Tong's special recommendation, he would never casually entrust his precious granddaughter to a stranger. "I understand." You finally gave a gentle nod, since it was Grandpa's arrangement, and you genuinely needed someone with her expertise. You really could not find a reason to refuse. Xia Yu stood anxiously by the door, her hands gripping the suitcase handle tightly, her heart tangled with fear and anticipation. You walked up to the girl and asked gently, "Are you willing to come with me?" Xia Yu did not say a word. She just nodded nervously. You took her suitcase and led her away from the dilapidated neighborhood she had lived in for over a decade. Xie Yujie let out a forlorn sigh and hunched his back, sitting back down on his recliner. What is there to worry about? Do not I know my own grandson-in-law's character? Just put your mind completely at ease. Shang Tong strolled out from the building at this moment, his laughter loud and vigorous. Hearing this laugh, Xia Yujie snorted coldly. Stop putting on a fake smile. If anything happens to my precious granddaughter, you are the first person I am coming after. Shang Tong waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking the threat to heart. All right. With all our years of friendship, would I ever lie to you? If your granddaughter suffers even a tiny bit of grievance, I will gladly let you kick my ass. By evening, Jiang Xiaohua, Shang Xin, and Yun Zheng were all staring curiously at Xia Yu, each with their own different thoughts. You were thinking, this little girl is really cute. Jiang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was secretly gnashing her teeth. That damn old geezer. He actually brought back a potential love rival for me. I need to find a time to clear out all his stupid antiques. Xia Yu sat tensely upright on the sofa, her hands resting flat on her knees, her back unconsciously completely straight. She had never been stared at by so many people before, and felt incredibly restless inside. You completely doubted that this little girl knew anything about Chinese medicine. With thousands of years of profound heritage, without more than a decade of painstaking study, it is extremely difficult to see results. You decided to test her, softening your tone, as you asked gently,
You.
"Your grandpa said you know Chinese medicine, and are highly skilled at it. Why do not you examine your big brother, big sister, uncle and auntie, to see if there are any issues with our health?" Hearing your words, Xia Yu lifted her small face. Her bright dark eyes scanned the four of you, and after a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed right at you, muttering softly, "Brother, you have heavy dark circles under your eyes, and your skin looks rough, and so," you pressed on curiously, "so, you have a kidney deficiency." Yu hit the nail on the head. The room instantly plunged into an eerie silence. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Xiaohua and Shang Xin looked at you with bizarre expressions, their eyes filled with complex, unreadable emotions. Zheng even patted you on the shoulder and sighed earnestly. "Son, do not be too sad. These things can be conditioned over time. What is a mere kidney deficiency anyway?" The corners of your mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Before you say something like that, could you at least stop laughing? Where are your manners?" At this moment, Xia Yu continued, "But fortunately, it is not severe. It should be caused by frequent late nights and an irregular sleep schedule. You just need careful nursing for a while to make a full recovery." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been worried that the happiness of the rest of her life was ruined. Turns out it was just a false alarm. You coughed lightly twice, walked quickly to the dining table to pour a glass of water, and took small sips to ease the awkwardness. Feigning composure as you said, "There is no need to trouble yourself with treatments. A mere kidney deficiency will naturally heal itself after a while." Eager to change the subject, you quickly added, "Right. Why do not you go upstairs and pick a room first? The shop over there is still under renovation, so you can stay here with me for now. If you need any medicinal herbs, make a list for me, and I will have someone buy them." At this point, Jiang Xiaohua stood up, grabbed Xia Yu's suitcase, and led her up to the second floor. "The other rooms have not been cleaned up yet, so stay in my room for the time being. I will sacrifice a bit and share a room with my stinky little brother." Hearing this, you were instantly filled with wild joy. Did not this mean that for the next little while, you could openly be affectionate with your annoying older sister? What an absolute win. After bringing Xia Yu to her room, Jiang Xiaohua fetched a brand new set of toiletries, and then took her own change of clothes and Xiaobai over to your room. Before leaving, she flashed a warm smile at Xia Yu. "Just treat this place like your own home. If you need anything, remember to tell me. Also, if you have the time, it would be best to help nurse your brother's health back to shape." Xia Yu remained reserved, silently nodding to show she understood. It was not until the footsteps completely faded away that her tense nerves finally began to relax. She looked around the bedroom, which was twice the size of her old own, and felt a surge of elation. She could not resist sitting on the fragrant bed. Only then did she notice that the ceiling was unexpectedly covered with rows of photographs. Every single one of them was of you. A dense cluster of photos covered a whole corner of the ceiling. Xia Yu was completely stunned. Could it be that this sister is a stalker and a pervert? Meanwhile, in the next room, you brought a basin of hot water from the bathroom and placed it by the bed. Your heart raced, your face brimming with unconcealable anticipation. Jiang Xiaohua kicked off her sandals, and her fair, delicate feet slowly submerged into the hot water. She immediately rolled her eyes at you. "You are smiling like an idiot. Is there really a need to be this excited? I am warning you, if you try to pull any tricks, do not blame me for being ruthless. Before, I always had to sneak into your room while you were sleeping. Now I get to hold you openly while we sleep. How is that the same thing?" Jiang Xiaohua reclined halfway on the bed, closing her eyes to enjoy the foot washing service you provided. Naturally, you were more than willing, cradling her exquisite feet, with an utterly infatuated expression on your face, scrubbing them gently and meticulously. After finishing washing Jiang Xiaohua's feet, you reluctantly poured the footwater away, feeling secretly disappointed. Then, you swiftly slid under the covers and wrapped your arms around her fragrant, soft body, intoxicated by her tenderness. By the next morning, when you and Jiang Xiaohua came downstairs, the dining table was already set with various kinds of porridge. Shang Xin was already sitting there curiously, tasting them. This tastes really good. Did you make this? Jia, you nodded, walked over, and sat upright at the table. She said softly. Grandpa said, I should help out more. Since I woke up early, I made breakfast with Uncle. Jiang Xiaohua took a bowl and tried a bite, nodding in approval. It is pumpkin-flavored. The flavor is very rich. You could totally open your own breakfast shop outside. Seeing that the two picky eaters were actually full of praise, you could not wait to sit down at your seat. You took a huge gulp straight away, and your expression instantly turned bizarre. The moment it entered your mouth, there was only Owen's sensation. Bitter. You forced yourself to swallow it down, and asked aggrievedly, why does my bowl taste so terrible? It smells heavily of medicine.
You.
Are you treating me differently from the others? Xia, you replied calmly. Brother, I added some special ingredients to your bowl. It is specifically meant to treat kidney deficiency. After breakfast, Xia Yu handed you a piece of blank paper covered in writing. These are Chinese medicines that can be used to make beverages. At the same time, their taste is not overly pungent, so they perfectly fit your requirements. As long as they are blended with milk tea and modified, a Chinese herbal milk tea will be born. Originally, Xia Yu did not want to go out. She had been used to staying at home since childhood, and rarely ventured outside, let alone the fact that having friends was an absolute luxury for her. But you firmly refused to let that fly. Old Master Xia had entrusted his granddaughter to you, precisely because he hoped she would interact more with the outside world. How could she just stay cooped up at home all the time? Oh, let us go. It is the perfect time to go out and buy you some clothes and daily necessities. Do not worry. The wealthy lady here will foot the entire bill. We won't spend a single cent of our own. Under the continuous persuasion from both you and Jiang Xiaohua, Xia, you could not resist, and had no choice but to change her clothes and head out. Zheng chuckled merrily as he watched the scene unfold, only to get a flick on the forehead directly from Shang Xin. What are you laughing at? Xiaohua is not going to the company today, which means our workload has doubled. Hurry up and get to your room to change for work. On Sunday, the streets were bustling with crowds of shoppers. The prosperity and liveliness of the city deeply shocked Xia Yu, although she had seen similar scenes on TV. Experiencing it firsthand was a completely different matter. Zhe Yu stood between you and Jiang Xiaohua, looking just like a family of three. The trio's outstanding good looks constantly attracted the gaze of passers-by. Looking at her shocked little expression, you immediately seized the opportunity to educate her. We Chinese have always prided ourselves on virtues like self-reliance, sincerity, benevolence, and kindness. When we see injustice on the road, we step forward to help. Of course, if the other party is armed with a deadly weapon, it is best to retreat immediately. No matter how precious someone else's life is, it is still theirs. In short, as long as it does not threaten your own safety, be happy to help others. You rambled on endlessly, feeling a secret thrill in your heart. So it turns out that being someone else's mentor brings such a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Xiaohua could not be bothered with you, disdain flashing in her eyes. In order to let Xia Yu better appreciate the city scenery, you did not rush to buy the herbs, but instead wandered aimlessly around the downtown area. Your route grew more and more remote. That is just how the city is. The closer to the center you are, the more bustling it is. But the closer to the suburbs, the more beautiful the scenery becomes. After doing a full loop, you finally followed the GPS to the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in the Magic City. The shop owner was a man in his 70s, with a full head of silver hair, yet a vigorous spirit. He wore thick, square-framed glasses, and his voice was deep and powerful. Welcome. What kind of herbs do you need? Usually, traditional medicine shops like this Only receive customers through a doctor's recommendation. You handed over the list that Xie Yu had prepared in advance.
Boss?
Take a look and see if you have these herbs in stock. However much inventory you have, I will buy it all. Please help pack them up. The old man took the list and glanced at it, realizing that they were all common herbs. But there were over 100 different varieties. Out of caution, he asked in confusion, "What are you buying all these herbs for?" While these medicines are beneficial to the body, every drug is 3 parts poison. If you ingest too much at once, it will also pose hidden dangers to your health. The old man was primarily worried that you would use them recklessly, and if something went wrong, he would have to bear joint liability. But when he learned that these were all requested by Xia Yu, a look of surprise crossed his wrinkled face. This little girl was about the same age as his granddaughter, yet she was actually already proficient in Chinese herbs. The boss subsequently threw 2 highly professional questions at Xia Yu, and without a second thought, she blurted out the answers, as if it were a pure reflex. Only then did the boss sell all the goods to you. Before you left, he did not forget to smile and ask Xie Yu, "Little girl, my shop happens to be short a clerk. Would you be willing to come help me watch the store? How about a salary of 30,000? That is not a bad deal at all." Before Xia Yu could even answer, you stared wide-eyed at the boss.
Boss?
"It is highly unethical to poach someone right in front of me. I was the one who found this little genius first. Hearing this, Xia Yu's heart instantly felt incredibly sweet, giving her a sense of being valued. So she was a person of value after all. Jiang Xiaohua, knowing her background, gently stroked her hair. "Let us go. It is still early. I will take you to get some cake. We will leave all these things to your brother to carry back." With Xie Yu's assistance, the recipe for the Chinese herbal milk tea was developed in just 2 days. Although it was just a basic version, and the effects were not particularly pronounced, as long as the price was reasonable, you believed it would definitely be a huge hit. The renovations at Luo Tongtian's storefront were also nearing completion. You only needed to wait for the milk tea equipment to arrive, and it could officially open for business the day after tomorrow at the latest, on a day when the rain poured down in torrents. Because housing prices had risen again this year, the Magic City government convened a makeshift meeting, summoning all the executives of the major local real estate companies. The theme of the meeting was simple and clear. Under the premise of not lowering current housing prices, they needed to encourage ordinary citizens to actively buy homes. They could not affect housing prices, which meant they could not offer discounts, yet they still had to stimulate enthusiasm for buying. After the meeting, as the executives of the various real estate enterprises walked out of the conference room, murmurs of discussion rose and fell all around. "Do not you think the higher-ups are just making things difficult for us? They want to promote home buying but won't allow us to drop prices. Are they expecting us to pay out of our own pockets?" Jiang Xiaohua was the last to step out of the venue, dressed in an exquisite business suit, her beautiful hair casually pinned up. Her gaze was calm and tranquil, radiating a powerful, unapproachable aura. Secretary Yi followed closely behind. After racking her brains, she asked in confusion, "President Zheng, what do you think the government really means? They won't let us lower prices, yet they want people to actively buy homes. It is not like home buyers are fools." Jiang Xiaohua replied coolly, "What else could it mean? It simply means they want us to part with our wealth. If housing prices can't be lowered, then we have no choice but to give away gifts, like gold, cars, and things like that." The entire sky was a hazy gray, permeated by an oppressive and stifling atmosphere. As they walked to the entrance, Secretary Yi received a phone call. Her expression changed slightly. After acknowledging the caller a couple of times, she looked at Jiang Xiaohua with a helpless look and said, "President Zhang, old Lu the driver's wife's water just broke. He just drove off to the hospital. So, I am afraid he won't be able to pick us up anytime soon. How about we take a taxi back to the company?" Jin Maimei was right nearby, just about to step into a commercial van parked at the entrance. Hearing Secretary Yi's words, she laughed coquettishly. "President Zhang, have not you even arranged for a dedicated driver? Why do not you call your man to pick you up? Oh, I almost forgot. You are still single. How about I give you a ride since it is on my way? Jiang Xiaohua could not be bothered to pay her any attention. Her gaze locked onto a small electric scooter approaching in the rain. Secretary Yi followed her gaze and was absolutely astounded. Through the heavy rain, you were riding a pink electric scooter, wearing a black raincoat. The strong wind made the raincoat flap loudly. You then stopped in front of the building. Jiang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Why are you here? You pulled a pink cat ear helmet from under the seat and handed it to her, wiping the rainwater from your face. The driver called earlier to say he had an emergency, so he asked me to come pick you up. I happened to be nearby, so I rushed over right away. Then, you handed an umbrella and a raincoat to Secretary Yi. This rain is not going to stop anytime soon, and the traffic ahead is congested. Sister Yi, you should walk a bit before trying to hail a cab. Otherwise, the driver probably won't be able to get through. Noticing Jin Mei standing nearby, you assumed she was a friend of Jiang Xiaohua's, and said apologetically, I am really sorry, Auntie. I only brought 2 helmets and ON raincoat. Auntie. Jin Mei's breath hitched, her chest trembling with anger. No ON had ever dared to call her auntie before. Did she really look that old? Jin Mei forced a stiff smile and said, It is fine. I have a private car to pick me up. Not like our President Zheng, who, in such heavy rain, has to go back on a little electric scooter. With that said, she let out an angry huff, turned around, and got into the private van at the entrance. Jiang Xiaohua did not take her words to heart at all. She briskly put on the helmet, then slipped under your raincoat, wrapping both arms tightly around your waist. The van sped off into the curtain of rain, disappearing from your sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a pair of red taillights and the roar of the engine. But very quickly, that pair of taillights reappeared right in front of you, completely stationary. You could see that the intersection ahead was jammed with cars, honking car horns and the sound of the rain intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. Traffic police were braving the rain to direct traffic. Seeing this scene, Jin Mei furrowed her brows. How long will we be stuck with all these cars? Why are not the vehicles ahead moving at all? The driver also looked completely puzzled. Even though the line is long, it should not be so jammed that we can't move an inch. At that moment, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the rear window. Jin Mei sat further back to avoid getting her clothes wet when opening the window, and then curiously rolled it down. Your face leaned in, flashing your signature toothy grin. You said, Auntie, I forgot to tell you. When I came from over there just now, there were 2 car accidents up ahead. The road is completely blocked off. It won't clear up for at least 4 or 5 hours. Take your time waiting. After saying that, you twisted the throttle and rode the small electric scooter, weaving through the stagnant traffic. In a flash, you vanished from Jin Mei's sight. Jin Mei's face turned incredibly dark. Gritting her teeth, she asked the driver, Do I really look that old? Knowing that the wrong answer would cost him his paycheck, cold sweat broke out on the driver's back. He gulped and said, President Jin, you are as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Owen could hardly find anyone prettier than you in all of the Magic City. Those who do not know any better would think you are barely in your early 20s. Then why did he keep calling me auntie? Or are you lying to me? Well, it might be because your aura is just too mature. Is not that just a disguised way of calling me old? I am docking 500 from your pay. Is that polite? Riding on the electric scooter weaving through traffic, Jiang Xiaohua hugged your waist tight and said softly, Thank you. You replied with a laugh. That awful woman deserved it. How dare she bully my wife while plastered in all that heavy makeup? Because the rain was getting heavier and heavier. To prevent Jiang Xiaohua from catching another cold, you did not head straight home. Instead, you found a nearby hotel. Sitting behind the front desk was a young man in his 30s, playing the mobile version of League of Legends. Seeing guests arrive, he stood up with a smile. You too. What can I help you with? You handed over your card and said plainly, Book your 2 best rooms for us. Behind you, Jiang Xiaohua, who was wiping her hair, looked somewhat confused. 2 rooms. Did this scumbag suddenly change his nature today? Facing her questioning gaze, you pulled your soaking wet jacket tighter. smiled faintly, and said,
What?
"Do I look like the kind of person who takes advantage of others in their time of need? I, Yunyi, would disdain doing such shameful things." The young man took the bank card with both hands, suddenly feeling something unusual about the texture. He sneaked a peek at it under the counter, and immediately revealed a knowing smile. He looked up and grinned. "I am really sorry, you two. It is raining too heavily today, and we are the only hotel in the immediate area. So we have an exceptionally high number of guests staying. Right now, there is only one VIP room left. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, you instantly put on a troubled expression. You turned to look at Jiang Xiaohua.
You heard him too.
"There is only one room left. This is absolutely not me trying to take advantage of the situation." Jiang Xiaohua stared at you blankly, her eyes seeming to say, "Keep pretending. Keep acting. I want to see how far you can take this performance." Eventually, holding a single room key card, you and Jiang Xiaohua stepped into the elevator together. You used the card to open the door, revealing a standard, exquisite single room. All the amenities were fully equipped. Just as Jiang Xiaohua was about to walk in, you reached out and stopped her. You said with a look of high vigilance, "Wait a moment. Let me check if anyone has installed hidden cameras. It would be disastrous if we were secretly filmed and it was uploaded online." Finally, after doing a thorough check and confirming it was completely safe, you allowed Jiang Xiaohua to enter, with clothes sticking to her body. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Jiang Xiaohua could not wait to head to the bathroom, ready to enjoy a nice hot shower. After the bathroom door was locked, the sound of running water soon emerged from inside. Looking through the semi-transparent glass, you could not help but gulp. You quietly approached the bathroom door, knocked on it, cleared your throat twice, and said, So. I suddenly remembered that I just forgot to check if there are any hidden cameras in the bathroom. Xiaojiang, hurry up and open the door. Let me come in and help you inspect it carefully." The splashing water echoed in the bathroom. Jiang Xiaohua's cold snort came from within. "Do not think I do not know what is going through that head of yours." But then, she asked with a slightly hesitant tone, "Do you really want to come in and watch me shower that badly? Originally, you were just joking." But upon hearing Jiang Xiaohua say this, your heart rate immediately accelerated. "What if I say I do?" There was no response from inside the bathroom. Just as you thought she was disgusted by you, a soft click was heard. The bathroom door had opened. Your pupils shrank instantly. Your body involuntarily moved toward the half-open door. Through the crack, you could see it was filled with white steam, as if hiding some precious treasure. Finally, you placed your hand on the door, and then pushed it open. A miserable shriek instantly echoed throughout the entire room. 10 minutes later, you were kneeling on the hotel computer's keyboard with a bitter expression. Your entire upper body was drenched in hot water, constantly dripping. Jiang Xiaohua sat on the edge of the bed, her long, fair, beautiful legs crossed casually, radiating a fatal allure. But right now you did not dare entertain any wild thoughts, terrified of suffering another lesson. At this time, Shang Xin, who had not seen the two of you return home for a long time, called,
Little Yi.
"The rain is so heavy outside. Where did you and Xiaohua go? Did you go back to the company?" "We are at a hotel," you answered truthfully. The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Shang Xin's tone became hesitant. Then, "Am I interrupting you two?" You pursed your lips in grievance. "I am kneeling on a keyboard." "You are not interrupting. Not interrupting at all." After saying that, you handed the phone to Jiang Xiaohua sitting in front of you, then lowered your head like a child who had made a mistake. You just wanted to check if there were any hidden cameras. What did you do wrong? Jiang Xiaohua exchanged a few words with her mother and then hung up the phone. "For the sake of my mom, I will let you off the hook this time. Go take a shower." You felt as if you had been granted a general amnesty, and hurriedly slipped into the bathroom. Only then did the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curve up slightly. Naturally, she was not truly angry. But if she let this stinky little brother have his way today, who knows what kind of out-of-bounds things he would dare to do in the future. Stinky little brother. Before getting married, do not even think about messing around. After taking your shower, you sat extremely obediently in front of the computer, typing away. Jiang Xiaohua, meanwhile, lay on the bed, quietly watching you. This heavy rain, after lasting for 2 hours, finally stopped. You walked out of the hotel wearing your blow-dried clothes. Jiang Xiaohua took your arm and said with a beaming smile, "What? Are you still mad? I just scolded you a little bit."
Humph.
"I am not mad." "Then what will it take for you to forgive me? Let me touch your legs." Slap. After 2 days of hard work, finally, on June 28th, Miracle Milk Tea Shop opened for business. On the first day of its grand opening, the streets were full of people handing out discount coupons, constantly roping in passers-by to try a taste, and the first cup was completely free. A rumor also spread quietly and inconspicuously throughout the nearby circles. Inside a 5-story office building on the commercial street, 2 female office workers were slacking off. "Kankan, your dark circles used to be so heavy. Why do I feel like they have suddenly lightened so much? Did you secretly start using some good products without telling me? Hurry up and confess truthfully." "Oh, come on, no, I have not." "Do not tell me you still do not know." A new Miracle Milk Tea Shop just opened on the street where they sell breakfast. Their milk tea contains traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, which are good for your health. The key point is that it is sold incredibly cheap. The cheapest one is only 4 RMB, and first-time customers get their first cup of milk tea for free. Hearing this, the other female office worker widened her eyes in disbelief. "There is actually 4 RMB milk tea in this world. I absolutely have to try it after work." Business at the Miracle Milk Tea Shop exploded, with a massive line forming outside the store. It completely stole all the foot traffic from the other milk tea shops. When those shop owners heard about this, they trembled with rage, wanting nothing more than to curse out loud right in the street. "Who on earth sells milk tea for 4 RMB? Is not this just breaking the market? These young people have no business ethics." On the other side, when you at the company learned about this, you could not even close your mouth from smiling so hard. You walked down the hall beaming with joy. "Hello, Brother Yun." "Stop calling me Brother Yun. From now on, call me President Yun. Here, take this free tasting coupon. If it is not enough, come find your CEO for more." You made your way right outside the general manager's office, pushed the door open forcefully, walked right up to Jiang Xiaohua, and handed the milk tea in your hand to her. "Here you go, Xiaojang. You have worked hard. Have a cup of milk tea and take a rest. You need to learn to balance work and rest." Hearing your boss-like tone, Jiang Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes, her gaze faintly radiating danger. She slowly put down the documents in her hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "Come here." You walked over, and your neck was immediately caught by a slender hand. A freezing cold voice sounded by your ear. "If you do not want to be disciplined, act normal for me. Or is it that you want to kneel on the keyboard again? I was wrong. I am sorry, I was too arrogant and cocky. But even so, you still could not escape the fate of kneeling on the keyboard." You knelt obediently off to the side. Secretary Yi knocked and entered the office. She was completely accustomed to this sight, calmly walking up to Jiang Xiaohua to start reporting on the day's work. As Jiang Xiaohua listened, she picked up the milk tea from the desk and started drinking. The initial taste was slightly bitter, but it carried a faint sweetness. After drinking half of it, she handed it to you, kneeling beside her. "Drink it. This lady is rewarding you with it. If you dare leave a single drop, you are dead." "Tiksh. I clearly gave it to you in the first place." You muttered in dissatisfaction. Like a bitter, complaining wife, you took the leftover milk tea from Jiang Xiaohua and drank it. Watching this made Jiang Xiaohua feel a surge of smugness inside. Her work fatigue instantly dissipated. After kneeling for a full half-hour, you finally scrambled up from the floor in a sorry state, fleeing out of the office like you were escaping, terrified that if you stayed any longer, you would have to kneel for another half-hour. Before leaving, you did not forget to drop a harsh remark. "You, Zheng, just you wait. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not bully a youth for being poor. Your brother here will definitely get his revenge." Secretary Yi had already predicted the outcome for the next couple of decades. Do not bully a middle-aged man for being poor. Do not bully an old man for being poor. A contemptuous smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth. She completely ignored your words. In almost an instant, she wiped the smile off her face. And her voice turned cold once more. Continue. Also, tell all the employees in the group to go buy milk tea from Miracle Milk Tea Shop. For today, all their purchases are on me. After all, it was a milk tea shop opened by her man. As his girlfriend, how could she not show some support? After walking out of the general manager's office, as soon as you arrived at the planning department, you noticed Han Bingbing was acting all intimate with Zhu Huifei. Han Bingbing wrapped her arm around Zhu Huifei's small waist, glanced at her blushing cheeks, and let out a wicked laugh. Little Huifei, want to come over to my place to play tonight? My bed is really big. Zhu Huifei's face was flushed red, stammering and too nervous to speak. The other employees around them all pretended not to see anything. After all, the content was just too spicy. So spicy it gave them the creeps. You walked over quickly and pushed Han Bingbing away, your eyes wide as you said, "Holy crap! You actually dare to sexually harass a female employee in broad daylight. After all this time, it turns out this is what you are into."
Zhu Huifei quickly and shyly hid behind you.
Not daring to look at Han Bingbing. With her good time interrupted, how could Han Bingbing hold back? She immediately flared up. What is it to you? The young lady was stolen by you. Am I not allowed to find a new love? If it were not out of respect for the young miss, you would have been beaten up by now. Everyone around immediately showed expressions of enjoying a good show. The company's two biggest nepotism hires facing off directly. This was going to be interesting. Even you had not expected Han Bingbing to actually be a lesbian. No wonder she had absolutely no interest in such an outstanding man like you. She is my little sister, you tell me if it is my business. Hearing your words, Han Bingbing looked at Zhu Huifei suspiciously. She saw her shyly nod in admission. Only then did the anger in her heart dissipate a bit. She then took out a card and threw it on the table. Do not give me that. Do you think mere money, such a vulgar thing, can just? There is own million in here. Come out and have a meal with me. You instantly changed your tune. You snatched the bank card from the table and instead slung an arm around Zhu Huifei's shoulders, whispering in her ear. This is own million. You just have to accompany her for a meal. Later on, we will split it 50-50. Besides, she does not have the equipment anyway. At most, you will just be sleeping in the same bed. Zhu Huifei never expected that you would turn around and sell her out just like that. However, 500,000 was mighty tempting. In the end, Zhu Huifei left with Han Bingbing. You earned 500,000 without lifting a finger, and simultaneously earned the title of scumbag. Just as you walked over to your desk and sat down, a message notification sound rang out. It was sent by the editor from Red Apple Fiction. Great author. Are you free on July 1st? We plan to hold an author exchange conference the day after tomorrow in the Magic City. Many famous authors and members of the local Writers Association will be attending. You originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly you remembered that there would be so many romance authors. Their romantic experience must definitely be richer than a novice like you. They must have some great tricks up their sleeves on how to handle a girlfriend, right? Deal. As an outstanding web novelist, I will definitely actively participate in this kind of event. Great. Then I will send you the relevant materials a bit later. It contains the specific itinerary and the list of attendees. When the time comes, you might need to go on stage and give a speech or something like that. Of course. I will have the speech draft prepared for you. No problem. You are so considerate. Much more considerate than my tigress of a girlfriend. Jiang Xiaohua, who was working, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. She scanned her surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Why did it feel like someone was talking about her behind her back? It must definitely be that scumbag of a man. Unacceptable. When we get home, I must punish him by making him kneel on the keyboard for another half hour. If I go own day without disciplining him, I feel uncomfortable all over. You originally wanted to just head back, lie in bed, and enjoy the act. After all, the weather was so hot. But alas, the moment you walked out of the company building, you were caught by Jiang Xiaohua. Forced to go shopping. Under the beautiful guise of shopping to bond. It was actually because she wanted to buy pretty dresses. but did not want to carry the bags. So she dragged along a convenient errand boy. Jiang Xiaohua arrived at her go-to international designer clothing boutique. Just as she walked in, the still charming manager walked over with a face full of smiles and bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss Jiang, you have arrived at the perfect time. The custom dresses our store just ordered from abroad arrived this morning. Please have a cup of milk tea and wait a moment. I will go fetch them for you right away." Jiang Xiaohua familiarly walked to the side and sat down, pointing at you standing behind her with a disgruntled look on your face. "Find a few outfits for this pouting little cutie too. Something a bit more casual, preferably a black and white mix." The manager carefully looked up and down your figure, then smiled and nodded. "This must be Miss Zheng's boyfriend. He is truly handsome, and his body proportions are excellent too. A natural clothes hanger. Please have a seat and wait a moment, you two. I will go get the clothes right now." Out of curiosity, you walked over to a pile of clothes in the corner. These were also dresses, but there was very little fabric, and they were extremely revealing. They clearly were not normal dresses. Beside them was a pile of stockings in various colors. Right at that moment, a female sales assistant walked by. Seeing that you were interested in these dresses, she walked up to you, lowered her voice, and said, "Sir, these are also this year's latest arrivals, perfect as summer nightgowns. The fabrics used are all top tier. Not only do they feel great to the touch, but most importantly, they are extremely easy to tear." Obviously, that last sentence was the main selling point. You coughed lightly twice, glanced at the sales assistant who had a you-know-what-I-mean expression, and your face suddenly turned serious. Your voice also became stern. "How can you have the nerve to sell such shameful clothing? How can you have the nerve to sell such shameful clothing? Is not this blatantly corrupting the youth? Your store manager's ideological awareness really needs improvement. To actually put this kind of stuff out for sale. It is a good thing I came here today. Here,
You?
pack up all these filthy dresses and stockings for me. I am taking them back to destroy them all at once. As for the money, considering that running a business is not easy for you all, I will reluctantly help you bear the financial loss." Hearing this, the sales assistant was stunned for a moment, but then quickly caught on. She nodded repeatedly with a delighted look on her face. "Yes, yes. These dresses and stockings are indeed unsuitable for display. Thank you so much, sir, for helping us destroy them. How about this? I will give you a 20% discount." "You are a teachable own." You nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and went back to sit beside Jiang Xiaohua. Jiang Xiaohua asked in confusion, "What were you doing?" You gave a mysterious smile. "I went to eradicate evil. No need to thank me too much." Soon, the manager walked over pushing a clothing rack. Hanging on it were over a dozen dresses and 2 men's outfits. Unlike the dresses you were just looking at, these dresses were all quite conservative, but their patterns and color schemes were truly eye-catching. Given Jiang Xiaohua's personality, she naturally bought them all. Remembering that Xia Yuyu was also at home, she had the manager take 2 small-size dresses. According to her figure, the 2 of them were actually quite similar in figure. It was just that Xia Yu's capital was not as ample as Jiang Xiaohua's. After finishing clothes shopping, Jiang Xiaohua and you casually strolled around the area some more, before heading home, arriving just in time for dinner. That night, the whole family sat at the table eating happily together. Halfway through, Shang Xin kept putting food into Xia Yu's bowl. Obviously genuinely fond of this well-behaved and somewhat naive little girl. The most important thing was, Xia Yu. You could even help her with beauty treatments. Now, she was practically her precious little darling. After finishing the meal, you washed the dishes and returned to your room. Inside the room, Jiang Xiaohua was sitting expressionless on the edge of the bed. The highly revealing nightgown by her feet was an exceptional eyesore. She shot you a cold glare and sneered playfully. "I was wondering why you were so happy on the way back. So it turns out you secretly bought these things. Do you want me to wear these that badly?" You stammered, unable to form a sentence, racking your brains to figure out how to get out of this situation. At this moment, however, Jiang Xiaohua walked up to you, leaning close to your ear, her voice carrying a seductive tone. She said softly. Do you want me to wear this to sleep with you? You nodded honestly. Jiang Xiaohua gave a charming giggle. Actually, it is not entirely out of the question. If you kneel on the floor and bark twice like a dog, I will wear it for you. How about that? On an hand was dignity. On the other was XX. Just as Jiang Xiaohua was curious about what you would choose, you dropped to your knees without hesitation. Woof, woof, barking twice. At this moment, even Jiang Xiaohua was left completely speechless inside. She quickly pulled you up from the floor, her face full of exasperation. I seriously surrender to you. Could you have at least a little bit of a bottom line? Tiksh. Is a bottom line of any use? If it were anyone else, they would have knelt down even faster than me. Who told you to be so dangerously beautiful? Who could possibly withstand such a test? In the end, Jiang Xiaohua picked up a black nightgown and walked into the bathroom. The rustling sound of clothes being changed could be heard from inside. That night, you feasted your eyes to the fullest. The only regret was probably that sleeping on the floor was a little cold. Early the next morning, Saturday, Zheng Xiaohua sat at the dining table neatly dressed, eating her meal. See you glanced at you coming down the stairs, looking a bit worse for wear, and asked in confusion, Brother Yunyi, did you pull an all-nighter yesterday? Why does your face look so pale? It is nothing, just a little backache. While saying this, you glared at Jiang Xiaohua, who was quietly eating, and pursed your lips in dissatisfaction. You walked over and sat at the seat furthest away from her. This woman, she changed into the dress, but ended up not letting you sleep on the bed. It would have been better if she had not changed at all. Jiang Xiaohua shot a faint glance at you sitting on the other side. Her voice was calm, but the words she spoke sent shivers down your spine. I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not come sit over here. Starting tomorrow, you are moving to the guest room to sleep. These words undoubtedly hit your weak spot. How could that do? You had no choice but to obediently carry your bowl and sit down next to Jiang Xiaohua. Jiang Xiaohua, with a satisfied look, placed her hand on your head and ruffled your hair. Then reached out and pinched your cheek. That is a good boy. You are my possession. Whatever I want you to do, you must do it. If you are good, there will be a reward tonight. If you are not good, just wait to be punished. You are the possession. I am not a possession. I am a pos. Seeing this scene unfold from across the table, the shock you felt was beyond words. So this is how adults love each other. She definitely had to learn this. It might come in handy in the future, because it was Saturday. After finishing breakfast, you lay down comfortably on the beanbag chair, ready to binge-watch some anime. Lately, you had been busy either with work or typing away at your writing. You had not had any free time to watch anime at all. Zheng had even recommended a masterpiece to you a couple of days ago, something called The Hero of the Rod Braves the Another World. It is a top-tier pure romance anime, he said. Just hearing the name sounded quite interesting. After turning on the TV, just as you were racking your brain, wondering why you could not find this anime on the TV search, the phone in your pocket rang. Zheng's panicked and rushed voice came from the other end. Old Yun, where are you right now? Hurry up and come to the shop. Something terrible has happened. Hearing this, you paused. What terrible thing happened? Is little Qian pregnant? An old man just ordered a goji berry milk tea at our shop, and after taking just 2 sips, he collapsed on the floor. The doctor who arrived said it was food poisoning. His family is now at the door raising a ruckus, threatening to sue us. An old man. Food poisoning. You did not dare to delay. You hastily hung up the phone, put on your clothes and shoes, called for Xia Yu, and hurried out the door. Where are you two going? Jiang Xiaohua asked in confusion. Time was critical. You did not have time to explain in detail, so you could only reply hurriedly. Something happened at the shop. I can handle it. Just rest well at home. I will be back soon. You stepped hard on the gas and rushed out of the parking lot, rushing toward the milk tea shop at top speed. At the same time, you did not forget to ask Xia Yu, is there a problem with the recipe? But Xia Yu denied it with a very firm attitude. It is absolutely impossible for it to be an issue with the milk tea. Goji berry milk tea. to put it simply, is just a combination of goji berries and milk tea, with a few additional Chinese herbs added, that are beneficial to the human body but not in large quantities. How could it possibly cause food poisoning? There were not many people commuting on a Saturday. You had a clear path the whole way. While stepping on the accelerator and constantly speeding up, you pondered how to resolve the problem once you got there. 15 minutes later, by the time you arrived at the commercial street, layers of crowds had already gathered outside the shop, flocking together to watch the drama unfold. Faint sounds of smashing could be heard from inside. You unscrupulous, shady store. The security footage shows it clearly. My mother fainted right after drinking your milk tea. You must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I am going to smash your shop today. Please listen to me. The hospital's test results have not come out yet. If it truly was caused by drinking our miracle milk tea shop's milk tea that led to food poisoning, we will definitely cover all the medical bills. Just be patient and wait a bit longer. You just want to stall for time. Wife, smash it. If you do not compensate us with money today, I will smash everything in your store to pieces. Inside the shop, a gaudily dressed middle-aged couple was about to get physical. Just then, your voice rang out from the crowd. The tables and chairs in our shop are all custom-made. Owen's set costs exactly 2,999 RMB. The equipment is all imported from abroad. The official retail price is 100,000 RMB. If you can afford to pay for the damages, feel free to smash away. Hearing these prices, the man who was about to strike immediately froze. The stool in his hand nearly dropped to the floor. The crowd quickly parted to make way. Looking completely calm, you walked over leading a somewhat nervous Xia Yu. Who are you? Wu Hao frowned, putting down the chair in his hand. You came to my shop to cause a scene. And you do not even know who I am. Speak up. Who sent you here to cause trouble? What trouble? My mother got food poisoning because your shop's milk tea is unsanitary. You have to give us an explanation for this. Hurry up and pay the medical bills. Hearing this, Xia Yu summoned her courage, timidly hiding behind you. She peeked her head out and said with an unusually firm tone, "Impossible. Our shop's milk tea only uses those few ingredients. How could there possibly be a problem?" You, on the other hand, revealed a playful smile. Actually, there is one thing I really do not understand. The old person who got food poisoning is your mother, right? It is one thing that you did not rush to the hospital immediately to check on her condition, but you are actually here causing a ruckus instead. What is more important, your mother's life, or the compensation money? As soon as these words were spoken, some people in the crowd suddenly realized the anomaly and started whispering among themselves. Now that he mentions it, that is exactly right. Your own mother got food poisoning. A normal person would definitely follow her to the hospital to check on her, would not they? Why would they be causing trouble here? That is highly unusual. Wu Hao was stumped by your question, but he quickly recovered. Our family is poor. We can't afford the hospital's medical bills. If we do not get compensation from you, we can't even afford the medicine. If we do not come to you, who else should we go to? Yet you appeared completely unpanicked. You stepped forward and pulled a black card from your pocket, handing it over to the man. Since you want money so badly, then I will give it to you. There are 20 million inside this card. If she really ended up in the hospital because of the things from our shop, this money is all yours. But if that is not the case, you have been causing a scene in front of our shop for so long, severely impacting our reputation and normal business operations. We have the right to sue you for malicious fraud and business disruption. This number instantly scared the man silly. He only wanted a few tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 in compensation. Who knew you would whip out 20 million right off the bat? He had not seen that much money in his entire life. But soon he shook his head again. No. This card of yours might be a fake. I have never even seen this kind of card before. You are not just trying to bluff me, are you? 20 million? Yeah, right. But among the onlookers were quite a few people who had seen the world. I know this card. It is a black card exclusively for VIPs of the Bank of China. You need to have over 100 million in assets just to apply for OWN. My boss has OWN. Many people chimed in with agreement. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated. The man stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. He cast his gaze toward his wife, whose face was also etched with conflict. At this moment, Du Ziteng spoke up from the side. Do not blame me for not warning you. Our miracle milk tea shop's hourly revenue is around 2,000 RMB, and today is a weekend, no less. If your mother did not actually suffer because of our milk tea, you will be the ones bearing the cost for all these losses. Hearing this, Wu Hao panicked. He hurriedly tossed the card back to you. Who knows if this card of yours is even real? My mom is still in the hospital. I am going to check on her condition first. I will come back for the compensation later. With that said, he dashed out of the crowd without looking back. Seeing this, the woman beside him quickly followed, fleeing the scene in panic. At this point, anyone who was not an idiot could see that there was something fishy about those two. They did not even dare to take the money when it was right in front of them. It was clear they had a guilty conscience. Seeing that the crowd surrounding the shop was still discussing the event, Yu expressionlessly pointed to the clock on the shop's wall and said, "It is almost 8 of the clock. Do not you all really need to go to work?" As soon as this was said, the scene instantly went dead silent. Then, with a single person's exclamation, "Holy crap! I got so caught up watching the drama that I forgot I have to work today." In just the span of 2 short minutes, the massive crowd outside the shop quickly dispersed. Quite a few people also walked into the shop to buy milk tea. If someone was deliberately trying to smear this milk tea shop, what did that mean? It meant that the milk tea here must truly taste amazing. Jiang Xiaohua was soon busy beyond belief. Seeing this, Xia Yu, who had been hiding behind you, wanted to step forward to help. But due to her social anxiety, she hesitated, not daring to go up. She could only stand nervously in place. Noticing the change in her expression, Yu ruffled her hair and smiled. "Sister Xiaoqian is overwhelmed. Could I ask you to go give her a hand?" Hearing this, Xia Yu nodded firmly, gathered her courage, and took her first step. Then, quickening her pace, she walked into the counter area. She helped Jiang Xiaoqian hand out plastic cups and pack orders. "Thank you so much, Yu. When we get off work, sister will treat you to a big meal." It is no problem. I do not have anything else to do anyway." In the fast-paced working environment, Xia Yu quickly became proficient. She blended into the atmosphere, no longer standing out like an isolated lone wolf. "Thanks. You really helped us out big time today. Otherwise, we would have definitely been extorted by that bastard." After Du Ziteng finished cleaning up the entrance, he took 2 bottles of Fat Boy Happy Water from the fridge and tossed on to you. You took a small sip. Your gaze fell on a milk tea shop across the street. Coincidentally, the owner of that shop was also looking in this direction. Seeing this, you flashed a friendly smile. But that owner, as if guilty of a crime, quickly averted his gaze and hurried into his shop, disappearing from your sight. Even Du Ziteng guessed at this moment that today's incident was probably related to the milk tea shop across the street. Damn it! I noticed his shifty eyes a couple of days ago. This has definitely got something to do with that guy. Should we teach him a lesson? The lesson Du Ziteng spoke of naturally referred to the ever-effective urea sac over the head. It did not matter if you were a top student, a rich kid, or a big boss. As long as you went in for a beating, you would behave yourself immediately. We definitely have to teach him a lesson. But just beating him up is letting him off too easy. As you spoke, a wicked smile appeared on your face. You whispered a few words into Du Ziteng's ear. Who knows what he heard? But the latter's face instantly broke into a bizarre smile. "You sly dog. Still playing so dirty. But I like it. I will go prepare right now. Just wait for my good news." After finishing up the matters at the milk tea shop, you let out a yawn. After asking Jiang Xiaoqian to drop Xia Yu off at home once she finished her shift, you got into your car alone and drove home. The morning flashed by in the blink of an eye. By noon, the editor sent all the details regarding tomorrow's author conference straight to you. There was also the speech script for the stage. 2 whole massive pages of it. Just looking at it made your scalp tingle. "I have to attend an author gathering tomorrow. It should be a pretty lively event. Do you want to come along?" You looked at the well-behaved Xiaojiang nestled in your arms. Xiaojiang rested her head on your stomach and said expressionlessly, "Not going. I have a very important meeting tomorrow. You go by yourself, but every hour on the dot. You must send me a safety text message. Otherwise, I will come looking for you with a knife." The corner of your mouth twitched. Just how afraid was she that you would be kidnapped? This woman's desire for control was way too strong. After giving a response of acknowledgement, seeing that it was almost time for lunch, you sat up and walked toward the kitchen. Before leaving, you did not forget to cop a quick feel of Jiang Xiaohua's assets. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the commercial street, as the street with the highest foot traffic in the vicinity, there were up to 6 milk tea shops operating on this street alone. Now, including Miracle Milk Tea Shop, there were 7, and the one located directly across from Miracle Milk Tea Shop was Chaqian Dao. At this moment, Chaqian Dao's storefront was surrounded by a crowd of people. Faint sounds of an argument drifted out from within the crowd, attracting the gazes of everyone nearby. "You just do not love me anymore. You won't even buy me a 79 yuan cup of milk tea. Yet you still claim you want to give me a happy life. You men really are all just talk. Oh, so you do know it costs 79 yuan. That could buy 2 whole crates of milk. Besides, you only make 100 yuan a day, do not you? $100 earned by bowing and scraping to others. And you want to blow it on a cup of milk tea?" A couple was arguing inside the shop. The clerk tried to intervene several times, but was shoved away by the guy. Seeing that he looked ready to get physical, the clerk did not dare step forward again, and had no choice but to call the boss over. The details of their argument clearly drifted into the ears of the surrounding crowd. They began to whisper among themselves, "A daily wage of 100 yuan. And she has the nerve to want a 79 yuan cup of milk tea. I make 500 a day, and I would not even dare buy that." Milk tea is getting ridiculously expensive these days. Look how great the Miracle Milk Tea Shop across the street is. Cheap and healthy. The key is that the taste is pretty much the same. That is the one that suits us. Soon, the boss of Chaqian Dao pushed through the crowd, running over profusely sweating. Seeing so many people watching, he bowed to them, lowering his stance and apologizing with a smile. "You two, please stop arguing, it is ruining your relationship. How about this? This cup of milk tea is on me. What do you think? Let us all just be friends." Arguing over a cup of milk tea, it is really not worth it. Not worth it at all. The boss was clearly very experienced, temporarily solving the problem directly from its root. After all, if they kept causing a scene, he would absolutely be the one suffering the biggest loss. The couple took the milk tea and left. The crowd, having no more drama to watch, also dispersed. The boss just breathed a sigh of relief when the female clerk walked up to him with a bitter face and said, "Boss, this is the second time today people have argued because the milk tea is too expensive. Why do not we run a promotion?" The boss shook his head in refusal without a second thought. "No way. We run a high-end milk tea brand. People who drink here come because our shop is famous. Buying and drinking our milk tea gives them face when they walk out. If we lower the price, that is equivalent to voluntarily degrading our brand's quality." But what the boss did not know was that their milk tea's recipe had already been leaked, including the production costs. After the couple left Chaqian Dao, they circled the streets twice. Finally, they sneaked into a small alleyway. Du Ziteng had been waiting there for a while. "Good work. Here, take this. This is what you earned. And take these free drink vouchers too." "Thank you, Brother Du." After excitedly expressing their thanks, the two left with the money and coupons through the other end of the alley. A little while after the two had left, Du Ziteng finally walked out of the alley. He took out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at the completely deserted Chaqian Dao not far away. "Humph. Daring to play dirty tricks on me. You are lucky I am a civilized person now. Otherwise I would have thrown a burlap sack over you and beaten you until you cried for your mommy and daddy." "Hello. Is this the swill contractor?" "What?" "No, I am not calling you to dispose of swill. I will pay you 10,000 RMB. You bring a cart full of swill. I will give you an address. And you intentionally spill it there." "What?" "It is uncivilized. I will add another 10,000. Night fell quietly. Sia, you did not come home tonight. Instead, she was kidnapped by Jiang Xiaohua to her place. At 8 p.m., Han Bingbing was invited by Jiang Xiaohua to their house for dinner. Following behind her was a guy in a black jacket, a white-haired boy. Bingbing is here. And little G too. Not bad. Your complexion looks much better. Hurry up and come sit by Auntie. Try the food your uncle made and see if it suits your taste. After shooting you a hostile glare, Han Ji quickly changed his expression, putting on a smile, and sat down in the seat next to Shang Xin. Thank you, Auntie. You, being inexplicably subjected to hostility, were a bit baffled. This seemed to be your first time meeting, right? Why was he so hostile towards you? Could it be that Han Bingbing, this lesbian, had been badmouthing you behind your back? The next second, Han Bingbing walked over and sat next to you. She expressionlessly answered your doubts. My brother has always admired the young miss, kind of like those brainless fans of celebrities, and you are the young miss's boyfriend? So, you understand. If looks could kill, you would have been hacked into a million pieces by now. Although Hanji being alive was all thanks to you. Seeing the older sister he worshipped since childhood taken by someone else still inevitably made him resistant. At this moment, Zheng walked out of the kitchen carrying a large bowl of ribs. Using a wet cloth to insulate his hands from the scalding bowl, he walked over quickly and placed it on the table. He let out a sigh of relief. It just came out of the pot, so it is a bit hot. Wait for it to cool down a bit before eating. I will go make some dipping sauce. These ribs are best eaten dipped in some chili. Shang Xin invited the Han siblings to dig in. You also picked up your chopsticks, picked up a piece of rib, separated the meat from the bone, and placed the meat into Jiang Xiaohua's bowl. This scene was witnessed by Han Ji, leaving a very sour taste in his mouth. Especially after seeing Jiang Xiaohua take a small bite, he felt even more depressed. He felt a sense of his idol falling from grace. During the meal, Shang Xin constantly asked Han Ji about his life abroad. You also took this opportunity to learn the siblings' background. It turned out that Han Bingbing's father and mother were both former servants of Lu Ping'an. After the two elders passed away in an accident, the old man treated Han Bingbing and Han Jie like his own biological grandchildren. Unfortunately, Han Ji suffered from a hereditary disease. He was born with poor health. So, after finishing elementary school in China, he was sent abroad for treatment by the old man. He was also a child with a tough fate. After dinner, after you and Han Bingbing finished washing the dishes, because it was getting too late, Shang Xin simply let the siblings sleep over at their house tonight. There were plenty of rooms anyway. When you opened the door to your room, Jiang Xiaohua had just finished her shower. She was sitting at the vanity blowing her hair dry. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her firm, fair and beautiful legs. You casually closed the door, sidled up to her and took the hairdryer. Wifey, your skin has gotten even fairer. Truly worthy of being the #1 beauty in the Magic City. Those celebrities are miles behind compared to you. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua crossed her legs. Cut it out. Stop kissing up to me. If you have something to say, just spit it out. I want to sleep on the bed tonight. The main thing is that the floor is too cold, and it is rock hard. I can't get used to sleeping on it. Glancing at her whining baby Yun in the vanity mirror, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. Just as she was about to speak, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and a voice called out, Sister Xiaohua, are you asleep? It is Han Ji. I have something I would like to chat with you about. Han Jie. What is he doing here so late? You pursed your lips, but still placed the hairdryer on the rack, and then went over to open the door. It revealed Han Ji standing outside in his pajamas. He was a head shorter than you, so when you looked at him, you had the feeling of a giant looking down at a dwarf. What is up, little Ji? Are you missing something in your room? Jiang Xiaohua picked up a face mask from the vanity, tore open the packaging, applied it to her face, and asked casually, No, that is not it. Han Ji looked like he had something to say but hesitated. He inadvertently glanced at you standing next to him, and said in a low voice, I do not want this guy to know. He is untrustworthy. I do not bite. Do not worry. You said speechlessly. Jiang Xiaohua said calmly. I understand. After all, this stinky little brother is always fooling around. He does look pretty unreliable. Then you go out first. All right. Call me when you guys are done. You thought she was talking to you. So you scratched your head and helplessly walked out of the room. You felt a little depressed inside. You felt as if you had fallen out of favor. Meanwhile, a clear look of joy appeared on Hanji's face. But at that moment, Jiang Xiaohua casually spoke up again. Where are you going? I was telling Hanji to go out. It seems that spending a few years abroad made you forget even the most basic domestic etiquette. Wait until you have learned proper manners before you come talk to me. As for right now, get out. Seeing her defend you like this, you felt a surge of emotion in your heart, truly worthy of being your woman. But you still had to put up a front. You cleared your throat twice and said, actually, you do not need to be so strict. It is normal for kids to have strong pride. Shut your mouth and go sit obediently on the bed. With a single sentence from Zheng Xiaohua, you were left speechless. Like a punching bag, you walked over and sat on the bed. Seeing that the older sister was truly angry, Hanji stopped throwing a tantrum. He said somewhat reluctantly, actually, I fell for a girl that I met at the hospital abroad. We have been chatting a lot online these past couple of days. We hit it off pretty well. And so I want to confess my feelings to her. A topic about love. You knew your chance to shine had arrived. At a time like this, the love guru had to step in. Hanji was just about to hand his phone to Jiang Xiaohua when you intercepted and snatched it away. You put your arm around Hanji's shoulders and said with a serious face, confessing is a very heavy topic. Better let me, a man of rich experience, guide you. After saying that, you glanced at the chat logs on the phone, and then your eyes widened. Good grief. You send a dozen messages, and she only replies to ON. And with such long intervals in between. And you call this hitting it off well. Little brother, are not you just being a total simp? No, I am not. She just has not checked her phone. Which is why she has not replied to my messages. In this day and age, who goes a whole day without looking at their phone? She is different from other people. Hanji glared at you angrily. If looks could kill, you would have died 800 times over already. You argued strongly based on reason, not yielding an inch in momentum. How is she different? She is not replying to your messages. She clearly does not like you. Listen to your big bro, quickly delete her. Save yourself some face. I have checked. Her zodiac sign just hates replying to messages. You expressionlessly handed the phone to Jiang Xiaohua. This kid is beyond saving. After Jiang Xiaohua took a look at the chat logs, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. At this point, Han Bingbing, who had been eavesdropping outside the door the whole time, could not help but walk into the room. She pointed a finger at Hanji's forehead and said, I was wondering why you have been so absent-minded lately. Turns out you have a secret crush. She does not reply to your messages, yet you keep sending them. What is going through your head? Exactly. You nodded in agreement, choosing to stand on the same front as Han Bingbing. Then you heard her say again, she is clearly testing your patience for her. You should buy a nice gift and go find her. Huh. These words left you completely dumbfounded. Your gaze darted back and forth between the siblings. The simp gene. Can it also be inherited? You two truly are biological siblings. As proud a person as Jiang Xiaohua was, how could she tolerate having two simps around her? She immediately put on a cold face and ordered you, get out and close the door behind you. I am going to give them a lesson in tough love. You took the order and walked out of the room. Soon, the miserable screams of Han Bingbing and Han Ji echoed from inside. Things were getting incredibly chaotic in there. The sound of panicked scrambling drifted out through the crack in the door. That night, a very long time passed before the commotion inside the room finally died down. When the door opened again, Han Bingbing and Han Ji, On big and On small, walked out aggrievedly with their heads hanging low. They then sluggishly walked toward their respective guest rooms. Looking at them, it was obvious they had just suffered a severe beating. You could not help but laugh out loud, reveling in their misfortune. Simp, simp, Simping to the very end leaves you with absolutely nothing. Serves you right. Because Jiang Xiaohua had worked up a sweat teaching the siblings a lesson. Her mood instantly soured. You have to understand, she had just finished taking a shower. Now she had to wash up again. Seeing you actually standing by the door chuckling secretly, she immediately and grumpily pulled you into the room. Hey, hold on. What are you doing? Am I not even allowed to laugh? No, wait. Why are you tugging at my clothes, you female hooligan? In the end, you were not able to escape the calamity either. Your hair was rubbed into a messy bird's nest, and you lay weakly on the bed. Sure enough, there is no such thing as watching a show for free in this world. After she finished disciplining you, Jiang Xiaohua finally walked towards the bathroom, fully satisfied. She casually took off her short-sleeved shirt and tossed it on the floor, revealing her fair back. You, lying on the bed, just caught a glimpse of it, and instantly resurrected with full HP. Your blood was pumping. Wifey, let me help you wash up. The answer you received was the sound of the bathroom door slamming shut forcefully. Giving you a look is already considered compensation. Do not push your luck. The splashing sound of water immediately echoed from the bathroom. The semi-transparent plastic door faintly revealed the graceful body inside. You stared, completely mesmerized. With a serious face you said, "That is okay. Just letting me listen to the sound of you showering will let me eat 3 extra bowls of rice. Get lost. Go warm up the bed for me." Because she had already showered once before. This time Jiang Xiaohua only did a simple rinse. She then walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Water droplets rolled down her hair and dripped, making you unwilling to even blink. That smooth, delicate skin, fair with a hint of rosiness, made someone want to just take a bite. For you, today was destined to be a beautiful night, even though you could not actually do anything. Just holding your wifey was already considered taking a massive step forward. The next morning, because you had to attend the author conference, you woke up very early today. You changed into slightly more formal clothes and applied some tone-up cream to your face. You looked incredibly handsome. Below the Yongxiang Group Tower, a white Porsche came to a steady stop. Inside the car, Jiang Xiaohua cupped your face in her hands, planted a sweet kiss on your lips, and then finally let go. Be a good boy while you are out. Come pick me up when you get off work. Grandpa wants us to go to his place for dinner tonight. Got it. Bye, bye. Love you. Jiang Xiaohua smiled and stepped out of the car. After closing the car door, the smile on her beautiful face vanished, replaced by a hint of coldness. Stepping in her high heels, she walked towards the building's interior with a cold and arrogant posture. After saying goodbye to Jiang Xiaohua, because it was still early, the author conference started at 10 a.m., which was still 2 hours away. You decided to drop by the shop first, to see if the scheme you devised yesterday had worked. It was currently the morning rush hour on the commercial street. The miracle traditional Chinese medicine milk tea now was no longer just considered a healthy beverage by everyone, but rather a must-have drink for breakfast. Taking own sip felt as if a person's entire spirit and energy were ignited. When you arrived at the shop, there was hardly anyone sitting inside. Jian Xiaoqian had hired 2 young female clerks. Both were high school dropouts. The salary was 4,000 RMB. They only needed to clock in full attendance for 28 days a month. Du Ziteng thought a customer had arrived and stepped forward to greet them, only to realize it was you after stepping out from behind the counter. He immediately went up and slung his arm around your neck, saying excitedly, "Old Yun, that move of yours was absolutely brilliant. Now that Chaqian Dao's milk tea costs have been fully publicized, it costs a little over 10 RMB to make, yet they have the nerve to sell it for several tens. Now no one is willing to buy milk tea from them anymore." You had noticed when you arrived that there were barely any customers in front of Chaqian Dao. So you were not surprised. You smiled and asked Sha Yu, who was busy working behind the counter, "How is it, you? Are you used to staying at Sister Xiaoqian's place? How about you move back in with us? Your sister Xiaoqian is reckless and clumsy. She definitely is not suited to take care of people." Jian Xiaoqian threw her arms around Sha Yu's waist, She waved you off with a look of disgust. Shoo. Shoo. Shoo.
You are the reckless and clumsy Own?
You is my person now. Do not even think about kidnapping her. Is not that right? You? Sister Xiaoqian treats me really well. Fine. Looks like this girl has already defected. You shook your head helplessly. You originally wanted to kidnap Xia, you. Back to have her nurse your health. Ahem. Absolutely not to treat kidney deficiency. After saying this, you turned around and left. By the roadside, there was an old man. His legs were crippled, and he was sitting on a cart, begging. He struggled to use his hands for support, to push the cart forward. In front of him sat a battered iron bowl, with several chips on its rim. Inside it was some loose change. His legs were completely ruined, yet he still struggled to survive in this world. You could not help but think of a certain foolish young man. You patted your pockets, but ended up finding nothing. After all, who carries cash when going out these days? Left with no choice, you had to walk back to the milk tea shop. Under Jiang Xiaoqian's murderous glare, you swiped a stack of red bills and a pile of loose change from the counter's drawer, putting it all into a black plastic bag. When passing by the disabled old man, you feigned nonchalance and accurately tossed the black bag into his iron bowl. Without breaking your stride or dragging your feet in the slightest, you said calmly, "Take this money and go get yourself a good meal." The old man puzzledly untied the knot on the bag. He took a look, and his cloudy eyes widened completely. He hastily looked behind him, only to find that you had already vanished into the crowd. Still, the old man gratefully bowed in the direction you had walked off. Only then did he stuff the black bag into his clothes, push his cart, and leave. He did not dare to linger any longer. But little did you know, everything you just did was coincidentally caught entirely on camera by a reporter. This video was also about to blow up on the internet, turning Miracle Milk Tea Shop into an internet-famous store, making it thoroughly famous across the Magic City. After leaving the commercial street, seeing that it was about time, you finally took your time heading towards the hotel booked by Red Apple Fiction. Your editor, Hongxi, had been waiting downstairs at the hotel bright and early. After all, as a rookie editor, having a superstar author under her wing was incredibly lucky. She had to treat you like a star in the sky and hold you up high. You spotted her from far away. She was wearing casual clothes and had very ordinary looks, leaning towards a lowly style. But her figure, baby face and huge. Using this word to describe it was nothing short of perfect. Great author Yunyi. I am right here. Hongxi waved her hand, feeling quite excited. Then the two of you exchanged greetings. This was actually the first time the two of you met in real life. Previously, you had only communicated via phone. Although Hongxi had seen photos of you and knew you were very handsome, she never expected that you would be even more stunning in person than in the photos. It was almost as if you were her dream lover brought to life. What should she do? She really wanted to pursue you. Inside the general manager's office at Yunxiang Group, Jiang Xiaohua, who was concentrating on reading documents, suddenly felt a chill run through her heart. She felt a faint sense of unease. Did she dress her scumbag of a man too handsomely today? What if he gets snatched away? After chatting with Hongxi for a bit, you followed her into the hotel elevator. During this time, it was inevitable to run into peers from the industry. But upon seeing it was Hongxi, those authors knew she was a rookie editor, so they did not pay too much attention. The two of you began chatting in low voices inside the elevator. The topics were all related to web novels. Soon, the elevator arrived. There were two staff members responsible for checking invitation letters. Just as you were about to head in, a familiar voice rang out from behind, sounding somewhat uncertain. Yunyi. Hearing your name called, you subconsciously turned around to look. To your surprise, it was actually Lik Shang, the guy who had confessed his love to Jiang Xiaohua under the company building last time. Except right now, there was an unfamiliar woman in his arms, striking a seductive pose. Seeing that it truly was the culprit who had caused him to lose face in public, Li Shang's good mood vanished instantly. He said in dissatisfaction, "Are the checks at your Red Apple company this lax? To let someone who only knows how to play petty tricks sneak in like this. Do not tell me he is also an invited VIP. Naturally, an author conference could not possibly be made up entirely of authors and editors. Some bosses from local companies would also be invited to join the festivities. You could not be bothered to entertain him. Facing the troubled looks of the staff, you said calmly, I am an invited author. If you are an author, I will do a handstand and eat shit. Li Shang would rather die than believe that a guy who dared to hold a urine-soaked mop in broad daylight to gross people out could be an author. He would much rather believe you were an invited VIP. Who could have known? Hongxi would timidly speak up at this moment. Great author Yun, you really is an invited author. Should I prepare a bowl for you? Hearing that last sentence, the staff members nearby could not help but chuckle out loud. Then they quickly held back their laughter, pretending nothing had happened. But Li Shang's face instantly turned dark. It is own thing that you had a rich, beautiful woman protecting you. He could not afford to offend her. But was a lowly editor someone he could not afford to offend either? Seeing his expression, you immediately guessed what he was thinking. You shielded Hongxi behind you. Young Master Lai seems to be in a bad mood today. You better head back. Once you have rested, think carefully about what you should and should not do. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Li Shang was furious, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Holding the woman in his arms, he turned around and walked back to the elevator. Jiang Xiaohua now had not only the Yunxiang group, but also the massive Tianmao group backing her. She was no longer someone he could afford to provoke. As a child of a wealthy family, he still clearly understood what was at stake. Yu and Hongxi walked into the venue together. After greeting the website's editor-in-chief, it was free roam time. Although they called it an exchange conference, it really was not any different from a normal gathering. The main activities were eating and making friends. Then, after receiving the gifts provided by the website, the conference would be considered over. You had come with a specific purpose this time. You quickly mingled into a circle of romance authors, constantly absorbing their experiences. You wanted to see if it would work on that woman, Zheng Xiaohua, when you got back. At the thought of being able to flip the script and become the master of the house in the future, a wave of excitement surged in your heart. After all, what man does not want to be on top? As it turned out, you had barely learned anything. Before your identity was exposed, you were surrounded by a group of romance authors. Those gleaming eyes looked like a pack of starving wolves eyeing a plump, juicy sheep. Following that, you were constantly bombarded with demands for writing techniques. For example, why do you write such realistic romance stories? To this, you could only reply helplessly, I am really just a newbie who has been in the industry for 2.5 years. I do not know any profound writing techniques. The reason it is so good is entirely because it is my autobiography. With Owen's sentence, most of the surrounding authors had their defenses shattered. Autobiography. Written so sweetly, so realistically. And you are telling us it is your autobiography. You truly deserve to die. Unable to withstand those murderous gazes, you randomly found an excuse to leave the hotel early. You constantly summarized the experiences you had just learned. If you want to determine whether someone loves you or not, do something they hate. Their reaction will be the answer to your question. Doing something Jiang Xiaohua hated. Your first thought was to find a woman to parade in front of Jiang Xiaohua. But considering the safety of your own little life, you decisively abandoned that idea. After thinking for a long time, you finally pulled out your phone and called Jiang Xiaohua. The other end picked up almost instantly. You took a deep breath, constantly calming your turbulent emotions. Then you yelled into the phone, "You awful woman, I have actually tolerated you for a long time, always getting handsy with me at the drop of a hat. If you do not apologize to me today, I am not coming home." After saying those words, your heart felt as exhilarated as a volcano about to erupt. You thought joyfully, love is inherently forgiving of everything. Since she loves me so much, how could she get angry over something so small? The experiences of all those relationship seniors absolutely would not lie. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a freezing cold voice. If you are not coming back, then do not come back. You would better never step foot in this house for the rest of your life. Inside Hoding Villa. After you parked the car in the garage, you guiltily approached the front door. It was already 9:00 p.m. Looking in from the outside, the living room was pitch black. It was exceptionally quiet. Seeing no movement inside the house, you finally let out a long sigh of relief. You were filled with endless regret. If you knew this would happen, why did you have to act tough during the day? What nonsense was testing if she loves you by doing things she hates? Now you had set yourself up so you did not even have a bed to sleep on. But making do with the sofa for on night was fine too. With a soft click of the door lock, the house door quietly opened. Your sneaky figure slipped inside, and the door closed quietly again, making a very faint sound. You groped in the dark to the sofa and lay down. Just as your heart breathed a sigh of relief, you suddenly felt something was wrong.
When did the sofa get its pillows changed?
Why is it so soft? A freezing cold voice suddenly rang out in the quiet living room. Xiaozi, turn on the lights. An electronic voice immediately responded. Okay, master. As soon as the voice faded, the living room lights instantly flared to life. The bright light made you subconsciously sit up from the sofa. Only then did you realize that Jiang Xiaohua was actually sitting right beside you. Her stunningly beautiful face carried a hint of frost, her cold eyes staring dead at you, as if she might strike at any moment. You instantly felt like crying but had no tears. Sister, it is so late. You are still not asleep. The next instant, Jiang Xiaohua forcefully grabbed your collar. Your faces were practically touching. What? Did not you say you were not coming home? What are you doing coming back now? Hurry up and get the hell out. I will pretend I never saw you. Hearing this, you guiltily gulped down your saliva. Like a helpless little bird relying on someone, you rubbed your face against Jiang Xiaohua's arm and whined, I was just joking. A joke? I took it seriously. Get lost before I lay hands on you. Otherwise, I will personally throw you out. I am not leaving. I won't leave. I am going to cling to you for the rest of my life. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaohua snorted coldly. She stopped speaking, got up, and walked toward the bedroom upstairs. Losing balance, your body fell back onto the sofa. You secretly breathed a sigh of relief inside. Halfway up the stairs, Jiang Xiaohua saw you actually lying motionless on the sofa. Furious, she took off her slipper and threw it directly at you. It hit your head with pinpoint accuracy. Ouch! You cried out in pain. Looking at the sandal in your hands, you instantly understood. Joy and a smile spread across your face. You sprinted up the stairs. Xiao Zheng, wait for me. I will warm your bed. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaohua's eyelids twitched slightly as she woke up from her sleep. Your sleeping face was right in front of her, and at this moment she was clinging tightly to you like an octopus, intimately close. Jiang Xiaohua wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, got up from the bed expressionlessly, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. The sound of the water woke you up from your erotic dreams. You groggily looked around. After coming to your senses, you yawned, got out of bed, and walked toward the bathroom. Xiao Zheng, come give me a hug. And a good morning kiss. Go away. You have not even brushed your teeth yet. You are filthy. Stay away from me. Tiksh. You did not think I was filthy when you were hugging me in your sleep in the middle of the night. Women have such double standards. What did you say? And nothing. After dressing neatly, the two of you headed downstairs one after the other, ready to enjoy breakfast. You saw Shang Xin standing by the dining table wearing an apron, placing two piping hot meals on the table. This frightened you so much that your legs went weak, and you almost tumbled down the stairs. You managed to force a smile that was uglier than crying. Mother Shang, you are cooking today. Shang Xin quickly waved her hand. I did not make this. This is the dinner little G specially prepared for you yesterday. He just learned from Bingbing that his ability to return from abroad was all thanks to you. So he specially came over last night and made this meal to show his gratitude. Han Jie, as the younger brother of that woman, Han Bingbing. Then his cooking skills. You turned your gaze to Jiang Xiaohua, who was already seated at the table. She saw through your thoughts and replied calmly. The taste is quite unforgettable. This familiar scene, this familiar answer, Your heart instantly sank halfway. Was this another kitchen disaster? Is making a meal really that hard? But the food was already heated up, and it was specially made by him just for you. Not eating a single bite would be too insulting to his kind intentions. You had no choice but to sit down, pick up your chopsticks, pick up a piece of braised pork, and put it into your mouth. The moment it entered your mouth, the aroma of meat overflowed. The meat was tender, soft, and glutinous. Your eyes went wide. It was actually this delicious. Seeing your surprised expression, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth lifted slightly. Little G has been frail and sickly since childhood, so he spends all year at home researching all sorts of things. At least when it comes to culinary skills. Even I can't find a single fault. Hurry up and finish eating. You are coming with me to Magic City University. What are we going to the university for? The college entrance exams are in 2 days. Magic City First High School invited me as an outstanding alumna to give a speech, but before that, I want to go visit my teacher. Hearing this, you were clearly taken aback. You even stopped eating. Only after swallowing the food in your mouth did you exclaim in surprise. You graduated from Magic City University too. Beside you, Sheng Xin, who was drinking porridge, smiled and said, "Not only did Xiaohua graduate from Magic City University, she actually skipped grades to finish her studies. You only entered Magic City University after that. Otherwise, the two of you probably would have met much earlier." Bringing this up made Jiang Xiaohua feel a little depressed. If heaven gave her another chance to choose, she definitely would not choose to skip grades. That way, maybe she could have spent a wonderful year on campus together with her stinky little brother. After breakfast, Shang Xin and Yun Zheng had the day off and did not go to the company. Instead, they went to prepare for matters related to their wedding. The two of them had already been together for 3 years. But because you were still in college at the time, they had only gotten their marriage certificate for now, and had not yet held a wedding ceremony. Naturally, you raised both hands in support. Then, Jiang Xiaohua dragged you out the door, getting ready to revisit her old school. Half an hour later, the luxury car stopped in front of the gates of Magic City University. Because it was Tuesday, large crowds of students were pouring into the campus, but upon seeing that Porsche, people stopped in their tracks one after another, curious to see which rich kid was driving a luxury car to school to show off. It was not until you and Jiang Xiaohua stepped out of the car that gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd. "Oh my God, is not that our 19th generation? Student Council President, Senior Jiang Xiaohua. I have seen her picture in the president's office. It is hung in the very top row." You took in all these discussions, and could not help but turn to tease her. "Xiaojiang, I did not expect you to be so famous. You were recognized the moment you showed your face." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua slightly lifted her small face, looking a bit proud, and gave a soft snort. "It is fine if you call me that at home. In public, you need to know how to address me appropriately for the occasion. When we are at work, call me President Jiang, and here at school, what should you call me? I do not know." Jiang Xiaohua frowned slightly, and annoyed, reached out to smack your cheek. Seeing that she was getting serious, you, who were acting tough just a moment ago, instantly chickened out. "Senior, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You call this a strategic compromise to pave the way for better development in the future." Jiang Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction, then hooked her arm through yours and walked towards the campus. "Let us go. Cute Junior, your senior is taking you to meet her mentor." You noticed the murderous glares coming from all around. After pondering for a moment, you felt it was best to keep a low profile. So, when passing through the crowd, you flashed a gentle smile, pointed at Jiang Xiaohua beside you, and said, "How did you know she is my wife?" Beside you, Jiang Xiaohua was left speechless by your childish behavior. But she did not stop you either. If she was not worried about her image, she would want to try doing the same. Jiang Xiaohua led you to the back mountain of the campus. The trees were dense here. If your memory served you right, this back mountain seemed to be the experimental base for students from the College of Agriculture. Usually, unauthorized personnel were forbidden to enter. To prevent these rare medicinal herbs from being damaged, They even specially arranged for security guards to guard the entrance. Soon, the two of you arrived at the entrance of the back mountain. The elderly security guard was sitting in the booth watching a live stream. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and glanced at the two people approaching. Xiaohua is here to see your teacher again. Oh, is not this the kid who tried to steal ginseng last time? Ahem. I must sternly clarify own point. That is not called stealing. That is called borrowing. Your expression was extremely awkward. You did not dare to look at Jiang Xiaohua, who had a bizarre expression beside you. Grandpa Wang, long time no see. Here's a little something I brought for you. Jiang Xiaohua was clearly old acquaintances with the security guard. She took out a carton of cigarettes from her handbag. The old man took it with a hearty laugh, swiftly took out his keys and unlocked the iron gate. With a creak, the gate opened. This was your first time setting foot in this place. You curiously looked around, but found that it did not seem particularly special. It was just that the trees were thicker. A wooden cabin came into view, with a clear stream flowing beside it. Jiang Xiaohua let go of your arm, stepped forward and pushed open the wooden door. An elderly man wearing a short-sleeved linen shirt was sitting at a desk. Wearing glasses, his eyes were fixed on the paper, completely oblivious to the fact that someone had entered the room. Jiang Xiaohua was already accustomed to this. She casually picked up the broom leaning against the door and handed it to you. She pointed at the dust and plastic trash on the floor, signaling you to sweep it clean. You took the broom in surprise and carefully swept up the trash on the floor, trying your best not to make too much noise to avoid disturbing the old man. The room was not large. You quickly cleaned up all the dust and trash on the floor, and conveniently cleared away the cobwebs in the corners as well. Looking at the refreshed room, you nodded in satisfaction. It seems you truly have a talent for being a full-time house husband. At this moment, the old man just finished his calculations. He took off his glasses and looked at Jiang Xiaohua standing next to him, a faint smile appearing on his face. Xiaojiang is here. Teacher. I happened to come to the school for some business. I saw you were focused on your research just now, so I did not disturb you. Have you eaten breakfast yet? The old man named Lu Jinzhong nodded. Jiang Xiaohua, however, exasperatedly took out a thermos from her bag, placed it on the desk in front of the old man, and said, "You definitely have not eaten breakfast. Eating breakfast is too much trouble. With that time, I might as well study for a bit longer." "No way. You must eat breakfast." Jiang Xiaohua put on a serious demeanor, emphasizing every word. Lu Jinzhong noticed you standing off to the side, and looked at Jiang Xiaohua questioningly. She pulled you over while you were in a daze, linked arms with you, and smiled. "This is my boyfriend Yinyi. This is my mentor, Lu Jinzhong. Although he does not hold any administrative position at the university, the papers he has published have won the Summit Award multiple times. He has made extraordinary achievements in the field of biology." You looked at the old man in shock. The Summit Award. Is not that the most authoritative award internationally? Only the top researchers in various fields have a chance to win it. Although you guessed that Jiang Xiaohua's teacher was extraordinary, you did not expect him to be this incredible. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaohua and Lu Jinzhong began discussing professional topics. You listened attentively from the side, nodding in agreement from time to time. You wondered why, even though they were speaking Chinese, when the words were put together, it became completely incomprehensible. Fortunately, this kind of conversation did not last too long. Jiang Xiaohua stood up to bid her teacher farewell, and led you out of the wooden cabin. "Well then, teacher, I have some things to do, so I will be leaving first. I will come visit you again next time. You must remember to eat breakfast." Little Yi? Although Xiaojiang has a somewhat eccentric personality, I will have to trouble you to be more tolerant of her bad temper. "Do not worry, teacher. She absolutely would not dare not listen to me when I speak." Leaving the wooden cabin, the confidence on your face instantly vanished. You hurriedly pulled a water bottle from your pocket, quickly twisted it open, handed it to Jiang Xiaohua's lips, and giggled. "You must be thirsty after talking so much just now. Here, wifey, have some water to soothe your throat. You still have a speech to give later." The university was quite a distance from the high school. You drove for a full half-hour before arriving. From afar, you could see the gates of Magic City First High School, with a red banner pulled across it, with the large words "Welcome Jiang Xiaohua" written on it. Thinking about how she needed to maintain a cold and aloof image later, Jiang Xiaohua took advantage of the fact that they had not arrived yet, and quickly kissed you on the cheek twice. I won't have the chance to kiss you if I want to later. You awful woman, you are acting like a hooligan again. Be a good boy and do not move. Concentrate on driving. Soon, the car came to a steady stop in front of the first high school's gate. Jiang Xiaohua got out of the car expressionlessly. Her eyes carried a hint of sharpness. Facing the flattery and fawning of the school leaders, she merely gave a cold and walked straight into the campus. You, on the other hand, only got out of the car after wiping off the lipstick marks on your face. Feeling resentful and aggrieved inside. Every time, it was this woman who took the initiative. Just wait until tonight. You absolutely had to make her cry out to heaven and earth with no response. Among the crowd welcoming her at First High School was An of Jiang Xiaohua's middle school classmates, who was now a homeroom teacher. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaohua, she did not even dare to step forward and greet her, because Jiang Xiaohua was simply too dazzling, destined to be at a height she could never reach. The lawn of First High School was currently packed with students. A photographer stood to the side, specifically recording a video, as promotional material for the school's future. Over 2,000 pairs of eyes, all uniformly, stared at Jiang Xiaohua as she walked toward the podium. She had long been accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention. Catching a glimpse of you looking awkward off stage, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth lifted slightly. She then began to share the story of her personal growth. To put it simply, it was, if there are difficulties, overcome them. If there are no difficulties, create them. Only challenges can push a person to improve. After Jiang Xiaohua finished expressing her thoughts, she glanced down at you yawning off stage, and with a faint smile into the microphone, she said, I have finished saying what I wanted to say. So next, let us have this. Big brother, come up and say a few words to you all. What the heck? You pointed at yourself. Looking at Jiang Xiaohua on stage in disbelief, the latter nodded, and said with a beaming smile, Yes. You. Stop looking around. Do not you want to say something? To the future of our motherland. Every single gaze was now gathered on you. What else could you do? You could only bite the bullet and walk onto the stage. Taking the microphone from Jiang Xiaohua's hands, you heard her soft chuckle by your ear. Darling, I am watching you. You were so mad you gritted your teeth. Suddenly, you remembered a passage you had read during college. After pondering for a moment, you awakened the long-sealed memory. Your voice was steady and powerful. The sudden burst of daylight pierces through the rifts in the clouds, scattering yearnings and hopes. Standing in the light, it feels as if you can touch the pulse of life. The light is fluid, swaying, dancing. The daylight and cloud shadows change in the blink of an eye. Walk toward the light. Let the remaining light mingle with the dust. Those who chase the light will eventually become the light. There will always be a beam of light that comes just for you, belonging solely to you, sent off by the cheers of the school leaders. Jiang Xiaohua, and you got into the car. The white Porsche's engine roared and disappeared at the end of the road. The principal let out a long sigh, suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly called over the photographer, taking the camera from his hands. The principal examined it while asking excitedly, Who was that guy just now again? Principal, I think his name is Yunyi. Right. Yunyi. Did you record everything he said on stage just now? No need to edit it. Post it directly to the official website. No problem. Inside the moving car, Jiang Xiaohua was now sweating profusely from the heat. After taking off her jacket, she was left with only a white short-sleeved shirt. She placed her hand on your shoulder. Not bad. Did you come up with those words you said on the podium yourself? How could I? That was what Lin Yu said at the college entrance ceremony. I am just a copycat. The smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face instantly vanished. She retracted her hand and expressionlessly took a tissue to wipe it. She sneered. Bringing up your ex-girlfriend in front of your current girlfriend. Scumbag.
Why do not you go die?
What else could I do? Who told you to suddenly call me up to the stage to give a speech? In the heat of the moment, those words just popped out. Besides, I think those words fit the occasion perfectly. The traffic light at the intersection ahead turned red. You seized the opportunity, swiftly wrapping an arm around Jiang Xiaohua's slender neck, and stole a kiss on her lips. Feeling that soft touch, it still carried a hint of sweet flavor. Inside the general manager's office at Tianmao Group, Han Bingbing, entrusted with heavy responsibilities by Jiang Xiaohua, was buried in her work. Han Jie sat beside her, bored to death, repeatedly picking up and putting down his phone. He pouted and complained, "Sister, I am bored to death. Why do not we go out for a stroll? I have not really gone out to look around in the 2 days since I have been back in the country." Hearing this, Han Bingbing did not even lift her head. "If you want to go, go by yourself. I still have a pile of documents waiting to be processed here. You are not a little kid anymore. Do you really need your older sister to accompany you just to go shopping?" After saying that, she simply pulled out a bank card and placed it on the desk. "There is over 2 million in here. Buy whatever catches your eye. When you come back, pick up a bottle of perfume for me. I need it for a gift." Hanji joyfully snatched up the card. After acknowledging her, he eagerly rushed out of the office. Just then, a couple walked by on the street, and their conversation drifted into his ears. "I do not know what they add to this miracle milk tea. It tastes both bitter and sweet. It is kind of addictive. This is already my 3rd cup today." Hearing their discussion, Hanji's curiosity was instantly piqued. He grabbed his car keys and got into his car, pulled out his phone to turn on the navigation, and started the engine, heading toward the commercial street. 10 minutes later, just as Hanji got out of the car, he happened to see the side door of the shop open. A girl wearing an apron walked out carrying a water bucket. Her snow-white face had a faint rosy flush, and sweat-dampened strands of hair clung to her forehead. Hanji was completely captivated by that face. He stood frozen in place, his heart pounding like thunder. So beautiful. Could she be an angel fallen from heaven? Is this the legendary feeling of a racing heart? On the way home, your appetite suddenly surged, so you turned around and rushed into a supermarket. You bought a massive pile of barbecue ingredients and seasonings, deciding to make some barbecue yourself to satisfy your craving. The preparation process for barbecue is tedious and complicated. But when a couple works together, their combined strength can cut through metal. In less than 2 hours, you brought out a large platter of barbecue from the kitchen, complete with excellent color, aroma, and taste. Why did you put so much chili? Jiang Xiaohua frowned, staring at the bright red chili powder on the platter, looking slightly displeased. You picked up a beef skewer, took a bite, and said self-righteously, "Barbecue without chili is simply a waste of good food." If I was not worried that you could not handle the spice, I originally wanted to add bird's eye chili. You should thank me for holding back. Otherwise, you would probably be crying and begging for mercy in the toilet right now, just as you were wolfing down and enjoying the delicious food. The phone in your pocket suddenly started ringing loudly. Who is it, calling at a time like this, and interrupting my foodie time? Muttering to yourself, you pulled out your phone. Because the TV volume was too loud and noisy, you had to walk to the side to answer it. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua seized the opportunity to speed up her barbecue eating. From the receiver came Hongxi's hesitant voice. "Great author Yunyi, do you remember the anime adaptation of your novel?" "I remember. Did not I already finish the content for all 12 episodes? What is wrong?" You asked in confusion. It is just that the content review in Nihon did not pass. So the production company is now demanding the return of all the fees they have already paid you. Otherwise they are going to sue you in court. The company you signed with was called Seihai. In Nihon, it was considered a mid-sized production company. After hearing Hongxi's words, you were completely dumbfounded. The review did not pass. Are not your Nihon reviews just a mere formality? Who does not know that those restricted rating anime and indescribable videos are your signature products? Now, writing a romance about an older woman and younger man, and they are not even blood-related, actually failed the review. Could it be that you guys are turning over a new leaf? But on second thought, it felt off. The review failed, and the company's first reaction was not to ask you to revise the script, but instead directly demanded a refund. It was as if they were specifically coming for the money. Instantly, a few thoughts flashed through your mind. If Sihai Company had planned to get it for free from the very beginning, then it made sense. Otherwise, given the popularity of your novel, there was no reason for them to give up so easily. Is it possible they want to use the script I wrote to secretly produce a new anime? Hearing this on the other end of the phone, your editor, Hongji, thought carefully and found this speculation to be indeed reasonable. Looking at it this way, it all made sense. The other party never intended to do a proper adaptation from the start, but rather wanted to plagiarize and take advantage. Then finally, using the failed review as an excuse, they demand you return all the fees. And it was not even illegal. It could be said that you staying up late rushing the script all this time was a complete waste of effort. You suffered a double loss. I will refund the money to them later. Let us just leave it at that. You hung up the phone and walked heavily back to the sofa to sit down. This time, you really got played by Nihon. What is wrong? Seeing your awful expression, Jiang Xiaohua, who had already wiped the barbecue clean, asked in confusion. You briefly explained what had happened. After listening, Jiang Xiaohua stared at you with a look reserved for idiots. You could not stand her expression, and said in dissatisfaction,
Why are you looking at me like that?
Do I have flowers growing on my face? I just do not understand. Why do not you find a domestic production company to adapt it for you? If worst comes to worst, we can just open our own production company. Anyway, the money you have made is more than enough to start a company. Tiksh. You know how strict domestic censorship is. Showing a bit of thigh will get you flamed. Let alone a theme like older woman, younger man romance. Seeing you speak with such conviction, Jiang Xiaohua could not help but pinch her forehead. She said calmly, strict censorship is only for ordinary people. Spend a little money to build momentum online. And as long as it is not too outrageous, who can stop you? These words left you frozen in place. You immediately jumped up from the sofa, threw your arms around Jiang Xiaohua's long legs, and rubbed your head against them affectionately. You whined playfully. Good sister, point a clear path for your humble little brother. Have some pity on your ignorant little brother. This made Jiang Xiaohua laugh out loud. She ordered, go bring my Xiaobai over here. You got it. My Xiaobai is hungry. Go prepare some good food for it. Right away. Jiang Xiaohua stretched out her slender arms and winked playfully at you. I am tired. Carry me back to my room to sleep. That soft, coquettish voice was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight into your heart. You clutched your chest. Your heart was racing. Whose girlfriend could possibly be this fatally cute? With your heart fluttering, you slipped your hands around Jiang Xiaohua's slender waist and lifted her up into your arms. With steady steps, you climbed the stairs toward the second floor. Xiaobai's confused cat eyes glanced at the retreating backs of the two of you, then looked down at the lavish cat food in front of it. But it had completely lost its appetite. In the most bustling center of Kyoto, Nihon, as the most favored industry locally, Sihai Company had made a killing in recent years. Inside the luxurious president's office, the female secretary locked the office door behind her. Stepping in her red-soled high heels, she walked gracefully to the president's side and sat down. President, why are we giving up this collaboration opportunity? The fee for the Chinese side is not much, and adapting this novel into an anime is guaranteed to be a huge success. The president was currently texting his wife, saying he had social engagements tonight and would be home late. Hearing the female secretary's question, he put down his phone, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I do not care about that little bit of money at all. What I care about is that once this novel adaptation becomes popular, it will inevitably launch merchandise. That is where the real big money is. But according to the contract, 30% of the merchandise profits has to be shared with that Chinese author. That is at least 10 million in revenue. And the best way to kick him out of the picture is to steal his work and claim it as our own. The president was clearly very adept at such underhanded tactics. After taking a sip of tea, he laughed out loud, feeling incredibly smug about his brilliant scheme. Stupid Chinese people. In their own words, This is called a boy bringing wealth. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, the president's hand slid towards the secretary's plump waist. She did not resist in the slightest. Instead, she let out a coquettish groan. President, you will have to be gentle with me later. Magic City, China. Dinner time. You brought up the idea of starting a company. This was a decision made after careful consideration. No matter how great a novel author is, they still must rely on a platform to survive. And the income they can earn is ultimately limited. If you were just an ordinary person, it would be fine. But to be worthy of a proud daughter of heaven like Jiang Xiaohua, this was merely a starting point. After hearing your plan, Shang Xin expressed her full support. Zheng originally wanted to say a few words, but after seeing his wife's murderous glare, he pursed his lips and did not ask anything else. After dinner was over, you helped Jiang Xiaohua wash her feet. The air conditioning in the room was set to 18 degrees. Feeling slightly chilly, game sound effects played. Do you wish to make an enemy of me? Heart, courage, admiration, hatred. All will distort and decay in the long river of time. Only the laws remain eternal. After angrily wailing for half an hour with multiple 648 packs, Jiang Xiaohua, with great enthusiasm, controlled her fully constellated Raiden Shogun, slaughtering everything in her path in the game world. You, beside her, pursed your lips, continuing to play your honor of babies. Stinky little brother. This game is really fun. Hurry up and download it. And come play with me. Tiksh. This is a game for losers. Do I look like the kind of person who plays this kind of game? A minute later, Jiang Xiaohua stared at the max-level account displayed on the phone, and shot you an expressionless glance. Level 60. You scratched your head awkwardly. The past is the past. The present is the present, right?
All right.
Stop looking at me with those eyes. I will take you to see the scenery. Let us change your name first. What should we change it to? My name is Lord Zheng. So you change yours to Lord Zhang's dog. That kind of name is very popular in games these days. The next day, with Secretary Yi's assistance, you successfully registered a company. The name was Bikyong Production, painting the firmament Bikyong, only for her. The process of registering a company is extremely cumbersome. Fortunately, Secretary Yi was highly experienced and well-versed in such business, coupled with the Yunxiang Group's extensive connections in this area. In just one morning, your company's registration was successfully completed. Mother Shang simply waved her hand and gifted you a building in the city center to use as your office building. Starting off with a whole building, the office location was not far from the Yunxiang Group, just a 10-minute walk. You soon arrived at the bottom of the building. The security guards at the entrance had already been notified. Seeing you approach, they immediately stepped forward to greet you, bowing slightly. Their tone was respectful. Hello, President Luo. I am the security captain, Qiang. The security work of the company will be handled by me. You have worked hard. You flashed a kind smile, then took out the Chunghwa cigarettes you had prepared, and handed a carton to each of the security guards. Take these and smoke them. By the way, how much salary did Mother Shang offer you? Guards get 10,000. Vice Captain 20,000. Captain 30,000. Secretary Yi whispered into your ear. This price was not considered low. Hearing this, you simply waved your hand and said, that is too little. How about this? Everyone's salary is doubled. Just guard the building well for me, and there will be plenty of benefits for you. Doubling the salary right off the bat. Everyone on the security team showed expressions of overjoyed surprise, giving you another deep bow. But this time, it was completely genuine. After all, who would not like a generous boss? After winning over their hearts, you walked into the building with your hands behind your back. When you saw the neat, brand new equipment in the office area, a look of joy appeared on your face. Secretary Yi, following closely behind, whispered, most of the production equipment has arrived. Some custom equipment will take a couple of days to get here. It is just that. There are currently no results regarding the production team. Bikyong is just a newly established small company. No ON is willing to jump ship at all, and mediocre teams won't be able to produce the results you want. You sighed and said, let us just leave it at this for now. We will see if there are any suitable candidates in a couple of days. Sister Yi. Thank you for working so hard for me all day today. Not at all. This is what I should do. If you have any other needs, President Yun, please command me at any time. As soon as her words fell, Secretary Yi turned and left the building. As Jiang Xiaohua's capable assistant, she was busy with numerous matters every day. Being able to spare half a day to help you handle company affairs was already exceedingly rare. You stepped into the CEO's office, turned on the computer, and downloaded your writing software, preparing to finish today's 4,000-word update first. Although the novel's popularity had slightly declined, it still maintained 2 million active readers. Halfway through, Hong Shi called. You had asked her in the morning to look for a production team, but unfortunately, Hong Shi was just a rookie editor, and the resources she could access were limited. She apologized repeatedly on the phone. By 3:00 p.m., after finishing today's writing task, you went to the bank to return Sihai Company's $1 million script fee entirely untouched. You even generously paid an extra 250 yuan. Let you guys be smug for a while? My work is not that easy to steal. After leaving the company, you drove to Miracle Milk Tea Shop, preparing to pick up Xia Yu for a banquet. Today was old Yun's 50th birthday, so Shang Xin decided to host a table at a hotel to celebrate. Business at Miracle Milk Tea Shop was extraordinarily booming, because your act of helping the disabled old man on the side of the road had been captured by the media and posted online. Once they learned you were a partner at the milk tea shop, it ushered in another wave of influencers coming to check in. Right now, since the office workers had not gotten off work yet, Jiang Xiaohua and the others were gathered around a table inside playing Fight the Landlord. The penalty for losing was having white paper strips stuck to On's face. Xiaohua's face was already completely covered in white strips. Wearing a highly aggrieved expression, she amused Jiang Xiaohua and Du Siteng so much that they could not stop laughing. You could hear their joyful laughter even from outside the shop. What is so funny? You guys look so happy. Let me play a round too. As you suddenly appeared, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face vanished instantly. She shook her head like a rattle drum. I am not playing with you. You play way too dirty. Fight the Landlord was a game that severely tested On's psychological fortitude. Jiang Xiaohua still remembered the last time they hung out. She and Du Ziteng had both lost to you so badly. Their faces ended up entirely covered in white strips. They looked exactly like two ghosts of white impermanence. Brother Yunye, what brings you here? Xia Yu asked, her voice full of pleasant surprise. After a couple of days working as a waitress in the shop, she was no longer nervous when facing you. You reached out and ruffled her hair. Today is my dad's birthday. I am here to pick you up for dinner. Mother Shang misses you too. Xia Yu nodded obediently. Just then, someone walked out from the kitchen, wearing the shop's uniform. He casually wiped his wet hands on his clothes and said excitedly, I have finished all the cleaning. You initially thought it was a new employee, but something felt off after a quick glance. Taking a closer look, you asked in astonishment, Han Jie, why are you here? Why is it you? Han Ji stood frozen in equal surprise. Recovering his composure, he said calmly, I just recovered and wanted to move around a bit, so I found something to do. Do not tell my sister. What do you mean found something to do? It is obvious you have got your eyes on our Yu. Jiang Xiaohua mercilessly exposed his lie from the side. Han Ji instantly blushed beet red, stammering nervously, No, I do not. Sister Xiaoqian, do not talk nonsense. Seeing this, you wore a knowing expression and said mockingly,
Well, little comrade.
You probably do not want your sister to know you are working outside and crushing on a colleague, right? What do you want? Han Ji stared at you warily, raising his fists in a defensive stance, looking as though if you made any sudden moves, he would strike without hesitation. You chuckled. From now on, you have to call me Brother Yun. Otherwise, I will tell your sister about your secret job. If she finds out you ran out to work right after recovering, she will definitely flip out, and I will have you pack your bags and leave right now. You can forget about ever stepping foot in this shop again. Nearby, Xia Yu spoke expressionlessly. Brother Yunye. Your lines sound exactly like a villain in a TV drama. Characters like that usually do not survive to the finale. Du Ziteng patted the young girl's shoulder. This is his true face. Be a good girl, Yu. We need to stay away from him from now on, so we do not fall into his traps. Exactly. Exactly. Jiang Xiaohua immediately chimed in. What are you two whispering about? Do not lead the kid astray. You cast a helpless glance at the two of them, then looked down at Hanji. He looked conflicted. This despicable guy actually stole his beloved sister Xiaohua away, and now he was forcing him to call him brother. But at the thought of possibly never seeing Xia Yu again, or admiring her earnest working face, Hanji finally lowered his head. His voice was so small it was barely audible. Brother Yun. Now that is more like it. What a smart kid. Seeing it was getting late, and guessing Xiao Zheng and the others had already arrived, you quickly ushered Xiao Yu and Hanji into the car. After saying goodbye to Jiang Xiaohua and Du Ziteng, you drove towards the reserved hotel. It was the evening rush hour, and traffic was heavily congested. Fortunately, the milk tea shop was not far from the hotel. Plus, with the intimidating presence of your luxury car, ordinary vehicles did not dare to get too close. You soon arrived at the hotel entrance. Jiang Xiaohua and the others were already there. You stepped into the hotel, and after passing the reception desk, immediately spotted Jiang Xiaohua in the center of the lobby. You instantly approached her with a wide grin. Wifey, I have not seen you all day and I have been going crazy missing you. Come here, give me a kiss. Just as your lips were about to touch Jiang Xiaohua's cheek, she expressionlessly pushed you away with her hand, saying lightly, so many people are watching. Are not you embarrassed? Xia Yu was pulled over by Shang Xin to sit beside her. While Hanji sat next to his sister, Han Bingbing asked in confusion, I have not seen hide nor hair of you these past 2 days. Where exactly have you been? I developed an interest in traditional Chinese medicine, so I have been studying it with Xia Yu. Hanji fluently recited the excuse he had concocted on the way over, showing no flaws whatsoever. Han Bingbing did not suspect a thing. She nodded and did not press the matter further. It was naturally a good thing for her brother to have hobbies. She had no reason to stop him. As long as he was happy, that was enough. You caught a fleeting look of worry in Han Bingbing's eyes, and asked Jiang Xiaohua in confusion, what is up with the T-Rex? She confessed to Zhu Huifei and got rejected. Jiang Xiaohua replied expressionlessly. She then stood up, grabbed a king crab from the table, sat back down, and expertly cracked the shell, placing the snow-white crab meat into your bowl. The family ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. The entire first floor had been booked out. Just to ensure they would not be disturbed, Shang Xin peeled a shrimp and fed the meat to Xia Yu, glanced at Yun Zheng who was drinking his soup, and laughed softly. Today is your 50th birthday. Tell us if you have any birthday wishes. Yun Zheng's spirit immediately lifted. With eyes shining brightly, he asked, can my future pocket money be doubled? 10,000 a month is simply not enough. Hearing that his wish was actually for more pocket money, the smile on Shang Xin's face instantly vanished. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and said coldly, do not even think about the money. Men turn bad the moment they get rich. Unless you can earn money with your own skills like Xiao Yi, and prove you can control yourself, I might consider it. You stood up abruptly. I raise both hands in agreement. Furthermore, I think 10,000 a month is indeed too much. Actually, 5,000 is plenty. Since Xiao Yi suggests so, let us just drop it down to 5,000. Yun Zheng was furious but did not dare to speak. You really are my good son? Jiang Xiaohua noticed a stone pot meat dish on the table, curiously reached out her chopsticks and picked up a piece, taking just a tiny bite and chewing slightly. Her face instantly scrunched up. It tasted both bitter and astringent, and the meat was extremely tough. She directly dropped the remaining meat into your bowl. This tastes weird. Try it yourself. Hearing this, you doubtfully picked up the piece of meat, biting right where Jiang Xiaohua had bitten. As soon as it entered your mouth, you hummed. It is definitely chicken breast, but they added some herbal spices to it. Most people indeed would not be used to this taste. After saying that, you ate the entire piece of meat and licked your lips in satisfaction. An indirect kiss. Simply wonderful. This scene happened to be witnessed by Hanji. His eyes lit up instantly. So you can play it like this. He immediately got excited and quickly mimicked your actions, using clean chopsticks to pick up a piece of stone pot meat and place it in Xia Yu's bowl. He said nonchalantly, "Here, try this." Xia Yu calmly ate it and said softly, "It is delicious." Hanji was stunned. Why was this completely different from what he expected? Was this meat actually tasty? He hurriedly picked up a piece and tossed it into his mouth. His face immediately contorted in bitterness. This is awful. This scene made you burst into laughter. Xia Yu had been studying traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. What kind of bitter taste had not she experienced? No matter how bad these dishes tasted, compared to those medicinal herbs, they were simply earthly delicacies. After everyone had been eating for about 10 minutes, a waiter wheeled in a luxurious 5-tier cake delivered from the bakery. 5 exquisite candles were placed on top, and the cake's surface featured a few small words written in chocolate. "Happy birthday, hubby." Of course, you did not come empty-handed either. Knowing your dad had a keen interest in cooking, you prepared a set of premium kitchen knives. Jiang Xiaohua gifted 2 diamond-studded watches. Han Bingbing prepared a set of exquisite teaware. Clone Pun Han Bingbing prepared a set of exquisite teaware. Han Bingbing prepared a set of exquisite teaware. Han Ji gave a high-end fountain pen. Han Ji gave a high-end fountain pen Mipon. Han Ji gave a high-end fountain pen. Han Ji gave a high-end fountain pen. And Xia Yu presented a personally brewed 10-herb tonic soup. The meal lasted until very late. After dinner, Yunjing suggested going to karaoke. The birthday celebrations finally concluded deep into the night. When you returned to your room and sat in front of the computer, inspiration flowed like a spring. You kept typing furiously until 3 a.m. If Jiang Xiaohua had not knocked hard on your head twice, you probably would have kept writing until dawn before stopping. The next morning, after breakfast, you first drove Jiang Xiaohua to her office building, and then dropped Xia Yu off at the milk tea shop. On the way, you asked casually,
You
"You are an adult now. Have you thought about getting your driver's license? Xiao Qian should be sharing a good chunk of the profits with you. Buying a car would make commuting much more convenient." Miracle Milk Tea Shop had currently launched over 10 specialty drinks, all of which were independently formulated by Xia Yu. Naturally, she received a share of the profits. They even set aside a 100,000 yuan bonus pool specifically for her. As long as she developed a new recipe, she could earn an extra bonus. So, buying a car was no financial burden for her at all. Xia Yu thought about it. It seemed that was indeed the case. But the thought of going to take the driving test alone made her feel a bit anxious. You roughly guessed her concerns, and therefore did not press the matter. After dropping Xia Yu off at the milk tea shop, you called over Hanji, who was slicing lemons. He looked disgruntled and asked, "Brother Yun, what do you need?" You threw an arm around his shoulder and chuckled softly. You seems to want to get her driver's license, but she is a little scared to go alone. Can you help her out? Upon hearing this, the disgruntled look on Hanji's face vanished as his eyes instantly lit up. They widened like brass bells, and his voice was filled with pleasant surprise. "Really? Of course it is true. Are you willing to help her?" "Of course I am. Leave it all to me. I am an experienced driver, after all." Saying that, Hanji gleefully walked back into the milk tea shop. Watching his retreating figure, you revealed a satisfied smile. If she had someone accompanying her, given that girl's personality, it should be fine. Both Hanji and Xia Yu were problem children, and severe ones at that. Oan was frail and sickly since childhood, barely having any contact with the outside world, growing up amidst the strange looks of others. The other had similarly lost her parents, completely sealing off her heart. It was precisely because of this that you were so tolerant of Hanji's previous rudeness, and why you were now personally playing matchmaker for these two young people. After all, only those who had been through similar experiences could truly understand that bone-deep pain. and thus cherish each other more. You returned to Baekhyang Company, posted recruitment notices online, and then sat alone in the empty office typing away, quietly waiting for top talent to come knocking. By noon, the temperature had soared close to a sweltering 40 degrees. There were barely any pedestrians on the streets. There were many restaurants near Baekhyang Company, and at this moment they were all packed with customers. Under such extreme heat, a disheveled and filthy man was lying under a tree in front of a restaurant, completely motionless, his life or death uncertain. The diners inside the restaurant cast curious glances. In a metropolis like Shanghai, still seeing a beggar in the central district was indeed a rare sight. The fast food restaurant owner was an aunt in her 40s. After finishing the stir-fries and seeing no new orders, she put down her ladle and picked up a prepared boxed meal nearby. She put down her ladle and picked up a prepared boxed meal nearby Riss. She put down her ladle and picked up a prepared boxed meal nearby Rai 9. She walked outside Tranak Trats, placed the food in front of the beggar, and then walked straight back inside. Seeing this, a diner eating near the door asked curiously, "Lady boss, you really have a good heart. Do you know him?" Auntie Wu smiled casually and replied, "I suppose so. His name is Li Hun. He used to be a regular here. I think he worked in animation. He was quite popular for a while. Yeah. Later, I do not know what happened, but he suddenly went bankrupt. It seems a friend absconded with his funds. I figured since he used to support my business so often, giving him a meal now and then is the least I can do. It does not cost much anyway." In the corner, you, having just finished writing and come down for lunch, had eyes full of shock. Your heart surged with emotion. You had a premonition. Your top talent had finally arrived. Your appetite vanished instantly. You got up, walked out of the fast food joint, and stopped in front of the beggar. You carefully examined that weather-beaten face. Li Hun raised his eyes and cast a glance at you, acting so bizarrely in front of him. He did not speak, just lowered his head, silently picked up the boxed lunch on the ground, and began wolfing it down. A moment later, you stroked your chin and said with keen interest, "Director Lai, are you interested in joining my production company? My company is exactly in need of a talent like you." "Not interested." Li Hun's voice was flat and lifeless. Over the years, many well-known domestic companies had invited him, yet he had rejected them all, owned by ON. Because the current domestic animation circle had completely disappointed him. You crouched down and sat cross-legged on the ground, facing rejection. There was not a trace of discouragement on your face. "I know what you want. I can give you what you want. You are worried your work will be dragged into commercial strife, or you fear that once successful I will abscond with the money. But I absolutely will not do that." Li Hun lifted his head, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. His voice carried a touch of ice. "Such words I have heard too many times. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You shrugged. "You do not have to believe my words. But we can sign a contract. I am a creator just like you. So I completely understand how you feel. In all of Shanghai, I might be the only ON who can help you. For example, I can give you absolute say in my company." Hearing this, Li Hun's face filled with shock. How was this any different from handing over ON's own company? Could there truly be such a fool in the world? "You are a madman. What you need is a madman. Is not it?" Their eyes met. Though you were young, you overflowed with confidence. He was mature and weather-beaten. Yet an endless fighting spirit seemed hidden in the depths of his eyes. "Are you coming with me?" you asked again. This time, Li Hun did not refuse as decisively as before. His eyes were filled with struggle and hesitation. A fierce internal battle was raging in his heart. A moment later, he said in a hoarse voice, "Lend me $500 first. I still owe the lady boss for the meals." "No problem." Joy appeared on your face. You reached to pull out your phone but grabbed nothing. Your smile instantly froze. Your phone was still sitting on your office desk. Yunling Group. Jiang Xiaohua was in an excellent mood at the moment, sitting in her office teasing Xiaobai. "Meow." Jiang Xiaohua imitated the cat's call. Her voice was soft and sweet, melting the bones of anyone who heard it. Just then, her phone on the desk rang with a special ringtone. breaking the idyllic moment. She picked up the phone and placed it to her ear, her other hand still tickling Xiaobai's whiskers. Hello. Xiao Jiang, save me. I came to eat without my phone. Hurry and have a security guard bring some money over. What did you just call me? Jiang Xiaohua leisurely crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair, a playful smile on her lips as she stroked Luo Xiaobai's fur. Good sister. My favorite sister. Just wait. On the other side. After hanging up, you returned the phone to the lady boss, bowing slightly and smiling apologetically. I am so sorry, lady boss. Someone is bringing the money over right away. I am definitely not the type to dine and dash. You would better not be. Otherwise, my dog-beating stick has not been practiced in vain. Yes. Yes. You are absolutely right. If I dared to eat and run, never mind beating me. You could even beat my dad. I promise I would not fight back. You and Li Hun sat on the chairs waiting for a while. Not long after, a black Mercedes parked in front of the shop. The security captain of Yunxiao Group walked in. Seeing you, he quickly bowed and said with a chuckle, Young Master Yun, I am here to pick you up. With that, the guard pulled a stack of red bills from his pocket and placed them on the table. Boss, here is our young master's meal money. See if it is enough. Young master. Hearing the guard's address, Li Hun asked doubtfully, Is your family very powerful in Shanghai? You smiled. Not exactly. My father climbed into a rich woman's bed, and I wooed the rich woman's daughter. So we do have some influence locally in Shanghai. After saying this, you took Li Hun to the nearest mall to get a complete change of clothes. You also sent a message to Hongxi, asking her to help issue an announcement, stating that the novel was preparing for an anime adaptation, and asking her to tactfully expose what Japan had done. By doing this, you were retaliating against the other party while simultaneously building hype for the anime adaptation. In half an hour, Li Hun looked like a completely different person, stripped of those beggar clothes reeking of sour stench, and dressed in a neat suit. You wasted no time and brought him straight to Baekhyang Company. Welcome to our Baekhyang production company. Because we are newly established, we have not recruited suitable employees yet. Therefore, you might be very busy for the next little while. Li Hun looked around the spacious Baekhyang office, his long-lost fighting spirit reigniting once more. He then looked at you. On the way over, he had already learned that you were planning to adapt your own novel. So he asked, How much production funding do you have? Is 10 million enough? Damn, I have never fought such a well-funded war. Almost at the same time, the news of you adapting your own novel was sent out by Hongxi, setting off massive waves across the entire web novel community. Adapting one's own web novel, even though web novels have been around for over 20 years. This was the very first time such a thing had happened. The miserable writers all shared own thought. Instead of just enjoying being a rich second-generation heir, why did you have to come and steal our rice bowls? That is not playing by the rules. Among your fanbase, Japan accounted for a very large portion. Upon hearing their favorite novel was getting an adaptation, every single Owen of them was incredibly excited, believing that only their great Japan could adapt this novel to its absolute best. In the end, it has not even passed the review stage yet. You must know that fans in Japan can be fanatical to the extreme. There was once a company that, simply because they killed off both the male and female leads, had their headquarters burned down by fans the very next day. Countless manuscripts were instantly reduced to ashes. Inside the Seihai company, President Tatsuya Saito was looking down, focused on his work. Suddenly, his secretary rushed in a panic without knocking. Gripping her phone, she cried out in alarm. This is bad, President. The company building has been surrounded by angry fans. They are all demanding an explanation from us. Tatsuya Saito froze. He did not yet understand the gravity of the situation. He took the secretary's phone and took a look, and was instantly so shocked that he stiffened in his seat. That Chinese guy actually started his own company to adapt his own book. This move is just too outrageous. What is even more terrifying is, he publicly announced the news that the review did not pass. The secretary had completely lost her composure, saying anxiously, President, how should we respond now? Tatsuya Saito's expression shifted constantly. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Issue an announcement immediately. Push all the blame onto the review board. At the same time, order the production team to speed up their progress. We must beat that Chinese guy to the punch and launch the anime into the market. We absolutely cannot let them steal our hype. After handing over full control of Bikong to Li Hun, relying on his stellar reputation in the industry, he quickly assembled a professional production team. Within the creative circle, the news of Li Hun's comeback had long spread. It attracted many people who scrambled to join. The Bikyong project was officially on track. Next up was Miracle Milk Tea Shop, which was preparing for large-scale branch expansion. The technical threshold for herbal milk tea was not high. You must act before those large chain brands realize what is happening. You must act before those large chain brands can react, and quickly roll out a network of branches across all of Shanghai. If it fails, all previous efforts will be wasted. If it succeeds, Miracle Milk Tea will be able to spread all over the country. By then, Du Ziteng and Jian Xiaoqian's marriage will also naturally fall into place. Saturday. You had originally planned to head out and continue working, but Jiang Xiaohua directly pinned you against the wall, cutting off all your routes of escape. Her stunning face showed obvious dissatisfaction. You brat. How long has it been since you took me out to play? Why does it feel like work is more important to you than I am? For an entire week, you had been running around busy. Although Jiang Xiaohua understood your situation, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. You spent less than 10 hours together each day, and most of that was spent sleeping in bed. You suddenly realized that you indeed had been neglecting Jiang Xiaohua's feelings recently. It was precisely because of work that she was constantly separated from her father. You said, full of guilt, "I am really sorry. I will spend the whole day taking you out to play today, okay? Do not be mad. Where do you want to go?" Seeing your face full of guilt, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. She reached out and gently pinched your chin. "I do not care where we go. As long as I can stick with you all day, that is enough." You thought for a moment and suggested, "Why do not we take a plane to a Jiangnan water town? They are very famous in the country." Jay Cho even mentioned them in his songs. There is also that healing novel, Female Tenant, that described the Jiangnan water towns. It should be pretty nice. Jiang Xiaohua nodded lightly, completely trusting your arrangement. Of course, traveling is more fun with more people, so you invited Du Ziteng and Jian Xiaoqian to come along. As for the others, forget it. You were afraid they would only be watching you two show off your romance if they came. It was not exactly a short trip from Shanghai to Jiangnan, but by plane it only took an hour. You directly chartered an entire private jet. After packing the clothes you needed to change into for the day, you pulled your suitcase, held Jiang Xiaohua's hand, and arrived at the airport. "You guys are way too slow." Du Ziteng walked towards you, dragging his luggage. Hearing they were going on a trip, Jian Xiaoqian had specifically changed into a black dress, but she did not overdress herself. Because no matter how elaborately she dressed up, she would ultimately only be a supporting character next to Jiang Xiaohua. You headed straight for the exclusive boarding channel. The staff led the way all the way onto the private jet. This was your first time experiencing a chartered flight service. As soon as you sat down, the flight attendant wheeled over various snacks, fruits, and drinks. They even provided customized meals. The service was simply meticulous. "Xiao Jiang, let us take a picture." You gently wrapped your arm around Jiang Xiaohua's slender neck. Your faces were almost pressed against each other. The background was a vast, boundless sea of clouds, and her unique scent lingered around your nose. Click. After taking several shots in a row, you immediately shared them to your moments. You could not help but smirk. "No way. No way. It is already summer. Are there still people who have not gone traveling?" Jiang Xiaohua seemed a little airsick, and soon fell asleep peacefully leaning on your shoulder. You were infected by her sleepiness. After the brief excitement passed, fatigue set in. Leaning against her soft hair, you closed your eyes to nap. In the adjacent seats, Jian Xiaoqian saw this heartwarming scene, then glanced at Du Ziteng, who was already snoring beside her. Annoyed, she slapped him on the head, then forcefully pulled his arm open and snuggled into his embrace. Startled awake, Du Ziteng looked dazed. Thinking he was dreaming, he naturally hugged Jiang Xiaohua tightly and fell back into a deep sleep. An hour is neither long nor short. The plane soon arrived within the borders of Jiangnan province. When you opened your eyes, you found yourself actually resting your head on Jiang Xiaohua's lap. No wonder your dreams were filled with fragrant, soft sensations. Are you awake? Jiang Xiaohua sensed your movement, looked down, and asked softly. Nope. I am still sleepwalking. You acted spoiled, lingering on her fair, tender thighs. You wanted to enjoy it for a moment longer. Opportunities to take advantage like this were truly rare. Jiang Xiaohua obviously was not going to give you the chance to keep being cheeky. Ouch. 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 Do not pull my ear. I will get up, all right. Nearby, Du Ziteng could not help but burst into loud laughter. This guy was so henpecked. He was such a pushover, a total disgrace to men. If it were him, he would have rebelled long ago. The very next second, Jiang Xiaohua used the exact same move to pinch his cheek, warning him fiercely. You big lug. Did you drool on my clothes while you were sleeping? I am innocent, Qian. Do I look like the kind of person who drools in their sleep? Wipe the drool off the corner of your mouth before you speak. There are many ancient water towns in Jiangnan, all renowned throughout the country. It was impossible to visit all of them in just 2 days. You specifically chose Ziteng ancient town in Jiacheng, which was not far from Hangzhou. After getting off the plane, it was only a 1-hour drive to get there. Just outside the airport, the entrance was already packed with taxis waiting for passengers. You were quickly targeted by an experienced driver. Smiling, he took your luggage and put it in the trunk. Come on, little bro. I will handle the luggage. You guys get in the car and make yourselves comfortable. You shook your head helplessly, and could only motion for the 3 of them to get in the car. After all the suitcases were loaded, the driver returned to the driver's seat. When he learned your destination was Ziteng ancient town, he looked a bit troubled and said, You all know how famous Ziteng is in the surrounding areas. Plus, it is Saturday. The highway is probably already backed up into a long line. It is going to be a tough drive. You immediately caught the hidden meaning in his words. The so-called tough drive actually meant he could do it, but it required extra conditions. Alipay, 1,000 yuan transferred instantly. How about now? Easy, easy. Running into old Li like me means it is your lucky day. I guarantee I will deliver you straight to the gates of Ziteng in 40 minutes. With that said, Master Li flipped open a cover panel below the car's screen. Inside was a special starting device. He flipped it straight up, and then closed it. Not gonna lie. I am the former god of Mount Akina. I have been driving this highway for a solid 7 years. I know exactly which corners hide speed cameras like the back of my hand. Hold on tight. I am about to accelerate. On Saturday, the broad highway was now jammed, with rows upon rows of immobilized vehicles. The piercing sound of honking horns was incessant. Amidst this dense stream of traffic, a yellow and green taxi was flying down the emergency lane, looking particularly conspicuous. Inside the car, you turned to look at the gridlocked traffic outside the window, and asked curiously, Master, taking the emergency lane, are not you worried about cameras or traffic police snapping a picture and deducting your points? Master Lai, with one hand steering and the other on the gear shift, smiled with a relaxed face. What is there to be afraid of? I will tell you a secret. The cameras on this stretch of road have an old glitch. Every day from morning until noon, they randomly replay previous footage. This is actually a small loophole a master left behind when I was young, deliberately hacking into the system to make street racing easier, seemingly worried that you guys might leak the secret. Master Li quickly added, I only told you the truth because I saw you were generous spenders. Do not tell anyone else. Otherwise, I will have to honestly wait in line from now on. Traffic jams, man. That feeling is worse than killing me. Do not worry. We absolutely won't run our mouths. You immediately stated your stance. Beside you, Jiang Xiaohua and the other 2 also nodded cooperatively. Du Ziteng sighed with emotion at this moment. The ways of the world are truly unpredictable. Racing used to be exclusive to the rich. I did not expect that even you, uncle, had been reduced to driving a taxi for a living. What nonsense are you spouting, young man? I drive a taxi purely to experience life. Living alone is too boring. And if I do not hold a steering wheel for a day, my whole body feels uncomfortable. This car was specially modified by me for 5 million yuan. The engine has a pro racer configuration. Du Ziteng was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Are rich people nowadays all this low-key and unpretentious? The driver's car was very fast. You could already see the long queue in front of the ancient town's ticket gate. The reserved hotel was right inside the scenic area. You booked 2 luxury suites, because the system showed they were the very last 2 available. The 2 rooms cost a total of 3,000 yuan, which included tickets to the scenic area and 3 meals a day. Facts proved that the hotel service was indeed worthy of the price. While other tourists were still queuing under the scorching sun, the 4 of you, guided by hotel staff, entered the scenic area directly. The front desk clerk inserted the room card into the power slot, and the room instantly lit up with electricity. He introduced with a smile, "Our hotel provides hanfu rentals and free admission tickets to the bars. If you need anything, just scan the QR code on the door. You can choose the hanfu style you like on your phone, and a specialist will deliver it straight to your room. Also, your tickets allow you to freely enter and exit the scenic area for the next day and a half. There is no need to buy tickets again." After explaining these details, the front desk clerk turned and left. "Ah, we can finally rest. I am half dead from exhaustion. Let me sleep first." Just as you finished speaking, you were about to dive onto the bed. But Jiang Xiaohua grabbed you by the collar. You stumbled and almost fell to the floor. "What are you doing? You slept for so long on the plane already. How can you still sleep? How can someone your age sleep so much? Come walk around outside with me first. It looks really lively and fun out there." Jiang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing her expectant expression, you scratched your head helplessly and walked towards the door. What else could you do? Who told her to be your girlfriend? Afterwards, you went to ask Du Ziteng and Jian Shaoqian. The 2 of them said it was too hot right now, and planned to wait until dark before heading out. Left with no choice, you could only accompany Jiang Xiaohua and leave the hotel alone. Inside the room, after the 2 of you left, Du Ziteng said doubtfully, "It is not as hot here as it is in Shanghai. It is only about 30 degrees. Did not we come to the ancient town to play? Why did not we go together?" Jian Shaoqian rolled her eyes at him. "No, Oan stopped you from going. But can't you feel how redundant you would be? Do you just love being a third wheel that much? You have zero situational awareness." Du Ziteng scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and shouted towards the already closed bathroom door. "Do you need me to scrub your back? My scrubbing skills are amazing. Get lost." After stepping out of the hotel, you and Jiang Xiaohua strolled through the alleys of the ancient town, took many pictures, and visited numerous attractions together. Finally, Jiang Xiaohua stopped curiously in front of a wall covered in writing. It was densely packed with all sorts of names, but a few rows of dark-colored small text stood out prominently. You also walked to her side, following her gaze and looking up. It turned out to be blessing messages left by some tourists. Seeing this scene, you bought 2 heart-shaped colorful tags from a nearby stall and handed one of them to her. "Since we are here, we should leave something behind. Just write whatever. I will find a high place to hang them up later." You placed the colorful tag flat on the bridge pier, but did not know what to write. Phrases like "peace for the family" were too ordinary. Your career was currently going quite smoothly. Should you write "wishing for good health and no disasters"? After pondering hard, you suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You picked up the ballpoint pen and wrote a line of crooked handwriting on the paper. Jiang Xiaohua also just finished writing. You reached out to grab it, but she dodged away. Frowning slightly, she said, "I am not showing it to you. Move aside, I am going to hang it up myself." Just as she finished speaking, she curiously asked, "What did you write? Let me take a look." "I won't give it to you. You did not let me see yours. Why should I let you see mine?" You quickly covered the colorful tag, your tone carrying a deliberate haughtiness. "What if I insist on seeing it?" Jiang Xiaohua exuded a domineering aura. She narrowed her eyes and stared at you. Her gaze tinged with a threatening undertone. I am still not giving it to you. You refuse to yield. You did not believe that in front of so many people, Jiang Xiaohua would dare to get physical with you in public. And indeed, that was the case. Jiang Xiaohua did not want to be seen as a shrew, so for a moment, she could not do anything to you. After the atmosphere remained deadlocked for a while, you tentatively suggested, how about we exchange and look at each other's? Although Jiang Xiaohua resisted inwardly, she really could not suppress her curiosity about what you wrote. So she had to nod slightly. Taking the lead in handing over her colorful tag, you quickly completed the exchange. After reading what you had written, Jiang Xiaohua's cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She bit her red lip lightly, and the hand holding the tag unconsciously tightened. This damn guy. I hope wifey can give me a soccer team of kids. Yun Yi. At the same time, you also clearly saw what Jiang Xiaohua had written. Unlike your handwriting, which resembled oracle bone script, her handwriting was neat and elegant. I hope my smelly little brother is healthy and safe every year, and grows old together with me. Lord Jiang, you had just finished reading, when Jiang Xiaohua grabbed you by the ear. Holding the tag, she put her hands on her hips angrily. You big meanie. Who wants to give birth to a soccer team for you? Ouch, let go. This is making a wish, is not it? Wishes should obviously be as big as possible. You tried to twist her hand away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong, okay. We won't have a soccer team. Just enough to play a table of mahjong is fine. Go to hell. By the time you returned to the hotel, Jiang Xiaohua was walking in front, and you were walking behind, covering your face and feeling wronged. You just wanted to have a couple of kids. What is wrong with that? After listening to the whole story, Jian Shaoqian said bluntly, you totally deserved that slap. You really needed a beating. Xiaohua cares so much about her face. And with so many people around, you tell her to give you babies. Is not that just asking for a beating? Who knew she would react that strongly? You curled your lip. Just then, your phone rang. It was Jiang Xiaohua calling. Her cold voice came through the phone. I am tired. Come over here immediately and be my body pillow. Hearing that you got to be a body pillow, you instantly bloomed with joy. You quickly said, coming, coming. After hanging up, you hurriedly ran out of the room, not forgetting to close the door behind you. When night fell, after eating the buffet provided by the hotel, the four of you went on a boat ride down the river, then went to sit in a bar for a while, and continued wandering around the town. It had to be said, it truly lived up to its reputation as a famous domestic tourist spot. Even at 2 a.m., the town's alleys were still filled with people. The atmosphere was even more bustling than during the day. It was not until 3 a.m. that you all returned to the hotel, conveniently bringing back some barbecue and beer. Out on the room's balcony, you ate while admiring the beautiful scenery of Zheng. By the time you finished eating, the sky was already faintly brightening. The four of you finally went to sleep. Because you stayed up playing so late last night, you slept all the way until 2 p.m. There were still 2 hours left until checkout time, which was enough for you to wander around the ancient town a bit more. After buying souvenirs, gifts for friends, and some local specialties, time unknowingly slipped away. It was not until evening that the four of you took a taxi to leave the ancient town. By the time you carried bags big and small back home, it was already 7 p.m. When the house door opened, Shang Xin was lying on the sofa, watching the latest romance drama with old Yun. Seeing the two young ones return, Yun Zheng quickly put on his shoes, stepped forward to take the gift boxes from your hands, and place them on the table. Why did you buy so much stuff? Shang Xin looked at her daughter, sat up slightly, and smiled radiantly, saying, how was it? Was Sitang ancient town fun? Traveling feels pretty good, right? Jiang Xiaohua changed into her slippers and walked upstairs. Her voice was calm as still water, but you could sense the joy within it. It was all right. If this pighead did not make me mad, it would have been even better. You wanted to retort. But remembering that you were at home, you did not want to end up sleeping on the floor later. Mother Shang, I bought a bracelet for you while I was walking around. Put it on your wrist and see if it looks good. How thoughtful of you, Xiao Yi. The texture feels quite nice.
Wait a minute, son.
Do you really have nothing to give to your old man? Did not I buy you a whole bunch of food over there? Your dad has pampered you for nothing all these years. I am going back to my room to sleep. Is that so? Then it looks like I will just have to throw away this Buddha bracelet I bought. Hey, wait, give it to me. Why throw away a perfectly good thing? Give it to me, I want it. After a period of liveliness in the living room, it finally quieted down after a long while. You were indeed tired after playing all day. After saying goodnight, you went upstairs to your room to sleep. Monday morning. After dropping Jiang Xiaohua off at her office building, you arrived at Biqiang Company. Good morning, President Yun. The security team respectfully bowed and greeted you. Good morning. Here, these are some gifts I bought while traveling yesterday. Share them amongst yourselves. You replied, handing the gift bags in your hands to the two security captains, and then walked into the company. The security guards whispered among themselves. President Yun is surprisingly nice. He even brought things back for us subordinates after his trip. You went all the way to the vice president's office. Li Hun had arrived early. He was currently burying his head, typing away at the computer, calculating some data. How's it going? Just as you finished asking, Li Hun finally noticed your arrival. He stood up abruptly. His brows furrowed tightly as he said, "The situation is a bit grim." Immediately after, Li Hun handed his phone to you. On the screen was an announcement, not published domestically, but from Japan. Sihai Company has already released the first PV, and My Cute Stepsister will be released by October at the latest. We have only just assembled our full team here. In terms of progress, it is absolutely impossible to release it before Sihai Company does. My Cute Stepsister was the anime Sihai Company, copied and created based on the script you wrote. In the anime community, no one cares where the source comes from. Whoever releases it first is considered the original creator. Anyone who comes after will be branded as a plagiarist. Is there really no solution? A touch of worry appeared between your brows. As you asked, it is not that there are none. Li Hun hesitated for a moment before saying, a 2D anime adaptation is definitely too late now. But if it is 3D, the efficiency can be improved significantly. But Li Hun did not need to finish his sentence. You could already guess what he meant. The main audience for your work was in Japan. However, 3D anime was considered an anomaly in Japan. They only accepted 2D animation. If it were adapted into a 3D anime, it would be tantamount to giving up the Japanese market. Just proceed at your current pace. I will figure something out. Leaving those words behind, you turned and walked out of the vice president's office, heavy-hearted. Your brain was spinning rapidly, constantly thinking of a solution, since your own brain could not figure it out. Then borrow someone else's. So, after buying 2 cups of milk tea by the roadside, you drove to Yunling Group. Zheng Xiaohua was discussing something with Secretary Yi. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts. She immediately frowned and looked towards the door. But upon seeing it was you, the displeasure on her face dissipated. She instructed Secretary Yi, "You can leave for now. Hand me a detailed report by noon." Understood, President Zheng. Secretary Yi politely nodded to you as you walked in, then walked out of the office, closing the door behind her. Did not you just leave? Why are you back so soon? With no outsiders around. Jiang Xiaohua's posture instantly became languid. Rolling her neck, she walked over to the cat cage in the corner of the office and scooped up the lazy little white cat. You placed the milk tea on the desk, walked behind her, and gave her a shoulder massage. Then briefly described the current difficulties you were facing. Jiang Xiaohua had previously gone on a business trip to Japan, which meant she likely had certain connections there. After listening to your story, Jiang Xiaohua leaned back in her executive chair and said in a cool voice, "You should go find Bingbing for this." She stayed in Japan for 4 whole years. She might not have official government ties, but she knows a lot of people in the underworld. She should be able to help you solve this difficult problem. You suddenly saw the light. Your massaging hands stopped. Then you quickly strode out of the office. I will come back for you later. Seeing you run off so decisively, Jiang Xiaohua called out to you in exasperation. Wait. It is time for Xiaobai's vaccinations. Take him to get his shots. Saying that, Jiang Xiaohua gently patted the white cat's bottom in her arms. Go to your stinky dad. Understanding her meaning, Yun Xiaobai reluctantly got up, leapt onto the floor, and in the blink of an eye climbed onto your shoulder, meowing softly, to the orders of Sister Boss. How could you dare to disobey? You left with Xiaobai. First, you drove Yun Xiaobai to the nearest pet hospital. After instructing the vet to administer vaccines and do a full checkup, you hurriedly rushed to the commercial district where Tianmao Group was located. You had dropped Jiang Xiaohua off here a few times before. Therefore, the security guards at the entrance simply nodded at you upon seeing you, letting you pass unimpeded. A new security guard curiously leaned into the captain's ear. Captain, who was that guy just now? He looks unfamiliar. Is he also from our group? The captain replied calmly. He is not from our group, but half the group belongs to him. You quickly arrived outside Han Bingbing's office and pushed the door open. A trace of surprise flashed in Han Bingbing's eyes. After learning the purpose of your visit, the corners of Han Bingbing's mouth curled up slightly. This is a piece of cake. I will definitely handle it beautifully for you. Consider it payback for taking care of Hanji these past few days. Seeing how lightly she spoke of it, you instead became somewhat suspicious. Something that had you pulling your hair out turned out to be a trivial matter to her. In the end, somewhat reluctantly, you decided to trust this woman this once. You left Tianmao Group to await good news. After you left, Han Bingbing unhurriedly opened the drawer by her feet and pulled out an old-fashioned brick phone. Unlocking it, she opened the contacts list. There were only 5 numbers saved in it. She selected the first number and dialed. After a moment, the call connected. A voice speaking pure Japanese came from the other end. Big sister, what made you think to call me? I need you to handle a little trouble. Han Bingbing explained the general situation to him. The man on the other end was dumbfounded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in confusion. Big sister, so you want me to go and steal the manuscripts from that something high company? Steal my foot? What if you get caught? This is a society governed by law now. We can't do illegal things. Find someone to set the company on fire at night. Would not that work? Huh. But did not you just say it is a society governed by law and we can't break the law? Are you an idiot? It is only breaking the law if you get caught. Can't you use your brain a little more? The man on the other end grumbled a wronged acknowledgement, and the phone hung up. That very night, a fire broke out in Japan. After inspection by firefighters, it was preliminarily determined to be caused by a circuit overload. It was ruled an accident. When you arrived at the company early the next morning, you heard this good news from Li Hun. Your expression immediately became peculiar. You only spoke to Han Bingbing yesterday, and that very night, Sihai Company caught fire. All their manuscripts were destroyed. This was far too coincidental. This woman's methods were terrifying. It seemed you could not easily provoke her in the future. Meanwhile, Tatsuya Saito on the other end was miserable. Not only did he now have to compensate the landlord a large sum, he also had to pay a massive penalty for breach of contract. Adding it all up, it was enough to bankrupt him completely, because the office building had burned down. Tatsuya Saito was currently at home listening to his secretary's report. His face was surprisingly calm. This made the secretary's panicked heart settle down a bit. The boss's expression was so calm, which meant there was still a way out of this. After the secretary finished reporting, Tatsuya Saito stood up with a serious expression and said, "Although this was an accident, I must also admit a certain degree of responsibility. Go tell the company employees. They will have a own month paid vacation. Once the new office location is selected, everyone will receive an additional 200,000 yen bonus. Boss, you are truly too responsible." The secretary was somewhat moved. Even tearing up, Tatsuya Saito's image in her heart magnified infinitely. Who would not love such a responsible, good man? Go tell everyone first. I still have some matters to handle later. Yes, boss. The secretary excitedly clutched the documents and left with large strides. Wait until the roar of the car engine outside faded away. Tatsuya Saito finally stood up, walked to the door to confirm the secretary was gone, and hurriedly took out his phone to call his wife who was at work. Honey, hurry home right now. I have already booked flights for us to leave the country at noon. What? Work. Oh my god. At a time like this, what work is there to do? Hurry home. We are preparing to leave the country. I still have 100 million yen left. It is enough for us to go to a small country and spend the rest of our lives. If the departed secretary had heard these words, she probably would have fainted from sheer anger. You sly dog. Damn you to hell. After Sihai Company went bankrupt, Bikiong Company also slowed down its production pace. You decided to meticulously polish every single detail, striving to perfect the work to the extreme before releasing it. With the matter resolved, you felt completely relaxed. You walked with a spring in your step. Even the dogs on the street seemed to circle around you twice. Early the next morning, before you and Jiang Xiaohua had even woken up from your dreams, the bedroom door was abruptly pushed open. A small figure directly pounced onto the bed, startling both of you wide awake. Brother Yunye, Sister Xiaohua. Xiao Meng is here to see you. The sun is already shining on your butts. Stop sleeping. Hurry up and play with Xiao Meng. You picked the little girl up with own hand and rubbed your eyes helplessly. Disturbing people's sweet dreams this early in the morning. Who brought you here? Go play downstairs for a bit first. Big brother needs to change clothes. You can't peek, Luo Xiaomeng asked curiously. Why not? You smiled and tapped her little nose. Because Big Brother's body is too good. I am afraid that after you see it, you will start fighting with your sister over me. Luo Xiaomeng curled her lips. Stinky brother is so narcissistic. After the little girl left, you and Jiang Xiaohua got out of bed and started changing clothes. Since there were guests at home, you definitely had to go downstairs to greet them. Otherwise, it would be extremely impolite. On the sofa in the living room, Shang Xin was chatting with your aunt, Yun Chuing. Sitting next to old Yun was a man, your aunt's husband, Luo Hong. Auntie, uncle, what brings you here? You walked downstairs and asked curiously. Lu Xiaomeng, who was playing with a toy, raised her hand to answer first. Because Meng Meng won a prize. It is 5 tickets to the swimming pool. But mommy, daddy, and I combined are only 3 people. There are 2 extra tickets. So we came to take brother and sister to play. As the little girl said this, her cheeks were full of pride. She felt a great sense of accomplishment. Shang Xin was amused by the girl. It is a rare opportunity. Let us just all go together. I have not been swimming in a long time either. Hearing that you were going to the swimming pool, an image instantly popped into your mind. Jiang Xiaohua walking towards you wearing a black bikini swimsuit. That slender waist without an ounce of excess fat. Those perky buttocks. Those perfectly proportioned long legs and delicate feet. Seeming to sense something, Jiang Xiaohua suddenly pinched your ear and snorted coldly. You were not just thinking about something dirty, were you? How is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person? You cried out in pain, flatly denying her words. Sister, Meng Meng will help you teach brother a lesson. Lu Xiaomeng trotted over excitedly, grabbed your leg, and bit down on it. Unable to watch this, Yun Chuing hurriedly picked up her precious daughter, rolled her eyes at her, and said, Who taught you to bite people? So dirty. There are germs. Be careful you do not get sick. You muttered in your heart. Why do I feel like you are cursing me out in a roundabout way? After tidying up simply, everyone walked out of the house. You planned to go buy swimsuits first. Jiang Xiaohua used to have own. But her body had developed quite a bit over the past 2 years. It obviously could not contain her full curves anymore. Because there were many people. You drove out of the garage. A commercial van you had bought a while ago. Spacious and comfortable, it fit exactly 7 people. Meanwhile, inside Bikiong Production Company, Li Hun was adapting the plot as usual. Anime is different from novels. The target audience is different. Therefore, the broadcasted video needs to be appropriately modified. More importantly, domestic censorship is unusually strict. So some scenes had to be deleted. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office door. The secretary walked in and reported, Director, The security guards downstairs reported that a man named Gao Yao, claiming to be your good brother, is clamoring at the company entrance to see you. Gao Yao. The moment he heard this name, Li Hun could not help but recall fragments of memories from the past. The anger in his heart instantly boiled over. Back then, he had secured several contracts, but as a result of this good brother stabbing him in the back and absconding abroad with the funds at a critical moment, he ended up reduced to becoming a beggar. And now this guy actually dared to come looking for him. Let him up. Li Hun's voice suppressed towering rage. He did not erupt on the spot. He wanted to see what this former good brother wanted by coming to him. After the secretary left, Li Hun leaned back in his chair, physically and mentally exhausted. Gazing up at the ceiling, scenes from the past surfaced in his mind. Li Hun used to have two ironclad buddies, Gao Yao and Shu Wei. The three of them attended the same university, lived in the same dorm, and were inseparable during holidays and breaks. Thus, they were dubbed the Iron Triangle by their classmates. He had dreamed since childhood of producing an animation that would shake the world. He fought relentlessly for this. Finally, after graduating together with his two brothers, he founded the first production company of his life. Afterwards, he neglected sleep and food, spending 2 years to create a masterpiece animated short film. With its brilliant action sequences, it swept the entire anime community, attracting numerous well-known investors vying to cooperate. But right at the critical moment, when he was just one step away from his dream, his most trusted brother, Gao Yao, absconded with all the company's funds and fled abroad, never to be heard from again. The sound of footsteps outside the door interrupted Li Hun's memories. Following that, the office door opened again. This time, the secretary was followed by a yellow-haired man, wearing a floral shirt and a gold chain around his neck. He dressed very fashionably. It was exactly his former brother, Gao Yao. Seeing that both familiar and unfamiliar face, Li Hun's expression instantly turned cold. Without getting up, he said in an icy tone, "Gao Yao, you still have the face to come looking for me. Believe it or not, with Owen phone call, I can have the police lock you up. Believe it or not, with Owen phone call, I can have the police lock you up. The crimes you committed are enough to put you in jail for over a decade." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the secretary wisely left immediately and closed the door behind her. After the secretary left, Gao Yao put his hands in his pockets, walked over and sat on the sofa nearby. He smiled with a confident expression. "You would not do that, right? After all, I am your best brother." This sentence completely enraged Li Hun. He slammed the desk hard and stood up, roaring angrily, "I do not have a brother like you. It seems that after all these years, you still have no remorse. What exactly do you want by coming to me?" The frivolous smile on Gao Yao's face faded. Looking serious, he said, "Actually, I have figured it out over these years. I still like working with you. What I did before was wrong. So, I hope you can give me a chance. I want to rush to the top together with you." As he said this, Gao Yao's gaze was sincere, making On involuntarily want to believe him. But Li Hun had once been deceived by this exact face. How could he fall for it again now? "You would better roll as far away as possible right now. Otherwise, I guarantee I will make you regret returning to the country." Saying that, he picked up his phone, staring back at Gao Yao with indifferent eyes. Gao Yao began to panic inwardly. He did not expect this routine of his to be ineffective. Thinking of those debts abroad, he gritted his teeth, actually walked up to him, and directly knelt down. "I know I did a lot of wrong things in the past, but please, give me one more chance. All the money I took was swindled away from me. My mother is currently sick and hospitalized. Li Hun, just for the sake of our many years of brotherhood, let me work with you." Hearing that his aunt was sick, Li Hun suddenly hesitated. In the past, Gao Yao's mother had indeed taken great care of him. If what Gao Yao said was true, but hesitating for only a moment, Yun Yi's figure surfaced in Li Hun's mind. Li Hun's tone turned cold and stern again. "I will give you 3 seconds. Get lost. If Auntie is truly sick, I will definitely go see her. I know exactly where your house is. Do not think I will still sympathize with you." Hearing these words, A hint of gloom flashed in Gao Yao's eyes. Then he actually got up and left. He did not expect his heart to have become so firm. It seemed he could only increase the stakes. At the thought of the cruel methods of those foreign creditors, Gao Yao could not help but shudder in his heart. If he did not gather 5 million within a year, those people would definitely track him down via the GPS and kill him. Exciting the office. Gao Yao took out his phone. Hello. Su Wei. Meanwhile, on the other side. At Midsummer Swimming Pool. After queuing for a short while, it was your turn. Lu Xiaoming took out 5 tickets and placed them on the desk. In a childish voice, she said, Big sister, these are our tickets. Hearing this sweet, soft voice, the ticket inspector lady's heart almost melted. She took the tickets. She said with a radiant smile, These are tickets for the public pool. Valid for 5 hours. Have a great time. Holding the little toddler, you froze and asked instinctively, A public pool? Is not it private? The ticket inspector lady patiently explained upon hearing this. These distributed tickets are for the public pool, of course. Our swimming center also offers private pools, but they require an additional fee. The price is 1,000 yuan for 8 hours. Sir, what do you think? Oh, 1,000 yuan for 8 hours. Hearing this price, Yun Chuying cried out in shock. This was her salary for 5 whole days, and it would only buy 8 hours of swimming time. Beside her, Shang Xin said understandingly, If that is the case, then let us just go to the public pool. No way. Before Shang Xin could even finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yun Zheng, Yu, and Luo Hong, all speaking in unison. The 3 men's attitudes were unusually firm, and they then shouted together, We will book a private pool. Are you kidding? With wives this beautiful, going to a public pool would mean being stared at endlessly by creeps. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Jiang Xiaohua saw through your thoughts at a glance and said speechlessly, Why are you guys reacting so strongly? The female ticket inspector quickly processed the service. Then, a staff member dressed in a sea blue uniform walked over, bowed slightly, and said, Everyone, please follow me. Guided by the staff member, you arrived at the private pool. Looking around, within the over 400 square meter space, all sorts of water facilities were readily available. I am going to change into my swimsuit. If you dare to peek, I will never let you sleep in the same bed as me again. After throwing you this threatening warning, Jiang Xiaohua finally felt at ease holding the bag with her swimsuit and walked toward the changing room. You curled your lip. Peek. Do I look like that kind of person? There is not even the most basic level of trust. The love is gone. As soon as your voice fell, Jiang Xiaohua had already entered the changing room and locked the door. Yet your feet uncontrollably shuffled closer to the changing room. You absolutely did not want to peek. You were just worried about your wifey's safety. After Jiang Xiaohua, Shang Xin, Yun Chuying, and Luo Xiaoming entered the changing room, the 3 of you men exchanged a glance and swiftly took off your shirts and pants. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, entirely prioritizing speed. Not long after, Lu Xiaoming, wearing her newly bought children's swim skirt, ran up to Luo Hong and spun around in a circle, asking in her milky, childish voice, Daddy, does my little skirt look pretty? Pretty, very pretty. After saying that, Luo Hong walked up to his wife, Yun Chuying, gave a thumbs up, and praised, Wifey, you are so beautiful. Those celebrities with heavy filters are no match for you at all. Being able to marry such a beautiful wife is truly my blessing. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoming stomped her feet in a huff and was just about to find her brother to show off, only to find that you were following right behind Jiang Xiaohua, grinning from ear to ear. Who knows if the pool was fun or not, but the 3 men definitely feasted their eyes enough. After changing into her swimsuit, Jiang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to get into the water. Instead, she reached out to gently touch the surface of the water, then pulled back as if she had been electrocuted. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, instantly losing her interest in getting in. This water is a bit cold, and it is so clear. Who knows if they put some weird chemicals in it? Right at this moment, you quietly sneaked up behind her. Seeing her hesitating, sitting by the pool not daring to go in. A wicked smile appeared on your face. You then unhesitatingly placed your foot on her back and pushed Jiang Xiaohua into the water. The sound of her falling into the water erupted with a loud splash. Instantly, water splashed everywhere. The pool was about 1 meter deep, which, for a normal adult, was absolutely nothing. But after Jiang Xiaohua fell into the pool, she kept thrashing and struggling in the water. Her face was full of panic. Just as she tried to speak, she sank below the surface. Seeing this, your expression changed drastically. Oh crap! Do not tell me this woman can't swim. For someone who can't swim, let alone 1 meter, even half a meter can be fatal. Without time to think further, you leaped into the pool. As a result, you were caught right in Jiang Xiaohua's grasp. She suddenly stopped struggling, her hands firmly gripping your neck. She let out a cold sneer. You stinky brat. You have got a lot of nerve. From childhood until now, no one has dared to kick me. You are the first. Have you decided how you want to die? Hee, how about we talk this over? Just do not hit the face, okay? Large splashes of water immediately kicked up in the pool, accompanied from time to time by your miserable screams. After being trampled by Jiang Xiaohua for half an hour, you lay weakly by the edge of the pool. Although your body was in endless pain, your spirit was incredibly satisfied. After all, during the interaction, some physical contact was inevitable. After swimming for a little while longer, Zheng and Shang got out of the water, sitting on the lounge chairs to rest. They casually grabbed the fruit platter from the table and began eating. Soon, you could not hold on anymore either, and got out of the pool with Jiang Xiaohua. After resting for a bit, a tired Luo Xiaoming clamored to go home. Today's swimming trip had to end here. At night, your group had dinner at your aunt's house. It was not until 11 p.m. that it got too late. You all decided to just stay the night at your aunt's house. There were 3 rooms in total. Mother Shang and your aunt slept in the master bedroom. Jiang Xiaohua stayed in Luo Xiaoming's small room. Old Yun and your uncle slept in the last room. Poor you could only make do with the sofa. The next morning, Li Hun arrived at the company early as usual. He did not head straight to his office. Instead, he walked toward the production team, planning to check the previous day's work progress, to ensure nothing was amiss. This was his consistent working habit. When Li Hun stepped into the production team's office area, he spotted a familiar figure. Only after getting closer did he recognize it was actually Gao Yao. Seeing the employee badge on his chest, Li Hun could not help but freeze. Why are you here? Gao Yao was busy cleaning the desks. Seeing Li Hun appear, he put down the rag in his hand and laughed heartily. I am now also a member of Bikyong.
Why can't I be here?
Just as Li Hun was about to speak again, the door to the adjacent director's office suddenly opened. Director Xu Wei walked out. Seeing Li Hun, he was not surprised at all. He walked straight over, put his arm around his shoulder, and smiled. Surprised, old Li? I did not expect that after so many years. Our iron triangle could reunite again. The past is in the past, old Li. Old Gao knows he was wrong. We are all brothers. Forgive him this once. Who can guarantee they will never make a mistake?
Right.
Gao Yao took the opportunity to say, Old Li, brother Li, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive your brother for his past actions. I am sorry for letting you down. From now on, I will work like a horse for you. Okay. Saying that, Gao Yao reached out to hug his neck, but was dodged by Li Hun stepping back. His gaze remained fixed on him coldly. People do make mistakes, but it depends on what kind of mistake. There are some bottom lines that can never be crossed in a lifetime. Since you did it, you should have the resolve to bear the consequences. Gao Yao, I will give you own last chance. Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise I really will call the police and make you bear the legal responsibility. As soon as these words came out, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense, so oppressive and heavy that the smile on Gao Yao's face gradually froze. The smile vanished from Xu Wei's face. Li Hun, you have changed. You never used to be this narrow-minded. Our many years of brotherhood, are they going to be completely severed over own mistake? Do not you think you are going too far? If you absolutely have to fire old Gao, Then fire me too. Obviously. Between Li Hun and Gao Yao, Su Wei had chosen the latter. He completely could not understand why Li Hun had to be so ruthless. Perhaps it was because when Gao Yao absconded with the funds, his losses were the smallest, compared to Li Hun's massive debt of tens of millions. Based on his shares, he only had to bear a few tens of thousands of yuan, so he did not feel it was that serious. Looking at the two men standing on the same united front, Li Hun finally let out a bitter laugh. Only at this moment did he truly understand that he, Shu Wei, and Gao Yao were fundamentally not on the same path. The road to climbing the peak is destined to be lonely, with no room for any entanglements. Old lie, I am begging you, even if it is not for the sake of our many years of brotherhood, just do me a favor, and let that matter go. Even up until now, Shu Wei still wanted to persuade Li Hun. He failed to notice Li Hun's eyes growing increasingly cold. With every word he spoke, the coldness intensified by a fraction. Gao Yao, protected behind Shu Wei, remained unchanged on the surface. But inwardly, he was already thoroughly excited. Based on his understanding of Li Hun, with Shu Wei vouching for him, the loyal and emotional Li Hun would definitely compromise. When the time came, he would just need to slowly infiltrate the company's upper management, pull off another sabotage from within. And by then, would not he be free to fly high? Unaware he was being used, Shu Wei kept trying to persuade him. After he finished speaking, there was no longer the slightest trace of nostalgia in Li Hun's eyes. Since you value your relationship with Gao Yao so much, then leave with him. By the end of today, send your resignation letter to my office. After saying that, Li Hun could not be bothered to cast another glance at the two. He turned and walked to the elevator, pressed the button, and walked right in. Shu Wei stood dumbfounded on the spot. He still had not fully processed it. Li Hun was actually firing him. What right did he have? Even Gao Yao was shocked by Li Hun's actions. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. Should not this have been the moment he yielded? At this moment, only one thought remained in both their minds. Li Hun had changed. A moment later, Shu Wei finally snapped out of it. A mix of emotions churned in his heart. Anger surged straight from the depths of his heart to his head. Suppressing his rage, Shu Wei said, "This bastard. To think I considered him a brother in the past, and he actually does not care about our relationship at all. Maybe there is still a way." After a brief panic, Gao Yao quickly calmed down. His eyes darted around, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind. He then leaned into Shu Wei's ear and whispered a few words. Shu Wei's expression shifted slightly. Although tempted, he feigned hesitation and said, "Is that really a good idea? We were brothers in the past, after all." Seeing this, Gao Yao said with frustration at his lack of resolve, "You treat him like a brother. But does he treat you like Owen? He won't even give you a shred of face. He purely views you as a tool." These words completely solidified Shu Wei's resolve. "Fine. Let us do it." In the morning, after Yun Chuiying and Luo Hong finished breakfast, they hurried out to work. Before leaving, they instructed you to drop little Meng Meng off at her grandpa's house. Leaving this little girl home alone was no different from raising a husky. The house would probably be torn down to ruins. After you dropped off the little girl and Jiang Xiaohua, you arrived at Biqiang Company in no particular rush. Just as you parked the car, Jiang Xiaohua sent a message. "I noticed your shoes look a bit old. Pick me up earlier today. Let us go buy you 2 pairs of casual shoes. There is no need to go to so much trouble. I can just grab a couple pairs on my way back from work. Do you know how to choose? Do you know which materials are comfortable to wear? Do you know which color combinations look best? This is me notifying you, not asking for your opinion." "Yes, madam." After replying to the message, you smiled helplessly, warmth welling up in your heart. You pushed open the car door and walked toward the company building. The feeling of being cared for by your wifey was truly wonderful. It was another beautiful day. At this time, Shu Wei, who had been squatting in the corner, suddenly patted Gao Yao beside him, gesturing for him to look in your direction. The two of them scrambled up nimbly. "President Luo." Hearing someone calling you, you paused and instinctively looked to your right. Seeing Shu Wei running over hurriedly, you asked in confusion, I remember you are that friend of Li Hun's. Because it was your first time running a company. You were very cautious in hiring people. The management layer of Baekyong had all been personally interviewed by you. Add to that the fact that Xu Wei was brought in by Li Hun. You had some impression of him. Seeing that you actually remembered him. A flash of joy crossed Xu Wei's face. Then, adding plenty of embellishments. He described Li Hun's behavior from that morning. Not a single word was mentioned about Gao Yao absconding with the money back in the day. Gao Yao patted his chest and promised, President Luo, you look like a man of great righteousness. You absolutely cannot let Li Hun continue to do whatever he wants in your company. Rest assured, anything Li Hun can do, Xu Wei and I can do too. Plus, we do not need any shares in the company. After all, we are just employees. Facing their expectant gazes, not only were you unpleased, you instead revealed a look of disdain. I say, are not you guys taking yourselves a bit too seriously? Ah, what do you mean by that? Xu Wei and Gao Yao froze at the same time. You turned around to face them directly, your voice cold as you said, this unbearable Li Hun you're talking about is the person I personally invited to the company. By belittling him so much, are not you indirectly saying that my judgment is terrible?
This?
Gao Yao and Xu Wei stammered, unable to speak. They were both production staff, not at all proficient in the worldly wisdom of the business sector. Their rhetorical skills were even more unpresentable. How could they have known that a single sentence would actually offend you? But this was not over. Your gaze fell upon Xu Wei, and you mercilessly spoke again. And you? What do you mean anything Li Hun can do? You can do too. If we compare Li Hun to a piece of merchandise, you two are not even qualified to be the free gifts. People who have no self-awareness of their own abilities are not needed in our company. Having you here would just be a waste of resources. After snorting disdainfully, you ignored their reactions and walked straight into the company. In your mind, you did not forget to instruct the security guard at the door. Keep a close eye out. Do not let these two pieces of trash sneak their way in to waste our air with just a few short sentences. Xu Wei and Gao Yao's inner worlds completely collapsed. Their dignity as human beings had been crushed to pieces by you. They actually were not even qualified to be free gifts alongside Li Hun. Thinking about how if he could not earn 5 million within a year, he would have his organs harvested. Gao Yao slumped helplessly to the ground. His face was completely filled with panic. In a voice only he could hear, he muttered softly, "It is over. It is completely over now." Unlike Gao Yao's helplessness, Xu Wei beside him was completely blinded by rage. The fact that his skills were inferior to Li Hun's was something he obviously understood, but he simply refused to admit it. Xu Wei glared at the Baekyong building with jealous hatred. This is not over. I will definitely make you repay this humiliation twofold. You arrived outside the vice president's office and pushed the door open. Inside, Li Hun had his back to you. His gaze was fixed on the street outside the building. It was unclear what he was thinking about. Falling out with friends and becoming enemies does not feel good, does it? Hearing your voice, Li Hun turned around in astonishment, seeing you walking over. He let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Boss, you know all about it. People who are not on the same path will always have a day they part ways. Do not waste too much energy on the wrong people. That will only make yourself suffer more. You picked up a paper cup from the desk, walked to the water dispenser, and poured a cup of warm water. Mother Shang told me this. I am passing it on to you now. Hearing this, Li Hun walked over to his chair and sat down. His body slumped down, and he said in a helpless tone, "How can it be that easy to let go?" You placed the water in front of him and took out your phone to tap away. A moment later, Li Hun's phone rang with a message notification chime. Your account ending in 8723 has received 1 million vir. Your current state is not suitable for work. Go and properly relax for a couple of days. For example, go travel abroad or something. I am giving you a half-month vacation. I will cover all the expenses. But you are not allowed to run off and never come back. Looking at the smile on your face, Li Hun froze. In truth, after kicking Gao Yao and Xu Wei out, he felt the pressure he was shouldering suddenly lessen by a lot. His tightly wound strings relaxed. But his heart felt somewhat empty. But now, that hollow heart was filled with a sense of warmth. Thank you, boss. But half a month is too long. A week is enough. Suit yourself. After comforting Li Hun, you returned to your president's office. ON million was no longer a big deal to you now. If spending ON million could secure the loyalty of a top-tier talent, it could be considered a huge bargain. When wealth is dispersed, people gather. When wealth is hoarded, people disperse. Only by providing enough benefits to those around you will they follow you to the death. But if you only think about stuffing the profits into your own pockets, collapse is just a matter of time. You walked to your seat and started typing your novel. This novel was already nearing its end. Youth romance novels are not like other genres of novels. Their ceiling is limited. At most, you can only write around 3 million words. If you can still write beyond that, it means your command of words is extremely formidable. You had already outlined your new novel as well. You wanted to write a college romance story. A story about a sweet, clinging junior boy and a mischievous senior girl. Time passes quickly when you are busy. In the afternoon, you drove to the base of the Yunling Group building. Not long after, Jiang Xiaohua walked out of the building carrying her bag. The security guards and receptionists bowed one after another, lowering their posture. However, that cold and aloof demeanor, the moment Jiang Xiaohua got into the car, instantly vanished without a trace. She tossed her bag into the back seat, grabbed your face, and started planting kisses all over it. You crazy girl. Can't you be a little more ladylike? If your employees saw you like this, I would like to see what you would do then. So what if they see I am kissing my own boyfriend? Who dares say anything? Since you have kissed me, then let me kiss you back. No. Jiang Xiaohua expressionlessly pushed away you, who were leaning in close. You asked in confusion. Why? Jiang Xiaohua calmly fastened her seatbelt. Because your mouth is stinky, and mine is fragrant. So you can't kiss me. But I can kiss you. Hearing this explanation, you curled your lip. Taking advantage of the moment Jiang Xiaohua was taking off her jacket, you directly planted a loud kiss on her cheek. The texture was soft and tender. Absolutely wonderful. The ambushed Jiang Xiaohua instantly huffed angrily. Who gave you permission to kiss me? You big meanie. I am going to kiss you back. Acting like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, you smiled cheekily. If you want to kiss, then kiss. I am not losing anything anyway. These words made Jiang Xiaohua gnash her teeth in anger. She simply grabbed your arm and bit down hard. Hiss. Damn. Were you born in the year of the dog? Let go. If you do not let go, I won't hold back. Seeing that Jiang Xiaohua had no intention of letting go, in a moment of desperation, you directly went to bite her neck. The car rocked violently. Passers-by walking past shook their heads and sighed. Young people these days. Jiang Xiaohua ultimately won the battle, mainly because your heart ached for her, and you helplessly yielded and surrendered. Starting the car, the two of you drove towards a nearby brand-name shoe store. After arriving at the store, the shop assistant quickly found 3 pairs of breathable summer casual shoes. All were purely handmade by master craftsmen, costing 10,000 yuan a pair. A bit pricey, but they were truly comfortable to wear, so they were worth the price. While packing the shoes for you, the female shop assistant smiled with inner envy. Sir, this must be your girlfriend, right? She is so beautiful. Our store gets quite a few female celebrities coming in for custom shoes every year. But compared to this lady, they fall far short. Thank you. After thanking the assistant, you walked out of the shoe store with Jiang Xiaohua. Seeing that her face showed not the slightest emotional fluctuation, you leaned close to her ear and whispered with a laugh. Just now when she praised you, were you really happy? Smiling is not embarrassing. But Jiang Xiaohua said expressionlessly, I did not just find out today that I am beautiful. Is not it perfectly normal to be praised? Hearing this incredibly humble bragging statement, you curled your lip, unable to refute it, and could only speed up your pace towards the car parked by the road. Watching your back, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth finally curled up uncontrollably, but remembering her persona, she quickly suppressed the smile on her lips. Right at that moment, you suddenly turned your head. and said suspiciously, "Were you just smiling?" "No. Impossible. You definitely smiled just now, did not you?" "No, I did not." By the time you finished buying shoes, it was exactly 4 p.m. There were still 2 hours until dinner time. You and Jiang Xiaohua went to the cinema to watch a movie. It was the latest Boonie Bears movie, and both of you watched it with great relish. When you left the cinema, the time was about right. Only then did the two of you hurry home. Grand Courtyard Villa. Zheng came out of the kitchen carrying a dish of cold tossed eggplant and smashed cucumber. "It is already so late. Why have not those two kids come back yet? Did they lose track of time playing outside?" Hearing this, Shang Xin, who was lying on the sofa with a face mask on, said while evenly patting her face, "Coming back late is good. It would be best if they did not come back tonight. I am still hoping to hold my grandchild sooner rather than later." Zheng walked over to the sofa and sat down, expertly pulling her legs onto his lap and beginning to massage them. "They have been together for so long now. Should not we find a time to get them engaged first? A friend of mine who is the same age as me already has 2 granddaughters. It is time to set the engagement date sooner. But we still need to ask the old man for his opinion on this matter. We will talk about it when Xiaohua and the others get back. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear." Just as Shang Xin finished speaking, the front door opened. You were carrying a bag of snacks, while Jiang Xiaohua, following behind, was carrying 3 bags containing the new shoes. "Dad, Mother Shang, we are back. You knew we were going to eat dinner soon, yet you still bought all this junk food. Do you think you are still a kid?" Zheng curled his lip at you. "These are all snacks Xiaozheng wanted to eat. I am just helping to carry them. Actually, having some snacks occasionally is pretty nice." Xiaohua, next time you want to eat something, just tell uncle directly. I know how to make all these things. Making them myself is both delicious and healthy. So you won't get a bad stomach. A true biological father indeed. Treating her completely differently than how he treats you. After putting things down, the family finally sat at the dining table and picked up their chopsticks. You picked up a piece of cold tossed eggplant thoroughly coated in fragrant chili oil and put it in your mouth. After swallowing, you nodded. "Dad, your cooking skills have improved. This chili oil is much more fragrant than the ones you made before." Hearing this, Zheng rolled his eyes at you. Just the ingredients for this bowl of chili oil cost over 1,000 yuan. How could it not be good? At this moment, Shang Xin turned to look at her daughter. "Xiaohua, find some time to go visit your grandpa. Let us set a date for the engagement. Things like this need early preparation." Engagement. Jiang Xiaohua's movement of picking up food paused, her expression revealing slight astonishment. She silently withdrew her chopsticks, unknown what she was thinking. Seeing her not respond, Shang Xin asked in confusion, "What is wrong?" Jiang Xiaohua shook her head. "Nothing." Her heart was currently filled with some emotion. In the past, she thought she would never have the day she got married. She never expected this day to come so quickly. In just 2 short months, her life had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Her dull, monotonous life had also become colorful and vibrant. Every day when she woke up, she held anticipation for the new day and hope for the future. Thinking of this, her gaze could not help but fall upon you beside her, who was currently wolfing down food. Seeing her staring blankly at you, you suspiciously transferred the last grilled chicken drumstick into her bowl. "You want to eat it? This is the last own, you know." After dinner, while you were washing the dishes, Jiang Xiaohua returned to her room. After pouring some cat food into Xiaobai's bowl, she walked towards the bathroom, preparing to take a hot bath. Shortly after, you also returned to the room after cleaning up the dining table. When you saw the skirt and undergarments scattered on the floor, you helplessly bent down to tidy them up. You casually brought the clothes up to your nose and sniffed them, wanting to check if there were any weird smells. A faint milky scent mixed with sweat. Looks like it needs to be thrown into the washing machine. You muttered to yourself. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Xiaohua heard the sounds of your footsteps, lying comfortably in the bathtub. She said in a languid voice, "Xiao Yun, I did not bring my clothes. Help me fetch my nightgown." "Oh, Your eyes, as you were scooping cat litter for Xiaobai, instantly lit up. You became completely energized. Coming. Do you want the pink one or the white one? The white one. Just leave it at the door. Hearing this, your originally highly anticipatory mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Curling your lip, you took out a long white dress from the wardrobe, folded it neatly, and placed it at the bathroom door. Then, you dejectedly walked to your computer and sat down, letting out a sigh. So boring. I thought we could take a couple's bath together. Over the next 2 days, you had been busy with Biqiang's matters. After all, a company with so much capital invested could not possibly only adapt your single novel. So for the next 2 days, you were constantly chatting with authors who held copyrights, asking if they had any intention of having their works adapted. With Hong Shi's help, you quickly contacted several authors, signed adaptation contracts, and handed them over to the team led by Lai Hun for production. The web novel community is very small, and coupled with your generous spending, you quickly became famous within the industry. Many authors proactively sent emails, hoping to have their own novels adapted. July 21st. You parked the car in front of Miracle Milk Tea Shop and called out to Yu, who was busy working inside.
You.
It is time to go. I will be right there. Yu took off her work apron. After saying a quick word to Chen Xiaotian, she happily trotted towards the car parked at the door. Today, she was going to see her grandpa. They had not seen each other in half a month, and her grandpa definitely missed her very much too. A moment later, you turned your head and looked at Henji sitting next to Xiaoyu. Why did you get in? I am taking Yu to see her grandpa. What are you going for? Henji said, both shy and nervous. I am going to see grandpa too. Jiang Xiaohua reached out and pushed your head back around. Just focus on driving your car. Oh, you replied, releasing the handbrake and shifting into first gear. You stepped on the gas pedal with a somewhat excited mood. How could you not be excited? If everything goes smoothly, you and Xiao Jiang could set the date for your engagement today. Once you are engaged, can marriage be far behind? When you were about 2 kilometers away from the Liu family manor, you noticed Xiaoyu had not said a word since getting in the car. So you casually asked,
You.
how is your driver's license test coming along? Yu unconsciously pinched the hem of her skirt. I only have subject 3 left. The instructors at the driving school are all quite gentle. Gentle. Your expression turned peculiar, unable to help but recall how you used to get yelled at by the instructor. Could it be that instructors also have double standards? Afterwards, you asked about some mundane everyday matters, having a topic of conversation. Yu instantly started talking much more. Her body quickly relaxed. As for Hanji, who tagged along beside her, he was currently visiting the Duke of Zhou in his dreams. Drool from the corner of his mouth dripped onto his pants, showing just how soundly he was sleeping. Soon, the silhouette of the manor appeared ahead. Knowing Jiang Xiaohua was coming back, Shang Tong had been overjoyed since early morning, the smile never leaving his face. Yu, who had been living at the manor recently, was the same, seeing the car approaching from afar. The security guards at the gate swiftly opened the main doors. Welcome home, miss. Hearing the commotion, Shang Tong and Xia Yuji beamed with joy, walking quickly out of the house with hurried steps. The car came to a steady stop in front of the manor's villa. Xiaohua, Grandpa has missed you to death. Jiang Xiaohua calmly walked into the house. She merely sniffed the air with her delicate nose, and a single sentence made cold sweat stream down Shang Tong's forehead. The smell of alcohol is so strong. It seems they did not clear it out completely last time. This time is the perfect opportunity for a major cleanup. Good granddaughter, please go easy on me. I only drank a tiny little bit today. Just a tiny little bit. Compared to Shang Tong, who acted like a goofball, Xia Yujie was much more normal. After getting out of the car, Yu walked up to him and obediently called out, Grandpa. Hearing this call filled with affection, Xia Yuji revealed a look of gratification. Stroking his beard, he smiled with a kind and gentle face. Not bad. It seems you have indeed grown quite a bit these past few days. Did you encounter any fun things? Tell Grandpa all about it. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted as they walked into the house. Seeing this, you glanced at Hanji, who was still sleeping in the car. After hesitating for 0.01 seconds, you decisively abandoned the idea of waking him up. Delighted, you walked towards the villa. Jiang, wait for me. Jiang Xiaohua walked into the living room, looking at the uncleared wine bottles on the table, and the snacks accompanying the drinks. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She looked at her grandpa following behind her. Did you stay up all night drinking again last night? How many times have I told you? You can't drink too much alcohol. If you keep doing this, I am never coming here again. Yes. Shang Tong's face was piled with smiles. He cast a glance at Xia Yu, who was standing obediently next to Xia Yujie. The envy in his heart was boundless. Look how well-behaved other people's granddaughters are. His own felt like he had raised a police officer. Nothing could be hidden from her, and he still had to get scolded. However, as long as he could see little Xiaohua, he was perfectly willing to get scolded every day. Let us clean this up first. You helped sweep all the uncleared trash on the table, straight into the trash can, including the unfinished wine. Watching this made Shang Tong's heart ache terribly. To divert his attention, he smiled and asked, Xiaohua, you must have some business coming back this time, right? Did you run into any trouble? Or did this brat bully you? Grandpa will stand up for you. Saying that, Shang Tong even cast an intentional glare at you. You curled your lip. This woman is so fierce. It is a blessing if she does not actively bully me. You thought to yourself. Jiang Xiaohua poured a cup of hot water. Yun Yi and I are getting engaged. We came to discuss the date with you. Hearing this, Shang Tong was instantly struck dumb. A moment later, he sighed. It is indeed time to pick a date and get the engagement settled. Time really does fly. I will go find someone to calculate an auspicious date later. It just so happens I want to hold a great-grandchild soon too. Although he said this, Shang Tong's heart was still filled with a sense of desolation. On one hand, he was reluctant to part with her. But on the other hand, he hoped his granddaughter would have a family of her own. Seeing him like this, Xia Yujie beside him said indifferently, Look at you, acting like you are attending a funeral. This is a time to be happy, right? What if it were your granddaughter getting engaged? Just when the atmosphere was getting a little oppressive, the butler appeared at the right time and said respectfully, Master, Miss, lunch is ready. You also took this opportunity to clean up the mess on the table, took out a tissue to wipe your hands, and smiled. It is lunchtime already. Then let us go eat first. Knowing that Jiang Xiaohua was coming back today, the kitchen had prepared a full table of dishes. All of them were dishes Jiang Xiaohua loved to eat. Jiang Xiaohua had grown up in the manor since childhood, and it could be said that she grew up under the watchful eyes of these servants. Therefore, everyone doted on this young miss exceptionally. They treated her as their own. At the dining table, Xiao Yujie constantly put food into Xiao Yu's bowl. Although he appeared calm on the surface, the paternal love in his eyes could not be hidden. Xia Yu ate bite by bite, her cheeks puffing out slightly, earnestly tackling the food and rice in her bowl. Extremely well behaved, you picked up a piece of braised spare rib, and were just about to take a bite when you suddenly paused, a conflicted expression appearing on your face. What is wrong? Jiang Xiaohua asked in confusion. I just feel like I have forgotten something. But I can't remember what. Let us just eat first. Saying that, Jiang Xiaohua placed a slice of pork belly into your bowl. You thought she made sense, and continued eating. The sky is great, the earth is great, but eating is the greatest. In the car at the villa entrance, Hanji, who was lying in the back seat, suddenly sneezed. He woke up instantly, sat up, and looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? By the time a groggy Hanji walked into the villa, you guys had just finished lunch. Seeing him arrive so late, Shang Tong glared, his beard bristling. You came too. Why did not I see you during lunch? Did you sneak out to play again and lose track of time? A fierce scolding immediately followed. Poor Hanji could only endure it, feeling wronged. After seeing the empty plates on the table, he felt even more miserable inside. Hey, you guys picked the plates totally clean. You did not even leave any leftovers for me. Clean plate campaign, you know? Once a person is full, they naturally look for a place to lie down or sit. They simply do not want to move. This stems from biological instinct. You were no exception. You happily lay on the sofa, holding a toothpick and picking your teeth. Jiang Xiaohua headed straight upstairs, and shortly after, came down holding a basket of fruits and incense. Get up, lazy pig. Come out with me. We just finished eating, and it is scorching hot at noon. Where are you going? You mumbled. Nian Mountain. Faced with Jiang Xiaohua's order, did you have the right to refuse? Of course not. Grandpa, I am going to Nian Mountain for a bit. Hearing this, a trace of surprise appeared in Shang Tong's eyes. He glanced at Jiang Xiaohua, who had already pulled you out the door, and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Daughters can't be kept at home when they grow up. What kind of magic potion did this kid give my little Xiaohua? She is actually taking him to Nian Mountain. Nian Mountain was a mountain peak belonging to the Shang family manor. It was also the highest mountain in the vicinity. After being purchased by Shang Tong for a huge sum, it was completely sealed off, strictly prohibiting anyone else from entering. For no other reason than Nian Mountain held special significance for him. After exiting the manor, Jiang Xiaohua led you onto a rugged, narrow path. You knew Jiang Xiaohua was not someone who enjoyed abuse. Dragging you out on such a hot day definitely had to be for a special reason. After walking on this path for about half an hour, you soon saw the mountain not far away, heavily cordoned off by rings of iron fencing. Some security guards were chatting idly under the trees, but upon seeing Jiang Xiaohua walking towards them, several of them hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Young miss. Without daring to delay, they hurriedly took out the keys and opened the iron gate. 2 other security guards brought over 2 bottles of bug-repellent spray, sprayed them on Jiang Xiaohua and you, and then cleared the way. Ahead was a path made of stone, steps stretching continuously up the mountain. You could not see the end of it at a glance. It was like a celestial stairway leading to the heavens. After going up the mountain, Jiang Xiaohua glanced at your curious, baby-like gaze. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. From the fruit basket you were carrying, she took out a pear, took a bite, and explained while eating. Nian Mountain actually was not called Nian Mountain in the past, but Bao Mountain, because a tomb of a high-ranking official or emperor from an ancient dynasty is hidden on this mountain. You asked? Because there is a natural hot spring on this mountain. As long as you bury your close relatives at the peak, and then soak in the hot spring for 2 hours, that person's bad luck will be washed away by the deceased. And from then on, their future will be bright and promising. Taking another bite of the pear, Jiang Xiaohua continued. My grandmother died from a bacterial infection while giving birth to my mother. At that time, my grandfather was still a poor man. He could not even get enough to eat, let alone provide a clean environment for childbirth. So he always hated himself. To this day, this has always been a heavy burden on his heart. Later, grandfather buried grandmother on this Bao Mountain and soaked in the hot spring. After coming down the mountain, he quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a famous businessman in this area. The first thing he did after making money was buy this mountain, and he named it Nian Mountain, which means to miss. After listening to this sad story, you fell silent. You also roughly understood why Jiang Xiaohua brought you here. Without a doubt, this mountain is the most important place to the Shang family. Her willingness to bring you here also shows how much weight you hold in her heart. After a long silence, you suddenly said, by the way, these fruits are meant to commemorate your grandmother. Is it really okay for you to just take them and eat them like this? I am so beautiful. Grandmother definitely won't blame me. It took a full 2 hours to reach the mountain peak. Standing at the edge of the peak, you finally understood what it meant to feel all other mountains seem small in comparison. Feeling the refreshing wind blowing around you, you revealed an expression of enjoyment. Hurry up and come offer incense. Then we will go soak in the hot spring. Not far away, Jiang Xiaohua, who was weeding around the tombstone, urged you with dissatisfaction. A photograph was attached to the tombstone. There were not many weeds around, mostly newly grown ones. It was likely that old man Sheng often came here to clean up. After paying respects to her grandmother, you walked a bit further forward. The surrounding temperature gradually began to rise. Jiang Xiaohua pushed aside the bushes, and a hot spring about 3 meters in radius appeared before your eyes, still steaming with hot air. You soak first. I will take a walk around. Saying that, you prepared to turn and walk away. After all, there was only this own hot spring, and no obstructions whatsoever. You could only go in own by own. Wait. Jiang Xiaohua called out to stop you. A pink hue surfaced on her stunning face. Her voice became a little softer. We will soak together. I will go in first. And then you come in. What? Hearing this, you looked astonished, somewhat doubting if you heard wrong. Did this mean she wanted to take a couple's bath with you? At the thought of that steamy scene, your blood pumped wildly, and your breathing became rapid, forcing your mind to calm down. Jiang Xiaohua, with her back to you, seemed to guess what you were thinking. She immediately snorted coldly. If you can't control your eyes, I guarantee you will die a very ugly death today, and do not even think about with me ever again. She did not finish the rest of the sentence. But those who know. Ah, I am blind. Why can't I see anything? You covered your eyes with your hands, and shouted with exaggerated acting. Seeing this, the corners of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. She reached out and took off her clothes. First, she tested the water temperature with her toes. It was a bit hot, but still within an acceptable range. She slowly stepped into the hot spring, and walked towards the innermost part. White water vapor shrouded her fair, delicate body. I am ready. You can come down now. Hearing this, as if injected with chicken blood, you took off your clothes at the fastest speed of your life. But when you got down to your underwear, you suddenly remembered something. You stopped what you were doing. Your face turned serious, and you said with a guarded expression, "You are not going to peek at me, are you? This is my first time." Evening. The sky gradually darkened. After soaking in the hot spring for a full 2 hours, even you could not help but feel dizzy and faint. After getting dressed, you lay exhausted on the ground, enjoying the refreshing evening breeze. Jiang Xiaohua's condition was quite normal. After all, she came here once every year. Over so many years, she had long gotten used to it. But looking at you lying on the ground like a salted fish, she felt a bit dissatisfied. This guy actually really did not do anything. He is not honest when he should be, and overly honest when he should not be. It was already 8 p.m. by the time you returned to the manor. Shang Xin and Yun Zheng had arrived in the afternoon. After all, the matter of engagement was not a big deal. But it was not a small deal either. The family had to sit together and discuss it properly. Seeing you two enter the house dripping with sweat, Shang Xin, who was sitting on the sofa massaging Shang Tong's legs, hurriedly grabbed a towel from the table and handed it over. Why are you back so late? Hurry up and eat. The food should still be warm. You were just about to use your chopsticks when the bowl in your hand was snatched away by Jiang Xiaohua. She picked out all the fatty meat from her own bowl and put it all into yours. She even justified it by saying, "Look how skinny you are. Eating more meat is good for your health. You will only be cute when you are fair and chubby. Then why do not you eat it? You would be cute if you were fair and chubby too. I am not eating that. If I am fair and chubby, would not I look like a pig? Are you being polite?" After eating, the two of you returned to your respective rooms to take a shower. By the time both of you showered and came downstairs, the date for the engagement had already been decided. It was exactly 2 months later, on October 1st, which happened to be National Day. After you and Jiang Xiaohua sat down on the sofa, the group chatted about family matters for a while, and they continued chatting like this until 11 p.m. late at night. Xia Yu and Hanji were used to going to bed early and waking up early, so they had long returned to their rooms to rest. Lu Xiaomeng, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly in her aunt's arms. The sound of the chatting did not manage to wake this little girl up at all. She was sleeping like a log. You grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds from the table and slowly walked back to your room upstairs. You left the door slightly ajar without closing it completely. After you lay down on the bed, the ajar door was pushed open. Jiang Xiaohua, wearing pajamas, walked in calmly. After closing the door, she climbed right under the covers. and wrapped herself tightly around Luo and like an octopus. Good night. The next morning, after breakfast, you went for your daily morning jog. Unlike usual, today Jiang Xiaohua also rarely accompanied you. You ran down the mountain side by side. After exercising for so long, you could already keep up with Jiang Xiaohua's pace. Coupled with the unique physical stamina advantage of a man, you felt that you should be able to press Jiang Xiaohua against the ground and rub her right now. As for the position of the head of the household, thinking of this, the corners of your mouth curled up involuntarily. You secretly increased your running speed. Your low, hoarse voice carried a hint of smugness. You take your time. I will go ahead first. I will wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. After speaking, your speed increased once again. You ran straight down the mountain, secretly feeling smug. As expected of me, I have definitely got this woman completely infatuated. Jiang Xiaohua, who was running unhurriedly, saw through your little thoughts at a glance. A playful expression appeared on her beautiful face. Immediately after, her speed visibly increased. In no time, she effortlessly caught up to you, who were in the lead. Hearing the sound, you looked back, and could not help but curse out loud. Holy crap! You were running at full speed right now. Yet this woman had caught up in a flash, and she was not even flushed or out of breath. It was completely different from the scene you had imagined. Seeing your exaggerated expression, a hint of slyness flashed in Jiang Xiaohua's beautiful eyes. She reached out and gave your butt a hard smack, then accelerated again and ran down the mountain. Turtle Yun, just take your time running. Big sister will wait for you at the bottom. Leaving you with a dumbfounded expression, you ran down the mountain path, dripping with sweat. Although the entire mountain was not very high in elevation, the winding road was nearly 10 kilometers long, which was twice your usual workout amount. It was fine at first, but the further you went, the slower you got. Your body felt like it was slipping out of your control. You panted heavily. More than once, you thought about stopping to rest, but the thought of Jiang Xiaohua, who was already nowhere to be seen, made your competitive desire burn like a raging fire. And so, it went on until 7:30 a.m. You arrived at the bottom of the mountain, and Jiang Xiaohua was currently squatting next to a large canopy on the right side of the road, holding a slice of watermelon in her hand, eating it with great relish. When did you get here? Your white short-sleeved shirt was already soaked with sweat. You simply lay directly on the ground, panting as you asked her. Jiang Xiaohua squatted down in front of you, spit a watermelon seed onto your face, and smiled smugly. Nearly 15 minutes faster than you. Do you admit defeat? Hearing this number, you were completely speechless. You curled your lip in boredom. Seeing Jiang Xiaohua eating so enthusiastically, you reached out to snatch it. Where did you get the watermelon? Let me have a bite. If you want to eat, go buy one from the canopy yourself. A slice of watermelon is 2 yuan. Jiang Xiaohua took a step back to dodge your grasping hand, and rolled her eyes at you. Left with no choice, you had to get up from the ground, enduring the soreness all over your body as you walked towards the adjacent canopy. Inside the canopy, a gray-haired elderly woman was lifting a bucket of water, trying to pour it into a large basin full of apples. These apples had obviously just been picked, still covered in quite a bit of dirt. They were not only large but also red and plump. Just looking at them made On's mouth water. Auntie, let me help you. After a brief rest, you had recovered some stamina. Seeing the elderly woman struggling, you immediately stepped forward to help lift the bucket, and effortlessly poured the water into the basin. Thank you, young man. Sorry to trouble you. The elderly woman wiped the sweat from her forehead. A kind smile appeared on her face. She slowly walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, pointing to a small folding stool not far away. Have a seat. You shook your head. No thanks, Auntie. I just finished my morning run and I am a bit thirsty. I want to buy a watermelon to quench my thirst. You must be Xiao Zheng's boyfriend, right? There is a cup of water with glucose on that table. She just poured it for you. You froze upon hearing this. You glanced at Jiang Xiaohua, who was eating watermelon outside the canopy, and a warm current surged in your heart. You walked to the table, picked up the disposable cup, and drank the water inside in one gulp. Afterwards, you bought a watermelon and an apple, and only then did you leave the canopy. The security guard Jiang Xiaohua had called also drove down from the mountain at this time, turned the car around, and parked by the side of the road. Jiang Xiaohua opened the back door and got in. You followed closely behind. The two of you returned to the manor just in time for breakfast. After eating, you went upstairs and took a hot shower. You instantly felt refreshed. After staying at the manor for another whole day, you finally returned to the grand courtyard villa. Perhaps due to the excessive physical exertion in the morning, you had just returned home, turned on the TV, and sat on the sofa for a moment, when your eyelids quickly began to droop. After Jiang Xiaohua noticed you had fallen asleep, she quietly lowered the TV volume. Then, she rested her head on your chest, pulled your hand to place it around her waist, and focused intently on the TV screen. By the time you opened your eyes again, it was already noon. Your mind was a little clearer. You rubbed your sleepy eyes. How did I fall asleep? Jiang Xiaohua was completely engrossed in watching Demon Slayer on the TV. Without taking her eyes off the screen, she said, "Lazy pig. Hurry up and go make lunch. I am hungry."
Where's my dad?
He moved back to the old house with my mom. From now on, it will just be the two of us living here. What? Hearing this, you jolted awake instantly, but you quickly realized Mother Shang and old Yun moved here in the first place to prevent you and Jiang Xiaohua from progressing too fast and doing something out of bounds. Now that you are almost engaged, it is normal for them to move back. Wait. Then who is going to be responsible for cleaning the house and cooking the 3 meals a day? How about we hire a nanny? No way. I am not used to having outsiders in the house. Besides, do not I have you? Why do we need a nanny? It is unnecessary. You thought to yourself, I am such a handsome, dashing, and elegant person. Do I look like a nanny? You immediately expressed your dissatisfaction. If I do all these things, then what are you going to do? Jiang Xiaohua blinked her large eyes. I am responsible for looking beautiful. This statement left you completely speechless. Looking at Jiang Xiaohua's smug expression, you had no words in response. Women, such unreasonable creatures. Meanwhile, Shang Xin and Yun Zheng had already returned to their original home. The butler had pasted the double happiness character all over the villa. Even the pillowcases and duvet covers in the bedroom had been changed to a festive red. Shang Xin walked to the sofa and sat down. Yun Zheng poured a cup of water, handed it to her, and smiled faintly. After our matters and the kids' matters are all settled, let us go on a trip around the world. If we do not enjoy ourselves to the fullest now, when we are too old to move in the future, we won't have the chance even if we want to let loose. That is true. Taking the water cup, Shang Xin took a small sip. In another few years, Xiaohua and Xiao Yi might even have kids. When that time comes, we will be busy helping them take care of the little darlings. Yun Zheng sat down next to her, pressing close to her body. He could feel the warmth and fragrance radiating from Shang Xin. Wifey, your scent is truly intoxicating. Shang Xin seemed to guess his intentions. She closed her eyes gently, and the distance between the two gradually narrowed. Right at this moment, a ringing phone interrupted the intimate act they were about to perform. Their originally close faces separated instantly. Yun Zheng gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. He was just a little bit away from getting his wish. Which damn person is calling at a time like this to ruin his good moment? The call connected, and your voice came through. Hey Dad, you left a box of clothes here. Come over and pick it up when you have time, Yun Zheng said through gritted teeth. I know. Is there anything else? You guys moved out so suddenly. I am not quite used to it. I kind of miss you. Hearing this, Yun Zheng froze for a moment. His murderous expression gradually eased, his gaze turning gentle. His tone also softened. Silly boy, there is no banquet in the world that never ends. You eventually have to learn to live independently. Your old man can't stay by your side forever. You need to learn to be strong, learn to be brave. Before old Yun could finish, you, on the other end already covered in goosebumps, hurriedly interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. What is all this nonsense? I meant to say I miss the food you make. It is too troublesome to go out to eat right in the middle of noon. Since you are not far away anyway, Why do not you come over and make lunch for me? Zheng, who still had a whole bunch of things to say, instantly choked. The hand holding the phone tightened unconsciously. He was so angry he wanted to call the police and have you arrested. Unfilial son. Half a month flew by quickly. Many major events occurred during this half-month. The day after returning from the manor, Shang Xin immediately convened a board of directors meeting and publicly announced that of her 51% shares, she was transferring 21% to you and another 20% to Jiang Xiaohua's name, and that her daughter would take over as the new chairperson, and Jiang Xiaohua, who now held 55% absolute controlling interest, assumed the position of chairperson with everyone's expectations. You had not been idle during this half-month either. You established a short drama department within Bikyong. In just half a month, you produced over 10 hit works, with profits exceeding 10 million. Perhaps within this industry, these results were not considered stunning, but for you, it was an excellent start. August 10th, the Kixi Festival, inside a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. It was extraordinarily bustling today. The entire hotel, inside and out, up and down, was decorated with lanterns and festoons, hung with red lanterns and festive red banners. Today was Shang Xin and Zheng's wedding day. You and Jiang Xiaohua arrived at the venue early. Numerous industry celebrities and partners came by invitation. The Shang family might not be the top wealthy family in Shanghai, but their reputation was absolutely illustrious, and no one dared to underestimate them. After the guests had mostly arrived, the host took the stage to begin the speech. His words were full of congratulations on Shang Xin and Zheng tying the knot, calling them a match made in heaven. Following that, Shang Xin and Zheng took the stage. After they finished speaking, it was your and Jiang Xiaohua's turn. The two of you spoke eloquently according to the prepared speeches. After the opening remarks concluded, next came the tedious procedures like toasting the elders and presenting cash gifts. This grand wedding lasted an entire day before finally coming to a close. I can still drink. Let me go. I must drink until I am drunk today. If the Qingdao beer does not fall, I won't fall. If the snow beer does not drift, I won't drift. A dead drunk Zheng, his face flushed red, exuded a pungent smell of alcohol from head to toe. You half supported, half carried him into the house, and tossed him onto the sofa. Zheng still tried to struggle to get up. A stern voice came from outside the door. You lie down properly. Otherwise, you will be sleeping on the streets tonight. Immediately following that, you saw Shang Xin and Jiang Xiaohua carrying armfuls of gifts, walking into the house from outside. These were all gifts from the guests. Their value was absolutely staggering. Hearing this, Zheng, who had been clamoring just a moment ago, instantly gave in. He obediently huddled on the sofa and did not move, though he kept muttering, "No, no, I will catch a cold sleeping on the streets. I will lie down properly, okay? I do not want to sleep on the streets." When drunk, he looked exactly like an overgrown child. Looking at your dad in this state, you felt utterly speechless. Shang Xin placed the gifts on the coffee table and smiled at you. It is getting late. You and Xiaohua should hurry back and rest. Staying up late is bad for your health. Besides, you both have work tomorrow. Okay, we will be heading off then, Mother Shang. You replied, and then walked outside together with Jiang Xiaohua. In the night, walking up to the car parked at the entrance, you were just about to get into the driver's seat when Jiang Xiaohua abruptly grabbed you by the back collar. She said in her usual cool tone, "You drank tonight. I will drive." You did not object. Softly murmuring in agreement, you walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaohua slid into the driver's seat. To make driving easier, she bent down and slipped off her high heels and tossed them into your lap. With her bare, delicate feet resting on the pedals, she slowly drove the car away. The night was peaceful and still. On a special day like today, Jiang Xiaohua had naturally dressed to dazzle. Moonlight spilled through the car window onto her flawless face, bathing her exquisite makeup in a soft, golden glow. Sensing your gaze from beside her, Jiang Xiaohua's eyes reflected your dazed expression. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her voice was soft and carried an alluring charm. Do I look pretty? Very pretty. You blurted out without thinking, but you immediately snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook your head. With your cheeks slightly flushed, you added, "Actually, you look just so-so." Hearing this incredibly clumsy lie, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face grew even more radiant. It just so happened that there was a red light ahead, with a full 60 seconds of waiting time, just as you were racking your brain for an excuse for peeking. Jiang Xiaohua said softly, "If you are willing to tell the truth, considering everyone is happy today, it is not impossible for me to go a step further with you." You were instantly stunned, countless thoughts flashing through your mind in a second. A step further. You and Jiang Xiaohua were already sharing a bed. Would not a step further mean? A sensual image quickly constructed itself in your mind. Your heartbeat suddenly accelerated, causing your mouth and throat to go dry, and you could not help but swallow. Could it be? Tonight you could become a real man, and finally taste the swan meat. These thoughts were fleeting. You grabbed Jiang Xiaohua's slender hand without hesitation, and said with an extremely serious expression, "You are the most beautiful woman in my heart. I love you." Although it was a cheesy and even cliché confession, coming from your mouth, Jiang Xiaohua enjoyed it very much. It was not until 10 p.m. that you and Jiang Xiaohua drove back to the grand courtyard villa. After parking the car steadily, Jiang Xiaohua tossed the car keys to you, put her crystal high heels back on, and did not forget to lift your chin. "Good boy. Go wash up and wait for me in bed." Normally, you would definitely retort a few words, but right now you were exceptionally obedient, like a docile little puppy, following Jiang Xiaohua's instructions. You obediently went into the bathroom and thoroughly scrubbed your whole body. Putting on a pair of loose boxers, you could not wait to dive under the covers, your heart beating like a drum. Since each room only had own en-suite bathroom, Jiang Xiaohua had to go back to her own room to shower. Time ticked away second by second. After a full half hour had passed, the excitement in your heart gradually calmed down, seeing that Jiang Xiaohua still had not appeared. Just as you were suspecting you were being pranked, the overhead light suddenly went out. In an instant, the entire room was plunged into pitch darkness. You only heard the door being gently opened, and then carefully closed again. A graceful figure approached the bed. Judging from the footsteps, she was clearly walking barefoot. A corner of the blanket was lifted. You immediately felt a body of skin, a smooth, warm, delicate body pressing close to you. Unlike before, this time you did not feel the barrier of clothing. Jiang Xiaohua, having just showered, exuded an enchanting, subtle fragrance. At this moment, her breathing was slightly rapid. If the lights were turned on, you would see her cheeks were flushed, exuding boundless charm. "Whatever you want to do, just do it. I can make an exception and satisfy you today." Hearing these words, your hands instantly became restless. Just as you were about to break through that final barrier, Jiang Xiaohua wrapped her arms around your neck. Her voice was full of teasing as she said, "Stinky brat. I forgot to tell you, I am on my period today." "Ah. Then why did you still? This is worse than killing me." After hearing her words, your excited expression immediately collapsed. A wave of frustration welled up inside you with nowhere to vent. All right, do not be mad. I can help you. Consider it a reward for you. Is that okay?" 2 days later, the Shanghai airport was bustling with people. Everyone was staring uniformly at the arrival gate. The expressions on their faces varied. Anticipation, nervousness, and excitement intertwined. With such a large crowd, the scene was extremely quiet, the atmosphere oppressive, with unmoving gazes fixed on the arrival gate. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor reached everyone's ears. "She is here." A beautiful figure wearing a dress emerged from the arrival gate, surrounded by several bodyguards as she walked towards the airport exit. Entering your line of sight was a flawless cute face. Although she was only 1.6 meters tall, her assets were exceptionally abundant. The pure and sunny aura she exuded was as intoxicating as a drug. Instantly, the entire airport erupted in frantic commotion. The crowd excitedly waved their light-up signs, shouting with crazy enthusiasm, "Yao Yao, you are the most beautiful. Yao Yao, I love you." Yao Yao. The fanatical shouts of the fans were deafening, almost rupturing people's eardrums, as if they were going to tear the sky apart. This massive commotion naturally drew the attention of bystanders. A young security guard on duty at the exit asked in confusion, "What is going on?" Which celebrity showed up this time? An older security guard, who had just returned to his post from the restroom, heard this, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "I know this own. A really big shot has arrived." These words immediately piqued the young guard's curiosity. He pressed with a face full of anticipation. "Who is it?" "Uncle Gao. Do not keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me." The older guard pretended to turn a deaf ear, turning his head to the side, acting as if he had not heard. Seeing this situation, the young guard revealed a helpless expression. After making sure no one around was paying attention, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. But before he could speak, it was snatched away by the older guard, pulling out the last cigarette inside. He then said smugly, "I also just heard those people discussing it when I went to the restroom. Her name seems to be Xiao Yao, a superstar who is proficient in both singing and acting. This bunch of people are all her die-hard fans, who made a special trip here to pick her up. Goddess Xiao Yao." Hearing this familiar name, the young guard cried out in exclamation. His face was written all over with shock and disbelief. Goddess Xiao Yao might not be the absolute hottest in today's entertainment industry, but when it came to purity, no Oan could compare to her. Therefore, she was widely loved by many people, and her fame was growing larger and larger, even showing faint signs of trending towards becoming a heavenly queen. Clearly, the young guard was also a die-hard fan of Xiao Yao. His first thought was to go and behold the goddess's true appearance. But glancing at the security uniform on his body, his inner excitement turned into helplessness. He still had a wife and child to support. He was no longer a hot-blooded youth. At this moment, the older guard gave him a push on the back. "If you want to go see, then go see. If management comes, I will just tell them you went to the restroom." "Thank you, Uncle Gao." After signing autographs and taking photos for some fans, the female star Xiao Yao, protected by her bodyguards, made her way out of the airport and got into the specially prepared car. Phew. Even though I have seen it several times, it is still so shocking every time. Having so many people like me is really nice. Xiao Yao patted her abundant assets and exhaled a fragrant breath. Her reaction was incredibly cute, making Oan infatuated. Even the driver was dazed for a moment before hurriedly starting the car, but his eyes still could not help but steal glances at the rearview mirror from time to time. Li Hun, sitting in the passenger seat, handed his business card to Xiao Yao and smiled faintly. "Miss Xiao, I am Li Hun, Vice President of Bikyong Production Company. It is an honor to meet you. I will be troubling you for the next little while." This time, Bikyong was preparing to shoot a post-apocalyptic short drama to promote its own reputation. Therefore, whether it was production special effects or casting, everything was strictly screened. They even invited a popular star, using the star's traffic to add fuel to the fire and build up the company's name. Since she was a popular star, in order not to lose courtesy, Li Hun had to put down his current tasks to personally welcome her. But the manager was still somewhat dissatisfied. "You must know that their Yao is a popular star. Bikyong is nothing but a small production company. Although they did not know where they got so much money to hire them, it was still a small temple after all, and only a vice president came to welcome them." The car sped all the way, and soon arrived at the base of the Bikyong company building. A bright red carpet had already been rolled out at the entrance, and all the company employees came downstairs to welcome her. Amidst the applause and cheers, Xiao Yao revealed a sweet smile. After waving her hand, she followed Li Hun into the building, taking the elevator to the top floor. Li Hun knocked on the door of the president's office and said softly, "President Yun, Miss Xiao has arrived. Come in." Upon receiving permission, Li Hun pushed open the door, stepped sideways to let Xiao Yao enter first, and then walked in himself. Inside the office, "You were wearing casual clothes and on the phone. With your back to them, you complained with a bitter face. Why is it that out of 7 days a week, I am responsible for cooking and washing clothes for 6 days, And you only have to be responsible for one day. This is too unfair. I refuse to accept this. I protest. A languid voice came from the other end of the phone. Protest invalid. It is decided then. Be a good boy. Remember to come pick me up after work. The call disconnected. Seeing you put down the phone, Li Hun, who had been waiting nearby, finally stepped forward and could not wait to introduce her. President Yun. This is Miss Xiao Yao and her manager. You guys talk slowly. I still have unfinished business. So, I will be going now. Li Hun hurriedly turned and walked out of the office, not wanting to delay for even a second. To him, wasting even one second on matters unrelated to production was a waste of life, a trampling of life. You looked speechlessly at his retreating figure. Your gaze then fell upon Xiao Yao. She simply stood there gracefully, possessing a beauty that was impossible to ignore. Even compared to Jiang Xiaohua, she was not inferior in the slightest. You were merely dazed for a moment before instantly snapping back to reality. Coughing lightly, you squeezed out a smile. Miss Xiao, welcome to our project. We have many details to discuss next. I hope you can cooperate. You thought to yourself, even though it is work, being in such close contact with such a goddess still inevitably makes one's heart race. You tried hard to calm yourself down, not wanting to be swayed by emotions. Xiao Yao nodded slightly, smiling gently. Thank you, President Yun. I will do my best. Next, you began discussing the script and shooting plan. But inwardly, you were constantly captivated by her beauty. You stood up and extended your hand, smiling at her. I have long heard of Miss Xiao's great name, a highly renowned singer and actress in the entertainment circle. Seeing you today, your natural talent is truly stunning. President Yun is also young and promising. At about the same age as me, you are already the boss of a company. It is an honor to be able to cooperate with you. The two politely shook hands and exchanged a few pleasantries, seeing that you actually withdrew your hand without the slightest reluctance. A hint of surprise surfaced in Xiao Yao's eyes, but in the blink of an eye, she returned to her calm state. Her slightly chubby, baby-like cheeks carried a sweet smile, unconsciously making Owen feel a sense of goodwill. Afterwards, it was negotiating the specific shooting schedule for the short drama. As a currently popular star in the circle, Xiao Yao had a very full schedule. If it were not for your money power, you might not have actually been able to invite her. Because of this, the shooting time was also very short. From start to finish, the estimate was only a short half-month. By the time the discussion was over, it was already lunchtime. As the host, out of courtesy, you invited Xiao Yao to have lunch together. The latter gladly agreed. As for the manager, because she still had a lot of things to take care of, she tactfully declined. This left only you and Xiao Yao. Originally, you wanted Li Hun to come too, but he unhesitatingly refused. His tone was full of grievance, like a mistreated little widow, because he had to pick someone up in the morning. He had to use his lunch break to make up for the morning's workload. A true workaholic. The temperature at noon was exceptionally hot, inside a famous Chinese restaurant in Shanghai. Because Xiao Yao was an insider in the entertainment circle, you specifically booked a luxurious private room to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. Shortly after, waiters carried plates of dishes into the private room. In an instant, the entire private room was enveloped in a mouth-watering aroma. After placing the last bowl of soup on the table, the waiter bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, all your dishes have been served. If you need anything, you can press the red button on the table." The waiter left the private room, and the door closed. Xiao Yao, sitting opposite you, finally took off the black mask she was wearing and let out a breath. Using her hand as a fan, she fanned herself. Her playful voice carried a hint of helplessness. Being a star is truly difficult. Even just going out requires wrapping oneself up tightly. Do not you agree, Brother Yunye? She even playfully blinked her eyes. Looking extremely cute, you rinsed the bowl in front of you with hot water, looked up, and smiled faintly. There is no one else here now. You actually do not need to deliberately wear a mask. A person's eyes cannot deceive. Your true personality probably is not this lively, right? This single sentence made Xiao Yao freeze. her expression stunned. She did not expect her excellent acting skills to be seen through by you in an instant. You must know, even the directors and managers on set did not have this ability. How exactly did this person in front of her, who was clearly about her age, see through it, just relying on the eyes to determine a person's personality? At this moment, Xiao Yao developed a deep curiosity about you. When she spoke again, her voice was no longer that lively, but held a bit more depth. To be seen through so easily, it seems my acting skills are still lacking. After a brief daze, you smiled and spoke while eating. Your acting skills are very good, but I have encountered quite a lot of people. The business world is like a battlefield, and everyone is a cunning old fox. So, I am relatively sensitive in this regard. Eat up quickly. The food is getting cold. Okay, perhaps because her true nature had been seen through, Xiao Yao no longer maintained her cute young girl persona. She talked much less, but her body visibly relaxed. After all, constantly acting is also very tiring. While you were eating, your gaze was constantly fixed on your phone. Jiang Xiaohua sent a message. I heard you went out to eat with a little starlet. You looked totally bewildered, and replied with 3 exclamation marks. You planted someone by my side. We are about to get married, and you do not even have this much trust. You break my heart. Cut the crap. You are dead tonight. Seeing the angry emoji pack Jiang Xiaohua sent, you could already imagine what kind of torture you would endure tonight. Cold sweat broke out on your back, and you could not help but speed up your eating. Xiao Yao was also burying her head in her food. The two of you finished the battle in half an hour. Having eaten your fill, you walked out of the restaurant. After paying the bill, you drove Xiao Yao back to the hotel where she was staying. Before leaving, Xiao Yao smiled and waved at you. I really enjoyed this meal. See you next time, Brother Yunye. Clearly, she had resumed her cute young girl persona. You nodded, rolled up the car window, and drove straight away. At the hotel entrance, Xiao Yao watched the departing car, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. She turned and walked into the hotel. What an interesting person. This was the first time she had a meal where she did not flatter anyone, nor was she flattered by anyone. Eating was purely just eating. This kind of interaction made her feel very interested. After driving away from the hotel, you headed towards the Yunling group. You planned to let Jiang Xiaohua vent her dissatisfaction early, without waiting until night. That way, you could sleep in a bed tonight, instead of sleeping on the floor. You also understood Zheng Xiaohua's feelings, putting yourself in her shoes. If you knew Jiang Xiaohua went out to eat alone with a young man, you would definitely feel uncomfortable in your heart too, even if you knew it was not her fault. Love is just that selfish. Inside the chairperson's office of Yunling Group, Jiang Xiaohua, now promoted to chairperson, was sitting in the executive chair looking deeply displeased. She stared at the time on her phone screen and started a timer. If that dog of a man did not come to see her within 1 hour, she would grab a kitchen knife and charge right over. Secretary Yi placed the brewed coffee on the table, wisely picked up a stack of processed documents from the desk, and quietly tiptoed out of the office, making sure to close the door behind her. About 10 minutes passed. Just as Jiang Xiaohua was growing increasingly impatient, the office door quietly opened. You poked your head in, observing the situation inside the office. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaohua's gloomy face, you gulped and prepared to slip away. You figured you would come back later when her mood had softened a bit. But how could Jiang Xiaohua not notice your little movements? She immediately spoke in a cold voice. Where do you think you are going? Get over here. You shook your head like a rattle drum, your tone resolute. No, if I go over there right now, you will definitely bully me. Seeing the hard approach was not working, Jiang Xiaohua softened her tone a bit, beckoning to you. Be a good boy. Come here. I promise I won't bully you. You did not do anything wrong anyway. Besides, you are my little baby. How could I bear to bully you? Really? Or are you faking? You are not lying to me, are you? You looked at her somewhat suspiciously. Come here. Under the influence of her alluring voice, you, like a little mouse attracted by cheese, walked into the office fully on guard. Just when the distance between the two of you was only a meter away, the smile on Jiang Xiaohua's face vanished instantly. Gritting her teeth, she reached out to grab your collar, but was nimbly dodged by you, who had been prepared all along. You turned and ran towards the outside of the office. You did not forget to look back and accuse her. Women are indeed all liars. You, a dignified group chairperson, actually went back on your word. Are not you afraid of being laughed at by others? Who dares to laugh at me? Yun Yi. You stop right there. Jiang Xiaohua, knowing she could no longer use the same trick to fool you, reacted quickly, standing up and chasing after you. Baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, she looked very much like she was ready to tear you apart alive. It was right at noon. Most of the group's employees had already finished their lunch and returned to their desks for their midday break. Resting their heads on the desks, some were chatting idly about company gossip. Some were wearing headphones listening to music, immersed in their beautiful mental worlds. But right at this moment, two figures, Own in front and Own behind, dashed out of the office. The loud noise woke up the employees who were taking a nap. They cast confused glances one after another. Damn Yun Yi, you actually still dare to run. See, if I do not break your legs. Crazy woman, you think I am afraid of you? Catch me first, then we will talk. Originally, with Jiang Xiaohua's speed, she could have caught you very easily, but alas, wearing high heels made it impossible for her to pick up speed. Seeing you running further and further away, Jiang Xiaohua had a flash of inspiration. She shouted orders to the employees who were looking over. Listen up, all of you. Whoever catches Yun Yi first gets their salary doubled this month, plus 2 days of paid leave. Hearing this, the employees in this department instantly became agitated. The quick-reacting ones had already gotten up and were chasing after you. The others also quickly snapped back to reality, cursing and swearing as they followed suit. In an instant, the originally quiet office became as noisy as a wet market. It was a cacophony of noise. Jiang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She watched helplessly as you were submerged by the crowd, your voice filled with a mix of grief and indignation ringing out. Stinky woman, you do not play by the rules. The first Own to catch you was an old man guarding the warehouse, which made all the employees collectively depressed. You only make 2,500 yuan a month. Even doubled, it is only 5,000. This is simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. The old man, however, was grinning from ear to ear. Sent into the tiger's den, you were subjected to Jiang Xiaohua's relentless torment. For example, she took off her high heels and used her fair, delicate bare feet to step on your face, stomping continuously. She even cursed at you harshly, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. Looking at the spoiled and willful Jiang Xiaohua, and hearing the abusive words coming from her mouth, you did not know why. But not only did you not feel displeased, you actually felt a tiny bit of thrill. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Xiaohua collapsed tiredly into a chair. She stared suspiciously at you as you climbed up from the floor, your face glowing red. Looking highly spirited, she asked in confusion, "Why do you look so happy?" Hearing this, you, whose smile was harder to suppress than the recoil of an axe, hurriedly covered the smile at the corners of your mouth. You must be too tired. And seeing things. Right at this moment, a knock came from the office door. Knock, knock. Come in. As Jiang Xiaohua's voice fell, Secretary Yi pushed the door open and walked in, reaching up to adjust her red glasses frame. She said softly, "Chairperson Zheng, it is about time." This afternoon, Jiang Xiaohua had to go to Kyoto to discuss a business deal. The other party was a group ranking high among the global Fortune 500, so she had to go in person. To show her regard, "Since you are busy, I will be leaving now." You prepared to slip away, but were stopped by Jiang Xiaohua. "Stop, right there. Go home right now and change clothes. You are coming with me, so you do not go fooling around outside. No way. Do not you even have this much trust in me?" "Of course I trust you, but I just want to take you with me." "Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course, I do not." Seeing you obediently blink your eyes like a good baby, Jiang Xiaohua finally picked up her jacket and bag and walked out of the office. A charming smile played at the corners of her mouth. The journey would be boring. Bringing her stinky little brother along was just right. He was simply a travel essential. The round trip from Shanghai to Kyoto would take half a day. After finishing the business negotiation, Yu and Jiang Xiaohua were not in a hurry to return. It was a rare opportunity to come to Kyoto together on a business trip. Would not it be too much of a pity to just go back like this? You spent an entire day playing at a nearby scenic spot together, taking photos, recording the beautiful times of your visit. After playing to your heart's content for 2 days, you and Jiang Xiaohua finally took a plane back to Shanghai. By the time you woke up from your sleep, it was already evening. You went over to old Yun's place and gave him the souvenirs you bought in Kyoto. Looking at the photos on her phone of the two of you enjoying yourselves, Shang Xin was both envious and angry. That very night, she dragged Yun Zheng onto a flight to Japan, preparing to start the first stop of their round-the-world trip. August had already reached its midpoint. After eating the loving breakfast Jiang Xiaohua made, you happily drove to the base of your company building. You casually handed the food you bought in Kyoto to the security guard at the door. Take this and share it. I bought too much. We can't finish it. Thank you, President Yun. Under the admiring gaze of the security guard, you entered the elevator and arrived at your office. Inside, Li Hun was discussing something with Xiao Yao and her manager. Seeing the hands-off boss finally return, Li Hun cast a resentful glance, then spoke. The script and personnel are pretty much ready. Now there is only one difficult problem left. In the script, the male lead relies on a luxurious manor to survive the initial crisis. But the manors available for rent in Shanghai these days either do not meet the requirements or have already been rented out in advance by others. Just as Li Hun finished reporting to you, Xiao Yao's manager walked over. Her tone was neither salty nor bland. President Yun, our Yao Yao's time is very precious. If it is because of your side that the shooting time is extended, that has nothing to do with us. When the time is up, we will leave. The hostility in the manager's words was much more restrained. She was simply telling you the consequences of a delay. After all, everyone was doing business. Own radish for own hole. This was not kids playing house. At this time, Xiao Yao proactively stood up. Out of the good impression she had of you from yesterday, she spoke with a radiant smile. If you really can't find a suitable own, I can ask some of my friends to help. If you need anything, just ask. Of course, it will be for a fee. The circles that celebrities have access to are all rich and noble. In particular, they know many rich second-generation heirs. At least in terms of connections. Even some big bosses are not as capable as Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao had also read the script. The manner at the beginning was indeed very important, involving many key plot points. She did not think that you, who was still in the early stages of starting a business, could find a manner that met the requirements. After all, Biqiang was just a little-known small company, only somewhat famous within the web novel circle. Thank you. But there is no need. I should be able to find own. You politely declined Xiao Yao's good intentions, then walked behind the desk and sat down. Motioning for Xiao Yao and the others to wait a moment, you took out your phone. Jiang Xiaohua had just sat down. When her phone beeped, you sent a message.
Wifey.
Arrange a manor for me, preferably a big own and a bit secluded. Need it for shooting a drama. Jiang Xiaohua replied. What is in it for me? You replied. With our relationship. You are still asking me for benefits. Jiang Xiaohua replied. Even biological siblings keep clear accounts. Not to mention we are not biological. I won't make it difficult for you. I bought 2 sets of cosplay costumes yesterday. You can be Raiden Shogun. You replied. Fine. Gritting teeth emoji. Not long after, while waiting, you received a location sent by Jiang Xiaohua. It was a bit far from the city center, requiring an hour's drive. Yunling Group mainly focused on real estate. If nothing else, at least they had as many houses as you could want. You stood up and said to Li Hun, call the crew members. Bring the tools we need and follow me. You waved to Xiao Yao and the others. You two just ride in my car. Xiao Yao was somewhat surprised. He found a suitable manor From the time you entered the office to now, it had not even been 10 minutes. And this perplexing problem was solved just like that. This guy is not simple. Taking the elevator to the parking lot. Xiaoyao was amazed to find that your car had changed. Yesterday it was clearly a BMW. But today it was actually replaced by a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This was a multi-million yuan luxury car. It showed just how substantial the owner's financial resources were. After getting into the car, the manager did not dare to speak again, somewhat cautiously observing the car's interior. Xiaoyao could not help but ask, "Did you rent this car? A luxury car of this caliber, even just to rent for a day, would cost over 100,000 yuan, and you might not even be able to rent it." You responded casually, "It is my family's." You suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. So this is how good it feels to show off. Li Hun, as the screenwriter, naturally had to come along too. He had just opened the passenger door and was about to get in, when you stopped him with quick hands and sharp eyes. You said seriously, "You sit in the back. Only my wife is allowed to sit in the passenger seat. She is a germaphobe. If she finds out someone sat in her seat, she will definitely beat me to death." Li Hun curled his lip, but he still closed the door, walked to the back seat, opened the door, and sat next to the manager. You started the car and drove out of the parking lot. Downstairs at the company, 5 vans were already geared up and ready to go. Seeing their boss come out, they hurriedly followed behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the way, Xiaoyao finally could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "Are you already married?" You smiled and replied, "Not yet, but soon, getting engaged on National Day. When the time comes, if you are free, do not forget to come have a meal. My wifey is super beautiful as you. Aside from having a somewhat bad personality, there is nothing else to pick on." As a single dog, Li Hun suffered a critical hit. His tone was resentful. What is so good about getting married? Being single is the most liberating. Unrestrained and carefree, just like a dandelion. How wonderful. These words spoke to Xiaoyao's heart. Being in the entertainment circle, she had seen far too many people get together for the sake of benefits, only to end up with broken families in their later years. Even wives leaving and families scattering, thinking of life after marriage, growing old together. A look of longing appeared in your eyes. You smiled faintly. Everyone has their own perspective. To the vast universe, the Earth is just a speck of dust. And to the Earth, we are all pretty much the same as dust. The Earth has the sun to warm it, and she is the sun in my world, lighting up my life, warming my heart, giving me hope for the future. After you finished speaking, the car fell into a temporary silence. The 3 of them were immersed in the world you had created. A kind of longing actually welled up in their hearts. A longing for love. This was Xiaoyao's first time desiring something so strongly. Currently, she was surviving for the sake of surviving. But what was it that she truly wanted? What was her original intention for entering the entertainment circle? From her angle, she could just see the warm smile brimming at the corners of your mouth. Presumably, you must be very happy right now. Sensing that the topic just now was a bit heavy, to ease the oppressive atmosphere, you proactively asked about Xiaoyao's life in the entertainment circle, curious about what the daily life of a star was like. Infected by your words, a wave of emotion washed over Li Hun's heart. He took out his phone, clicked on a contact he had not spoken to in a long time, hesitated for a long while, composed a message, and sent it. He then turned off the phone as quickly as possible, feeling scared. His heartbeat gradually sped up. An hour quickly passed. The towering buildings around them grew fewer and fewer, until finally, looking out the window, all you could see were majestic mountain peaks standing tall. The 6 vehicles parked one after another in front of a manor surrounded by mountains. The crew members stepped out of their cars with looks of awe. The terrain of this manor could simply be described as luxurious. The manor was surrounded by lush, green forests. The environment was tranquil and elegant. The staff members took out their phones one after another to take pictures, praising this scene as the ideal shooting location. You smiled faintly, directing everyone to divide the work and cooperate, beginning to set up the shooting equipment and scenes. Your face was full of confidence and anticipation. Li Hun and Xiao Yao also joined the busy work. Feeling this rare tranquility and beauty, their hearts were filled with anticipation for the upcoming shoot. This was the summer resort villa Shangtong built when he was young. Every year during the hottest time of summer, he would come here to live for a period of time. But this year, it definitely was not happening. After all, first it was Shang Xin getting married, and then Jiang Xiaohua and you getting engaged. He was endlessly busy. Most importantly, his granddaughter had confiscated all his alcohol. A summer retreat without alcohol. What kind of retreat is that? Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man wearing a butler's uniform walked out from inside the manor. His gaze quickly locked onto you. He stepped forward and bowed. Young master, Miss is already waiting for you inside. Xiao Jiang. She is here too. You were somewhat surprised. Soon, you led a group of people into this massive villa. Not far away was a 3-meter-high pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat a woman in a black dress. Just looking at her side profile was enough to make 1,000 beauties pale in comparison. You walked straight over. Jiang Xiaohua was brewing tea. Her slender, jade-like hands picked up the boiled water and poured it over the teacup, allowing the cup to better retain the tea's fragrance. After pouring away the water, Jiang Xiaohua finally began to brew the tea. She had just brewed a cup and placed it on the table. When you, walking over, picked it up and drank it in one gulp. The result was that you grimaced in pain from the heat. The teacup in your hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ouch! Hot, hot, hot. The butler brought over a broom at the right moment and swept up the porcelain shards on the floor cleanly. He sighed inwardly. Another 20,000 yuan gone. Jiang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at you. Her voice was as crisp and pleasant as an oriole. So reckless and impulsive, like a child, acting as if someone was going to snatch it from you. Li Hun walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, boss lady." Xiao Yao observed with a face full of curiosity. "So this is your girlfriend." At the same time, Jiang Xiaohua was also observing her. The appearances of the two were almost on par. Owen went for the cute style. Jiang Xiaohua had the butler entertain them properly. Then she pulled you towards a house inside the villa, preparing to apply some medicine to your sausage lips. Your mouth had already blistered from the heat. Your face was full of bitterness. Who told you to drink so hastily? Serves you right. While Jiang Xiaohua was away, Li Hun, holding a cup of tea, wandered around the villa. He nodded in satisfaction from time to time. Clearly, this manner perfectly matched the scene in his imagination. With just a little modification, it could be put directly into use. Soon, the crew members began setting up the location to carry out the shooting work. Not long after, you and Jiang Xiaohua came out from the house. You introduced everything about the crew to her. You were extremely proud, quite giving off the vibe that this is the empire I have conquered for you. What man does not like to show off his abilities in front of the girl he likes? This is a biological instinct. You were no exception. Jiang Xiaohua listened very seriously from beginning to end. A doting smile would occasionally cross her lips. She was really enjoying this feeling right now. Because right now, the boy she likes is sharing his world with her. 2 hours later, Xiao Yao, having finished shooting the first scene, leaned tiredly against a large tree. A gentle breeze blew by from time to time, taking away the heat in her heart. Looking up, not far away, you and Jiang Xiaohua were holding hands, catching butterflies. The scene was exceptionally heartwarming, even though it was a meaningless activity. At this moment, Xiao Yao actually felt a bit envious. The manager walked over from not far away, holding a tablet in her arms. Her tone was very excited as she said, "Yao Yao, the director of the Record of 9 Fragrances just called. He wants you to play the female lead. The pay is 20 million. An opportunity like this is very rare. It will definitely take your influence to the next level." The Record of 9 Fragrances is a novel that has been very popular online recently. It has now been confirmed for a TV drama adaptation. The genre is Shanxia immortal cultivation. Even before it airs, the internet is already full of cursing. Most of them are fans of the original work. But this does not stop the platform from building hype for this TV drama. After listening to what the manager said, if it were in the past, Xiao Yao definitely would have agreed without a second thought. After all, this was a payment of up to 20 million. It was almost a tenth of her total assets. But Xiao Yao glanced at Yu and Jiang Xiaohua catching butterflies not far away. A question arose in her mind. What exactly was her original intention for entering the entertainment circle? Was it to make more money? Or for luxury cars and big mansions? Obviously, it was neither. Her original intention was simply to enjoy acting happily. Not day after day of socializing. Not some drinking culture. What is wrong? Yao Yao. Seeing Xiao Yao delay in responding, the manager waved her hand in front of her eyes in confusion. Xiao Yao snapped back to reality. She buried her head between her knees, not letting anyone see her expression at this moment. It was a long while before she spoke in a muffled voice. Sister Shu, after finishing this short drama, I want to terminate my contract with the company. Hearing this, the manager revealed a look of great shock. Her face was full of disbelief. Are you crazy? You still have 3 years left on your contract with the company. If you terminate early, it is considered a breach of contract. The penalty you would have to pay is as high as 200 million. It will bankrupt you. You must be under too much pressure recently. I will call the boss later and ask him to give you a vacation. Get a good rest. The manager wanted to persuade her further, but Xiao Yao's attitude was exceptionally firm. After saying that sentence, her whole body relaxed. She finally laid down the 1,000-pound burden she had carried for so long. She never wanted to live wearing a mask again. Morning of August 17th. Saturday. As usual, business at the Miracle Milk Tea Shop was still booming today. Although it was not as explosive as the very beginning, when the line stretched down the entire street. The number of customers coming in every day was still more than all the other milk tea shops on this street combined. Busy behind the counter, Jian Xiaoqian was tired but happy. No Oan would have ever thought that a dignified daughter of a wealthy family like her would actually come here to sell milk tea, working herself to the bone like a dog every day. Although her body was exhausted, Jian Xiaoqian felt an unparalleled joy in her heart, because they were getting closer and closer to her and Du Ziteng's goal. They were busy straight until the 11 a.m. lunch rush. As everyone hurried home to eat, they finally got a hard-earned break. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Du Ziteng was already so tired he collapsed onto the table. She walked over and sat across from him. With joy in her voice, she said, I did some math when I got to the shop this morning. Guess how much money we have made so far? At the mention of money, Du Ziteng instantly revived with full health. He thought carefully and counted on his fingers. A bit uncertain, he guessed. ON million. A mysterious smile appeared on Jian Xiaoqian's pretty face. She shook her head, and then slowly held up 2 fingers. This is from the main shop and the branches combined. Although the profit per order is small, the sheer volume makes up for it. Right now, we have already opened 75 branch stores alone. This was the first time Du Ziteng had ever made this much money. He was somewhat stunned, thinking about how the herbal milk tea was his idea. A wave of excitement washed over him, and a sense of pride welled up spontaneously. He suggested, why do not we go withdraw some later, and cover the whole room with cash? How about it? That would definitely feel amazing. Du Ziteng had wanted to do this for a long time. Unfortunately, he did not have the means before. Now that he did, his heart began to itch with anticipation. Jian Xiaoqian smiled and nodded. She reached out her slender little hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. She felt a bit of heartache for him. Shifts at the Miracle Milk Tea Shop rotated every half day. After all, with such high-intensity continuous work, if it lasted a whole day, it would truly be unbearable. After eating lunch, Jian Xiaoqian went to the second floor to change out of her uniform. Wearing a beautiful long dress, she looked like a fairy stepping out of a dream. Du Ziteng reached out his hand. Let us go, my dear Mose. Jian. The bank was only half a street away from this commercial district. A 5-minute walk brought them right to the bank's entrance. So as not to attract attention, Du Ziteng had specifically prepared a black plastic bag. Even though it was noon, there were still quite a few people doing business inside the bank. Most of them were elderly, sitting at the manual service counters. The bank tellers were patiently explaining things to them. Du Ziteng and Jiang Xiaohua walked over to an idle at. He inserted the bank card. Just as he was about to withdraw the money, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Someone shouted sternly, "Nobody move. If you do not want to die, squat down right where you are and behave." Upon seeing the intruders, the female teller behind the counter instantly turned pale as a sheet. She hurriedly dropped the forms in her hand and squatted down in terror. Meanwhile, at the Mengxianju Manor in the suburbs of the Magic City, the film crew, having finished shooting, had to head back first for editing and audio mixing, so they left early. Xiao Yao, however, stayed behind at the manor with her manager. In the evening, the butler prepared a large, sumptuous dinner table. It was obvious that his culinary skills were superb. A bright smile beamed on his face. After all, guarding such a massive manor all alone is truly a very lonely job. You arrived at a room and were just about to knock, when the door opened from the inside first. The manager came out of the room with a dark expression. After glancing at you, she turned and walked straight away. Inside the room, Xiao Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed. You walked in. Given that you were the boss of the company, you asked softly, "I came to call you for dinner." What is wrong with her? It is nothing. I just plan to terminate my contract with my current agency. I want to go back to being myself. Sister Shu is just a bit upset about it. Do not mind her. Xiao Yao explained with her head lowered. You looked slightly stunned, faintly guessing that this might have something to do with you. Feeling the atmosphere was too heavy, you shrugged and smiled. As long as you are happy. If you can't make it out there, you can come to me. I do not mind having another capable person working under me. Once I terminate my contract, the agency will think I have no more exploitation value, and they will definitely smear me all over the internet, making it impossible for me to move an inch in the entertainment circle. If you say that, I will take it seriously. I do not care about reputation. Those things are all illusions. As long as someone is capable, I am willing to take them under my wing. I can't guarantee anything else. But at least here with me, you can be yourself, because I am not a qualified businessman. After chatting with you for a bit, Xiao Yao's mood improved significantly. Her suppressed feelings relaxed somewhat. She stood up and walked toward the door with light steps. Let us go. Let us eat. I am starving to death. Just as you stepped out of the room, your phone rang with an urgent ringtone. The caller ID showed it was Xia Yu. Calling this late at night, for someone like Xia Yu who always liked going to bed early, was quite unusual. You answered the call. Just as you were about to speak, Xia Yu's panicked voice came from the other end. Her voice was trembling. After hearing what she had to say, your face instantly drastically changed. After hanging up the phone, you rushed out of the manor at top speed, late at night. By the time you hurriedly arrived at the Magic City Hospital, it was already approaching 10 p.m. Following the location Xia Yu gave you, you took the elevator straight to the 5th floor. The corridor was extremely quiet. Eerily quiet. A strong smell of disinfectant permeated everywhere. Outside the operating room, Du Ziteng sat on a chair completely out of his wits. With his hands clasped together, he prayed continuously in his heart. Even though it was the hot summer, his heart felt unbearably cold. His body was trembling slightly. You already knew what had happened on your way here. When Du Ziteng and Jiang Xiaohua went to the bank to withdraw money, they encountered robbers holding up the bank. The robbers were in a manic state. Jiang Xiaohua, who was closest, was shot. She was currently lying in the operating room undergoing emergency treatment. Her fate was unknown. You stepped forward, placed a hand on your good brother's shoulder, and comforted him softly. Xiaohua will be fine. With bullets, as long as it does not hit a vital organ, the chances of survival are still very high. Tears of remorse wet his pants. Du Ziteng covered his face, the corners of his eyes bloodshot. Blaming himself, he cried out, "It is all my fault. If I had not said we should go to the bank to withdraw money, Xiaohua would not have met with such a tragedy. I am the Owen who hurt her." About 10 minutes later, the light above the operating room turned from bright red to green. The door opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out and took off his mask. Looking at you and Du Ziteng standing in the corridor, he frowned and asked, Which one of you is the patient's family? I am her boyfriend. Doctor, how is Xiao Qian's condition? Du Ziteng asked nervously. The doctor truthfully explained the current situation. The patient was shot in the liver. She requires a liver transplant. With current medical technology, a liver transplant is not considered difficult. But the problem now is that the bullet was poisoned. This greatly increases the risk of the surgery. It is best to perform the surgery as soon as possible. Hearing the doctor's words, Du Ziteng's body went limp and he almost collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, you caught him just in time. Turning your head, you asked the doctor in a deep voice, "What is the success rate of the surgery?" Less than 50%. If the surgery fails, it will very likely threaten the patient's life. After a few more words of advice, the doctor shook his head helplessly and left. Soon, nurses pushed the hospital bed out towards the ward. That night, Du Ziteng was fiercely scolded by Jian's father, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. He accused him of being a coward. Fortunately, the nurses held him back. Otherwise, Du Ziteng definitely would not have escaped a physical beating. Early the next morning, the sky was covered in a hazy gloom. When Du Ziteng arrived at the hospital with freshly brewed chicken soup, he found out that Jiang Xiaohua had already been transferred to an overseas hospital by her father. He even had a nurse pass on a message. A man who can't even protect his own woman. Do not even think about being with Xiaoqian for the rest of your life. After delivering the message, the young nurse carefully took out a piece of white paper and whispered, "The patient asked me to secretly pass this to you." On the white paper were 2 lines of elegant handwriting, just 2 short sentences. "I love you. When I come back from abroad, let us get married." The time left for Jian Xiaoqian had been very short. She only had time to leave these 2 sentences. At this moment, Du Ziteng fell into an unprecedented low. He became thoroughly depressed and despondent. The light vanished from his eyes, because his light had already gone across the sea. At the Hoding Villa, you, who had been busy all night without sleeping, were now lying in Jiang Xiaohua's embrace. Seeing the worry on your face had not diminished, Jiang Xiaohua reached out and closed your eyes. She comforted you softly. "It will be okay. Go to sleep." Already utterly exhausted, you fell into a deep slumber. Smelling her scent, you slept exceptionally peacefully. By the time you opened your eyes again, the sky outside was completely dark. Sounds came from the kitchen. Rubbing your eyes, you put on your shoes and walked over. Mumbling, you asked, "What are you doing?" "You are awake. I am making dinner for you." Soon, the dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. They were all meat dishes. Jiang Xiaohua kept putting food into your bowl until it was piled high. Only then did she put down her chopsticks, and then threatened with a huff, "It is rare for me to cook a meal. If you dare to leave leftovers, I guarantee you will never again get to eat food made by my own hands. I will definitely finish it all. Not a single crumb will be left." Famished, you started scarfing down the food, having missed yesterday's dinner and not eaten the whole day today. Not a single grain of rice had entered your stomach. You felt like you could eat an entire cow. Seeing you eating so happily, she could not help but laugh out loud. A gentle light flickered in her eyes. "You are eating so enthusiastically. Looks like I will have to cook for you more often." You nodded, feeling a trace of warmth in your heart. During the meal, you tried your best to chat with Jiang Xiaohua, sharing your feelings and trying to help her relax. Jiang Xiaohua listened quietly, occasionally inserting a few warm words to encourage and cheer you up. The dinner ended in a relaxed atmosphere. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Xiaohua's mouth. She took out an amulet pendant and placed it in front of you. With an extremely serious tone, she said, "I went to the temple this afternoon and prayed for this for you. I heard it is very effective. No matter what, you have to wear it. You absolutely, definitely must wear it. Even when taking a shower, you are not allowed to take it off, obviously." Jian Xiaoqian's incident this time had left Jiang Xiaohua with lingering fear. She was terrified that a similar accident would happen to you. The entire pendant was made of jade. It was carved in the image of a smiling Buddha. Its texture felt very smooth to the touch, like a piece of warm jade. Feeling warm inside, you pushed the amulet back in front of Jiang Xiaohua. Grinning and flashing your pearly white teeth, you said, I am petty, so I will live a long time. You need this more than I do. You should be the one to wear it. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua, having anticipated this, pulled open her collar slightly, revealing a jade Buddha pendant hanging around her neck. Seeing this, you finally agreed to accept it. A few days had passed since Jian Xiaoqian went abroad. During this time, you had been splitting your attention to manage the milk tea shop. As for Du Ziteng, he hid at home all day drowning his sorrows in alcohol. With an attitude of completely giving up on himself, you knew things could not go on like this. So, early in the morning, you went to the villa where Du Ziteng lived. You dug out a key from under the doormat, opened the door, and walked in. A person was lying on the living room sofa, heavily bearded and scruffy, fast asleep. The floor was littered with empty beer bottles. Garbage was scattered everywhere, emitting a sour, foul stench. Wake up! You slapped him awake, placed the breakfast you bought on the table, and said flatly, Are you just going to stay depressed like this forever? Du Ziteng sat up, silently picked up a bun from the table, and took a bite. I know being so negative is wrong, but I just can't control myself. I am just a cowardly, incompetent piece of trash. I can't even protect the person I love. What face do I have left to go see her? Yeah, you really are a piece of trash. You nodded in agreement with his statement. Then, you continued to critique him. Look at your pathetic face. Only someone blind like Jiang Xiaoqian could ever fall for you. You are an absolute uncompromising idiot. If I were Jiang Xiaoqian, I definitely would not have looked twice at you. Who knows if she is missing a screw in her head? The earlier words were somewhat bearable, but upon hearing the last sentence, Du Ziteng was enraged. He reached out, fiercely grabbed Luowen's collar, and landed a straight punch. The two started brawling in the living room. The sound of things smashing echoed continuously. This was your plan. Through fighting, to make Du Ziteng vent out the emotions bottled up inside him. But as they fought, Du Ziteng suddenly felt his body losing strength. He quickly realized something was wrong. Glaring angrily at you sitting on top of him, he asked, What did you put in that bun you gave me? You curled your lip and said, Just a little special recipe to temporarily make you lose your fighting capacity. Fighting is own thing, but I am afraid of pain, so I had to use some unconventional methods. Saying that, you threw a punch right at his face. Without holding back in the slightest, Du Ziteng's face flushed red. He desperately tried to struggle, but it was to no avail. He roared in anger and indignation. You despicable, dirty, shameless scoundrel. If you have the guts, let us fight fair and square. Tiksh, do I look like a fair and square kind of person to you? By the way, I brought a fertilizer sack. Just you wait. I will put it over your head right now. After pummeling Du Ziteng for half an hour, you finally stopped. The drug Shia you provided only lasted for 10 minutes. Halfway through, Du Ziteng had recovered his strength. The two of you tangled and fought, but you always held the upper hand. In the end, both of you lay on the floor, bruised and battered. The living room was a complete mess. Water cups and fruit trays were thrown everywhere. Even the coffee table had been kicked to pieces. Your face was accidentally cut by a shard from the coffee table, leaving a 1 centimeter gash. It was bleeding. Now, you should feel better, right? If you still do not feel better, I can still keep going. Du Ziteng, also lying on the floor, spat out a mouthful of bloody water. I am not fighting a dirty scoundrel like you. Ever since college, you only know how to play dirty tricks. What the hell do you know? This is called tactics. I make a living with my brain. Understand? Heh. Go to hell. You shameless bastard. After this fight, Du Ziteng truly felt much better inside. He let out a long breath. Touching his face, he said, Old Yun, I have decided. I am going to make a lot of money. When Xiaoqian comes back from abroad, I will make her look at me in a whole new light. I want her to see the transformed me. You? Can you even do that? Of course I can. My name is Du Ziteng. I am destined not to be an ordinary person. Your laughter echoed through the empty living room. Then, wearing a white, kitten print short-sleeve shirt, Jiang Xiaohua walked into the villa. Her icy gaze shot straight into your heart like a sharp arrow. Your smile vanished instantly. This familiar feeling. September. Minor heat. With the production crew rushing day and night. The short film starring Xiaoyao. Doomsday. Starting with a manor. All equipment found by scavenging. Short name. Doomsday Villa. Finally wrapped up filming successfully. The first season had a total of 72 episodes, each 10 minutes long. With Li Hun at the helm, the quality was absolutely top-notch. Very quickly, this short drama was broadcast on major video platforms and short video apps. With a wave of your hand, you directly pulled out 1 million to buy traffic and promoted it everywhere, relying on the luxurious cast, the special effects, and a plot that stood up to scrutiny. It dominated the top of the viewership charts. It could be said it was raking in gold every day. However, along with its massive popularity, it also attracted quite a few haters. Some were internet trolls hired by major platforms, and others were overly sensitive viewers who could not handle this kind of dark-themed genre. But as a result, you earned even more money. After all, bad publicity is still publicity. As long as the official authorities did not step in, they posed absolutely no threat to you. At the same time, your romance novel also reached its conclusion, and the first season of its anime adaptation officially premiered. This series of moves brought the name Baekhyun squarely into the public eye. Baekhyun consequently entered a period of rapid development, and its scale was expanding rapidly. It had already launched its own novel and short drama apps, leaving industry insiders in absolute awe. Relying on his relationship with Yu Teng, launched a series of merchandise at the milk tea shop, which sold like crazy. He already had dozens of franchise stores nationwide, but now, Teng no longer felt the joy of making money. His chest felt like it had a gaping hole torn into it. No amount of money could fill the void in his body, in this world, and only Owen Person could fill this void. But she was far away on the other side of the sea, her life or death unknown. September 17th. Mid-Autumn Festival. Grand Courtyard Villa. From early morning, the commotion in the kitchen never stopped. The noise made you walk downstairs yawning. Seeing Shang Xin sitting on the sofa knitting a scarf, you said groggily, "Mother Shang, you and Dad are back from your trip abroad so soon. Where is he?" Shang Xin's hands did not stop moving. She smiled and said, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. He is in the kitchen preparing lunch. Your grandpa and the others are coming over today. The whole family will gather together for a reunion meal. There is a custom in the Shang family. Whenever it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, no matter where you are, you have to go back home. Falling leaves return to their roots, to spend a complete and perfect mid-autumn together. Otherwise, you are bound to be lonely for the rest of your life." Old Yun's voice rang out from the kitchen. "Go buy 2 bottles of beer. I am making beer duck. I forgot to buy them when I went out earlier." Sigh. "Getting old, my memory is failing," you replied. But just as you were about to leave, Shang Xin stopped you. She beckoned you over. You walked over in confusion. "What is wrong?" Shang Xin glanced at the second floor and whispered with a smile in your ear, "Remember to buy 2 cans of Wangzai milk too. Xiaohua has to drink it every mid-autumn festival. She used to drink it secretly before. Just put it in the fridge when you get back. She will get it herself." Hearing this, you looked intrigued. You did not expect Jiang Xiaohua to have such a girly side, having to drink Wangzai milk on Mid-Autumn Festival. Busy from morning till noon, you watched Yun Zheng cook a full 18 signature dishes. The whole house was filled with the aroma of food. Shang Tong arrived with Xia Yuji. Han Bingbing came too. She originally wanted to help in the kitchen, which scared you so much you almost dropped to your knees. You quickly pulled her over to sit on the sofa. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for reunion. If this woman stepped in, it would probably turn into a total annihilation. After Jiang Xiaohua woke up, she changed her clothes and sat next to you. She wanted to eat the tangelo on the table, but did not want to wash her hands. So she looked at you, her handy toolman beside her. You smiled helplessly, neatly peeled the fruit, and brought a piece to her lips. Jiang Xiaohua took a small bite. The sweet taste spread in her mouth, and she showed an expression of pure enjoyment. While feeding her, you turned to Han Bingbing and asked in confusion, "It is already 12 of the clock. Where's your brother?" He said he will come later tonight. He is eating at the shop at noon. With the arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival, workers finally got a rare holiday. There were a lot more people shopping during the day, carrying bags big and small, with happy smiles beaming on their faces. Du Ziteng had just finished his work. Seeing Xia Yu and Hanji still busy in the shop, he put down the documents in his hand and asked curiously, "It is Mid-Autumn Festival today. Why have not you guys gone back yet? Did not I give you the day off?" With Du Ziteng's current assets, he really did not need to come to the shop himself, but this shop held a special meaning to him, so he did everything hands-on. Xie Yu blinked and smiled playfully. "Sister Xiao Qian is not here. So, we are keeping you company for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Grandpa used to say, "The more people there are, the livelier the Mid-Autumn Festival is." Hanji nodded in agreement. Du Ziteng felt a wave of emotion in his heart, and his eyes grew a little red. He rubbed his eyes. He did not know why he suddenly started tearing up. "Oh no, I have got sand in my eyes. I am going to go wash them out. You guys stop working for now. Pack things up. I will take you out for a big meal later." Meanwhile, at the Hoding Villa, Yunzheng and Shang Tong had already started drinking heavily. They had even gone from calling each other elder to brother. The scene was incredibly lively. Just then, the doorbell rang. "You guys keep eating. I will go get the door." You put down your chopsticks and got up to open the door. When you opened it, there was no one there. A package was left on the doormat. It was thin, looking like some kind of document. You glanced at the address. Surprisingly, it was sent from abroad. You tore open the seal, and inside was just a thin piece of paper. A large line of text caught your eye. Your pupils shrank suddenly, and you froze on the spot, staring intently at the paper in your hands. Death certificate. Jiang Ji. Seeing this familiar name, you stood completely still, holding the report. You could not believe it. Your eyes moved further down. Cause of death: late-stage brain tumor. At this moment, a deep doubt in your heart was finally answered. Why Su Mingcheng had changed so much before, like a completely different person. And why, before going abroad, he gave the entire Tian Mao group to Jiang Xiaohua. For a power-hungry man like him, this was almost an impossible thing to do. But now you understood. For a dying person, all the money in the world is just useless pieces of paper. Approaching the end of his life, his only lingering concern was his family. But Mother Shang already had a new family, and he did not have the face to disturb her. So Jiang Ji chose to go abroad and pass away in a foreign land. Jiang Xiaohua, who was eating, saw you standing dazed at the door. She did not notice anything wrong and urged you to come back. You gathered your thoughts, folded the death report, and put it in your pocket. With a heavy heart, you closed the door and walked back to the dining table. You could not let Jiang Xiaohua know about this. At least, not on a day like today. What were you doing just now? Oh, the new security guard did not know the way and delivered a package to the wrong address. Hurry up and eat. I will peel a shrimp for you. But you forgot. The person who knew you best in this world was Jiang Xiaohua. She keenly observed that when you were speaking just now, you were intentionally avoiding her gaze. She thought to herself that you definitely had something to hide. Jiang Xiaohua did not point it out on the spot. Instead, she pretended not to know anything and continued to enjoy the delicious food on the table. You were distracted the whole time you were washing the dishes. Little did you know that someone had already seen right through you. In the afternoon, the family started playing mahjong. They even invited the aunt's family over. There was exactly own table for mahjong and oan for dodiju, and oan table exclusively for luo xiaomeng, to use the mahjong tiles to build various little animals. She was having a great time playing all by herself. Around 2 of the clock, Yunzheng went out to buy ingredients for making mooncakes. Making mooncakes is very simple, basically no difficulty at all. Simply put, the whole family participated. Amidst the busyness, night quietly fell. Everyone happily ate the mooncakes they made themselves, admiring the bright moon in the night sky, even though it could be seen every day. At this moment it felt very precious. It was also your first time having such a lively mid-autumn festival. Only then did you understand one thing. The most important part of the Mid-Autumn Festival is not admiring the moon or eating mooncakes, but family reunion. It was not until 11 p.m. that the gathering finally came to an end. After playing all day, everyone hurriedly went back to their rooms to sleep. Fresh out of the shower, Jiang Xiaohua sat on the bed, playing with a hairpin in her hand. You knelt on a keyboard, breaking out in a cold sweat. She asked casually, "You are getting bolder and bolder these days. How dare you hide things from me? Out with it. What exactly happened during lunch today? If you dare to lie, do not even think about getting in bed tonight. This is my room. My bed," you said weakly. Jiang Xiaohua glared at you sharply. This brat. He even dares to talk back now. You stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaohua walked out of the room. When she returned a moment later, she had half a durian shell in her hands. She threw it on the floor. The implication was clear. Forced into a corner. You had no choice but to take the death report out of your pocket and hand it over tremblingly. You muttered. You insisted on seeing this. Jiang Xiaohua took it and glanced at the paper. Her pupils trembled involuntarily. Her right hand gripping the paper tightened forcefully, crumpling the report with wrinkles. Just when you thought she was going to burst into tears, Jiang Xiaohua stayed silent for a moment, then put down the report, took off her shoes, and got under the covers. Let us sleep. It is getting late. With that said, the bright lights suddenly went out. The whole room turned pitch black and was completely silent, with only the sound of faint breathing and the intermittent chirping of cicadas outside the window. After you laid down in bed, Jiang Xiaohua, lying with her back to you, reached over and hugged your waist, shrinking into your warm embrace. Soon, you felt a wetness against your abdomen. Jiang Xiaohua buried her head in your arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. There was nothing you could do but hold her tight, share in her sorrow, and make her feel less alone. Late at night, far away from the downtown area of the Magic City, there was an isolated village nestled in the rolling mountains. Inside one of the wooden cabins lit by candlelight, 6 figures were gathered around a wooden table, discussing something in low voices.
Boss.
What do we do now? That idiot Wang Lao. We told him to rob a bank with fewer people, but the fool actually went to a bank right in the center of the Magic City. He got caught by security before he even started, and even assaulted someone. I said from the start we should not have sold a gun to that moron. The police are cracking down so hard right now. It is only a matter of time before they find us. Boss, say something. I am still young, have not married or had kids yet. I do not want to die. The 5 men all looked towards the head of the table, where a sturdy middle-aged man sat. The exposed muscles on his arms made it obvious he was a trained fighter. Fatty Yao took out a Zhonghua cigarette and lit it. His expression fluctuated for a moment, before he said coldly, "Technology is so advanced nowadays. It is only a matter of time before they track us down. We have to leave the country before we are found out. Number 2. Go and see if there are any suitable targets. We will pull off own last job before we leave. Everyone keep your heads down lately. Do not go out unless you absolutely have to. If anyone dares to screw this up, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherhood." Hearing the threat in their boss's words, the 5 of them nodded fearfully. The next morning, you opened your eyes and yawned, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. Jiang Xiaohua happened to walk out of the bathroom, seeing her expressionless face, and perhaps because life had been too comfortable lately, you impulsively blurted out, "Oh, how come the crybaby woke up so early today? The sun must be rising from the west." Downstairs, Yun Qiwing only had own day off, so she left little Meng Meng here and went to work early in the morning. At this moment, Shang Xin was patiently teaching Luo Xiaomeng how to do her summer homework. A loving smile on her face. A commotion came from upstairs. I was wrong. I should not have run my mouth. Wifey, be the bigger person and spare me. I did not mean it. Ouch. Do not kick my butt. Then, you were seen wearing your pajamas, running barefoot and disheveled down the stairs, sprinting hurriedly towards the door. Jiang Xiaohua was hot on your heels, wielding a clothes hanger. Her eyes were icy cold. With a faint anger burning inside, the two of you chased each other out the door. Seeing this, Luo Xiaomeng instantly lost all interest in studying. She chased after you in her little slippers, shouting, "Big brother, big sister, wait for me. Are you playing tag? I want to play too." Shang Xin helplessly rubbed her forehead and sighed. Honestly, making such a fuss so early in the morning. Young people really do have a lot of energy. Very soon, Jiang Xiaohua caught up to you. You were rewarded with a flurry of loving punches, and even got ridden like a horse by Luo Xiaomeng, who caught up. You felt incredibly aggrieved. After breakfast, you accompanied Jiang Xiaohua to the cemetery. You buried some of Jiangji's old clothes in a tomb, then lit incense and paid your respects. She did not say a word the entire time, but you could feel the sorrow in her heart. Even if Jiangji had taken the wrong path, he was still her biological father. After paying respects, the two of you wandered aimlessly on the street. Jiang Xiaohua looked at the hurried pedestrians on the roadside, and suddenly said, "You are not allowed to leave me." You smiled. "Of course, I won't leave you." Jiang Xiaohua asked softly, "But what if, only when you are around, do I have a home?" At that moment, Jiang Xiaohua smiled. A radiant smile. She reached out and took your arm, quietly resting her head on your shoulder. The sadness was gradually replaced by happiness. As you kept walking, you unknowingly arrived at the miracle milk tea shop. It was still early, and there were not many people in the shop. To your surprise, Han Bingbing was actually sitting in the shop drinking milk tea. Seeing the two of you enter, Han Bingbing's eyes lit up, and she directly offered her half-finished milk tea. "Miss, have you had breakfast? Want a sip?" Jiang Xiaohua remained expressionless. "You have already drank from it. It is a bit dirty. You should drink it yourself." If it were anyone else, they would surely feel uncontrollably disappointed at this moment. But Han Bingbing acted as if she had received a great reward. She was secretly delighted, thinking, "Miss looking disgusted is still so incredibly charming." You leaned against the counter and asked Xia Yu, who was preparing to open the shop, "How is that guy doing these past 2 days?" He is very motivated, but he sounds a bit more somber when he speaks, and talks a lot less. Do you think something happened to him? Probably not. When a person starts talking less, it means they are maturing. A group of men walked into the shop. The leader said gruffly, "Give us 6 lemonades, please." "Okay. Please wait a moment. That will be $24 in total." You took a closer look at them, and your brows furrowed slightly. You suddenly felt a bit uneasy. On such a hot day, wearing face masks was own thing, but dressing so heavily, were not they afraid of suffocating? Just as Xia Yu turned to prepare the drinks, the leader, Fatty Yao, sized up the shop. First he looked at you, noticed the muscles on your arms, then looked at Jiang Xiaohua playing on her phone nearby. She is no good either, he thought. Her aura alone says she is not to be messed with. Finally, his gaze fell on Han Bingbing, who was blissfully drinking her milk tea. This ON is good. She clearly has no fighting ability. Probably just a naive sweet girl. Having chosen their hostage target, Fatty Yao shot a glance at the men behind him. 2 of them nodded, rushed quickly towards Han Bingbing, and pulled out daggers, pressing on against her throat. "Do not move if you do not want to die." The other 2 quickly pulled down the rolling shutter doors, and each pulled out from their bags 2 gleaming daggers. And the shop owner, "I know you are in there. Get your ass out here right now." This sudden action startled Xia Yu so much that the cup in her hand dropped to the floor, shattering into pieces. Panicked, she crouched down and covered her head. Han Bingbing was dragged aside by 2 robbers. You looked at the leader, Fatty Yao, and said with a bizarre expression, "Are you sure you want to mess with her?" Han Bingbing looked at the spilled milk tea on the floor, which had been half full. Her eyes gradually grew dark and cold. Fatty Yao still had not realized the severity of the situation, and did not understand what you meant by that. Just as he was about to speak, 3 agonizing screams echoed from behind him. It scared him so much he shuddered. He instinctively looked back, and his pupils sharply contracted. A sharp dagger was pointed right at his eyeball. Less than 5 centimeters away, the 3 robbers lay unconscious on the ground. Han Bingbing's voice was full of murderous intent. "Pay for my milk tea. I will pay." Fatty Yao swallowed hard, reached his hand into his pocket, and then viciously struck out, pulling out a short dagger and thrusting it at Han Bingbing. "Go to hell." Han Bingbing reacted extremely fast, quickly crouching to dodge the blade. Then, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, she delivered a fierce whirlwind kick, knocking the dagger away. It clattered sharply against the ground. Just as Han Bingbing was about to follow up her attack, another shout came from the side. "If you do not want this guy to die, stop right now." It turned out another robber had taken you hostage and was currently holding a knife to your neck. But just as the words left his mouth, a strong gust of wind hit him from behind. Immediately after, his vision went black, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. Jiang Xiaohua calmly retracted her elegant leg and scoffed coldly. "You dare touch my man? You must have a death wish. I am the only one allowed to bully him. You definitely were not going to take this insult lying down. So you ruthlessly kicked the man in his private parts twice, and then asked Xia Yu to bring chili powder and clear tape. You sprinkled the chili on his face and wrapped it tightly with the tape, trying to pull a dirty trick on me. Watch me torture you to death." You slapped the robber hard on his philtrum, forcing him awake. He instinctively took a breath, and the chili powder immediately rushed up his nose. His face instantly contorted, and he desperately tried to cough. But his mouth was sealed tight with tape, so he could only let out muffled groans of agony. In the end, this gang of thugs was cuffed in cold steel by the police and escorted away in police cars. When Du Saiteng found out that this gang was the same one who sold the gun to the bank robber Wang Laowu, he was absolutely furious. He grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to hack those animals to pieces. Luckily, you held him back tightly. After this commotion, Han Bingbing was no longer in the mood for milk tea. She quickly said her goodbyes, walked out the shop, and drove straight back to her company. Du Ziteng calmed down, wiped the sweat off his hands, and asked you, "Do you want a cup of milk tea?" "No, thanks." You shook your head, suddenly remembering something. Pulling an invitation from your pocket, you joked, "My engagement party is in half a month. You absolutely have to come. You do not have to show up, but your gift must arrive. Otherwise, our friendship ends here." "All right. Do you think your bro is short on that little bit of money?" After leaving the milk tea shop, you and Jiang Xiaohua went back to your respective companies. After all, romance is romance. But careers must go on. This is all going to be your daughter's future dowry. A taxi pulled up in front of Bikyong Company. The security guard was about to step forward to shoo it away, but seeing that it was you getting out, his face immediately filled with a wide smile. "Boss, Yun." "Good morning." You nodded, and just as you were about to enter, a burst of cheers suddenly erupted from the company's second floor, as if celebrating some major event. The security guard quickly explained, "Boss, Yun, today, Doomsday Villa surpassed 10 billion views across the entire internet. Everyone is celebrating. Should I go and tell them to keep it down?" "No need." You waved your hand. Hitting 10 billion views is definitely worth celebrating. Go and tell them. Everyone gets a 50,000 bonus this month. "All right. I will go right now." The security guard was thrilled, but still maintained his manners. Only after you entered the elevator did he sprint toward the second floor. Not long after, the cheering grew even more enthusiastic, echoing endlessly. The following half-month passed peacefully. The only thing that caught your attention was Xiao Yao terminating her contract with her entertainment agency. On the first day of the termination, the internet was flooded with overwhelming rumors and malicious comments. It vaguely seemed like someone was secretly fueling the fire behind the scenes. The day of the engagement arrived quickly. The entire building of the Magic City International Hotel had been booked out. Red lanterns were hung everywhere, and a long red carpet was laid at the entrance. Double happiness characters were pasted everywhere, visible at every turn. Even though it was only an engagement, there were quite a lot of guests. You and Jiang Xiaohua, dressed in formal attire, welcomed guests at the door, beaming with smiles. From time to time, you greeted seniors and elders. It was incredibly lively. The gifts beside you were piled up like a small mountain. The host took the stage with a microphone. Although it was just an engagement, the sense of ceremony had to be perfect. At the hotel entrance, Du Ziteng stood alone. He took a look at you and Jiang Xiaohua holding hands on stage, then turned and walked out of the hotel dejectedly. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. On the street outside the hotel, pedestrians were rushing by. Everyone had their own home and possessed a little sun in their inner world. A tear moistened the corner of Du Ziteng's eye. The half-smoked cigarette dropped to the ground. Tears welled up like a broken dam, soaking his clothes. He choked back sobs, crouching on the ground, crying helplessly. You had found the love of your life, while his beloved was still missing, her fate unknown. The sound of light footsteps cut through the honking of cars. A pair of white canvas shoes entered Du Ziteng's sight, and the wind brought a familiar perfume scent. At this moment, to Du Ziteng, the whole world seemed to stand still. The roaring of cars, the chatter of pedestrians, the music from behind, were all completely blocked out. Idiot. Why are you crying? The woman's face wore a gentle smile, her hand pulling a pink suitcase. The sun shone brightly behind her, making her look as if she had stepped straight out of a manga. She was back. The engagement ceremony lasted for half a day before concluding. At the same time, it was finalized that on December 24th, which is Christmas Eve, the wedding would be held. After dealing with guests all morning, you thought you could finally rest for a bit. But in the afternoon, you were dragged around to visit relatives, visit important corporate partners, grandfather's old friends, Mother Shang's best friends, and so on. It was not until you got home at night that you collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly drained of life. You would rather stay home and write novels for 10 days straight than spend half a day visiting relatives. The bedroom door opened, and Jiang Xiaohua walked in, fresh from a shower. Seeing you looking completely exhausted, she could not help but walk over and pinch your cheek, leaning close to your ear. She whispered, "I wanted to do something interesting with you. But since you are so tired, never mind." Something interesting. Your eyes widened abruptly, and you bounced up from the bed in pleasant surprise, staring heatedly at Jiang Xiaohua, who was emitting a faint fragrance. You rubbed your hands together and asked, "You are not joking, are you?" Jiang Xiaohua blinked. "What if I said I was?" Too late. As soon as the words left your mouth, you lunged straight at her. A million words are omitted here. Fill in the blanks yourself. The night passed, and that night, both of you grew up a little more. You, being held by Jiang Xiaohua like a body pillow, slowly woke up. You opened your eyes and gently moved the delicate hand off your neck, and sat up. A splash of crimson on the bed sheets caught your eye. Before you could think too much about it, a hand slapped you ruthlessly on the face. You were pulled back into Jiang Xiaohua's embrace. She mumbled softly, "Sleep a little longer." Hearing this, you wrapped your arm around her slender waist and closed your eyes in contentment. This feeling was simply amazing. You slept straight through until noon, still having a sweet dream. You were kicked right in the butt by Jiang Xiaohua. Rolling onto the floor, you let out a wail. "What are you doing? I am hungry. Hurry up and cook. I want braised pork for lunch. And braised pig trotters." Perhaps because she had been cultivated until the early hours last night, Jiang Xiaohua had an exceptionally good appetite today. She did not even care about dieting or keeping her figure anymore. Anyway, she had already secured her man. Even if she ate until she became fat, this little man of hers could not run away. So unreasonable. "It is clearly your turn to cook today," you muttered to yourself while rubbing your butt and climbing to your feet. The next second, an icy glare shot your way, scaring you into a full-body shiver. You quickly picked up your clothes from the floor and trotted out of the room. Although you have repeated it many times, you still had to say it. Women are unreasonable creatures. In the living room, you received a call from Du Ziteng. Learning that Jiang Xiaohua had returned from abroad, you immediately put on a serious face and said, "Xiaohua coming back definitely calls for a big celebration. How about this? You two come straight to my place for lunch today, and I will make a huge feast." The other end of the line was silent for a moment. Before Du Ziteng's suspicious voice came through. You brat, do not tell me you just want me to cook for you for free? Do I look like that kind of shameless person to you? Holding the phone, your eyes went wide. As you spoke with righteous indignation. However, the only response you got was the beep beep of the phone hanging up. A silent answer is the deadliest. Helpless, you had no choice but to obediently walk into the kitchen, tie on an apron, and take out the leftover pork belly old Yon had left in the fridge yesterday, cutting it into suitable pieces. Coming downstairs, Jiang Xiaohua sat on the sofa holding the little white cat. She turned on the TV to watch today's news, her hands continuously kneading Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai, did you get fatter again these past 2 days? Meow. Being petted so roughly, Luo Xiaobai let out a cry of protest. But as a result, it was petted even harder. It could only bear the grievance. There was no other way. After all, in this house, Jiang Xiaohua was the empress. Making braised pork is not complicated. But maybe because you were too tired last night, you accidentally mixed up the dark and light soy sauce. A whole pot of meat was ruined just like that, just as you were pulling out your phone to order takeout. Jiang Xiaohua was standing at the kitchen door, heaven knows since when. Looking at your sneaky behavior, she frowned and asked, "Is it not done yet?" Almost. Just a little bit. Before you could finish, you were shoved aside by Jiang Xiaohua. She suspiciously picked up a piece of meat from the pot and tasted it. It tasted quite weird in her mouth, but she still swallowed it. It was not completely inedible. Throwing it away would be a waste. With that, she scooped the meat into a bowl and served herself some fragrant white rice. Watching this made you feel a wave of emotion. Just as you were about to walk out, you were glared at by Jiang Xiaohua. She said aggressively, "Where are my braised pig trotters? Why are not you making them yet?" Your smile froze. The emotion that had just welled up in your heart vanished into thin air instantly. "Dad, I miss you so much." Peaceful days passed on by on. What surprised you was, 2 weeks after your engagement, Du Ziteng and Jian Shaoqian actually beat you to it and got directly married. It seemed they wanted to strike first and report later before Father Jian returned to the country, to make the raw rice into cooked rice, so he would have nothing to say. Facts proved. They succeeded. When Father Jian came back from abroad, ready to drag back Jian Shaoqian, who had secretly sneaked back to the country, he learned the news that the two were already married. He was so angry he nearly choked. The marriage certificate had been acquired, and the wedding had been held. Even if he wanted to stop it, there was nothing he could do. On October 16th, because Biqiang's works consecutively topped the trending lists of all major platforms, many investors saw its potential and enthusiastically sought to invest. Therefore, today you gathered the company's senior executives to prepare to discuss going public. Inside the executive conference room, Li Hun's expression was a bit hesitant at the moment. Going public is certainly a good thing. It could multiply the company's scale several times over, and maybe even make us an industry leader. But the price is the dilution of equity. I am worried we will be targeted by others, affecting the company's future decision-making power. The other executives did not make a sound. Of course, they hoped Biqiang would go public. That way, their status would rise with the tide. The money they would earn would definitely be much more than now. Unfortunately, they had no say in this matter. They came to the meeting merely as a formality. The real decision-making power lay in your and Li Hun's hands. After all, you two held all the shares of Biqiang. After hearing Li Hun's words, you fell into deep thought. Expanding the scale would indeed make the company's management structure unstable. Inserting cronies was a small matter. Affecting the company's operations would be the big problem. Just as you were discussing, your phone rang. You took it out and looked. It was a call from Secretary Yi. You answered it with confusion. "Hello." Then, without knowing what the other person said, your calm expression changed drastically. You said in a serious tone, "Okay, I will head over right now." "What happened, Boss Yun?" Seeing your terrible expression, Li Hun asked in confusion. "I have some personal matters to take care of. I will leave the decision on this matter to you." Leaving this sentence behind, you hurriedly grabbed your coat and dashed out of the conference room. In a huge rush, Li Hun had never seen you so panicked. Right after, the eyes of everyone in the conference room turned to Li Hun in unison, waiting for his conclusion. Li Hun instantly fell into a dilemma. Sitting at the table, he tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. In the quiet conference room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After a long time and careful consideration, Li Hun finally gave an answer. Baekhyang needs to go public to go further. But not now. We have only just taken our first step. We will discuss the IPO later. Meeting adjourned. Not waiting for the executives to react, Li Hun practically fled the room with quick steps. On the other side, Yu left the company and drove at top speed toward the Magic City People's Hospital. The crazy roar of the engine echoed through the streets and alleys. By the time you arrived, Shang Xin and Yun Zheng were already waiting outside the ward, their expressions full of worry. Seeing you run over, Secretary Yi stepped forward and said softly, "I originally went to look for Director Zhang to report on work. But as soon as I walked in, I found Director Jiang lying on the floor in pain. She could not even speak properly. The specific cause is currently unclear." Just as Secretary Yi finished speaking, the ward door opened. A middle-aged female doctor in a white coat walked out, taking off her mask. She was followed by 2 nurses. "Doctor, how is my daughter's condition?" Shang Xin hurriedly stepped forward to ask, her heart anxious and nervous. Seeing this, the female doctor broke into a smile. "Rest assured, there is nothing wrong with the patient's body. We can preliminarily determine that she is pregnant." "Congratulations." "Pregnant?" Shang Xin was immensely shocked. Her gaze involuntarily turned to you. At this moment you were also frozen on the spot, unable to believe your ears. "My wife is pregnant. I hit the bullseye on the first shot. But wait, how could pregnancy cause someone to faint?" The whole family was overjoyed. Just as you were all about to enter the ward to check, the female doctor quickly stopped you, explaining, "Currently, the patient's body is a bit weak, and she needs a quiet environment. For the following period it is best to have own person specifically dedicated to watching her, or hire a caregiver. Her diet also needs attention." "I will do it. I will watch over her." You volunteered eagerly, your expression filled with excitement. How could you not be excited? You were going to be a father. Yun Zheng also said with a face full of joy, "Doctor, what should we pay attention to regarding her diet? Just tell me directly. I am the one in charge of cooking at home." Originally, these trivial matters should have been arranged by the nurses. But Jiang Xiaohua's identity was not simple. Out of caution, the female doctor went over every single precaution, big and small, and even wrote them down on paper. On the bed in the ward, Jiang Xiaohua, who was healthy and rosy-cheeked just this morning, was now as pale as snow, looking as if she could shatter into pieces at any moment. It was heartbreaking to see. You walked in softly. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Xiaohua turned her head, glanced at your nervous face, and rolled her eyes. "Could you not walk so slowly? You are making it look like I have a terminal illness." You glared at her. "Who told you to suddenly give me such a huge surprise? I was not even prepared for this." Immediately after, you leaned over, lifted a corner of the blanket, and pressed your head against Jiang Xiaohua's warm stomach, saying happily, "It must be a bratty little boy to actually make my wife suffer so much. Just wait until you are born. See if I do not teach you a good lesson." Jiang Xiaohua pushed you away and covered herself with the blanket again. "Get lost. Who says you can teach my son a lesson? Kneel down." "I will kneel if I have to." You act like I am afraid of you. Watching you, with a defiant face, actually kneeling obediently on the ground, a smile finally appeared on Jiang Xiaohua's paper-pale face. She said, "Little Yezi, I am hungry. Peel an apple for me." "Oh, you obediently did as told. You had no choice. Your wife was your everything. A pregnant wife outranked the Jade Emperor himself." Soon, a nurse entered the ward. "Are you the companion? Come with me to process the patient's paperwork and get your caregiver pass." "Okay." You followed the young female nurse out of the ward, walking towards the payment counter. At the same time, you asked curiously, "Miss Nurse, a person who just got pregnant should not be this physically weak, right?" "My wife, she..." Hearing this, the nurse explained without changing her expression, There are exceptions to everything. Look at that woman resting on the bench over there. You looked in the direction the nurse pointed, and indeed saw a woman who was skin and bones, pregnant, sitting on a chair, resting. The nurse continued to speak. She was a fitness instructor. Before getting pregnant, she could smash several bricks with own punch. But after getting pregnant, in just half a month, she turned out like this. Cases like this are considered exceptions. But do not worry. Miss Zheng's condition is not as severe as hers. With some rest for a while, her body should be able to recover. You nodded thoughtfully, your uneasy heart settling down a bit. The hot summer gradually faded away, and the autumn breeze quietly swept in. Over the past half-month, you threw all your work to the back of your mind, wholeheartedly taking care of the pregnant Jiang Xiaohua. A cool breeze blew gently into the ward, and you hurriedly closed the window tight. Your gaze fell upon the figure on the bed who was secretly binge-watching anime. Jiang Xiaohua. You darted forward in own swift step and snatched her phone directly from her. Frowning, you reminded her. The doctor specifically instructed that pregnant women should stay away from phones as much as possible. Your body is particularly sensitive right now, and all this radiation is bad for both you and the baby. I want to play. Give it back to me now. Seeing you dare to oppose her, Jiang Xiaohua immediately widened her eyes, looking like she was about to go berserk. You shoved the phone into your pocket, gently stroked her hair, and sighed helplessly. I am doing this for your own good. Be good. Stop playing on your phone. Listen to me. Stinky man. You really are treating me like a child. Jiang Xiaohua made a motion to hit you, and you immediately widened your innocent eyes, blinking them pitifully. Jiang Xiaohua was so amused by your comical appearance that she burst out laughing. Her laughter was as sweet as silver bells. This guy is just too funny. She could not bear to actually hit him at all. Seeing her happy, you also started laughing along. Just as the atmosphere was getting warmer and cozier, a cough suddenly came from the doorway. You turned your head and looked. Grandfather was already standing there. Heavens knows since when. You hurriedly wiped the smile off your face and quickly stepped forward to support him. Grandfather. Why are you here, grandfather? With such a major event. How could I not come and see? Shang Tong let you support him as he walked to the hospital bed and sat down on a chair. He looked at his granddaughter, his cloudy eyes filled with concern. He asked softly, how are you feeling? I am doing pretty well. No different from usual. Actually, there is no need for me to be hospitalized at all. Absolutely not. You are carrying my great-grandchild, letting you leave the hospital to work. Do not even think about it. Just stay in the hospital and rest. Shang Tong's tone was stern, leaving Jiang Xiaohua no room to argue. Then, he turned to you. I came in a rush, and have not had breakfast yet. I noticed a congee shop across from the hospital. Go and buy me a bowl of congee. Hearing this, you were taken aback for a moment. It is almost 10 of the clock now. Is not it a bit late for breakfast? But you quickly caught on, nodded, walked out of the ward, and carefully closed the door behind you. In the quiet ward, Shang Tong asked again in a deep voice. Tell me the truth. How is your body really holding up? I am really doing fine. Jiang Xiaohua's expression did not change, but her hands unconsciously wrung together, and her gaze instinctively avoided her grandfather's eyes. Suddenly, Shang Tong stood up and pressed his thumb against an acupoint on Jiang Xiaohua's abdomen. In a mere instant, Jiang Xiaohua's face drained of color, turning deathly pale. Her expression twisted in agony, as if she were enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Shang Tong sighed. Did you think you could hide it from me? There has been a genetic disease in our family since your grandmother's generation. It is usually undetectable, but the symptoms severely worsen during pregnancy. Your grandmother died in childbirth back then, largely because of this. When your mother gave birth to you, she barely survived, returning from the very gates of hell, just to bring you into this world. Your condition right now is even more severe than your mother's was. Listen to my advice. Abort the child. I believe Yun Yi won't blame you. Faced with her grandfather's earnest persuasion, Jiang Xiaohua, whose complexion was gradually recovering, shook her head firmly. Stroking her belly, she said, This is his and my child. The doctor has already told me that I have a special constitution. If I abort this child, it is very likely I will never be able to conceive again, even if it might cost you your life. It is just a gamble. I have gambled so many times in my life, and I have never lost. I believe I can win this time too. In the future, I want to take our child to travel the world." As she spoke, a maternal radiance emerged on Jiang Xiaohua's face. Her mind was already sketching out a heartwarming picture. You and her, holding your baby in your arms. Seeing Jiang Xiaohua's resolute expression, Shang Tong knew he could not persuade her. He had no choice but to sit back down in his chair. Taking a deep breath, he tried to make his voice sound softer. "I had anticipated this day long ago. So, when you were born, I acquired a private hospital abroad, dedicated to researching our Shang family's genetic disease. Although a permanent cure has not been found in over 20 years, there are a few viable treatment options. Say a proper goodbye to him. Prepare yourself to go abroad for a long time." Seeing Jiang Xiaohua lower her head in silence, Shang Tong wanted to say something else, but swallowed his words back down. He could only get up and walk outside. Before leaving, he took Owen's last look at the granddaughter he had doted on since childhood. She really is just like her grandmother. Even this stubborn personality is exactly the same. Not long after Shang Tong left, you walked into the ward carrying a portion of hot congee. Placing the congee on the table, you asked casually, "Grandfather left so quickly. What did you two talk about?" "Nothing special. By the way, let us go see the ocean tonight. I have been cooped up in the hospital for half a month, and I am dying of boredom." You shook your head helplessly. "The doctor just said that it is getting cold these days, and it is best not to go out." Jiang Xiaohua blinked her large, watery eyes. "That is exactly why we should go out at night. Pretty please." When she acted cute like this, her lethality was simply off the charts. You could not refuse her at all, and could only compromise. "Agreed. We are just looking at the ocean. You absolutely cannot touch the water." Hee hee. Time slowly passed, and night draped over the earth like a black veil. A low-key black BMW blended into the darkness, quietly leaving the hospital. In the passenger seat, the originally slim Jiang Xiaohua was wrapped up like a chubby dumpling. Dissatisfied, she tried to peel off the heavy coat. Beside her came your nonchalant reminder. "Do not forget what you promised me during the day. Once we are out, you listen to me. Little Yun, I think you are getting a bit ahead of yourself. How dare you give me orders?" Jiang Xiaohua reached out and pinched your cheek with a serious face, seeming to vent her dissatisfaction, but she still obediently kept the heavy clothes on. The roads were sparsely populated with cars at night. You sped all the way, and 2 hours later, you finally arrived at the outskirts of Shabi Beach. The car gradually slowed down, and finally parked by the roadside. After getting out of the car, you held Jiang Xiaohua's hand tightly as you walked on the sandy beach. Leaving behind a trail of side-by-side footprints, you took a deep breath and sighed. "Actually, I prefer looking at the ocean at night. It is exceptionally quiet at this hour. With no one to disturb us, there is only the sound of the waves and the howling of the wind. It is not as noisy as the daytime, where it is hard to calm down and appreciate the beautiful scenery." Jiang Xiaohua gently rested her head on your shoulder. "If you like it, we can come here often in the future. Walk on the beach together with our child. When the time comes, our family of 3 will come here together. It is a promise. You absolutely cannot back out." The footprints extended far down the beach. As the two of you quietly enjoyed this rare and beautiful moment, the entire beach was not actually that long. It took only half an hour to walk to the end. At this moment, Jiang Xiaohua's heart was incredibly conflicted. She did not know whether she should tell you the truth. If you knew about her condition, you would definitely be in immense pain. She really could not bear to see that. Just then, you spoke up, breaking the silence. "Ever since grandfather visited this morning, you have seemed absent-minded, and you insisted on me taking you to see the ocean. Is there something you want to say to me?" Your gaze turned to her, calm but carrying a sharpness that saw through everything. Jiang Xiaohua took a thermos out of her pocket. She opened the lid, took a sip of water, and handed it to you. She asked softly, "Do you believe in fate?" You took the cup, and took a sip of the hot tea. Of course I do. Fate is what is destined to happen. Fate let me meet you. And fate has destined us to grow old together. A weak smile appeared on Jiang Xiaohua's pale face. I have something to say now, and please do not interrupt me. Otherwise, I am afraid I won't have the courage to finish. You remained silent, but an ominous premonition surged in your heart. She began slowly. Because of some things, I have to go to a place far away. I might not be back anytime soon. I might never come back at all. So, there are things I must make clear right now. I love you. It was your appearance that completely changed me, changed everything in my life. The day I met you was the biggest turning point in my life. If my life before meeting you was nothing but gray, then after meeting you, my world became vibrant and colorful. You gave me a brand new life. Hearing these words, you were completely stunned. Jiang Xiaohua gently stroked your cheek. The corners of her eyes were red, and her eyes brimmed with tears of sorrow, which slipped down her snow-white face. Despite this, she still forced a smile and said, Yun Yi, I love you. You must remember me, even if I never return. You have to remember me forever, because I am the person who loves you most in this world. But deep down she actually hoped you would forget her, because if she could not make it back to you, every memory of her would be filled with agony. Your consciousness began to blur gradually. The cup slipped from your hand onto the ground, rolled a few times, and fell off the rocky shore, sinking into the pitch-black, deep sea. Zheng Xiaohua's last few sentences etched themselves deeply into your mind. Do not come looking for me. If I am still alive, no matter which corner of the world you are in, even at the very ends of the earth, I will find you. I also believe in fate. Fate will bring us back together. If I do not return in 3 years, then please forget me. The moment the last word fell, you completely lost consciousness. 2 bodyguards appeared from nowhere. They took you from her arms and stood silently to the side. On the road by the beach, a car heading to the airport had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Xiaohua stood up and instructed through choked sobs, take good care of him. Do not let him do anything foolish. After speaking, she walked down the stone steps of the rocky shore with difficulty, step by step, heading toward the car parked not far away. She firmly believed that if fate and destiny truly existed in this world, fate would surely let her return alive. Destiny would surely bring her back to you. In the days after Jiang Xiaohua left, you experienced the most drastic ups and downs of your life. After waking up the next day, you rushed straight to the Shang family villa, wanting to find out Jiang Xiaohua's whereabouts from grandfather. But Shang Tong absolutely refused to see you, even after you knelt outside the villa's gates for a whole day and night. That cold iron gate remained tightly shut. You could only leave in despair, to prevent you from doing anything foolish. Shang Xin, knowing the situation, brought Yun Zheng and moved back into the Hoding villa. But no matter how they tried to persuade you, you refused to step out of your room. Downstairs in the living room, Shang Xin looked up at the second-floor bedroom with deep worry. The boy has not had a drop of water in 2 days. How can this go on? His body will definitely break down at this rate. Should we just smash the door down? Yun Zheng sighed and said, it seems that is all we can do. Just as the two were preparing to call someone to break the door down, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Yun Zheng got up to answer the door. A woman wearing a long dress stood outside. Although her face was somewhat unfamiliar, Yun Zheng still recognized her. He asked in confusion, you are little Yu. What brings you here? Indeed, the visitor was none other than Lin Yu. After giving a slight bow, she swept her gaze across the empty living room and asked softly, Uncle Yun, it has been a long time. Is Yun Yi at home? Yun Zheng stepped aside to let her in, assuming Lin Yu knew about your depressed state and had come specifically to comfort you. He sat on the sofa, pointed towards a room on the second floor, and said with a helpless tone, up there. He has locked himself in his room for 2 whole days and nights. I was just about to have someone break the door down. This brat really does not give us a moment's peace. I might have a way to get him out. Saying that, Lin Yu walked towards the stairs. Shang Xin and Yun Zheng exchanged a look. Seeing the confusion in each other's eyes, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Soon, Lin Yu was standing in front of your door. She knocked gently. Knock, knock. Yun Yi. It is me. Lin Yu. Can you open the door? The room was completely silent. Then, Lin Yu said calmly, Director Zheng asked me to come find you. These words seemed to flip a switch. The door was violently thrown open. Inside stood you, your eyes heavily bloodshot. Your hair, a messy bird's nest. And an awful stench emanating from your body. Did she really send you to find me? You smell terrible. Please clean yourself up before we talk. As she spoke, Lin Yu took an amulet pendant out of her bag. It was exactly the one Jiang Xiaohua had previously gotten as part of a pair of amulets from the temple. It was clearly the one Jiang Xiaohua had carried with her at all times. To you, Lin Yu's words were now like a divine decree. As long as you could get news of Jiang Xiaohua, you would do absolutely anything. You immediately turned and rushed into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water came from inside. Lin Yu walked into the room and sat down at the small table on the balcony. Her gaze scanned the room, and as she looked, a hint of melancholy unconsciously welled up in her heart. Crookedly hung on the wall above the bed were several photos, all of which were pictures of you and Jiang Xiaohua. As Lin Yu sat in the chair, lost in thought, the bathroom door opened. A refreshed and clean Yu walked out, asking impatiently, What did she tell you to say to me? Lin Yu took out her phone, pulled up a pre-recorded video, and pressed play. The background of the video was a hospital ward. Jiang Xiaohua's face appeared on the screen. With her hands on her hips, she said angrily, Yun Yi, during the time I have been away, have you let yourself fall apart? If so, slap yourself twice right now. As my punishment for you. Without hesitation, you dealt yourself 2 resounding slaps. 2 red marks appeared on your handsome face. The video continued playing. On screen, Jiang Xiaohua's expression suddenly softened. Idiot. It is not like I am never coming back. I still have so much to tell you. And so many places I have not been able to visit with you yet. I hope that when I return, I will see a vibrant, energetic you. The video ended with Jiang Xiaohua softly saying, Wait for me. As its conclusion, those short 60 seconds of footage moved you profoundly. Tears once again filled your eyes, sliding silently down your cheeks. Wait for her. Of course you would wait, even if you had to wait a lifetime. Seeing your tear-filled eyes, immersed in the sorrow of longing, Lin Yu stood up from her seat, picked up her bag, and walked towards the door. From behind came your choked voice. Thank you. Could you send me this video? Lin Yu gave a soft and then stepped out of the room, considerately closing the door behind her. Actually, there was one thing she had not told you. Why was this video entrusted to her to deliver? Why did Jiang Xiaohua choose her? If something really happens to me, please take good care of him for me. Yun Yi is an incredibly stubborn person. If something does happen to me, and no Owen is there to watch over him, he will go crazy. The meaning behind Jiang Xiaohua's words, Lin Yu understood perfectly well. When she first heard those words, a hint of secret joy had even involuntarily welled up in her heart. But upon seeing you like this today, Lin Yu completely understood. No matter how hard she tried, even if she was someone you once liked, she could never compare to Jiang Xiaohua's place in your heart. An unknown amount of time passed after Jiang Xiaohua's departure. But time had already lost its meaning to you. You threw all your energy into your career, working day in and day out, pushing your limits day after day. In your spare time from work, you often went to the places you had once been together, trying to find traces left from the past. But no matter how you painted beautiful pictures in your mind, they were ultimately just illusory imaginations. A dream is a dream after all. The reason it is beautiful is precisely because it will forever remain an illusion. There is always the day you wake up, and then the pain of reality surges back like the tide, plunging the world into grayness once more. In the blink of an eye, 4 years quietly slipped away. On this day, snow was falling heavily. Inside a 5-star hotel, a business gathering was taking place. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Such an occasion naturally did not lack for second-generation heirs. 2 local heiresses were currently holding their wine glasses, their gazes directed at a figure sitting alone in the corner. They whispered to each other, That guy looks a bit familiar. I think I saw him at a party recently. He is so handsome. And that melancholic aura about him is truly charming. Should we go and say hi? Maybe get his number. We might even score a romantic encounter. A passing second-generation heir overheard their whispers and sneered disdainfully. Do you even know who that is? Daring to go hit on him? Who cares who he is? To be sitting in the corner on an occasion like this. He definitely does not have any impressive background. My dad is the vice mayor. Knowing me would be his honor. Owen of the girls said arrogantly. Hearing this, the man looked even more disdainful. Give me a break. Never mind your dad being the vice mayor. Even if the mayor himself came, he would still have to treat him with the utmost respect. Have you heard of the Jiang Investment Group? Or the Yun Group? That right there is the Magic City's youngest entrepreneur. At just 26 years old, he made the national rich list with hundreds of billions in assets. Did these self-important girls really think they were worthy of you? Hearing these words, the two girls were instantly dumbfounded. Only then did they suddenly realize why the man in the corner looked so familiar. Was not that the Owen who had skyrocketed to fame in recent years? The illustrious Yun Yi. Meanwhile, in the corner of the reception hall, you were holding a wine glass, your gaze piercing through the window. You were completely immersed in your own thoughts. A bottomless sorrow accumulating in your heart. In the distance, a figure slowly emerged amidst the falling snow, walking lightly towards this direction. Your heart suddenly began to race. Life gradually returned to your dim eyes. As the distance closed, the outline of that hauntingly familiar face became clearer. In her arms, she held a little toddler wearing a panda hat. The child had a little face like a porcelain doll. The eyebrows and eyes bore a 30% resemblance to yours. While the aura and features were completely inherited from her. You had never seen such an adorable little girl. While everyone else was intoxicated by the lively atmosphere of the gathering, you acted as if you had gone mad. Under the astonished gazes of the security guards and the manager, you dashed out of the hotel doors. You skidded to a halt on the snow in front of the door, staring in sheer disbelief at the figure in the white dress not far away. After 4 long years, just when you were on the brink of absolute despair, she had finally returned, bringing with her the crystallization of your love. Jiang Xiaohua looked down at her arms, at the little girl who was happily licking a lollipop. With a doting tone, she said, Tiantian, say daddy. The little girl looked at you with curious eyes, and timidly opened her mouth. Daddy. Right after calling out, the little girl shyly buried her small head into her mother's embrace. Her little face was as red as a ripe apple. Jiang Xiaohua smiled helplessly and gently rubbed her small head. Her gaze studied you, who had now become much more mature, as she said softly, I promised you that I would find you. Fate has finally brought us together again. Amidst the boundless sea of snow, the lovers who had been separated for 4 long years finally reunited and embraced. This is the final chapter of your story. Or perhaps, a brand new beginning.